Xingguan are coming. Run. Xiao Xingyun snapped to attention at these well-intentioned warnings. He swiftly gathered his jade agate and other wares ready to flee. He had set up his stall on the antique street for over half a year and knew the rules well. Normally no one bothered him, but when they did, the best course was to bolt. Only then could losses be minimized. But someone else was faster. A middle-aged man dressed like a rural farmer, clutching a faded cloth bundle, dashed past him like the wind. Suddenly the man stumbled and fell with a thud, the bundle bursting open and scattering its contents. Xiao Xingyun felt a sharp pain at the corner of his eye as an eye-shaped ancient jade struck him, drawing blood instantly. Ouch! Damn it, I'm done for this time. I want to escape. Xiao Xingyun, both pained and panicked, tried to muster a last-ditch effort, but his vision blurred. The eye-shaped ancient jade shattered and two beams of light, one left, one right, shot out and instantly drilled into his eyes. In an instant his body convulsed as if hit by a bolt of lightning. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his eyes and howling in agony. No one understood his pain. His eyes burned like fire, stung like electricity, felt as if sprayed with chilly water. Blood or tears, he couldn't tell, streamed endlessly. Overwhelmed by terror and agony, he fainted. My jade, my treasure. I risked my life to steal these from an ancient tomb, and now it's all ruined. The middle-aged man lying nearby let out a wolf-like howl. Hands up. We're police. The pursuer wasn't a Xingguan after all, but the police. You've ruined my hope of fortune. They'll fight you. The middle-aged man pulled a knife from his waist and charged at the nearest young officer. Bang! Bang! Two shots rang out, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground. Captain, there's an injured stallholder. Seems unconscious. What should we do? Take him to the hospital first. Xiao Lu Xiao Zhao, you're in charge of calming and caring for the innocent victim. The rest of us will handle the relic dealer. Carefully clean up the jade fragments. They're evidence. Yes, Captain. When Xiao Xingyun woke again, it was 2 days later. Opening his eyes, he saw a young and pretty nurse changing his bandages. His cheeks instantly flushed because in his eyes the nurse was wearing nothing. Her graceful body was a patch of white. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Is someone playing a prank on me? Thinking him in some kind of explicit video plot. Xiao Xingyun, you're awake. Is there any discomfort? The nurse asked gently. Oh, why are you blushing? I never expected such a big guy could be so shy and introverted. I'm big but not shy or introverted. Xiao Xingyun sat up abruptly, eyes wide, staring at the pretty nurse, afraid to miss any important scene. You're not shy, all right. You're an old hand from the moment you open your mouth. Well, the cops can relax. You're fine, you can be discharged. Being unconscious for 2 days really worried Captain Wang. What do you mean? Xiao Xingyun was momentarily confused, forgetting what had happened before the coma. The nurse didn't explain further, swaying her hips as she busied herself with his medication. Because a police officer sitting at the door heard the commotion and entered. Xiao Xingyun, you're finally awake. Our captain was really worried. Strangely enough, you only had a minor scrape. How did you end up unconscious for 2 whole days? Officer, you. Xiao Xingyun was about to ask why, but suddenly noticed something even more eye-searing happened. Because the middle-aged police officer in front of him was also naked. This was awkward. Had the wrong video been playing? Better to look at the pretty nurse than at him. Think back carefully. You were selling at Changwang Temple. We were arresting a tomb raider. You were knocked out by a jade item he dropped. We brought you to the hospital, and you just woke up after 2 days. All hospital expenses are covered by the police station. Your belongings are packed and under your bed. The middle-aged officer succinctly explained the situation in a few sentences. Xiao Xingyun finally understood what had happened. Recalling the strange events before losing consciousness, he realized he might have acquired an eye-related superpower. Suppressing his ecstasy, he rubbed his eyes and attempted to control the power, preventing it from activating unintentionally. It worked. When he looked at the nurse again, everything was normal. She was wearing her white uniform, looking even more holy and beautiful. The earlier vision seemed like an illusion. Nurse, can I really be discharged? No problems with the eye injury. Good thing you got here in time. If you'd come a little later, the wound would have healed on its own. What problem? You've had 4 drips for 2 days. Even the scar is almost gone. Haha, that's good. Thanks for taking care of me these past days. How about we chat? They'll treat you to dinner when you're off. Let's skip the WeChat. Your recovery is the best, thank you. The nurse smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. She picked up her tray and left, heading to report Xiao Xingyun's latest condition to her superiors. Her refusal was so practiced. Clearly plenty of patients had tried to add her before. Fine, he wasn't going to dwell on it. He was used to it anyway. Xiao Xingyun wasn't fragile. Had been single for a long time, he was rock solid. Half an hour later, after a checkup by the attending doctor, he was discharged. No formalities needed, the police had handled everything. He dragged his suitcase to the hospital entrance, hailed a taxi, and returned to his rented apartment. In the ward, he had already inventoried the items in the suitcase. The valuable jade agate and other goods were all there, just slightly out of place. He trusted the police. His rented apartment was not far from Changwon Temple, convenient for setting up his stall. But the rent was high, so he had to share a 3-bedroom apartment with roommates to afford it. In the car, Xiao Xingyun kept thinking about how to use his eye ability to make money. He hadn't considered moving out yet because he got along well with his current roommates. One female roommate was a junior at the music academy, pretty with a great figure. She did live streaming when not in school, singing and dancing, and had some fame on the platform. The other roommate was a man working at an auction house. Their professions overlapped, so they occasionally shared a few drinks and some premium seats, joking. Lost in thought, the taxi arrived at the community gate. He scanned a QR code to pay, then entered the compound. Selling jade and agate at Changwon Temple was an unstable income. 2,000 or 3,000 on good months, but often just a few thousand. In the eastern magic city of Shanghai, this meager income was really tough. As the door opened, a terrified cry came from his female roommate, Su Qing's room. "Oh no. Help. Landlord, don't do this. Stop, or I'll call the police." Xiao Xingyun grew anxious immediately. The landlord was an old lecher who always stared at Su Qing with lascivious eyes, often finding excuses to check her room with flirtatious words that disgusted everyone. But he never imagined the landlord would dare go that far. "Stop. If you touch her again, it'll break your legs." Xiao Xingyun roared, dropping his luggage and charging forward. Su Qing's door was ajar. The old landlord had already pinned her to the carpet, attempting to assault her. Su Qing struggled and screamed for help, but her strength was no match for his. Terrified, her face drained of color, tears streaming down, she curled up, trembling uncontrollably. In despair, she suddenly saw Xiao Xingyun burst in and kick the landlord away. She regained some strength, scrambled up, and hid behind him. "Call the police." He tried to. "Nonsense. You're slandering me. Without evidence, the police can't. As for you, get ready to move out." The landlord dusted off his clothes, stood up, and dashed out of Su Qing's room into the living room. Hands on his hips, he recovered a look of cunning and malice. He was around 50, his face etched with wrinkles like chrysanthemums, his skin pale from excess and decay, giving off an oily, rotten aura. "Moving out it is. I'm not afraid. I can't find a place with money. But something just occurred to me." "What?" the landlord asked warily. "If you claim there's no evidence, then it won't matter if I kick you a few more times, will it?" With that, Xiao Xingyun suddenly kicked the landlord again. You wait. I won't let you off easy." The landlord clutched his waist and fled. "Don't think you'll get away with it. If I had evidence, you'd be in jail right now." Xiao Xingyun spat out a fierce threat. He had been too quick to save her to record video. If he had captured evidence, the police could have arrested him right then. Finally, Su Qing dried her tears and thanked Xiao Xingyun sincerely. "Thank you. I never thought you'd be so dependable despite your usual frivolous talk." "Is that a compliment or an insult? Come on, I saved your life, and you haven't even praised me properly." Xiao Xingyun joked, stealing another glance at her. But then his eye ability accidentally activated, revealing something he shouldn't see. Su Qing was indeed stunning, fair skin, perfect figure, delicate features. The uncontested campus beauty. Her family had once been wealthy, but then something happened, and they went bankrupt. So she rented a place outside, started live streaming, and occasionally worked as a model and car salesperson. "I've thanked you in my heart so many times I just can't say it out loud." Su Qing wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Then touch your heart and thank me one more time." "I knew you weren't sincere, just as bad as the landlord." Su Qing understood immediately and gave a light spit. "All right, I won't tease you. Let me help clean your room, then we'll look for a new place and prepare to move. That landlord is wicked. I really don't feel safe leaving you alone. I'm afraid he'll come back. He'll go back to school tonight. We'll both search for a place and keep in touch. Better find a 2-bedroom apartment, just the two of us." "Huh. Sure, 2-bedroom it is." Xiao Xingyun was stunned, then overjoyed. Was this beautiful woman hinting at something? Su Qing saw his expression and knew he was reading into it, but when she recalled his heroic rescue, her heart fluttered, and she chose not to explain further. Finding a place costs money. After graduating from a third-rate university, Xiao Xingyun had changed 2 short-term jobs and saved almost nothing. Then he joined Luo Pengzi in the jade business, setting up a street stall. He made several tens of thousands, but most of it was tied up in inventory. He had only about 20,000 yuan in cash, just earned from selling a pair of jade pendants. The jade business isn't like antiques. No 3 years without a sale, then enough to live off for 3 years. Usually a profit of a few thousand yuan is reason to rejoice. After all, they had no storefront, just a mobile stall, so they could only sell low to mid-range items. No one would buy high-end jade from a street vendor. First, trust was an issue. Second, how high quality could street goods be? But now with his ability, Xiao Xingyun felt the possibilities had expanded enormously. Back in his room, Xiao Xingyun sorted the jade and jadeite from his case. Using his eye ability, he discovered that every piece had flaws, some with hidden cracks or internal damage. Before, just by naked eye, even experienced vendors often made mistakes. Especially in early purchases, he had bought 2 fake resin glass imitations and 1 high-priced grade jade bangle. "Damn, when did I get this stuff? It's fake." If I didn't have X-ray vision ID, never know how long ID been cheated. Looked too real, even a strong flashlight couldn't spot it. Next time I stock up, I'll keep my X-ray vision on. After packing up, Xiao Xingyun pulled out his phone to search for rental listings. Most listings were posted by agents. Totally fake. Prices marked 3 to 5,000, but when you called they said it was unavailable, then recommended others for 8 or 9,000, even over 10,000. After searching and making a few calls, he got nothing. Just as he thought of trying local forums, Su Qing knocked. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner. We've lived here 3 or 4 months, chatted plenty, but never actually had a meal together. Su Qing had changed into a long dress, stockings, and short boots, showing off her graceful figure. Huh, treat me. Xiao Xingyun was pleasantly surprised. If it weren't for today's rescue, their relationship wouldn't be this close. He had been too poor to flirt with her seriously, just cracking jokes occasionally, let alone having dinner together. Sometimes when she dressed lightly, he dared not even look directly at her. She was too alluring, and he was afraid of making a mistake. He would just be an ordinary viewer in her live stream room, shouting 666 and tossing small tips. Is there anyone else here besides you? Hurry up. If Zhang Hao comes back and insists on coming, what then? I might even leave you behind. Su Qing shot him a playful glare full of charm. Zhang Hao was the other male roommate. With a decent job and stable income, he had tried to pursue Su Qing, but was rejected several times in secret. Xiao Xingyun put on his shoes and left with Su Qing. How long had it been since he had dinner with a woman? He really didn't want to bring Zhang Hao along as a third wheel. Ever since college, Xiao Xingyun had been single. Now there was a chance to change that, and with a beauty rated over 95, just thinking about it made his heart race. The two of them were at a Chinese restaurant next to the community, casually ordering 2 dishes and a soup, engaging in small talk to get to know each other's family situation. Su Qing's family is from the Jiangsu region. Her father is a small real estate developer. Whether it was bad luck or being set up, he used all his savings to acquire a piece of land, only for it to run into problems, resulting in an accumulation of new and old debts that ultimately crushed this somewhat reckless small developer. Now her family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Su Qing currently earns 50 to 60,000 a month, and aside from her daily living expenses, she also has to help her parents pay off their debts. In contrast, Xiao Xingyun's family situation is much simpler. Coming from a remote mountain area, he is a typical Phoenix man with a degree from a third-rate university. He has an older sister who is already married and believes that normal jobs pay too little. With the help of Luo Pengzi, he has become a small trader in jade and jadeite. After dinner, Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing suddenly felt much more familiar with each other. They could barely call each other roommates before. Now, they could somewhat call each other friends. On the way to the music academy, Xiao Xingyun pointed at a lottery shop by the roadside and said, "I'm really pleased to officially meet you today. I feel incredibly lucky and want to buy a few lottery tickets to test my luck." Su Qing playfully retorted, "What are you talking about? I feel like I'm so unlucky. Where's the luck? But I've never bought a lottery ticket before. Shall we give it a try?" As they spoke, they walked into the lottery shop. It was already past 8 in the evening, and the sales for that day's double color ball and super lotto had stopped, but the fast lottery and scratch cards were not restricted by time. "How do you play? I don't understand at all." Su Qing entered the lottery shop, curious, looking around and asking quietly, "It's just about luck. What skills can there be? Let's play scratch cards. They have the quickest results. Just pick a few and we can scratch them open anytime." "Okay, I'll buy 2 first. I want to pick the ones I like." As Su Qing spoke, she tried hard to choose the scratch cards that caught her eye. At that moment, there were 5 or 6 customers in the shop. The shop owner, a middle-aged woman, glanced at Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing. As long as they didn't damage the lottery tickets or scratch them secretly, she wouldn't bother them. While Su Qing was picking her scratch cards, Xiao Xingyun quietly used his X-ray vision to scan all the scratch cards in the shop. Sure enough, the so-called big prizes of 100,000 or 200,000 were all lies. The highest winning amount in the shop was only 1,000 yuan, and there were only 3 of those. There were over 10 cards with a winning amount of 200 yuan, and besides that, there were cards with winning amounts of 5 or 10 yuan. Most of them just read, "Thank you for participating." Su Qing picked 2 scratch cards she liked, and when Xiao Xingyun looked at them with his X-ray vision, one was a "Thank you for participating," and the other one 10 yuan. However, both of these scratch cards cost 10 yuan each, and if they actually bought them, they would definitely incur a loss. So Xiao Xingyun stopped her and advised, "Your luck isn't good today, but mine is. Trust me and swap these 2 cards. You might just win." The 2 cards Xiao Xingyun recommended had winning amounts of 200 yuan and 1,000 yuan, which wasn't too outrageous. "I've read a lot of don't try to trick me," Su Qing said, somewhat doubtful, but ultimately followed Xiao Xingyun's advice and swapped for the 2 tickets. Then, for the sake of the fun of buying lottery tickets, she insisted on paying herself, scanning her phone to give the owner 20 yuan, and then excitedly began to scratch. While she scratched the tickets, Xiao Xingyun quietly took the other 2 tickets with the 1,000 yuan prize. In today's society, a winning amount of 1 or 2,000 yuan isn't much money and wouldn't draw anyone's attention. But to be safe, Xiao Xingyun also picked 3 thank you for participating tickets to balance things out. I won. 200 yuan. Xiao Xingyun, come look. Su Qing's excited shout drew the attention of the customers in the shop. Moreover, Su Qing was extremely beautiful, so those strange uncles and grandpas buying lottery tickets moved closer, offering words of admiration. They also stole glances at Su Qing. I said today was a lucky day, let's scratch another one. Who knows, maybe we can win another big prize. Xiao Xingyun encouraged, holding the 5 scratch cards he had already paid for. Sure. You come help me scratch, my fingers are sore from scratching, Su Qing said excitedly, making room for Xiao Xingyun to join in the scratching process. Because she was wearing very revealing clothing, when she bent down it almost made Xiao Xingyun dizzy. Xiao Xingyun decided that he would need to tactfully remind Su Qing not to wear such revealing clothes in the future and to dress more conservatively to prevent others from stealing glances. Oh my god, did I win again? The pattern is the same as the one for 1,000 yuan. Xiao Xingyun, pinch me, I think I'm dreaming. I can't bear to pinch you, but it would hurt too much. A gentle rub will do. Stop it. There are so many people here. As an online female broadcaster, being bold is a daily occurrence, but in reality, she was still very reserved. If she said something too excessive, she would blush. After all, with the internet being so advanced, she understood everything that needed to be understood. She had a lot of experience. Xiao Xingyun then won 2 more small prizes of 1,000 yuan, and after that all 3 were thank you for participating, which finally calmed the onlookers' suspicions. Prizes of up to 1,000 yuan from scratch cards can be redeemed in the shop at any time. Thus Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing each redeemed 1,002, while the other redeemed 2,000, leaving happily. This young couple is so lucky. How strange could it be that today's scratch cards are going to explode with big prizes? Boss, give me 20, I want to try my luck too. I'll take 50 as long as I win 1 small prize of 1,000, I can break even. Su Qing was very happy today, sweeping away the gloom and laughing all the way to the entrance of the music academy. Thank you, I had a great time today. When you have time, remember to come to the academy to play with me. Also, if you find good housing, let's stay in touch. Okay, definitely. After watching Su Qing's figure enter the music academy, Xiao Xingyun turned to leave. Taking advantage of the nearby lottery shops not closing yet, Xiao Xingyun swept through, finding 2 or 3 small prizes of 1,000 yuan at each shop, totaling over 15,000 yuan in earnings. Only when his eyes were sore and a bit blurry and teary did he stop using his X-ray vision and return to his rental apartment to rest. His other roommate Zhang Hao had already returned, just coming out of the public restroom after a shower. Hey bro, our company is having a small jade auction in 2 nights. Are you interested in joining? There are open bids and secret bids ranging from a few thousand to millions, all kinds of things to play with. I can't afford it all, I'll talk about it when I get rich. Bro, you're being too humble. I heard that people who truly open shops earn less than you guys who are selling on the street. To be honest, this is a company task. We need to bring in more people to warm up the atmosphere. I knew it. If something good were really happening, it wouldn't come to me. Unless I win the lottery, what's the point of just... Xiao Xingyun answered this way, but in his heart, he was thinking that tomorrow, no matter what, he would find scratch cards with prizes over 100,000 to participate in this auction. With his X-ray vision abilities, he might just become rich overnight at the auction, marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman and reaching the pinnacle of life. Please do me a favor. If you have friends who are interested, feel free to bring them along. I'll call you tomorrow at noon to confirm again. Alright, I'll agree since you're asking me nicely. Remember, you owe me a favor. Get lost. The next day, Xiao Xingyun wandered through 12 streets, but found not a single grand prize worth over 100,000. He was too lazy to buy the smaller prizes of 1 or 2,000, fearing that too frequent wins would attract unwanted attention. Could it be that my path to wealth through my X-ray vision is blocked? Xiao Xingyun began to doubt himself. With his 6 months of experience in jade and emerald knowledge, he felt that there were certainly abundant opportunities for wealth within, yet he was currently stymied by a lack of starting capital. Just when he was about to give up, he finally spotted a high-value scratch card at a small shop near a vegetable market. The winning amount was 300,000. It lay hidden among a pile of messy scratch card boxes covered in quite a bit of dust, and yet no one had scratched. With a face value of 10 yuan and a prize amount of 300,000, it was a sure thing. The hard work of not setting up a stall for a day was worth it. He quickly seized this scratch card and paid the shopkeeper. Aren't you going to scratch it here? The shopkeeper kindly reminded him. Maybe if you leave it for a while before scratching, it could yield even more zeros in the prize. Xiao Xingyun immediately hailed a taxi and headed to the lottery center. On the way, he scratched the card, and indeed, as his vision had revealed, it was 30,000 in winnings. This type of lottery ticket is instant win, instant claim, and does not require registration. Thus, upon arriving at the lottery center, he quickly completed the claim process. For Xiao Xingyun, this was a grand prize, while for the lottery center, it was just a small win. Even the charity organizations that usually solicit donations did not bother to approach him. However, he still had to pay taxes, which was unavoidable. Seeing the balance on his bank card, Xiao Xingyun revealed a blissful smile. He finally understood what it felt like to be wealthy. Although this sum of money in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai was not even enough to be considered for the impoverished, it still gave Xiao Xingyun a peculiar sense of courage. He was determined to attend the gem auction the following night. Ding 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 ding. Amidst the old-fashioned and monotonous ringtone, Xiao Xingyun took out his phone and saw that it was his friend Luo Dapeng with whom he shared a stall. "What's up, Dapeng? Calling me at this hour to treat me? Stop joking around. You didn't show up today, and someone else took your stall. If you don't come tomorrow, your stall might change ownership." "What the hell? You think I have a bad temper? Who dares to take my stall? Are they courting death? Fine, I'll definitely come by early tomorrow. Whoever dares to take it, I'll slap them. Stop boasting. I heard you got your face smashed by someone's jade and were knocked out for 2 to 3 days. You're almost becoming a meme at the city god temple. Let's not talk about that. We're still good friends. Enough chit-chat. I'll be there on time tomorrow morning. See you at the city god." The city god temple was Xiao Xingyun's base of operations. Even with his newfound X-ray vision and winning the 30,000 grand prize, he still felt it was surreal. The true source of his earnings, savings, and funds sent home to his family lay at the city god temple right at that jade. It was Luo Dapeng who had introduced him to this line of work, making him a sort of mentor which solidified their strong relationship unlike other rivals in the trade. Moreover, Dapeng was a local from Shanghai with a strong family background. He had helped Xiao Xingyun resolve some tricky issues and only entered the antique jade business out of passion, otherwise he would have already become wealthy in another field. Upon returning to his rental room, the landlord was casting a sinister glance at him. Seeing Xiao Xingyun's gaze, there was a deep-seated hatred, as if he could kick him out at any moment. This old man had gained several properties from the demolition and divorced his original spouse. His children were all abroad, and he currently lived alone. Thus, dealing with such an old man, even though he had inappropriate thoughts about Su Qing, without direct evidence, Xiao Xingyun had no way to deal with him. There was no possibility of dragging him over for a beating. If things got heated and he accidentally caused serious harm, it would be troublesome. He estimated he would move out next month and couldn't be bothered with him. He merely shot back a threatening glance and returned to his room. That night, Su Qing did not come to the rental room to livestream. He chatted with her on WeChat for a bit and learned she was resting and adjusting, too afraid to return to the rental. In response, Xiao Xingyun expressed his understanding and continued searching for a place on forums and online communities, hoping to find a suitable house without paying agency fees. With nothing else to discuss, the following morning Xiao Xingyun dragged his wheeled suitcase to the antique market at the city god temple. Since he lived nearby and arrived early, there were hardly any vendors setting up at the market. Xiao Xingyun set up his stall first and then ordered breakfast, a cup of soy milk and a basket of soup dumplings, enjoying his meal. A few minutes later, Luo Dapeng arrived, also with a wheeled suitcase. His tall and hefty figure raised concerns about his health. "Hey brother, you finally made it. Are you alright? I can't believe how unlucky you are. I ran off that day and only heard you got knocked out and hospitalized. It was just a minor incident, it's all in the past, let's not bring it up. By the way, there's a gem auction tonight featuring jade and emerald raw stones with no entry barrier. A few friends have extra invitations. Are you interested in joining? Gambling stones. An auction? Wow brother, you're getting into high-level stuff now. Absolutely, we must go. Let me tell you, I Luo Gu also have a dream of gambling on stones. I just never had the chance to participate. Today might just be my lucky day." As he spoke, he took out a washed apple from his suitcase and presented it to Xiao Xingyun like a treasure. Xiao Xingyun gratefully accepted it. It was quite tasty, a genuine Fuji apple. Before long, the other stall owners began to arrive. As it was a free stall setup, they had to come early, otherwise there would certainly be no space left. They had to come at least an hour earlier than the adjacent shops. Xiao Xingyun wiped the jade he had set out with jade oil, making them appear more lustrous and smooth. At that moment, a burly man arrived, speaking with a strong local accent, and impatiently shouted at Xiao Xingyun, "You're occupying my stall. I set up here yesterday, get out now, or I'll slap you twice." Hearing this, Xiao Xingyun instantly became furious. Did he take him for a fool? How dare he shout at him? Did he think Xiao Xingyun had grown up without facing challenges? Coming from a small village, he had experienced countless friendly sparring matches with peers. At 6 feet tall with a standard six-pack, could he see that? Yes, he didn't have X-ray vision, so he couldn't see which was normal. "Say that again, and I'll teach you how to behave. Is this your stall? Do you have the guts to repeat that? I've been running my stall here for a year. Who are you?" Xiao Xingyun, with his handsome appearance and refined demeanor, indeed looked easy to bully. But once he stood up, his physique appeared somewhat formidable, instantly intimidating the burly man opposite him. "I don't care how long you've been here. I set up here yesterday, and I must be here today. If you don't let me set up, I'll make trouble for you, ensuring you don't make a single sale. Who's afraid of whom? If you don't let me do business, I won't let you either. Come on, let's hurt each other." With a foundation of 300,000 and plans to gamble on stones at the auction that night, Xiao Xingyun was not one to be threatened. He boldly pushed back. The burly man was also quite the tough guy. Between Xiao Xingyun and Luo Daping, he squeezed out half a meter of space, pulling out a pile of items and piling them together, shouting at anyone passing by, huge discount, all genuine Hetian jade. Today's lowest price, if you pay a dime too much, slap me. The two men issued a challenge, leaving onlookers stunned. Luo Daping and other neighboring vendors rallied loudly in support of Luo Xingyun, yet the burly outsider remained unmoved, clearly determined to storm the territory like a dragon descending from distant mountains. Luo Daping shot Luo Xingyun a direct, pointed glance. Shall we take him down? Luo Xingyun returned a calm, knowing look. Stay patient. I'll bring him to heel, not with force, but with impeccable, legitimate business acumen. Before long, an elderly gentleman arrived, distinguished and bearing silver-haired, yet rosy-cheeked, radiating quiet authority. His gaze fell instantly upon Luo Xingyun's jade guanyin carving, a naturally shaped piece of Russian nephrite palm-sized with fine-grained texture, lustrous ivory-white hue, and a subtle buttery sheen. It fell short of genuine Hetian River jade by a wide margin, but among ordinary jade carvings this piece qualified as an unmistakably authentic top-tier curio, a veritable treasure for any street-side stall. "Young man, how much for this Russian nephrite guanyin?" asked the elder with a warm, affable smile. Clearly a connoisseur, he named the material outright, a shrewd tactic to prevent inflated pricing. Luo Xingyun responded at once with a bright, courteous smile. "Sir, your eye is truly exceptional. You've spotted my stall's crown jewel. Though it's Russian nephrite, it's the rarest grade Russian river jade. Knowing you're a true expert, I'll offer you an honest price. 26,000 yuan, yours to take." "Ha, too steep. At today's market, 20,000 is the absolute ceiling." The elder's counteroffer signaled genuine intent to purchase, otherwise he wouldn't have bothered negotiating at all. Luo Xingyun had acquired the piece 6 months earlier for only 3,800 yuan. Selling it for 20,000 would yield extraordinary profit. He was poised to feign hesitation, then gently raise the price and seal the deal smoothly. But today he'd forgotten the bitter rival standing nearby. "Sir, why spend 20,000 on his shoddy Russian jade? Look at my guanyin, authentic Hetian jade. See how pure its whiteness, how rich its luster. Not a trace of impurity. I'll let it go at wholesale cost, 16,000 yuan, yours." The outsider, speaking with a thick regional accent, spattered saliva as he seized the opportunity. Luo Xingyun glanced over and recognized the so-called jade as milky glass, a flawless counterfeit, even artificially treated to mimic aged skin. The elder's eyes lit up. Drawn in, he picked up the glass carving, held it to the sunlight, then produced a magnifying lens and a high-intensity flashlight, examining it meticulously. "This guanyin shows no cotton-like inclusions. Surely it can't be genuine Hetian River jade?" he asked cautiously. "Oh dear sir, at this price who could possibly afford real river jade? Though it's been treated with a surface layer, this is authentic Hetian mountain jade. Its density is exceptional, which is precisely why no inclusions appear. Truth be told, I've only just arrived in Shanghai. Seeking to establish myself, I'm selling at cost. Wait another month or two and you'd need 3 to 5 times this sum to acquire jade of comparable quality. 15,000, that's my final offer. Take it or walk away." The elder, though knowledgeable in basics, was easily swayed, his amateur enthusiasm overridden by persuasive rhetoric. As the elder reached for his phone to complete the transfer, Luo Xingyun grew alarmed. His sale had been all but secured, until this outsider hijacked it. Such conduct violated every unwritten rule of the trade. Yet the two had long been adversaries. Such sabotage came as no surprise. Still, Luo Xingyun's voice cut through the air, cool and effortless. "Sir, spending that much on a piece of glass would be an even poorer bargain. If you doubt me, consult a trusted expert before finalizing the purchase." The outsider paled instantly. He hadn't expected Luo Xingyun from across the way to pierce through the deception so effortlessly. The white-haired elder's eyes gleamed, not with gullibility, but with quiet calculation. "Nonsense. In this era, peddling glass as jade invites ruinous penalties from enforcement authorities. Enough said. I'll take this one. Let me scan your WeChat pay code and settle the amount immediately." Overjoyed, the outsider swiftly processed the transaction, pocketing 15,000 yuan. Clutching his jade guanyin, the elder strolled away beaming, then cast Luo Xingyun a taunting, triumphant glare. "Envious. See for yourself, this is real clout. Prove your metal, sell a piece of glass for that price yourself." Luo Xingyun frowned, his tone icy. "One rotten grain spoils the whole pot. Prices may be negotiated, but integrity cannot be faked. Selling milky glass as jade violates the very code of Changhuang Temple's marketplace. You've just invited grave consequences. Who are you threatening? I've traded in antique markets nationwide, weathered countless storms, never faced antique and jade trading tests, discernment alone. If you're deceived, blame your own lack of skill, not the seller. There's nothing left to do but accept misfortune." "Haha." Luo Xingyun smiled faintly, saying nothing. Public security in Shanghai these past 2 years far surpassed that of lesser towns. Had the elder possessed even a sliver of prudence, if he'd heeded Luo Xingyun's veiled warning about the glass, he'd have sought verification before paying. To proceed blindly at his age would indeed be self-inflicted folly. Sure enough, moments later the elder returned, flanked by market regulators and 2 patrol officers advancing with stern, purposeful strides. Shally, it's him. He sold me glass disguised as jade, an outright fraud involving an exceptionally large sum, my entire monthly pension. Punish him severely. Minimum penalty 10-fold restitution. Rest assured, esteemed leader, will deliver full justice. Seize this counterfeiter immediately. Seal all his wares pending forensic appraisal by the Technical Identification Division. Regulators and officers surged forward, arresting the outsider on the spot. He stood dazed. What's happening? Why such a spectacle? I'm merely selling crafts. Does that break the law? If you object, I'll refund immediately. The elder, who moments earlier had played the part of a gullible retiree, now stood transformed, sharp-eyed, unyielding. Refund? No. This is fraud, plain and deliberate. Wu Qingxing has spent a lifetime despising deceit, especially in antiques and jade. With that, they dragged the impostor away without further debate. Luo Xingyun and Luo Depang exchanged a glance, mutual awe etched deep in their eyes. An elder is always an elder. His stratagem was masterfully audacious. Just before departing, the elder paused, as if recalling something. He clapped Luo Xingyun warmly on the shoulder and laughed. Young man, your honesty in business is admirable, though your pricing is rather steep. I'll give you 12,000 for this Russian nephrite guanine carving. Fair deal. Will you sell? A wry, helpless smile flickered across Luo Xingyun's face. Sir, you truly are a master connoisseur. You've seen straight to its floor price. Add just a little more, enough for me to cover transport costs. 13,000. Consider it delivery service. Huh. A straightforward young man. Your sincerity moves me. I won't shortchange you. 13,000 it is. Let me scan your payment code. The elder's mood was buoyant, perhaps already anticipating the substantial compensation soon to come from the fraudster, making him unusually generous with his spending. Luo Xingyun accepted the 13,000 yuan transfer, carefully wrapped the guanine for the elder, and watched him depart, his expression softening into the quiet, grounded smile of a seasoned merchant well pleased with his day's work. This single transaction netted nearly 10,000 yuan, excellent earnings. 3 or 5 such deals per month would pave the path to prosperity. Luo Depang watched the old man leave, feeling a bit guilty and wary, and quietly said to Xiao Xingyun, "Do you think that old man will come back to trick you? Knowing that he is not easy to deal with, you still took this deal with him." Looking at his face, the old man should be a respectable person. I am selling genuine jade. He can't possibly bully normal businessmen like us. Besides, I'm selling it at a price much cheaper than the store's jade, Xiao Xingyun replied. Wow, you've even learned to read faces in just a few days. A little, it's all out of necessity. From this deal, you should at least make 10,000 from the old man, right? You're talking nonsense. I clearly only made over 9,000. While the two were bragging, Xiao Xingyun's phone rang. Ding, 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 ding. Zhang Hao asked over the phone, "Bro, are you sure there's nothing? How many people can you gather tonight to help me warm up the scene?" 2, just 2. I'll send you their names later. Just get their entry procedures sorted out. 2 is a bit few, but better than none. All right, send over the information. Xiao Xingyun hung up the phone and sent his own information along with Luo Depang's to Zhang Hao for processing. In fact, if he wanted more people, Xiao Xingyun could find them, as that place was almost like a casino, and he was afraid someone would lose everything. Xiao Xingyun then said to Luo Depang, "Fatty, I've sent your information over. Let's go and broaden our horizons tonight. But let's agree first we can play a few small rounds, but definitely don't place heavy bets. Don't worry, I only have that 100,000 for my wife's dowry. I can't bear to throw it in at most. I'll just bid on a couple of small raw stones as a keepsake," Luo Depang assured. In the next few hours, Xiao Xingyun made a few more small deals, selling a jade pendant, a jade ring, and a jade Buddha pendant from Qinghai, earning just over 1,000, which was insignificant compared to the large deal in the morning. As night approached, they finally closed up shop. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depang put their jade and emerald goods back at home, grabbed a quick bite, and then set off for the agreed location, the Qin's jewelry auction house. At 7:30 p.m., they entered on time. When Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depang arrived, people were already registering to enter in succession. Upon entering, they showed their ID and reported their phone numbers, and the security personnel, checking them, assigned them a seat number and let them in. Luo Depang's real name is Luo Dezhao, but he is so overweight, consistently around 200 pounds, that people who know him call him Luo Depang or Fatty Luo, and very few call him by his real name. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depang had a good relationship in the antique market, and he had half learned how to set up a stall and source goods from him, considering him a semi-master. Whenever there was something good, they would call him to join. Otherwise, in such occasions, it would be more profitable for Xiao Xingyun to secretly make money alone. In the first floor auction hall, the lights were dazzling and the auction items had already been numbered and displayed in separate exhibition areas with staff guarding them, allowing customers to take photos and verify them on the spot. The largest 10 pieces of jade raw stones were the highlights of this auction, but they were under a blind auction. In front of each raw stone, there was a hidden starting price and a semi-enclosed box where only one small piece of paper could be slipped in on which a bid could be written. After the regular auction items are finished, the staff will tally the hidden bids, and the highest price will win the corresponding hidden bid. My goodness, this is jade raw stone. This one is really big, at least 200 to 300 pounds heavier than me. Guess what the starting price is? 35 million. I can't even afford it if I sell my house. Luo Depeng reacted like Lu Lao Lao entering a grand garden for the first time, shocked by everything he saw. Xiao Xingyun explained helplessly, "Don't shout randomly, I have eyes I can see. We have no chance at all with these hidden bids. Let's keep an eye on those regular bids that are priced cheaper and can participate appropriately." Activating his X-ray vision, Xiao Xingyun swept his gaze and instantly understood the situation of the 10 huge jade raw stones. 2 of them were exceptionally good and would surge in value if cut. 2 were mediocre, but could barely break even, while the remaining 6 were dubious and couldn't even sell for 1/10 of their starting price. With such a high chance of loss, it felt a bit like a slaughterhouse. Xiao Xingyun frowned, thoughts of this nature rising in his heart, but since it was his first time attending such an auction, he didn't know what the normal market was like and dared not jump to conclusions. In the regular bid area, Xiao Xingyun started from item number 1 and slowly looked back, writing and sketching in his small notebook, marking the raw stones that would absolutely surge with some special symbols. Aside from jade raw stones, there were surprisingly some jadeite raw stones here. The gambling aspect of jadeite raw stones is not significant, but some thick-skinned tough material has a similarly vague quality that requires high skill to judge the chances of value increasing or collapsing. The auction will officially start at 8:30 p.m. and end at 9:30 p.m. The remaining half hour will focus on handling unsold items, which can be purchased directly. Look ahead, there's a super beauty over there, a true femme fatale. My goodness, just one glance at her makes today. Luo Depeng's eyes widened as he stared at a certain area ahead, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Xiao Xingyun's eyes also lit up. The woman had fair skin, stunning beauty, and exceptional temperament. Countless men present upon glancing at her fell into a daze, fully aware of her powerful allure. She was accompanied by a female assistant and a male bodyguard, all dressed in designer clothing that Xiao Xingyun had only seen in luxury brand advertisements, confirming with a glance that she was a goddess he could never aspire to. She seems to be Gu Qingqing, the young lady of the Gu family in the imperial capital. I heard that the Gu family is preparing to enter the jade and gemstone industry from the antique world, and it seems the rumors are true, as several young heirs of the Gu family have already publicly participated in similar auctions. The antique industry has become too overhyped and has reached a bottleneck. Transitioning into the jade and gemstone jewelry sector is understandable. However, the appearance of the Gu family's young lady at the Qing's jewelry auction house, could this be a sign of collaboration between the two major groups? Gu Qingqing only looked around the hidden bid area for a moment, and where she appeared, people gathered like a crowd around a celebrity, making it impossible for outsiders to squeeze in. Xiao Xingyun was too lazy to join the commotion and felt it was enough to glance from a distance. Getting closer, he feared he would embarrass himself, especially since he was using his X-ray vision. From item number 1 to item number 500, all were jade and jadeite raw stones, with the larger ones weighing dozens of pounds and the smaller ones only 2 or 3 pounds. After item number 500, there were actually finished carved pieces and ancient jade. Finished products are generally directly displayed at various jewelry store counters and rarely auctioned. Ancient jade is priced too high, and counterfeiting is extremely serious. Some people bury new jade in the ground, mix it with animal blood and flesh, or even bury it with corpses or soak it with chemicals. For such ancient jade, even experts often misjudge, spending a lot to buy fakes. Thus, as a newcomer, Xiao Xingyun never delves into ancient jade. The waters are too deep. However, since he was injured in the eye by that Tomb Raider's ancient jade the day before yesterday and gained his abilities, Xiao Xingyun felt an inexplicable affinity for ancient jade. Using his X-ray vision, he scanned over the ancient jade. Some looked lifeless, some were unremarkable, with no abnormalities, while others emitted a glow from within containing extraordinary mysterious energy. His eyes harbored an insatiable desire for ancient jade imbued with mysterious energy. Xiao Xingyun roughly estimated that among nearly 100 pieces of ancient jade, only 8 emitted peculiar energy fluctuations. This energy seemed to possess a strange vitality, capturing his attention. A strong urge surged within Xiao Xingyun, a deep desire to touch those ancient jades and the energy they contained. Under the vigilant gaze of the auction house staff, he picked up a piece of ancient jade from the exhibition area and observed it closely. As soon as his hand brushed against the jade, he felt a warm energy flowing through his fingers into his body, ultimately coursing into his eyes. His eyes, which had been overstrained, were rejuvenated by this warm energy, becoming exceedingly comfortable, akin to a withered plant nourished by rain. In one word, it was incredibly refreshing. When Xiao Xingyun opened his eyes again, he noticed that the energy in the piece of ancient jade had vanished, and it was now covered in a spiderweb-like pattern seemingly fragile enough to shatter with a mere touch. Xiao Xingyun was astonished by the transformation of this ancient jade. Could it be that he had absorbed all the energy within, rendering the jade exceedingly brittle? Daring not to show too much emotion, he carefully placed the piece of jade back in its original spot. Then he approached another glowing piece of jade and used the same method to examine it. Indeed, he absorbed the energy within it again. The jade from which the energy had been absorbed was filled with cracks internally, yet its surface remained intact. Xiao Xingyun felt a pang of guilt and placed this piece back as well. The starting price for these jades was at least several $100,000. Currently, he could not afford them, so he could only utilize the energy temporarily and plan to buy them later when he had the funds. Absorbing these energy clusters was incredibly addictive, far more delightful than drinking or smoking. Each absorption cleansed his eyes and provided a slight enhancement. When he finished absorbing the energies from the 8 pieces of ancient jade, a peculiar hot current surged through his eyes, circulating slowly through the meridians of his head and eyes for 3 rounds before stopping automatically. Upon opening his eyes again, he realized he could see things more clearly. Without using any special abilities, he could even read the small text on someone's phone screen from several dozen meters away. Is this an upgrade of my X-ray vision? The energy contained within the ancient jade can enhance my abilities. Xiao Xingyun was overjoyed, gaining a newfound understanding of his ocular powers. This made him even more eager to earn money, for only by making more money could he buy more ancient jade and enhance his abilities. Continuously relying on others' ancient jade energy, it would soon be discovered. If his X-ray vision was exposed, not to mention being captured as a guinea pig, he would also be wary of others in the jade industry, making it difficult to earn big money. At the same time, he was curious about what changes the upgraded X-ray vision would bring. With this thought in mind, he used his X-ray vision on a female staff member in front of him. A warm current flashed through his eyes, and the imagery within startled Xiao Xingyun. He actually saw a vibrant beating heart, colorful intestines, and all the internal organs vividly displayed before him. Previously, his X-ray vision could only see beneath others' clothing, and now it could penetrate beneath the skin to reveal the internal organs as clear as a CT scan. No clearer than a CT scan, as if he were dissecting the body and seeing everything firsthand. She appeared young and healthy on the outside, but there was a growth the size of a fingernail on her liver. Whether it was a cyst or a tumor was uncertain. "Sir, what are you looking at?" The young and beautiful waitress seemed somewhat displeased, as Xiao Xingyun had been staring at her body for quite a while, particularly at those indescribable areas. Xiao Xingyun came back to his senses and kindly reminded her, "Beauty, you've been feeling discomfort in your liver, which is to say your right upper abdomen, hasn't it? You should take the time to get an ultrasound at the hospital soon." The beautiful waitress was a bit surprised. How did you know?" "I thought it was just due to intense exercise causing a side stitch, but I have been feeling a bit bloated and painful." "Are you a doctor?" "Yes, I am a doctor. Trust me, you can't go wrong." Since the other party had provided a reason for herself, Xiao Xingyun had no reason not to use it. After saying this, he turned and left regardless of whether the waitress would heed his advice. "Xiao Yunzi, you should congratulate your brother. I'm about to fall in love. My goodness, Gu Qingcheng is so beautiful, I can't marry anyone else in this lifetime." "Then prepare to be single. Not only in this life, but even in the next you won't have a chance. Can we not be so heartless?" "Forget it, let's not talk about women. Let me show you a few of the numbers I've selected. They look particularly promising, and I'm sure their value will skyrocket once cut. This piece has a starting price of 8,000 yuan, and I estimate the final price will be around 4,000. This one starts at 1,200, and it won't go for less than 5,000. Xiao Xingyun glanced at the auction items chosen by Fatty Luo, comparing them to his own selections, and found that none overlapped. In other words, the auction numbers chosen by Fatty Luo were not worth much, and he was bound to incur losses. Thus he gently guided him, saying, "We are just poor stall owners attending an original stone auction for the first time. Why not start by buying some inexpensive small stones like number 92, which has a starting price of only 2,000 yuan, or number 167, which starts at only 900 yuan. Those stones are too small, the things cut from them won't be worth much. But I'll listen to you, your luck has always been good. If the premium isn't too high, I'll try bidding." "Haha, I hope so." Xiao Xingyun said no more, fearing that the other might become suspicious later. At 8:30 p.m. the auction officially began, and the participating customers gradually returned to their seats. They found their seats according to their entry numbers. Then, following the auctioneer's reminder, they noticed an auction device behind their seats which resembled a mobile phone and operated it. Customers wishing to participate in the bidding could prepay a deposit of 100 yuan on the auction device. If they did not intend to bid, they could ignore the device. Customers who did not pay the deposit could not participate in the bidding. If they decided to bid at the last minute, their bidding data would not connect to the auctioneer's screen terminal. To participate in the hidden bidding, a deposit of 10 million yuan was required. If not paid, even if one offered the highest bid, it would not count and would be passed to the next customer who had paid the deposit. Xiao Xingyan's seat number 421 and Fatty Luo's seat number 422 were positioned very far back, almost in the last row of the auction hall. Fortunately, this is an electronic information age, and a gigantic display screen larger than a cinema screen allowed even those in the back row to see clearly. The stunning beauty Gu Qingqing, whom Fatty Luo was infatuated with, sat in the front row of VIP seats. With his exceptional vision, Xiao Xingyun spotted her in seat number 8. The treatment of the wealthy is indeed extraordinary. All right, most customers have paid their deposits, and the time is right. We will officially enter the auction phase. With the auctioneers, shout, the main event for the night commenced. The first dozen or so auction lots appeared flawless at a glance, yet beneath the surface, they were utter rubbish. When a rough stone is opened to show a window, it may look all green or all icy, but inside there are intermittent fractures and coarse bean-type texture, not even reaching nuo grade. Spending money to bid on such pieces is purely throwing your money away. Jadeite rough grades from poor to fine typically run broken rock, bean-type, nuo-type, ice-type, and bicolor. Colorless is the worst. Green is supreme. Red comes next. Yellow and purple can also be top tier. As for gray, black, and other mottled hues, the trade often dismisses them as junk. Final auction prices generally run 3 to 5 times the starting price. In other words, a lot with 1,000 yuan base often needs 3 to 5,000 to secure it. Very occasionally, an exceptionally beautiful lot or a fiercely contested one will fetch 8 to 10 times its base. Those 8 or 10-fold premiums either reflect foolish bidders or the caprice of the wealthy. A man like Xiao Xingyun, poor and intent only on making money, would never act so recklessly. The first lot he had his eye on was number 54, with a starting price of 9,000. He advised Luo Ponzi to pick something cheap because the pieces Luo favored were so poor they would only lose money if won. The jadeite rough Xiao selected had no window, weighed 6.8 kilograms, and looked black and glossy with streaks of brown. The appraiser was unenthusiastic, hence the modest 9,000 base price. So Xiao Xingyun bid. The big screen displayed a three-dimensional image of the rough and several close-up details. The auctioneer energetically extolled the stone's merits and read the appraiser's notes, naturally emphasizing the positives. Whether to buy or not remained the bidder's choice. The base is 9,000. Each increment must be at least 1,000 or an exact multiple thereof. Bidding begins now. Enter an amount on the bidding terminal or press the plus key to add 1,000 per press. Hold it down and the amount will keep increasing. Xiao Xingyun entered 20,000 on his first attempt. After confirming, the screen instantly registered the information VIP 421 bid 20,000. Immediately someone outbid him. VIP 19 offered 30,000, VIP 336 then offered 33,000. Only the current leading bidder's number is shown on the big screen. Lower offers are passed over, though they may be topped up at any time. Modern electronic bidding is far more convenient than the old paddle method. Of course, for extremely important auctions, such as land, traditional methods still dominate. More people joined the bidding, but once the price passed 40,000, participants thinned out. Xiao, however, pursued it relentlessly. He was determined to possess this rough. Current highest bid 48,000. No higher bid from any other VIP yet. 10-second countdown. If no one raises the price, it will be sold. If someone bids, the timer extends by 10 seconds. 10-9-8. The bid on the screen was his, and his heart pounded as the seconds slipped away. This was his first time bidding on a jadeite rough, and the stone's core showed a swath of emerald green, crystalline and translucent, at least ice-type green. Such green has its own exalted name, Diwan green. What appears under a discerning inspection versus with the naked eye can differ. Perhaps it falls short of true Diwan green, but not by much. By today's market valuations for Diwan green, if this rough were cut open, even a modest core would be worth over 20 million. Xiao could pass on other roughs, but for this one he would stake everything he owned. If the bids exceeded his entire fortune, he would truly be helpless. He had a few other small gems among his picks that were quite fine, yet none of them compared to this piece. 321. Congratulations to VIP 421. This jadeite rough is yours. After payment on the bidding terminal, you may collect your stone from the display area. Alternatively, you can complete the paperwork together at the end. We offer free delivery within this city. Xiao paid on the bidding terminal, but was not in a hurry to collect it. He still had a little over 200,000 left and intended to spend it all before the day ended. This was the gamble of his life, his one chance to turn things around. Beside him, Luo Pengzi said anxiously, "Xiao, you really dared to bid. That rough is black as coal, looks like trash. How could you take it?" "Nearly 50,000. By instinct," Xiao replied. "I feel this will surge in value, so I acted. Now it's your turn. I won't be bidding." The other lots Xiao favored were queued in the middle of the rotation and would not come up for some time. The numbers he recommended to Luo 92 and 167 would be reached in about 10 minutes. There were a great many lots today, so the auction moved very quickly. During this time, the auctioneer would also push 10 secret lot roughs, the true climax of the sale. There were even rumors of an on-site stone opening demonstration, though that was uncertain. The process takes time, and few would stay until the late hours to see the final act. After a while, lot 92 came up, a rough already opened to show a window, but the color was wrong. Gray-green bean type with rather large cotton fibers. Bracelets of that quality would be hard to sell, even at 500 each. So although the rough weighed 3 or 4 kilograms, its base was only 8,000. The auctioneer said little before bidding opened. Luo, excited, placed an initial offer of 20,000. There were few rivals. After several rounds, he secured the rough at 55,000. Luo instantly filled with regret. "Damn it, Xiao, I got carried away. 55,000. That could have paid for 50 visits to the club." Xiao comforted him. "Think of it this way. Maybe the club you frequent will be swept out by someone else. These tens of thousands might just have saved you." "Screw you, I won't listen. Next time I'll bid my way," Luo snapped. Xiao only smiled without replying. That gray-green bean type rough, Xiao knew, if cut a few centimeters deeper, could reveal top-tier ICER material. A grown man's fist in size, it could yield a bangle, a pendant, and several ring faces. At least 3 to 4 million. It was not that Xiao scorned those 3 or 4 million, but his funds were limited. He still had other more valuable roughs to contend for and needed reserves. Luo, serving as Xiao's guide and half a jade master, deserved a little reward. It was a matter of gratitude. Even if Luo frittered away his family fortune, that piece of red jade would be a safety net preventing him from falling into despair. Sure enough, freed from restraint, Luo kept bidding and quickly squandered his savings. Only then did he show the plain, unpretentious smile of someone blissfully ruined by extravagance. "I feel like I can earn 100 million this time," the extravagant Luo fatty said with some trepidation, boasting to Xiao Xingyun. Patients always believe they can succeed without medication, but reality is often cruel. "Pa, your Inyang language is at least level 8. Why haven't you taken the level 8 English test?" Humble him low-key. "Do you have any objections?" Next, Xiao Xingyun seized the opportunity to bid on 2 jade rough stones. The competition was quite fierce, with each averaging nearly 70,000 before finally sealing the deal. So far, he had bid on 3 items, having spent nearly 1900, leaving about 1100 in his item number 457, which Xiao Xingyun was optimistic about, caused a stir, starting at a base price of 500 and being bid up to 600. 2 wealthy individuals were still competing, one of whom was the VIP guest in seat number 8, Gu Qingqing. This piece of jade had distinct external features, with cracks revealing some white and green base color, which drove everyone into a frenzy, exceeding the base price by more than tenfold. Ultimately, Gu Qingqing secured it for 72000. At this point, the atmosphere was electric, the bidding pace was rapid, and the excitement palpable. The first 500 numbered jade rough stones and Hetian jade rough stones had all been auctioned off in just over 40 minutes. Many auction items ended in mere seconds, while over 100 pieces were left unsold with no bids at all. The market for antiquities was clearly not doing well. Too many felt that the depths of antique jade were too treacherous and were unwilling to take risks. Out of dozens of pieces, only a few were sold, while the rest went unsold. As the grand finale, there were 10 hidden bids, each starting in the tens of millions. With the help of 10 staff members, each carrying a numbered bidding box, Xiao Xingyun's roommate Zhang Hao was among them. "Now we will start the count from box number 1. I will open it under the surveillance of the camera to complete the tally." Upon opening the bidding box, he found it quite large, but there were only a dozen or so bids inside. "I hereby announce that the final winner of the number 1 hidden bid rough stone is Mr. Su with a final effective price of 48 million. Now I announce that the final winner of the number 2 hidden bid rough stone is Ms. Gu with a final effective price of 52 million. Now I announce." The results of the bidding for the 10 hidden bid jade rough stones were quickly revealed, most of which were snatched up by the front row VIP seats, with the total price for the 10 hidden bids exceeding 500 million. One could say that the total auction price of the hundreds of smaller rough stones did not even reach the total price of these 10 hidden bids. Gu Qingqing, whom Xiao Xingyun had been keeping an eye on, won the number 2 and number 7 hidden bid rough stones. Xiao Xingyun had seen the number 2 stone and knew its jade quality was quite good. It should appreciate significantly. However, the number 7 hidden bid rough stone was worthless, being waxy white and colorless with a combined weight of over 100 pounds, yielding only a few pieces of green. That's several tens of millions were wasted. Thinking about it made Xiao Xingyun feel sorry for Gu Qingqing. However, he quickly realized how is this related to him. It's not his money after all. He wasn't familiar with Gu Qingqing at all. They hadn't even exchanged a glance. He had only used his clairvoyance to look at her a few times and felt no obligation to guide her on which hidden bid to choose. Of course, even if he did advise her, she would likely think he was crazy, and it might even lead to her bodyguards throwing him out. Besides, it's so hard to be a good person in this society. As Xiao Xingyun thought this, he glanced at his classmate Luo Fatty beside him. If even his good friend didn't trust him, how could a stranger believe him? At this moment, the auctioneer, who was also the host, reminded everyone that they could freely purchase unsold items, and if they were interested in any, they could buy them at the base price. For customers who liked on-site jade unboxing, they could go to the unboxing area, which had 20 small unboxing machines and 10 large unboxing machines available for customers' use. They just needed to submit an application and sign an unboxing agreement. At this moment, all the items in the exhibition hall were those that went unsold. Items that were bid on had already been moved to the warehouse by the staff. Xiao Xingyun still had about 110,000 available winnings. He wasn't anxious to watch others unbox jade. Instead, he wandered among the more than 100 unsold items, searching for something of value. Xiao Yin, I'm going to queue for unboxing. Aren't you coming? All right, after you're done, remember to find me in the unboxing area. Haha, tonight is our night for wealth. I'm off now. Luo Fatty ran off excitedly. Okay, I'll find you later, Xiao Xingyun replied, continuing to search for bargains in the unsold area. There was a jade rough stone with a base price of 8,000, and while its quality was actually quite good, it had 5 mixed colors: green, red, yellow, white, and purple, which initially made Xiao Xingyun overlook it. Because under normal bidding conditions, it would need to appreciate at least 3 to 5 times to secure it, which was not cost-effective. However, now that it had gone unsold, it could be obtained. This mixed color jade can be made into ornaments and is extremely rare. With some hype, it can fetch a high price. 3 colors can be termed as 3-color jade, while 5 colors can be termed as 5-color jade. To be honest, 3-color jade is quite common, but 5-color jade is exceedingly rare, especially such a large piece full of mixed 5-color jade. The quantity is even scarcer. When unboxing later in public, perhaps this unsold rough stone that no one wanted could allow him to step into the 10 million club. Xiao Xingyun immediately purchased the 5-color jade rough stone, paid the fee, and received a purchase receipt. The staff proactively informed him that it could be stored with the other purchased items. Xiao Xingyun nodded in agreement, then rushed to the next bargain. Why was it called a small bargain? Because it was a seed material weighing tens of pounds, but the skin was too thick and the color was between crimson and speckled gold, making it very unusual and leading many to think it was fake skin. Under the thick fake skin, it was impossible to see what color the jade beneath was. Was it white, green, black, or yellow? No one could tell. Who would dare to buy it? Its base price was 5,000, and if he wanted to buy it, Xiao Xingyun would have spent nearly 3,000 today, exhausting all his savings, even needing to transfer pocket money from his Alipay just to scrape by. Although he had 300,000 in winnings, he had to pay a 20 tax. He used his clairvoyance to inspect the seed material rough stone again, confirming that it indeed contained fine white jade that could reach the level of mutton fat. Acquiring it for 5,000 could yield at least 100-fold return. This seed material, I'm betting on it going all in. The bidding deposit had already been refunded, and he transferred all his pocket money from Alipay to his bank card, barely gathering the 50,000. Without a second thought, Xiao Xingyun immediately bought the huge seed material. Spending over 300,000 in one go felt incredible. He began to understand Luo Fatty's feelings. However, while he had secured 5 rough stones, all appreciating, Luo Fatty wasn't so fortunate. Aside from the one he had guided him to, all others had turned out to be worthless. Perhaps he should publicly unbox a rough stone to gauge the market sentiment, ideally selling it on the spot to relieve the emptiness of his wallet. When Xiao Xingyun found Luo Panzai in the stone-cutting hall, he was sitting amidst a pile of shattered stones, his eyes already red from crying. It's all over, completely over. Even the 4 pieces of rough stone I valued the most have all collapsed. More than 200,000 is all my fortune. I can't even recover the 2,000 I initially invested. Now there's only that worthless stone you picked for me left, and I can't even be bothered to cut it anymore. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this auction today. I've lost everything. This more than 200,000 could have taken me to the club so many times. Xiao Xingyun secretly praised himself for strongly insisting that Luo Panzai bid on a piece of rough stone he liked, otherwise he would truly be in tears. The rough stone he had him bid on, number 92, was bound to appreciate greatly, allowing him to recover his losses and even multiply his assets several times. A real man should face both victory and defeat with grace, or why cry? There's no way to lose everything. There's still the last piece, right? If I were you, I would just cut it too. It's easy for you to say, oh, when your stone collapses later, I won't believe you want cry. Forget it, a bet is a bet, I won't complain anymore. Let's cut that last piece of worthless stone too. Luo Panzai, in a fit of pique, picked up the remaining small piece of rough stone and rushed out of the crowd of onlookers who were mocking him, re-entering the small stone cutting area. Haha, this fat guy is really pitiful. He lost several 100,000. But his mentality is too poor. Ooh, just look at him, a newcomer who cried on the spot. What else can he do but make a fool of himself? Exactly. Back when I was gambling on stones in Myanmar, I lost over 10 million and didn't even flinch. It wasn't until my wife slapped me a few times that I cried out. Damn, that tigress hit hard, it really hurt. The onlookers couldn't possibly say anything comforting. They were there just to have fun, enjoying the misfortunes of others. If they saw someone else profit, they'd probably be so envious their eyes would turn red, wishing they could snatch the other's rough stone. Suddenly, countless sighs of regret echoed from the large stone cutting area. Oh no, come look. The hidden bid from the Gu family's young lady collapsed. My heavens, she lost several million at once. What a pile of garbage this is. Cutting it in half revealed not a hint of green. The hidden bids can be deceptive. Just now, Mr. Z's hidden bid rough stone also collapsed, but at least it was a giant piece of glutinous jade, and even if he lost half, he could still take out dozens of bracelets. I have a feeling there's something wrong with this batch of materials. It's not old pit material. This auction feels just like the legendary pig-killing market. We haven't seen a single good piece appreciate yet. Xiao Xingyun heard the commotion and joined the crowd to watch. The stone being cut was number 7 in the hidden bid, which was the piece Xiao Xingyun was least optimistic about. Gu Qingxing truly lived up to her status as a wealthy heiress. Even after losing this several million hidden bid rough stone, she remained composed and cold, giving a few quiet instructions to her female assistant, who promptly ran into the stone cutting area to convey something to the stone cutter. Through the transparent glass wall of the stone cutting area, one could clearly see the female assistant gesturing the new cutting route, while the stone cutter under her guidance drew a long line. They were actually going to cut it in half again. The hidden bid rough stones weighed hundreds of pounds, some even over 1,000. The cutting speed was a bit slow. As everyone waited anxiously, a burst of excited laughter from Luo Panzai came from the small stone cutting area. Ha ha ha, it's up. It's skyrocketing. Everyone come look. The jade rough stone I bought has appreciated. I cut out ice-type red jade high ice. This instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even the auction house's manager was startled. Because they urgently needed a jade rough stone that appreciated. To calm everyone down, they needed to prove that this wasn't a pig-killing market. Our jade rough stones are of high quality. If someone appreciates, it's just bad luck if you don't. Your judgment was lacking. Congratulations to Mr. Luo. The rough stone number 92 he bid on has appreciated greatly. Based on the current situation, it's worth at least a few million. He cut it in half, and currently we don't know how much red jade is left on either side. The host in the stone cutting area amplified the celebratory atmosphere. Xiao Yin, where did you run off to? I hit the jackpot, why don't I see you? You wouldn't abandon your brother to watch someone else cut stones, would you? Luo Panzai's somewhat distorted voice echoed throughout the venue. This fat guy should tone it down, it's just a few million, can't he be a bit more composed? Xiao Xingyun thought to himself, but quickly ran over. When he reached the stone cutting area, he found that the rough stone had been cut in half, perfectly slicing through a thin layer of red jade, dividing it into 2 thinner sections. Originally, it could have yielded a bracelet of standard size and a pendant, but now it's been cut like this, it can actually be considered ruined, only able to produce 3 or 4 pendants. The price difference between a premium jade pendant and bracelet is not just 10 or 8 times, it's a world. A top-quality ice-type bracelet can range from hundreds of thousands to millions, or even tens of millions, depending on its finesse and color vibrancy. However, pendants made from the same material can only fetch tens of thousands or several 100,000 at most. Any higher would be impossible. Yet as long as it's not fully cut open, others won't see the jade distribution in this rough stone, and it can still be sold for a high price. Xiao Yun, I owe you big time, I'll treat you to the club tomorrow. Luo Panzai patted Xiao Xingyun's shoulder, his excitement making him stutter. Don't mess with me, I'm not that kind of person. Xiao Xingyun firmly rejected in front of so many people. How could he agree, being such an upright person? At that moment, the stone cutter asked, Mr. Luo, should we continue cutting this rough stone? Luo Panzai hesitated. At that moment, from the newly arrived crowd of onlookers, someone suddenly bid, Hey friend, don't cut it anymore. If it collapses, it won't be beautiful. I'll offer 2 million to buy this jade rough stone. Boss Wang, you're too heartless. For such good ice red, you're only offering 2 million. I'll directly offer a bomb price of 3 million. Going straight for it shows my sincerity. At this moment, Gu Qingxing suddenly spoke, her voice crisp and pleasant. My Gu family offers 4 million. I ask all colleagues to be understanding. The Gu family is new to the jewelry industry and urgently needs premium materials to uphold our image. If I offend anyone, I hope for your forgiveness. Hearing her say this, even the various small and medium jewelers who were somewhat displeased had no choice but to step back and leave this opportunity to Gu Qingqing. In a fierce competition, they couldn't outbid the Gu family. It was better to leave some face for future dealings. The series of bids energized Luo Pan's eye, and he shouted, "I want to cut a few more times to try." But just as he said this, Xiao Xingyun quickly covered his mouth, saying, "No, you don't want to." If they hadn't messed up the middle cut and had cut the complete ice red, Xiao Xingyun was confident they could sell it for a high. But now after cutting it in half, it completely ruined the integrity of this slab of ice red. If someone offered for $1 million, they should be secretly pleased. Seeing the seriousness, determination, and insistence in Xiao Xingyun's eyes, Luo Panze immediately backed down. He then quickly changed his words, saying, "No more cutting, I'll listen to my brother. If no one bids higher, then I'll sell it for $4 million to this beautiful lady." The reputation of the Gu family holds considerable weight in the antique world. With Gu Qingqing offering a high price and leveraging her family's name, there was no competition. The crucial point was that the owner of the jade rough agreed to the price. Thus, Gu Qingqing sent someone to acquire the rough stone and arrange for a transfer to Luo de Peo. Soon $4 million arrived in his account, and Luo de Peo was as excited as if he were drunk, counting on his fingers how much he had made. Is he really that foolish? Just use the calculator on your phone, reminded Xiao Xingyun. Right, it's a good reminder from my brother, he'll calculate it now. Amidst the compliments and congratulations from others, Luo de Peo squatted in a corner genuinely, using his phone's calculator to tally his earnings. On the other side, the dark horse marked number 7 was cut again, and after 2 unsuccessful attempts, there was although the Gu family was wealthy, the loss of tens of millions placed some pressure on her, making her expression even colder. Xiao Xingyun intended to get closer to her, but decided against it upon seeing her current expression. Indeed, the price she offered was quite tempting. Desperate for money, or rather with an empty bank account, Xiao Xingyun urgently needed the support of a super-rich benefactor. Thus he applied for on-site stone splitting, bringing out the small jade rough number 54, which might reveal Imperial Green to cut. This rough stone weighed only 6.8 kilograms, quite small, but beneath its thin outer layer lay a heart of jade green. Xiao Xingyun also used a powerful flashlight to inspect the rough stone. Its deceptive surface made it impossible to guess that it could be of Imperial Green quality. He personally marked a few cutting lines on the rough stone with a marker, instructing the stonecutter to follow his lines. "What can you cut with just this little bit of skin? I think for such a small rough stone we should cut it directly in the middle to save time and effort," suggested the stonecutter, indicating it would be less trouble. "I don't care what you think, I care about what I think. Cut according to the lines I drew. If you make a mistake, you will bear the consequences." Xiao Xingyun responded coldly to the disruptive suggestions of the stonecutter. Fine, you are the boss, I will listen to you," said the stonecutter with a sarcastic tone, turning his face away and muttering, "Buying these small rough stones hardly makes you a boss. If you had real ability, you would bid in the dark auction." Xiao Xingyun couldn't be bothered to argue with him, waiting for the Imperial Green to emerge and blind his eyes. At that point, he would be grateful for not making a hasty cut, as it could lead to ruin. After all, there were many surveillance cameras here, and everything was recorded. If something went wrong, reviewing the footage would clarify everything, unlike in some places where all the cameras would conveniently fail. At this moment, a problem arose in the large stone-splitting area where another VIP's dark horse was cut, resulting in extremely poor quality, yielding a pile of rubbish. Today, there were a total of 10 dark horses, all large rough stones weighing hundreds of pounds. However, after cutting 4, only 1 barely managed to break, even while 3 were of such poor quality that they were hardly comparable to the materials from old mines. Qin's jewelry auction house is incredibly unscrupulous. Today is clearly a slaughterhouse scheme. What kind of old mine material is this? It's even worse than new mine products. In the new mines, such large rough stones cannot possibly yield a pile of junk. Refund. How come I haven't seen a single piece of quality material today? Damn it, another one cut down. The big shots in the dark auction are getting anxious. Out of the 10 dark horses, 5 have already been ruined, and the failure rate is too high. I even suspect there isn't a single piece of quality rough stone among them. At this moment, the frustrated big shots gathered together, some unable to suppress their anger. The manager of this auction house rushed to the scene to calm the guests and address the unruly customers. Simultaneously, he called his boss to send a heavyweight figure to help defuse the situation. "All of you are experts. You understand that in the stone gambling business, rising or failing is all about luck. Just now, Mr. Luo, who just entered the field, managed to cut a piece of ice red, and it was a significant rise. Yes, today the chances of a rise are indeed fewer, but that doesn't mean there isn't good material. Perhaps it simply hasn't been revealed yet. Everyone please remain calm. In a moment, our young master Qin Tianxi will personally arrive here to witness the stone-splitting miracle with everyone." Just as this was said, a sudden exclamation came from the small stone-splitting area. "My God, it's green. Exceptional ice green extremely close to Imperial Green. A significant rise, a super rise, come quickly and see. The excitement in the stone-splitting room echoed with the stone-cutter's shouts. This shout drew everyone's attention, especially the general manager of the auction house, who felt as if he had heard a life-saving signal. See, I knew there would be a significant rise in rough stones, it's just that it hasn't been revealed yet. Let's examine the quality of this rough stone, and let the esteemed experts personally assess its quality. The host of the stone-splitting hall ran the fastest, already understanding the situation, and began to introduce it as soon as the general manager and the dark auction big shots arrived. This auction item numbered 54 has a base price of 9,000 yuan. Mr. Xiao spent 4,800 to purchase it. This rough stone weighs 6.8 kilograms, and it was marked so cheaply because the appraisers didn't have high hopes for it, perhaps because its appearance was too ordinary. During the auction process, the competition was not intense, which also indicates that the appraisers' assessments were correct. By the way, I would like to interview Mr. Xiao. What made you decide to bid on this rough stone? The host held the microphone in front of Xiao Xingyun. Glancing at the crowd of onlookers, he didn't feel nervous at all. The more people there were, the fiercer the competition would be, leading to a higher final price. Thus he answered loudly, fabricating, "This is my first time bidding on rough stones. I actually know nothing about it. I just thought this rough stone looked nice and the price was reasonable, so I decided to give it a try. Who knew that no one else valued this rough stone? I casually raised the price a few times and secured it." Mr. Xiao, your luck is incredible. This isn't just my sentiment, it's likely shared by everyone, right? The last sentence was directed at the crowd. Yes, I also think you lucky guy hit the jackpot. Ice green, better quality, larger, and more valuable than that ice red we just saw. You've made it big. This piece of green alone could be worth several million. In the excitement of listening to the hosts bragging, we seem to have forgotten that the stone cutter is still at work. Could it be that he still wants to cut a window? Stop cutting, I'll offer 5 million, shouted one of the jewelry tycoons, eager to grab the opportunity. No rush, since it's been cut, I intend to finish it. Stopping halfway is not my style, Xiao Xingyun stated with determination. Haha, the little brother may not be old, but he's a seasoned driver. He can speed on this rough road. I admire you, buddy, laughed a greasy middle-aged man. What do you mean by driving? I'm just stating the facts, all right. At that moment, the stone cutter shouted excitedly. It's green again, still ice green, and it's already showing ice green on both sides. This cut will at least triple the rise compared to the last one. The first cut drew a bid of 5 million. If the second cut triples the value of the previous slice, it will be at least 15 million. The stone cutter may not possess a particularly discerning eye for gambling on jade, but having sliced so many jadeite roughs, he knows the market prices intimately. He naturally understood the difference between a single window green and green showing on two faces. The workshop camera zoomed in, and the area where the stone had been cut on both sides was wiped again, so everyone could see more clearly. It was indeed a top-quality ice green, barely qualifying as Zhenyang green. The color distribution was uneven, and overall it still fell a tier short of Diwan green. 15 million. They'll take it. Mr. Xiao, what do you think? Gu Qingcheng suddenly spoke. This time, she did not wait for others to bid, but took the initiative with a high offer to seize the chance. Before Xiao Xingyun could reply, other jewelers nearby exclaimed, "Wow, that's far too high. It leaves us no green on both faces. It's still too risky. Who knows what the other two sides look like and what size of good material can be extracted in the end. But I think it's still some way from Diwan green. There is slight mottling. Given market conditions, in its present state, 12 million would be the ceiling." Xiao Xingyun shook his head calmly. "I've marked 4 lines. I must finish cutting along this line before I will even consider whether to sell. If it soars, I'll be delighted. If it collapses, I'll take it as tuition, a lesson learned. If Mr. Xiao has decided, then we shall wait and see." Gu Qingcheng's expression remained cool. She neither pressured nor persuaded. The onlookers voiced all manner of remarks. For his act of putting on airs, I'd give 9 points. I'll keep the remaining 91 to myself. Paying over 10 million as tuition. Does he really have the nerve? I bet his outfit isn't worth more than 1,000. Enough talk. Putting that aside, I admire his composure. If I came up with a jadeite rough worth tens of millions regardless of size, I'd be ecstatic. At that moment, Luo Pengzi, who had just finished calculating his own profit, finally understood what had happened. He rushed over and hugged Xiao Xingyun. "Big brother, henceforth you are my true big brother. You're incredible. Our first time gambling on a stone, and you already get a Diwan green. Only a small area reaches Diwan green level. Most of it is ice-flecked green." Xiao Xingyun corrected Luo Pengzi's exaggeration. Yes. You're handsome, so whatever you say is right," Luo Pengzi said with a broad smile, instantly understanding Xiao's point below key. He understood perfectly. At that moment, the stonecutter cried out excitedly, "It's risen again. The third face shows green, the same quality, the same ice green. My God, I reckon I want cut the last face. It's green on all 4 faces. Continue cutting." I said 4 faces, and I mean 4 faces, missing one, and it doesn't count. Xiao Xingyun was not trying to boast. He wanted to see how the real cut jadeite differed from what his X-ray vision had. This was his first opportunity to accumulate that kind of experience, vital to him. Whatever others thought, he intended to proceed with the cut, and no one could stop him. 20 million. He'll raise the price. Mr. Xiao, I believe you should seriously consider the sincerity of this is my business card. If you ever have other good material, you can contact me anytime. Gu Qingqing stepped forward, approached Xiao Xingyun, and with a graceful jade-like hand offered a delicate pink business card. The card carried a faint scent like her perfume. Xiao Xingyun glanced at it. It bore only a name and a phone number. The name was Gu Qingqing, which he already knew. The phone number was likely genuine. Xiao Xingyun said modestly, "I'm afraid this might be my only stroke of good fortune in this life. But if luck smiles on me again, and Ms. Gus offers are appropriate, I'll contact you." Mr. Xiao, you are too modest, Gu Qingqing replied politely as she quietly watched the cutting. A few minutes later, the stonecutter finally removed the outer skin from the fourth face. Green, still green. Only that the quality and tone were slightly inferior to the other 3 faces. With all 4 faces open, the jadeite's full volume was revealed. Its net weight was roughly 2 kilograms. Most of it was yang green with floating patterns and a small portion of pure Xinjiang green. This small patch essentially met the Diwan green standard. With such a large transverse section and only minor fissures at the center, at least 2 flawless bangles could be carved, suitable as a shop's showpiece treasures. Ice-type yang green bangles currently command such premiums that they cannot be judged by average market prices. A small Daiwan green ring face can be bought for just tens of thousands. But a small Daiwan green pendant often requires a price of 100,000 or more, sometimes several hundred thousand. With prestigious branding and heavy settings, the price can climb into the millions. A full all-green Daiwan green bangle, when coveted by an extremely wealthy buyer, can easily fetch tens of millions. Of course, even Diwan green is graded. It is classified by the intensity of green color, uniformity, water type, and other important factors. Xiao Xingyun's piece was a slightly inferior ice type. Had it been a glass type yang green, it would command truly top-tier prices for the same volume. This material might be worth 20 to 30 million on the market, whereas a glass type Xinjiang green could be valued at 2 to 300 million. Not long ago, at a major overseas auction, a glass-type Daiwan green jade bangle sold for more than 100 million Huaxia currency. Other supreme Daiwan green bangles, fetching several tens of millions at auction, are relatively common. Leaving aside the murkiness of some auctions, industry insiders have tacitly accepted the pricing for top-tier Daiwan green bangles. At the scene, the onlookers' jaws nearly dropped. Some were consumed with envy, and their eyes reddened. A full green jadeite rough with green on all 4 faces, plus a discernible Daiwan green area, whose weight and dimensions could be estimated. Even with Gu Qingqing's bid, other jewelers still wanted to try their luck. I bid 22 million, Mr. Xiao. Please consider Lao Fengxiang jewelry. TCH, so stingy. It's green on all 4 faces, and only 22 million. Zhongjin Jewelry bids 23 million. Gus Jewelry bids 25 million. Sincerely purchasing, and we will maintain the highest bid. This was the pride of the Gu family and the source of Gu Qingqing's confidence. Our young master bids 26 million. At that moment, staff from Qin's Jewelry led a dashing young gentleman into the cutting hall, none other than their young owner Qin Tianxi. Qin Tianxi called from afar. This jadeite rough's quality is fine. I received a report from my staff earlier, and I am satisfied. Moreover, our Qin family is about to participate in the international jewelry competition and urgently needs top-quality materials, so I could not resist competing with you distinguished guests. Not to mention how much this piece of jade would be worth as jewelry. Its current market price has already exceeded Xiao Xingyun's expectations. As the owner of the jade rough and a true pauper, the higher the bid from others, the better it is for him. This is his chance to become wealthy overnight. Qin Tianxi made a bid of 26 million, making a strong first impression and startling everyone present. As the owner of the auction house, isn't it inappropriate for young Master Qin to be both the judge and the participant? Gu Qingqing frowned, slightly surprised to see members of the Qin family vying for the item. It's not a matter of judge and participant. I simply like this piece of jade and wish to buy it as a private collection. Since that's the case, let's follow the rules of business. 30 million. This piece of jade is ours from the Gu Qingqing, outwardly gentle, yet internally strong, showed a bit of impatience, immediately raising the price to the threshold of 30 million. Hiss! Xiao Xingyun gasped in shock. This price was too shocking, already exceeding the normal market range. Even if he successfully obtained the money, it would be a hot potato. 30 million. In our lifetime, we wouldn't earn that much even selling goods at a stall. Why don't we just concede? Fatty Luo was even more excited than Xiao Xingyun, shouting in delight from the sidelines. Xiao Xingyun ignored the fat man and shifted his gaze to Qin Tianxi. He had heard this young master was the heir of the Qin family, and his appearance was indeed remarkable. handsome and tall, only slightly inferior to himself. He gave him a look hoping he would understand. The implication was that Miss Gu had already offered 30 million, wouldn't he respond? Miss Gu is generous, but I can't keep up with that price and my pocket money isn't sufficient. If no one else bids, this piece of jade rough will belong to you. To think that among the auction house's warm-up scraps, there would be a top-grade Imperial Green piece, truly unexpected. Qin Tian's bold move stunned everyone. They initially expected a fierce competition, but the moment Gu Qingxing made her move, he backed down. This tactic was too slick, akin to a con artist's trick. Everyone understood the underlying message. Clearly, it was an excuse for the Qin auction house, implying that even from our warm-up scraps we could produce Imperial Green. If the main event unexpectedly reveals something, it's just your bad luck, and the auction house won't take the blame. Many like Gu Qingxing were extremely dissatisfied with Qin Tian's attempt to shift the blame. Xiao Xingyun was also taken aback. What happened to the anticipated bidding war? What happened to stoking the flames? However, 30 million was still quite good, already exceeding his expectations. I'm very satisfied with this price, Miss Gu. This piece of jade belongs to your Gu family now. Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Xingyun took the initiative to finalize the deal. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your generosity. If any good materials come up in the future, please feel free to contact me. After Gu Qingxing finished speaking, she instructed her female assistant to transfer the money to Xiao Xingyun. With a net income of 30 million today, becoming wealthy overnight, Xiao Xingyun dared not cut into any other materials, fearing envy. Even though the 3 remaining pieces of jade rough and 1 piece of seed material were far less valuable than this Imperial Green, each had appreciated significantly. How anyone with a bit of sense would start to doubt themselves. He had to play it safe. Survival is the key to longevity. Soon his phone buzzed with a notification of the train. With a 3 at the front and several zeros trailing, Xiao Xingyun counted 3 times before suppressing his excitement, maintaining a calm demeanor as he completed the paperwork for the remaining 4 pieces. Then Xiao Xingyun and Fatty Luo sat together in the transport vehicle heading back to their residence. The remaining 4 pieces of rough were not heavy, and with the help of the auction house workers they were smoothly moved into the rented apartment. He now understood why the big shots collecting jade in the circle all lived in villas and had basements. Carrying stones up and down was truly inconvenient, even with elevators. Of course, there was another more important reason for those big shots to live in villas: they had money. Xiao Xingyun felt that if he were in another place he could buy a villa with this 30 million, but in Shanghai this amount would only buy a large flat, which was still something to be pleased about. He excluded the large flats in the Thompson Riviera, as those were simply unaffordable. Naturally, he couldn't even afford the smallest unit. They started at over 400 square meters with prices exceeding 100,000 per square meter. Oh, just thinking about it made him feel pitifully poor. 30 million in Shanghai was truly too little. Brother Yun, you're already a multi-millionaire, yet you still live in a rental. Why not buy a place nearby? It was the middle of the night, yet Fatty Luo still wouldn't leave, running down to the supermarket to buy a case of beer and some snacks like peanuts, dried tofu, and spicy chicken feet, insisting on celebrating with Xiao Xingyun. I'm considering it. After all, the landlord here is quite unreliable. If I don't strike it rich, I plan to change places to rent. Xiao Xingyun took a sip of beer and spoke truthfully. Fatty Luo chuckled. Hee, I remember you mentioned a beautiful live streamer you shared a rental with. Why not invite her over to celebrate? I can be your wingman. Who knows, you might win her over tonight. She hasn't slept here these past few days. She's in the school dormitory. Don't think too much. She's a serious streamer and only took this job due to some issues with her family's business. According to her previous dreams, she should have debuted as a singer. I understand. Since her family is facing some unexpected issues, wouldn't it be easier to win her over now? Xiao Xingyun felt that being around someone like Fatty Luo for too long would lead him astray. He wasn't solely interested in physical relationships. He wanted something deeper. Only children make choices, adults want them all. Fatty, being a shallow person, surely wouldn't understand these profound truths. The two talked about setting up stalls on the antique street. Now that they had a new avenue, Fatty Luo felt he didn't want to set up stalls anymore. Previously, even working to exhaustion, he would only earn 2,000 to 3,000 on a good month, and on a bad month, just a few thousand. Since gambling on stones is so profitable, it would be better to specialize in that. Who knows, it might lead to wealth. There's a saying in the circle: a single cut can make you rich or poor or leave you in tatters. Thinking of the fear of all the rough stones he had previously ruined, do you still want to fully commit to this field? Xiao Xingyun said this, hoping to warn Fatty Luo. Isn't there still your support, Brother Yun? Fatty Luo chuckled awkwardly. I'm also a novice. It was you who introduced me to the jade industry. Although I've read a few books on gambling stones, in the eyes of true experts, I'm just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Today's events were purely luck. True, it was luck, I understand that, but luck is also a part of strength. Come on, let's toast to luck and to Brother Yun. Fatty Luo, unwilling to give up, still wanted to gamble on stones. Xiao Xingyun realized that this guy just wanted to make a fortune. After experiencing the thrill of becoming wealthy overnight, he could never return to the state of earning a meager living from setting up stalls. The two of them had no idea how much wine they had consumed, and it wasn't until noon the next day that they got out of bed. They were greeted by the blinding sunlight and the 4 rough stones lying in their rental room, confirming that everything from the previous night was indeed not a dream. "I've made up my mind today. I will look for a house," said Xiao Xingyan seriously to Luo Pengzi after washing up. "Brother Yun is wise. Have you decided which area you want to buy in? It's best to buy a bigger one, as I will be coming over to stay anytime in the future. Just based on that, I want to buy a small 1-bedroom apartment, so there won't be any chance for you to crash here." "Don't. I'll pay the rent, and I can cook chef level. If you bring back a beautiful woman, I can sleep on the street, absolutely not being a third wheel." "Stop talking. Today I will first rent a villa with a basement. I plan to buy a professional stone dismantling machine and learn how to do it myself. Borrowing someone else's stone dismantling machine every day is quite inconvenient. Rent a villa. But the price is too high. Many row houses cost 50 to 60,000 a month and often don't have a basement. A standalone villa is super expensive. In the nearby area, the rent is estimated to be around 100,000 a month. We can look for an older one nearby, a smaller total area, as long as it has a basement. I'm not too picky." They were mainly looking nearby for convenience to get close to the music academy to facilitate courting Su Qing. Even if that didn't work out, there were other girls from the music academy, right? Xiao Xingyun was determined to enter the stone gambling industry, and living nearby had another benefit. It was close to the Chenghuang Temple, making it convenient to visit the market. After their meal, the two went to the real estate agency to express their rental requirements. The young lady at the agency's hearing that Xiao Xingyun wanted to rent a villa instantly lit up. This was a big client, and if this deal went through, she would earn at least 10,000 in commission. They spent the entire afternoon looking at more than a dozen villas, both row houses and standalone villas, each with some issues. If they had to choose one from those, Xiao Xingyun could still accept it. However, there were still some that he was not entirely satisfied with, wanting to look some more. The young lady at the agency was already exhausted and panting, looking pitiful and somewhat adorable, as if she dared not express her frustration. "There's one last option for you too. If you're not satisfied this time, then I can't help you anymore." "All right, let's take a look at the last one." Xiao Xingyun readily agreed, appearing very easygoing and generous with no particular demands for the house. "This house is very close to the music academy, and you will often be disturbed by the sounds of practicing instruments, which is why I saved it for last to recommend to you too. The other facilities are actually very good, and the rent is only 58,000 a month with all the living necessities provided." Upon arriving at the villa, Xiao Xingyun immediately said to the young lady at the agency gently, "You're not wrong to be tired. You should have brought us here first to see the house. Perfect, this is the one. It has convenient transportation, a beautiful environment, is just a wall away from the music academy, plus it has a garage and a basement. The price is quite reasonable. What more could one ask for?" The young lady at the agency was momentarily taken aback and weakly defended, "But it can be a bit noisy here. The previous tenants all said the same thing. I was just being responsible to you too, which is why I didn't dare to recommend this house right away." "Stop explaining. If you keep explaining, the deal will fall through. Let's finalize the contract tonight, and I can move in tomorrow." Yes, the keys are with us. As long as you sign the contract and pay the rent, you can move in any time." "All right." Xiao Xingyun made up his mind. Luo Pengzi took the opportunity to express his presence, saying, "Brother Yun, you're really frugal. Having a fortune of millions, I thought you would buy, but you ended up renting a small row house. Why not? Tomorrow, let's order 2 luxury cars to show off a bit." "What luxury cars? Isn't a shared bicycle great?" Xiao Xingyun decisively refused, deciding to first send several tens of thousands back home to alleviate his parents' anxiety about poverty. Living in Shanghai, driving is tiring, and finding parking is even more exhausting. It's more convenient to take a taxi or use shared bicycles. Showing off. I, Xiao Xingyun, am not that kind of person. After signing the contract at the agency, Xiao Xingyun noticed a parallel import car company nearby, and on a whim decided to take a look inside. He ended up ordering a Mercedes-Benz G-Class with upgraded options, which had a price tag of over 2 million. Luo Pengzi chose a red Porsche 911 sports car, the flashy red color revealing his restless heart. After being sent out the door by the sales manager and 2 salesgirls, Xiao Xingyun suddenly came to a realization. "Pengzi, you've definitely lowered my IQ. How else could I end up buying a car? And such an expensive one?" Xiao Xingyun deflected responsibility. "Brother Yin, when we walked in, you were the one who took the initiative. Even this Porsche 911 was recommended by you. Originally, I only wanted to buy a Mustang to satisfy my sports car craving. I plan to invest the remaining money in jade rough stones." "Pa, I don't believe you. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can't be reasonable, right?" Xiao Xingyun suddenly realized he should be a bit more reasonable. Honestly speaking, the Mercedes G-Class was indeed the model he had dreamed of, and now that he suddenly had money, seeing the model he longed for, he just lost control. Yes, he had regained a bit of memory. It was indeed his own desire to buy. A black Mercedes G550 was available in the showroom, and after placing the order, it would take time to add accessories and decorations, and he could pick it up in 2 days. As for the Porsche 911, he indeed recommended it to Luo Pongzi. Since he bought it, he would occasionally be able to indulge in the thrill of a sports car. It was a win-win situation, wasn't it? Certainly, without a doubt. After dinner, Luo Pongzi was called back by a phone call from his parents because he posted a photo of his newly acquired Porsche 911 on his social media, likely to face a round of questioning. As for himself, he kept a low profile and didn't post any photos, otherwise his college classmates, high school classmates, middle school classmates, and elementary school classmates would all start questioning him, which would be quite annoying. Everyone knew he was a university student from a small mountain village, handsome, but poor if he suddenly became rich. People wouldn't think it was due to his own ability, but rather that he had given up on hard work and clung to a rich woman. Sure enough, the class monitor from university had tagged him in the WeChat group saying that there was a gathering for the class the night after tomorrow, and all the classmates who stayed in Shanghai would attend. The boys would split the cost, and the girls would be free. In the university class group, there were no secrets. Everyone had long known that he was selling jade stones at a stall. 2 of his classmates had even bought jade pendants for their girlfriends from him. Class monitor Hu Guoqiang, Xiao Xingyan, don't go to your stall the afternoon after tomorrow. Come early to the private room for the gathering. It's been half a year since we last met. Let's relax a bit. By the way, if you don't have the money for the gathering, I can help you cover it first. It's not much, including the KTV costs after dinner. It'll be about 2,000 per person, and we can settle up later. Hu Guoqiang monitor, since you're so wealthy, can you also cover my expenses? I and Xiao Xingyun are both poor people from the mountains. 2,000 is enough for our living expenses for a month. Some people couldn't stand monitor Hu Guoqiang constantly picking on Xiao Xingyun and spoke up for him. Xiao Xingyun looked at the chat records, saw Hu Guoqiang still squeezing him, and secretly scoffed. I was poor back then, and I never asked you to cover anything. Now that I have money, do I need your help? However, digging a pit for you shouldn't be too much to ask. So Xiao Xingyun's mischievous operation came. Hu Guoqiang, thank you, brother Chang. I'll rely on you for this expense. I'll definitely be there on time the day after tomorrow. When I was broke, I held on, and now that I have money, I'll just take advantage of you. Don't give me any face. Oh, wealthy people come with their own face and aura. Hu Guoqiang suddenly felt as if he had swallowed a fly, feeling particularly uncomfortable. He had 100,000 questions in his mind, puzzled as to why Xiao Xingyun seemed like a completely different person, shamelessly acting without any restraint. Isn't 2,000 yuan a significant amount? Why should I cover for him? Does this idiot not realize that I'm mocking him intentionally by saying this? After giving it some thought, Hu Guoqiang replied, Xiao Xingyun, it seems my old classmate's business isn't doing well lately, not even having money for meals. Yes, it's quite tragic, which is why I'm asking the class monitor to help. How about we start by sending a big red envelope to benefit everyone? Hu Guoqiang, exactly, hurry up and send a big red envelope to help us poor classmates from the mountainous area. The other classmates found it amusing and began to copy and paste, keeping the responses very orderly. A famous person once said the essence of humanity is that we are mere parrots. However, as the target of this mimicry, Hu Guoqiang slipped away, disappearing without a sound. No matter how everyone tagged him, he pretended not to see. He's so stingy that he can't even send a red envelope. He'll deal with you when we meet at the gathering the day after tomorrow, Xiao Xingyun thought to himself. That evening, Xiao Xingyun chatted with Su Qing on WeChat. She was live streaming in her dorm and didn't dare to return to the rental apartment, fearing an encounter with the lecherous landlord. Xiao Xingyun informed her that he had already rented a new place and suggested she take some time to check it out tomorrow. Su Qing was surprised, not expecting Xiao Xingyun to act so quickly. But she was about to start her live stream, so she hurriedly replied that it was good, agreeing to meet at 10 a.m. at the east gate of the music academy to look at the house together. What she didn't know was that Xiao Xingyun had already rented that villa, as she thought he had found a 2-bedroom apartment. Xiao Xingyun put down his phone and heard the sound of the door opening. His roommate Zhang Hao had returned. Xiao Yun, there was a minor incident at the auction house yesterday, and us grassroots employees were swamped working late into the night and sleeping at the company. I just got back and forgot to ask about you. So how was it at the auction house yesterday? Did you have fun? Zhang Hao loudly asked as he noticed the light on in Xiao Xingyun's room. Xiao Xingyun opened the door, let him in, and replied, it was all right, I had quite a good time. Zhang Hao opened the door and was stunned to see 4 raw stones in Xiao Xingyun's small room, 3 of which were jade, and 1 was a seed material. You really spent money on bidding. And 1 4 pieces. Let me tell you, last night, because we couldn't cut out any big gains from the raw stones, there was a customer causing a scene, and even our young master came to manage the situation, but it didn't help. This batch of materials is said to be of extremely poor quality. Our auction house's appraisers privately said it was a scam. Zhang Hao clearly didn't know about Xiao Xingyun's legendary experience in the stone-cutting hall. Huh, is it that serious? I heard that a customer had good luck and cut out an Imperial Green, which was bought for 30 million. With hundreds of customers and hundreds of auction items, only one small piece of Imperial Green and one small piece of Ice Red were cut out. The rest were all miscellaneous types. What are the odds of getting a big gain? Those customers would definitely cause trouble, especially with the dark bids. Oh, out of 6 or 7 pieces cut, not a single one was a big gain. Xiao Xingyun was shocked. Among all those auction items, he had spotted more than a dozen pieces, all of which had the potential for big gains. He and Luo Pengzi bid on 4 or 5 pieces of jade and 1 seed material. There were at least 10 more raw stones with potential for big gains, but coincidentally those customers took them away right after bidding without any on-site stone cutting. This led to a greater misunderstanding. After he and Luo Pengzi left, the stone cutting hall descended into chaos, with some taking advantage of the situation to smash some crafts and lamps. This news was explosive, but unfortunately Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi were outsiders and only heard about it now. It's fine, I just bought them for fun. The bidding price was cheap. Even if I can't cut out good things, I won't feel too bad about it. That's good. When it comes to gambling stones, you have to maintain a good mindset. Since you're fine, I'll head back to my room to rest. I have to work early tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Xingyun wanted to tell him about the new house he found, but seeing his exhausted face eager for rest, he decided to wait until moving to tell him. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Xingyun called his parents to inquire about the situation at home. The remote mountain village remained peaceful, but the old house was in disrepair, and his father wanted to build a new house closer to the road. Xiao Xingyun said that money was not an issue and that he would take care of it, planning to transfer several tens of thousands to his father tomorrow. His hometown was in a mountain village in Sichuan, where both parents were simple, honest farmers who had rarely left the county in their lives, typically just engaging in activities in town and the village. If they suddenly received hundreds of thousands or millions, it would frighten them. In their simplistic view, suddenly becoming wealthy surely involved some illicit methods, and they would end up in prison. There was a close uncle in the village who suddenly became wealthy and indulged himself daily. It wasn't until the police came that everyone learned he had committed robbery. This incident served as a cautionary tale for his parents to educate Xiao Xingyun: never steal or rob. No matter how poor one is, one must not engage in illegal activities. He had heard this countless times throughout his life. Understanding his parents' personalities, Xiao Xingyun was cautious about how often and how much he transferred. Lying in bed, unable to sleep, he entered Su Qing's live stream to watch her sing. Her singing was beautiful with a distinctive voice. Being a student at the music academy, her singing was very professional, and she was beautiful, so she had many genuine fans. Occasionally she would dance, but she would not act flirtatiously. That kind of vulgar live stream content was something she despised and rejected. But to be fair, Xiao Xingyun enjoyed watching her dance. He casually sent a few small gifts, and under her singing, Xiao Xingyun slowly drifted into slumber. The next morning, Xiao Xingyun first transferred 50,000 yuan to his father, and then called him, telling him not to be frugal. He repeatedly reminded his father that since he was building a house, he should choose good materials, and next month, he would transfer at least 50 to 60,000 as a base. His father's willingness to build a house at this time came from having saved some money over the years, coupled with Xiao Xingyun's money, which was already quite sufficient. That's enough, that's enough. Son, it's not easy for you outside. Save some money for when you get married. You must come back this new year. I've already asked relatives to introduce you to someone. The thing he dreaded most was his parents worrying about his marriage. If he guessed correctly, building a new house was also preparing for his marriage. Dad, you don't need to worry about this. I'll handle my own romantic relationships without your introductions. All right, I need to get back to work now. Xiao Xingyun decisively ended the conversation. Otherwise, once marriage was mentioned, even his taciturn father could ramble on for half an hour. When Xiao Xingyun arrived at the east gate of the music academy, Su Qing was already waiting there. It was exactly 10 o'clock. Xiao Xingyun liked punctual girls, as he himself was also punctual. It just seemed like a good match. However, there was a man next to Su Qing that was somewhat bothersome, seemingly trying to ingratiate himself with her. Beautiful girls had the downside of always having men pursuing them. No, that should be called entangling. What's wrong, beautiful? Do you need help? Xiao Xingyun pretended to be a stranger, swaying as he approached, resembling a delinquent youth. Yes, I need help. This guy keeps bothering me, trying to add me on WeChat. When I refuse, he just won't leave me alone. Su Qing, looking like she had found a savior, panically ran to Xiao Xingyun's side, linking her arm through his and hiding behind him. The man called out affectionately. Su Qing, stop messing around. We are classmates. Oh, what's wrong with me wanting to add you on WeChat? After 3 years, don't you know how I feel about you? I don't know how you feel, but I have things to do. I really have to go, so please stop bothering me. Su Qing firmly rejected him. Listen closely, little brother, the lady doesn't want you to keep pestering her. Got it. Then he allowed Su Qing to link her arm with his and turned to leave, saying, beautiful, I think it's dangerous for you to be alone. How about we walk together? He'll accompany you wherever you want to go. You're annoying. You're deliberately provoking my classmate. He has a bad temper and might go mad. Su Qing glared at Xiao Xingyun in reproach, exuding charm that was hard to resist. Let him give up and stop bothering you. Wouldn't that be a one-time solution? Xiao Xingyun whispered in her ear. The two were whispering to each other, resembling a couple in love, which drove the young man at the entrance into a frenzy. Su Qing, would you rather walk with a little delinquent than accept my pursuit? We're not compatible. You'll find someone better. Su Qing rejected him again, having repeated similar phrases countless times. Fine, you really are something. The young man seemed to feel deeply humiliated, turning and running into the school with a bit of embarrassment. Xiao Xingyun felt a pang of guilt for 3 seconds. Did I go a bit too far? No, it's just that Zhao Kai is too annoying. I don't like him at all, yet he has been pestering me for 3 years. You have no idea how much I detest him. Recently, he heard that my family business had some issues and knew I was making money from live streaming, so he made even more outrageous demands. Never mind, let's go look at the house. As Su Qing explained, she subtly withdrew her hand from Xiao Xingyun's arm, and they resumed their normal walking posture. After walking for about 3 or 4 minutes, a right turn led them to Tian, the villa area where Xiao Xingyun lived. Su Qing saw the sign of Tian and froze for 3 seconds. Carefully, while trying to maintain Xiao Xingyun's dignity, she reminded him, "Are we going the wrong way? This place is too expensive. I have a classmate who was supported by someone here. Cough cough, you know what I mean." The entrance had a facial recognition system, but Xiao Xingyun still swiped his access card in front of Su Qing, indicating he had the right to enter Tiyuan. We're not going the wrong way if the house we rented is right here, Xiao Xingyun smiled. Su Qing earnestly advised, Xiao Xingyun, stop messing around. This joke isn't funny. Everyone is struggling to make money these days. There's no need for you to force yourself to rent a villa just for appearance. Xiao Xingyun noticed her expression was off, so he spun a kind-hearted lie. All right, let me tell you the truth. This is my friend's house. He's gone abroad recently and doesn't feel comfortable renting it out to others, so he asked me to take care of it and help pay the utilities. That makes sense. I thought you weren't a vain and superficial person. But I remember you said your family lived in a mountain village. How did you meet such a wealthy friend? That's a long story. Actually, my family used to be well off. But never mind that. Let's go check out the house. As they spoke, the two had already arrived in front of the rented villa. From the outside, the Ziyuan row houses with their eastern characteristics were designed to be classical yet elegant, with enough space in front to plant flowers. At a glance, they weren't much different from independent villas. However, someone next door was practicing piano. Although the doors and windows here were tightly sealed, the sound of the piano still floated out, and the playing was quite good. Xiao Xingyun entered the room using a fingerprint lock. The first floor had 3 bedrooms and a large living room, while the second floor had only 3 rooms that could serve as guest rooms or studies. Each floor had 2 sunlit rooms, and the layout was very reasonable. The interior decoration was naturally understated, yet luxurious, exactly to Xiao Xingyun's taste. Su Qing took a tour and was very fond of the house, exclaiming, "Luckily, you're helping your friend look after the place, or renting this villa would cost at least 100,000 a month. Even if we pooled our earnings together, it wouldn't cover the rent." What do you mean by looking after? I sound like a husky when I say this. It's called taking care of the house, understand? I understand your pathetic male pride must be taken care of. Look, women bloom like flowers when given a bit of sunlight. If it weren't for considering your pride, I would have revealed my wealthy identity long ago. Since Su Qing was satisfied with the house, they could move in that day. Moreover, the agency specially provided free moving services for esteemed clients. With just a few items, a dozen movers in proper uniforms were carefully and patiently at work. This is what wealth allows. Su Qing chose a room on the second floor for her live streaming, fearing that her streaming might disturb Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun didn't mind. After all, he was already living with the goddess. Did the difference between the second and first floors matter much? It was just a layer of ceiling. Was there really much difference between a regular friend and a girlfriend? It was just a layer of this and that. Although there weren't many items, packing them up was quite a task. After moving into the villa, they had to rearrange everything, which also took time. This hustle and bustle surprisingly lasted until dark. Oh, I'm so tired, I don't want to move. I don't even feel like going out to eat. Shall we order takeout? Su Qing lay on the sofa, her chest rising and falling as she gasped for breath, looking as if she could faint at any moment. Little did she know how alluring she appeared. Xiao Xingyun forced himself to focus, not wanting to use his insight to look at her, fearing he might commit a crime. All right, let's order takeout. My cooking skills aren't great either. Even if I force myself to cook, it might not be to your liking. As he spoke, Xiao Xingyun took out his phone and ordered 2 sets from the hot-selling list. At that moment, Luo Daping suddenly called, and as soon as he answered, he began to complain. Brother Yin, I finally understand why you want to stay low-key. It's terrible. Ooh, I'm suffering so much. Because I posted on my moments bragging that I got a Porsche 911, everyone now knows I've struck it rich. My parents interrogated me all night. Ooh, I won't even mention that. Other friends are frantically asking to borrow money. The reasons are particularly bizarre. Even my ex-girlfriend came to ask me for money for her child. If the child is yours, you must lend it. Luo Dapeng feigned anger, saying, get lost. If it were mine, would I be willing to share? Not to mention my head and my face turned green at that moment. Don't change the subject. Let's not talk about my ex-girlfriend anymore. By the way, you moved today. I've been too busy to help out, but tomorrow I'll set up a table to celebrate your and Su Deju's housewarming. Xiao Xingyun politely declined, saying, let's not be formal with each other, brother. There's a class reunion tomorrow night, and we'll definitely have to drink. I need to conserve my strength for that, so I can't drink with you at noon. No way. I must treat you to lunch tomorrow, or else I won't be able to face you when I come over to your place to eat and drink in the future. Oh, come on. When my female roommate is around, I pretend not to hear when you knock on the door. Can't you make an exception for once? Haha, no way. Xiao Xingyun said this jokingly, but the two shared a close relationship. Fat Luo was like a half-master to him, having introduced him into the jade and stone business, and they were used to their playful banter. You're tough, Xiao Yun. Fat Luo had no choice but to reluctantly hang up the phone. Su Qing had been eavesdropping on Xiao Xingyun's call and asked as soon as he hung up, who called? Is someone coming over for dinner? A business friend. He's a pretty nice guy. You've seen him a couple of times before, the big guy weighing over 200 pounds. We're talking about tomorrow. He won't be coming over today. Oh, Fat Luo. The one who helped you move the boxes last time. He really loves joking around. Isn't he a local from Shanghai? Su Qing asked curiously. Xiao Xingyun explained, Fat Luo is indeed from Shanghai, living not far from here. His parents are both government workers, and he helped me a lot while I was setting up my stall at the Chenghuang Temple. He's quite righteous. Since you have such a good relationship, we've moved into a new place, so it's indeed time to treat him to a meal. Haha, no need to treat him. If anything, he should treat us. Xiao Xingyun insisted on his opinion, saying, recently with my help he made a small fortune and has become a little rich guy. Alright, I'll follow your lead on this. Su Qing smiled slightly, her eyes turning crescent-shaped. Integrating into each other's social circles was one of the steps to deepen their understanding, and she felt a sense of inexplicable joy in her heart. At that moment, the delivery person arrived, and Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing chatted, while eating, feeling very in tune with each other, even more casual than when they had dinner together 2 days ago. After all, starting from today, they could be considered as living together, while prior to this, they had merely been familiar strangers sharing a suite for half a year. This step felt a bit too big. If it doesn't hurt, then it means it hasn't been pulled yet. Just as they finished eating and hadn't tidied up the leftovers, his former roommate Zhang Hao called. What the hell, Xiao Yun? You and Su Qing moved out together. You didn't even give me a heads up. Are you two together? Zhang Hao was a bit agitated because he had liked Su Qing for a long time and had secretly confessed a few times. Xiao Xingyun felt a bit of a headache. Zhang Hao is actually a decent guy, and he had hesitated to tell him because he was worried about Zhang Hao's unusual attitude towards Su Qing. He didn't expect him to call and question him immediately after finding out. Su Qing was sitting across the dining table listening intently, looking incredibly cute and beautiful. Xiao Hao, don't get excited, let me explain. The day before yesterday, Su Qing was live streaming in her room, and that lecherous landlord barged in, which almost caused a disaster, so Su Qing didn't dare to go back. She asked me to help find a new place. You've been busy at the auction house these past few days, and I didn't get a chance to talk to you about it. What? That old landlord dared to force Su Qing. Damn it. If I had encountered him, I would have killed him. Zhang Hao was indeed diverted by this more explosive news. Xiao Xingyun further explained, that lecherous old man has been divorced for a long time and lives alone. His children are all abroad. If things get out of hand, and there's no direct evidence, he might only be detained for a few days, but it would ruin Su Qing's reputation. So after considering everything, I didn't call the police and just kicked him a few times. Alright, even if such a thing happened, you two should have told me first. You shouldn't have moved out secretly and left me all alone. Sai, actually, I'm feeling quite down today. I mentioned before that Liu from our auction house likes me, but I like Su Qing, so I never accepted Liu's pursuit. Today I found out she has liver cancer. Although it's early stage, the treatment costs a fortune. Liver cancer. Didn't your company buy her insurance? Xiao Xingyun recalled the situation he saw the night before at the auction, using his perspective eye to see the young service worker's liver condition. Could it be that the young woman was Liu? There is insurance, but the subsequent treatment will still cost a huge amount. Her work will also be affected. If she has no income source in a place like Shanghai, how will she survive? She cried when she came back from the hospital, almost wanting to commit suicide. I advised her for a whole day and just returned from seeing her. Xiao Xingyun encouraged, a wise man once said, where there's hope, there's life. Take good care of her. Nowadays, with such advanced science and technology, and since it's early stage, the chances of recovery are very high. Don't do anything foolish. Which wise man said that? Are you making things up? Nonsense. What do you mean I'm making things up? I'm saying this with my eyes wide open. Uffed. I'm impressed. Let's have a meal together when we have time. It's too sudden to just leave after living together for so long. Stop right there. What do you mean by leaving suddenly? That sounds a bit strange. Are you sure you're not using ambiguous language? Zhang Hao was in a bad mood and didn't want to engage further, so he hung up the phone and went to sleep. Sitting across the dining table, Su Qing watched Xiao Xingyun on the phone, her eyes sparkling suddenly, saying, "So that's how conversations between men are. They're so interesting. We can chat like that too, so don't be too reserved." "No way. With your petty mindset, if I dared to speak to you like I do with men, you would cut ties with me in less than 3 days. You underestimate me. I have a very open-minded personality." Su Qing retorted, not willing to back. Xiao Xingyun lowered his head, staring at her indescribable features, and seriously commented, "They are indeed large, but whether they are open-minded, I can't be sure." "If you're talking nonsense again. How annoying." Su Qing said, slightly shy, and stood up to go upstairs. It was time for her daily live stream. "See, don't say 3 days, it's only been a single sentence, and you're already anxious. I was complimenting you, can't you tell it?" "I can't tell, nor do I want to hear it." As she said this, she slammed the door to her room. "Sigh, women are such contradictory creatures." Xiao Xingyun shook his head and sighed, presenting an air of someone who had seen and experienced much. The next day, Su Qing had classes in the morning and left for school early. By the time Xiao Xingyun got up, she had already left. The sound of piano music from next door began to play, not very loud, so Xiao Xingyun didn't find it disturbing. Not wanting to cook, he ordered takeout. While waiting, Xiao Xingyun customized a new type of stone-splitting machine online, preparing to cut the raw stones himself. It wasn't some cheap item costing hundreds from an online store. This was a genuine professional stone-splitting machine, complete with all auxiliary accessories, costing over 50,000 yuan. This was still a medium-sized stone-splitting machine. If it were the professional large equipment used in the jade market, it would start at least at 100,000. Just after finishing breakfast, Luo Pongzi called. "Brother Yin, are you up yet? I'm already at the entrance of Ciyuan. Should I come out, or will you come in?" "They'll go out, wait for me for 3 minutes." As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he put the trash in the garbage can outside the door and went to find Luo Pongzi at the entrance of Ciyuan. Luo Pongzi was stopped by the security guard at the entrance, looking helpless while smoking. Seeing Xiao Xingyun come out, he immediately shouted, "Brother Yin, your speed is too fast." It was less than 3 minutes, at most 3 seconds. "You fat man, you can't take that literally." "Fortunately, I'm not married yet, otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain myself." Xiao Xingyun laughed and scolded. Hee, all men understand. Let's hurry to pick up the car. I've been driving my old Golf for 3 years and have wanted to change it for a long time." "You still have an old Golf?" "After I got my driver's license, I've only driven a taxi." "Who should I talk to about that?" Xiao Xingyun said. "That's because, Brother Yin, you are too low-key. If you had started gambling with stones earlier, you could have been driving a Ferrari or a Porsche by now. Who knows, I might have gone bankrupt and jumped into the Huangpu River to commit suicide." Luo Pongzi found it hard to respond, because if it weren't for Xiao Xingyun selecting that piece of icy red jade for him, he might have jumped into the Huangpu River too. Then singing at the bottom of the river, waves surging, torrents flowing, the river water never rests. The two took a taxi and arrived at the Parallel Import Car Company in just over 10 minutes. Since they had made an appointment in advance, the sales manager was waiting at the company entrance with 2 beautiful female salespeople. As a major client purchasing 2 luxury cars at once, although they were not one person, the fact that they were together indicated they were both wealthy and needed to be treated with care. Who knows when these wealthy clients will want to change cars? If they change cars again, they must bring them back to this company. What are the 2 beautiful saleswomen for? Aren't they just for public relations? Do you think standing at the entrance, greeting with a smile, serving tea, and bowing will get you a high commission? "Mr. Xiao, Mr. Luo, welcome. Your cars are already prepared, and the complimentary protective film has been applied. Would you like to rest in the VIP room first, or go directly to see the cars?" "Let's go directly to see the cars. I have a busy schedule today, and want to handle the formalities first." Xiao Xingyun. "All right, whenever Mr. Xiao has free time, our Xiao Zhu and Xiao Song can accompany you for some less formal act," the sales manager joked. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Song shyly complained, "Manager Lin, you're being mean. We're serious people. If you want to get involved, don't drag us along." Manager Lin laughed heartily. "If I want to get involved, the 2 of you would have to be interested in me first. With my old and unattractive appearance, I probably have no hope in this lifetime." Seeing the ladies being too humble, Luo Pongzi immediately said eagerly, "There's hope, there's hope. I love mature women the most." Xiao Xingyun couldn't help but laugh, finding Manager Lin amusing. She didn't seem like a sales manager, but more like a madam from a nightlife venue, accompanied by saleswomen who were also flirtatious yet sophisticated. Luo Pongzi was too impatient, ruining the playful atmosphere. Sure enough, the 3 women started laughing as well, probably thinking that Luo Pongzi was too hasty. You hadn't even built up the atmosphere, and you went in. They hadn't even felt satisfied, and you were out. Plus, with your bulky figure, if it weren't for the sake of money, those beautiful ladies wouldn't even look at you twice on the street. That said, while joking, they were also very skilled in handling serious matters. The black imported modified Mercedes G550 had already been prepared for Xiao Xingyun, adorned with a large red flower at the front, waiting for the owner to cut the ribbon. Next to it was a red Porsche 911, appearing too small and petite next to the G-Class. One was a hulking brute like Thanos, while the other was a petite girl like Hatsune Miku. The contrast was striking. Xiao Xingyun wasn't one to show off. He took a couple of photos casually with the sales company for promotional purposes and then cut the ribbon. On the other hand, Luo Pengzi couldn't resist showing off, posing with the two beautiful saleswomen for over 10 photos, still not satisfied, and slowly beautifying himself before posting on WeChat. Finally, under the coaxing of the charming saleswomen, he officially cut the ribbon. By this time, Xiao Xingyun had already taken his Mercedes G-Class for a spin, going around the street in front of the sales company 3 times. Because in the city, he couldn't speed, the sales manager personally accompanied him, explaining some operational precautions to prevent him from getting into trouble while driving fast in the future. Not only is it powerful, but the rear seat space is also very large, suitable for 2-person or group activities. If you ever need me to rescue you at a cocktail event, feel free to call me. The sales manager had exchanged phone numbers with Xiao Xingyun earlier, and now driving felt even more natural and familiar. After all, in the private space of the G-Class, it's understandable to get a bit excited occasionally, especially since Xiao Xingyun was also a tall, strong man with a handsome appearance. Xiao Xingyun glanced at her and smiled. Well said, thank you in advance for Manager Lin's kindness. After driving a few laps, I discovered a common problem with this car and the Porsche sports car. It's quite serious. Manager Lin was slightly startled and subtly asked, what problem? It's that the air conditioning for the passenger seat tends to break down. When a woman sits here, it gets particularly hot. Just look at you, you've already taken off your work jacket because of the heat. Mr. Xiao, you really are annoying. You scared my heart into racing like crazy. Manager Lin patted her chest, the indescribable part being glaringly white. Xiao Xingyun dared not look around, parking the car in the parking space at the sales company entrance, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He felt that this imported car sales company was a bit dubious and needed to have someone check the company's credentials. There was always a sense of unease, feeling like the women he interacted with were not salespeople, but rather street racers from nightlife venues. This car might be fine since the license plate had been successfully handled, but future cars were uncertain. Be cautious, be alert. There are no unwarranted rewards in this world. Luo Pengzi, driving the Porsche, also took a spin and parked nearby, calling out, Brother Yun, let's go. Should we hit the highway for a spin before having dinner? Should I call that female streamer of yours in advance? Xiao Xingyun nodded slightly and called Su Qing, inviting her to lunch together. Brother Yin, your influence isn't strong enough. I think you should just reveal your wealthy identity. Maybe then those women will act like little birds around you. Whatever you say is true. Even their shapes would change to resemble yours. Luo Pengzi laughed from the side. Don't joke around, as she isn't that type of person. As a student, it's normal to have exams occasionally. Let's go for a drive on the highway, then we can grab a bite. I have a college reunion in the evening, so I won't drink at lunch, Xiao Xingyun said. As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he restarted the car and slowly drove forward. All right, I'll follow your lead, Luo Pengzi replied without hesitation, driving his Porsche 911 behind Xiao Xingyun's Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The Mercedes G550 that Xiao Xingyun purchased is not a sports car, but a large off-road vehicle. The 4MATIC model boasts a wheelbase of 3,075 millimeters and a maximum ground clearance of 306 millimeters, equipped as standard with AMG sports components and 21-inch AMG wheels for enhanced sportiness. In terms of power, the Mercedes GL550 is equipped with a new 4.6-liter V8 twin-turbocharged gasoline engine. With a maximum output of 435 horsepower and a peak torque of 700 Newton-meters, it accelerates from a standstill to 100 km/h in just 5 seconds, and is also equipped with a 4MATIC all-wheel drive system. Its top speed is electronically limited to 250 km per hour, which may not surpass professional sports cars, but this speed is certainly sufficient for highways in the country. Exceeding this speed limit is only for those who wish to ascend to the heavens. Therefore, at this moment on the Shanghai Ring Highway, one could see a flamboyant red Porsche overtaking the black Mercedes G-Class from both the left and right, as Luo Pengzi found a sense of superiority in speed. Meanwhile, the speed of the Mercedes G-Class remained around 130 km per hour, reaching the limit. Half an hour later, the two exited at a highway junction near their residence and casually found a small restaurant to solve their lunch problem. After the meal, Luo Pengzi suddenly sighed regretfully. Brother Yin, this isn't the life I want. In movies, the male protagonist attracts many beautiful girls after buying a Porsche, right? Why is it that my car has been parked in front of the restaurant for over an hour and I haven't seen a single woman? Xiao Xingyun pointed at a middle-aged woman collecting fees by the street, giving him a look to let him figure it out himself. Luo Pengzi fell into despair, nearly shedding tears. Xiao Xingyun advised, let's head back. For the next few days, don't keep posting on social media. Stay low-key and maybe try selling at the city god temple. Regardless, the stock you have must be sold. I've only been in the business for over half a year, and my stock has already exceeded 100,000. Yours is likely even more. It can't be less than mine. To be honest, my stock is also over 100,000 because I only have those regular items. Even if I work for another 3 years, I will still only have that much stock. But I'll listen to you. Tomorrow I'll go to the city god temple to handle my stock and find out where there are gambling stone places in Shanghai. Xiao Xingyun, who had read plenty of information on gambling stones, immediately said, the gambling stone places in Shanghai are just a few jewelry auction houses. The real paradise for gambling stone enthusiasts is in Tianjin Province and Yu Province. The gambling stone market in Myanmar is even wilder, with the annual jade public auction held only in Myanmar. However, the environment is much more dangerous, so we small traders can just play around domestically. Then should we head south in a few days to try our luck? Luo Pengzi proposed eagerly. We'll see, let's finish up our current matters first, Xiao Xingyun replied. Currently, Xiao Xingyun still has over 20 million in capital. If he really wants to go south to try his luck, he must cut open all the raw stones he has and sell them at a high price before he can set off. Luo Pengzi now firmly believed in Xiao Xingyun's strength, or perhaps luck, completely deferring to him in the matter of gambling stones. After driving away in his Porsche 911, Xiao Xingyun prepared to rest at home for a while before attending the reunion. Although there were already people chatting about the reunion in the group, and some were tagging Xiao Xingyun, he didn't want to reply. Without any red envelopes, what was the point of small talk? He parked the car in the garage and stopped by the property office to register his vehicle's license plate in advance before returning home to prepare for a short nap to recharge for the evening reunion. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Su Qing sitting on the sofa in the living room, wiping her tears with tissues scattered all over the floor. What happened? Yesterday you were fine. Why are you crying like this today? Xiao Xingyun asked, puzzled as he approached. Su Qing saw him return and burst into his arms, crying loudly. The creditor is demanding payment, and my family's house has been sealed. I have no home now. My parents are also on the verge of collapse. I don't know how much longer they can hold on. I originally wanted to go back to see my parents, but they won't let me return, saying those debt collectors can do anything. Xiao Xingyun, feeling the warmth of her embrace, felt a bit overwhelmed, but calmly asked, how much does your I heard from my mom that it seems they owed over 200 million in high-interest loans before, and now with principal and interest combined, it's almost 300 million, she replied. Xiao Xingyun gasped, truly unsure how to comfort her. He had never seen so much money in his life, and this burden was too heavy to carry. After crying for a while, Su Qing released her pent-up emotions and returned to normal, feeling a bit embarrassed as she stepped out of Xiao Xingyun's embrace. I'm sorry for getting your clothes wet, Su Qing said, wiping her tears and nose with some tissue filled with regret. It's fine. Anyway, my clothes aren't worth much. No matter what happens at home, you must hold on and don't do anything foolish. Just wait a while longer, and if I have enough funds, maybe I can help you think of a solution. Xiao Xingyun comforted her kindly. Su Qing smiled through her tears. Haha, thanks for your kindness, but forget about your money. With that big hole at home, I'm already in despair. The hard-earned money you make should be for daily expenses. Don't underestimate me. If fortune smiles upon me, a single deal could wipe out your family's debt, Xiao Xingyun said half-jokingly. Enough about that. Counting on you is less reliable than counting on myself. I'm heading upstairs to livestream now. I'll earn some money to help my family a little. With that said, Su Qing hurried upstairs, her figure appearing somewhat haggard. Watching Su Qing ascend the stairs, Xiao Xingyun sighed softly in his heart. He had some affection for her, but it was not yet the kind of deep love that would make him want to help her cover billions. Above friendship, yet not quite lovers. This state was rather awkward. With complex feelings, he returned to his room, intending to take a nap, but lying on the bed, he found it impossible to sleep. His mind was filled with the image of Su Qing throwing herself into his arms and weeping. Sigh, what a dilemma. It reminded him of his college girlfriend Yang Yudi. They had shared 4 years in college, which could be considered a deep connection encompassing both affection and physical intimacy. After graduation, she left Shanghai without any explanation and returned to her hometown, the imperial capital. Whether through phone, WeChat, or QQ, she never replied. Within a few days, she had blocked him entirely. Since then, Xiao Xingyun had never mentioned her again, but sometimes during sleepless nights, he couldn't help but it was said that she was currently working in the system, having even left the class group. There was rarely any news about her circulating in the class group. Only her close friend Song Xiaoxiao kept in touch. Song Xiaoxiao stayed in Shanghai to work at a financial trust company with good prospects and current benefits. She would also attend the gathering today, and just a while ago she had tagged Xiao Xingyun in the group. Lost in thought, his phone rang. Upon answering, it was regarding the jadeite stone machine. The vendor had prepared the goods and both parties had agreed to deliver the items tomorrow morning. The vendor would be responsible for installation and debugging with a 5-year warranty on the core components. There were no timing issues, and Xiao Xingyun agreed. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he hurriedly got up to change clothes, preparing to head to the restaurant for the gathering. Most of Xiao Xingyan's clothes were cheap items bought during school, along with some branded clothes purchased by his ex-girlfriend Yang Yuti, which he hadn't been able to throw away. He still wore them occasionally to maintain appearances at gatherings. They were not overly expensive luxury items, just average domestic brands like Cheapai Seven Wolves and Lilong, with a set costing around 2,000. Tomorrow I should find time to visit the mall and buy a few sets of branded clothes to impress others. These clothes feel a bit unsuitable now. It's not that Xiao Xingyan looked down on his old clothes after becoming wealthy, rather driving a Mercedes G-Class, while wearing a suit costing 1 or 2,000 yuan, and sporting counterfeit shoes from Putian creates a disparity that others might perceive as pretentious. Around 4 in the afternoon, Xiao Xingyan was dressed neatly, driving his Mercedes G-Class, slowly heading toward the gathering location Shika Lai Hotel. This restaurant was quite popular, with both the dishes and the decor being above average. It took Xiao Xingyan nearly an hour to reach the entrance of the restaurant. At this time, there were only a few parking spaces left on the ground outside. As soon as Xiao Xingyan's Mercedes G-Class pulled up, the security guard at the entrance perked up and guided him to park smoothly. In fact, there was no need for anyone to direct him. The 360-degree surround view system was a surefire parking assistant. Yet since the guard had put in the effort, Xiao Xingyan was not one to be ungrateful and tossed a pack of hard Zhonghua cigarettes his way. "Thanks, security brother. This vehicle is quite large and parked around a corner, so please keep an eye on it to make sure no other cars bump into it." Receiving a pack of cigarettes, the guard felt delighted and respectfully replied, "Don't worry, boss, I will keep an eye." The vehicle was insured effective from yesterday. Xiao Xingyan said this just to make the guard feel more justified in accepting the cigarettes. Ding 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 ding. Xiao Xingyan's phone rang. It was his friend Fu Buki from the upper bunk. "Xiao Yan, where are you? Hurry up to the restaurant's private room. We're playing Do Nyo and the atmosphere is great." Fu Buki said on the phone. "I'm at the restaurant entrance now. How many people are in the private room?" "Xiao, there are 5 of us. Our class leader, Hu Dabin, has been here for a while, urging me to call you and saying he wants to teach you how to play Do Nyo." "Got it, it's in the Fenghua Tianxiao room, right? I'll be there right away." After finishing, Xiao Xingyan hung up the phone. Upon entering, a welcoming attendant led him to the Fenghua Tianxiao room, providing excellent service. Xiao Xingyan pushed the door open and saw a huge table in the private room that could seat 17 to 18 people. Behind a screen, 4 men and 1 woman were playing cards. "Oh, boss, Xiao finally decided to show up. We've been waiting for you for half an hour. Have you struck it rich lately?" The only woman present, named Meng Yali, had an ambiguous relationship with class leader Hu Guoqiang. Today she still sat beside him, indicating their relationship was not ordinary. Xiao Xingyan felt indifferent towards her and instantly retorted, "What riches? Compared to the class leader, I'm far behind. The only reason I can afford this meal today is thanks to the class leader covering it." Hu Guoqiang, whose luck had already been poor in this round, became even more frustrated upon hearing Xiao Xingyan's words. "Ahem, I'm just covering for you temporarily. Once you have money, you'll need to pay me back," Hu Guoqiang awkwardly explained. Xiao Xingyan smiled. "What's there to pay back? We're all classmates. Talking about money just spoils the friendship. Come on, let me have a spot. I want to play for a while too. Anzi, sit here. My luck has been terrible today, and I can't take it anymore." Fu Buki willingly gave up his seat, not wanting to play anymore. "All right, how much are we playing for? If it's too much, I can't afford it," Xiao Xingyan habitually modestly replied. Hu Guoqiang said with an unfriendly tone, 10, 20, or 30, betting with matchsticks. 1 stick represents 10 yuan. "You know the rules, or I remember you played before, but you always lost. Let's clarify first. The money for playing cards will be settled through small group red envelopes, and there will be no debts." At this point, someone had already added Xiao Xingyan to the small group for playing cards. Fu Buki had exited the chat, leaving 5 people in the group. "All right, since it's just some pre-dinner entertainment, I can handle this small amount of money." Xiao Xingyan had played before, and it was Hu Guoqiang who had taught him, but he always lost. He didn't lose much, usually 500 or 600 at a time, which was a bit painful given Xiao Xingyan's income at the time. Although Do Nyo was said to be purely luck-based, there were indeed skills involved. With fewer players, 1 deck of 54 cards is used. With more players, 2 decks totaling 108 cards are used. Players can count cards, keep track of them, and adjust their bets at any moment. Betting 1 matchstick means 10 yuan, 2 matchsticks are 20 yuan, 3 matchsticks are 30 yuan, and the final odds are determined based on the size of the bets. Xiao Xingyan habitually used his clairvoyance to scan the cards first. The cards were fine. Then the dealer began drawing. Hu Guoqiang drew a 5, and it was just right for Xiao Xingyan. Then everyone began to place their bets. If Xiao Xingyan was not the dealer, it would be difficult to operate, but since it was his turn to be the dealer, he would not hold back. Thus, Xiao Xingyan directly placed 3 matches representing a bet of 30 yuan. When others saw that Xiao Xingyan, who set up a stall at the city god temple, had bet 30, they felt they couldn't bet less than him. As a result, everyone placed a bet of 30 yuan. Subsequently, Xiao Xingyan, as the dealer, began to deal the cards. In the local game of Donyo, there's a rule that the dealer can deal in any order as long as everyone receives 5 cards. Thus, Xiao Xingyun activated his X-ray vision and dealt 3 cards to each player in the normal order. For the last 2 cards, which were crucial, he did not deal in seeding order. If you were missing a 9 or a 10, you could form Nyo Jio or Nyo Nyo, but I would only give you an 8 turning you into Nyo E, and give you a 5 turning you into Nyo Wu. In the first round, Xiao Xingyun obtained a Nyo Nyo, which was nearly the highest hand. There were also 2 special hands that were larger than a regular Nyo Nyo, which were 5 cards of the same number, called Jia Zi Nyo, and 5 flower cards, which were greater than 10, called Wu Huan Nyo. These 2 types of hands had a 5-fold payout. However, in this round, none of the 4 players had a special hand, with the largest being Meng Yali's hand Nyo Wu. This was Xiao Xingyun deliberately confusing everyone's attention, giving her a big hand. However, no matter how big her hand was, it would always be smaller than the dealer's Xiao Xingyun. Everyone revealed their hands, and Xiao Xingyun calmly said Nyo Nyo 3 times. Damn, you're on a lucky streak today. I have Nyo E. Hu Guoqiang said somewhat aggrievedly. Although he didn't lose much, losing to Xiao Xingyun was frustrating. I have Nyo Wu, such a big hand, and I still lose. It's truly unfair. Meng Yali pouted and feigned grievance. Each person bet 30 yuan, and with Nyo Nyo paying 3 times, that was 90 yuan per person. As the dealer, Xiao Xingyun collected money from the 4 players, totaling 360 yuan. The money wasn't much, but it was particularly satisfying. The feeling of using a cheat was exhilarating. Xiao Xingyun had a fleeting illusion that winning against them felt more thrilling than betting on stones. Perhaps it was because he had been bullied by Hu Guoqiang for too long. After a fierce counterattack, he released too much. In the next few rounds, Xiao Xingyun clearly arranged for them, including 1 round with Wu Huan Nyo and 1 with Jia Zi Nyo, with a 5-fold win rate totaling 150 yuan per person, which was 600 yuan for the 4 of them. As the only outsider, Fu Buqi was stunned. Xiao Yunzi, your luck is off the charts today. I've only lost 7 or 800 in total, and you've won it back in 2 rounds. Good luck, there's nothing I can do about it, Xiao Xingyun humbly replied. However, this statement made others feel so irritated that they wanted to hit him. I refuse to believe this. Why does only the dealer have big hands while we players don't even have the chance to compete for Nyo Jio? Hu Guoqiang was already sweating. He ran a small company, earning hundreds of thousands a month. Losing this amount of money today was nothing, but it was frustrating. I think Xiao Xingyun is cheating. How could he possibly have such good luck without cheating? Meng Yali also said indignantly. Others thought about accusing Xiao Xingyun of cheating, but everyone usually played this way, and they had never seen a dealer sweep through without leaving any chances for others. Moreover, the cards were provided by the restaurant, and even if they wanted to claim he was cheating, they couldn't find an excuse. They were all classmates who didn't know who. Xiao Xingyun had learned to play Donyo from Hu Guoqiang before and had always lost. It was quite normal for him to win once in a while. Normal. My foot. Their wallets were about to be emptied. In just half an hour, they didn't even realize how much they had lost. Fortunately, at that moment, other classmates arrived, and a group of 5 or 6 female classmates, led by Song Xiaoxiao, somehow gathered together and entered the private room simultaneously. Are you playing Donyo again? Are you okay with bullying Xiao Xingyun like this? Song Xiaoxiao, a Jiangnan girl with delicate features and fair skin, was of average height, slightly thin, but her curves were just right. As soon as she entered the private room, Song Xiaoxiao stood up for Xiao Xingyun. My dear Song Dajia, it's unjust. Today Xiao Xingyun's luck has been off the charts, and he's been mercilessly tormenting us. We're about to collapse. Hu Guoqiang seized the opportunity to stand up, wanting to get out of the game, because he had a poor hand this round without any Nyo. I don't believe it. Song Xiaoxiao disregarded Hu Guoqiang's face and walked straight to Xiao Xingyun, glancing at the cards just dealt, and was instantly stunned. 5 flower cards, is this Wu Huan Nyo? Xiao Xingyun revealed a shy and honest smile. It's all luck. I don't know what's going on, and my luck has been so good lately. He noticed that Hu Guoqiang and Meng Yali had already intended to distance themselves from him. I'm not playing anymore. Xiao Xingyun doesn't want us to survive today. Damn, when I looked at the transfer record, in just half an hour, I lost several thousand. Everyone lost about the same amount, because it was all Xiao Xingyun, the dealer, winning. I lost my mind. How did I forget to reduce my bets? Dunno, I really am. If I ever play Donyo with Xiao Xingyun again, I'll be a little dog. After settling the payment for the last round, everyone stood up, no longer daring to sit there and play cards. They then moved to the big dining table to chat about daily life, while only a few of those who lost were somewhat gloomy. Especially Hu Guoqiang, who was usually a penny pincher. He didn't want to part with a dime, and now having lost several thousand made him particularly unhappy. Xiao Xingyun, since you've won money today, you don't need me to cover your meal and karaoke expenses, right? Hu Guoqiang brought this up publicly, unable to let it go. Xiao Xingyun laughed. Haha, the one who said he would cover my expenses back then was you, and now the one saying he won't is still you. When will you change this fickle and stingy personality? As the class monitor, you should be more generous. Fu Buqi, the brother from the upper bunk, chimed in. Exactly. If you're not capable, then let the class monitor spot you. You never give red envelopes during festivals, and you even make everyone pay for group meals. That's too low class. Everyone is classmates, talking about money hurts feelings. By the way, it looks like we're all here, let's call the waiter to order food and hurry up those classmates who haven't arrived yet. Even though they had already graduated, Hu Guoqiang still couldn't let go of the title of class monitor and quickly shifted the topic, not wanting to dwell on this matter. Before long, the food and drinks were served, and a total of 14 classmates attended. A few who said they would come ultimately had matters to attend to and didn't show up. The girls at the table subtly centered around Song Xiaoxiao, while the boys centered around Hu Guoqiang. Only Xiao Xingyun and Fu Buqi were exceptions. They were in sync and formed their own group. Aside from the differences in compliments and toast, seating arrangements also mattered. Xiao Xingyun couldn't be bothered to fuss over it, but after a few rounds of drinks, Hu Guoqiang began to stir trouble. Xiao Xingyun and Yang Yudi broke up a year ago. Since there's no hope of getting back together, why haven't you found a new girlfriend? Your stall income is low, so don't set your sights too high. With a little effort, you can find a girlfriend. Xiao Xingyun's face turned cold as he glared at Hu Guoqiang. So you think you can provoke me online and then act recklessly in real life? You think I'm just going to let this slide? Just as he was about to retaliate, he heard Song Xiaoxiao angrily rebuking, who says they have no chance of getting back together. What business is it of yours in matters between couples? Her fury left everyone baffled. While it was understandable for Xiao Xingyun to respond with anger, moreover, what did her words mean? Did Xiao Xingyun and Yang Yudi still have a chance of reconciliation? Hu Guoqiang was taken aback by Song Xiaoxiao's forceful demeanor, stammering, I'm just concerned about Xiao Xingyun's love life. As the class monitor, it's my duty. You should just worry about yourself. Xiao Xingyun and Yang Yudi's matters are none of your concern, Song Xiaoxiao said sternly, her expression unyielding. All right, I won't meddle. Everyone, let's just drink. Hu Guoqiang said, unsure if he was preserving his pride or afraid of Song Xiaoxiao, as he dared not speak further. Surprisingly, Xiao Xingyun found no opportunity to interject. He ignored Hu Guoqiang's suggestion to raise a toast, and simply gave Song Xiaoxiao a thumbs up, smiling, Song, you're so impressive. Having known you for years, it's the first time I've seen you lose your temper. What's up? Did you get news from Yudi? Song Xiaoxiao's eyes looked a bit flustered. No, there's no news. I just can't stand others discussing the matters of you and my good sister. I believe Yudi must have her reasons, otherwise she wouldn't have left without a word. Hey, reasons? Forget about her, let's just drink, Xiao Xingyun said, raising his glass to toast her. Cheers, Song Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, fearing Xiao Xingyun would press on. Song Xiaoxiao clearly supported Xiao Xingyun, and Hu Guoqiang straightened his attitude, no longer daring to provoke him. Moreover, he realized that Xiao Xingyun was not someone to be trifled with. Standing at 1.8 meters tall was enough to instill caution in him. However, the frustration in his heart only grew, and he wished to continue making things difficult for Xiao Xingyun. After the meal, Hu Guoqiang suggested going to karaoke to lighten the mood, as the dinner had been somewhat stifling. All 14 participants had drunk, so a designated driver was necessary. For people could fit in one car, so hiring a designated driver was just right. However, in the end, 2 people were left without a ride, Xiao Xingyun and Fu Buqi. At the entrance of the restaurant, Hu Guoqiang had the designated driver bring over his BMW 5 Series, and in front of everyone said, Xiao Xingyun and Fu Buqi, I'm afraid you'll have to take a taxi. I can reimburse you for the fare. No need, I drove here myself. I can just get a designated driver, Xiao Xingyun replied calmly. Is your car purchased or rented? I'm telling you, there are too many tricks with renting cars. Don't get scammed. It's purchased, otherwise I wouldn't be this broke, needing the class monitor to cover the dinner bill. Xiao Xingyun deliberately brought up this debt, often to provoke Hu Guoqiang. As long as I'm not awkward, the awkwardness will be on others. Wow, Xiao Xingyun actually bought a car? What a great occasion. Everyone come see Xiao Xingyun's new car. Hu Guoqiang, emboldened by alcohol, shouted to the crowd. Xiao Xingyun stopped. A nearby designated driver pressed the key fob, and the lights of a Mercedes G-Class parked not far from the entrance flashed. He then instructed the driver to bring the car over. Hu Guoqiang was stunned, his smile frozen on his face. Pointing at the black Mercedes G-Class in the distance, he exclaimed, That Mercedes is your car. Could it be rented? Have you ever seen a rental with temporary plates? Fu Buqi, who had been holding back for a long time, finally snapped at him. The other classmates couldn't hold back any longer, exclaiming, Damn, Xiao Xingyun, you've hit it big. You just got a Mercedes G-Class. That car must cost over 2 million, right? Truly luxurious. Class monitor, are you sure about your information? Who said Xiao Xingyun was setting up a stall at the city god temple? Who could afford a Mercedes G-Class while running a stall? The classmates who had just been gathered around Hu Guoqiang immediately turned against him, questioning his intelligence. Especially Meng Yali, who had always looked down on Xiao Xingyun, was now in extreme shock, even doubting whether Xiao Xingyun's claim of coming from a mountain village was true. At this moment, the designated driver had already parked the Mercedes G-Class in front of Xiao Xingyun, rolled down the window, and respectfully said, Boss, please get in the car. Xiao Xingyun nodded and said to everyone, "All right, Fu Buki and I will get in the car first. See you at the carnival later." As the Mercedes G-Class disappeared around the corner, Hu Guoqiang and Ming Yali were still in a daze. Inside, their hearts felt like they had swallowed a basket of lemons. It was almost unbearable. When they arrived at the karaoke room, everyone's attitude towards Xiao Xingyun changed. Male and female classmates occasionally toasted him, a stark contrast to earlier at dinner. Only Song Xiao hid in a corner of the sofa, secretly messaging, "My dear sister, if you don't resolve your family troubles, soon the man you fancy will really be taken away. He struck it rich, oh will he lack women in the future?" The message was sent a long time ago, but no one replied. Song Xiao sighed and put her phone back in her bag. The drinking continued until dawn. As they were leaving, Xiao Xingyun said to everyone, "Thank you all. I had a great time today, and of course thanks to the class monitor for covering the AA expenses. So I'll send 2 red envelopes in the class group to share the joy." Then Xiao Xingyun sent 2 red envelopes of 10,000 each in the class WeChat group. With 50 people in the class, each red envelope of 10,000 meant an average of 200 per person. However, Xiao Xingyun set it as a luck-based red envelope. Some grabbed over 300, others over 700, and some only grabbed a little over 3. Indeed, the one who only grabbed 328 yuan was class monitor Hu Guoqiang. In the second red envelope, Hu Guoqiang fared even worse, only getting 169 yuan, leading to his terrible luck that day. Xiao Xingyun's X-ray vision couldn't alter his luck. It could only be said to be fate. "Thank you, boss. You're generous. Wishing you new brides every day and being the groom every night." Fu Buki, his upper bunkmate, genuinely exclaimed. The rest followed suit, copying and pasting this phrase, flooding the group chat. Some even got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and suddenly spotted the large red envelope. After grabbing a few hundred, they realized it was Xiao Xingyun's, and one curiously asked, "Did Xiao Xingyun get hacked? Why did he suddenly send out 20,000 in red envelopes?" Little friend, are you full of questions? Let me be honest, Xiao Xingyun has struck it rich. He's now a wealthy person. His ride is a Mercedes G-Class. Someone replied below. Once this was said, the others who snatched the red envelopes understood what was happening and no longer worried that Xiao Xingyun would retract the envelopes due to being hacked. After sending the red envelopes, Xiao Xingyun got into the Mercedes and had the designated driver drive away. Since everyone was going different ways, Xiao Xingyun didn't bother with sending anyone off. They all hadn't gotten drunk and could just head home. Among this group of classmates, he had no special thoughts. Even though Song Xiao was very beautiful, he remained unmoved. On the way, Xiao Xingyun sent Fu Buki a transfer of 2,222 with the note, "Let's quit gambling from now on, young man." Fu Buki quickly accepted the transfer and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for the red envelope. I will definitely remember your teachings." Brothers in the same room can occasionally understand a bit of mischief. Xiao Xingyun smiled and put away his phone, hoping that he could truly quit gambling, otherwise no amount of money at home would suffice for his ruin. As for his own gambling on stones, was it still called gambling when one had the ability to see through them? That was just picking up money. When he returned to the villa, the lights in Su Qing's room were still on and faint singing could be heard. Clearly, she was still live streaming. Xiao Xingyun was too tired and fell asleep right away, only to be awakened the next morning by the ringing of his phone. Upon answering, it turned out to be the workers delivering the stone cutting machine. They were very professional, stating they would deliver by 9:30, and they were only 3 minutes late, which was quite good. The security guard called Xiao Xingyun to confirm that he was the one who had summoned the delivery personnel before letting them through. A few minutes later, 4 workers carried a pile of equipment into the basement to assemble it on site. After about an hour of tinkering, they finally installed all the components. Then a middle-aged man who looked like a foreman explained some basic operations and safety precautions to Xiao Xingyun. Since there was a complete instruction manual and video tutorial, the workers' on-site explanations covered only the most important parts. Xiao Xingyun listened attentively and committed everything to memory. 10 minutes later, the workers cleaned up the garbage in the basement before taking their leave. Xiao Xingyun brought down the 4 rough stones stacked on the first floor, inspected them, and decided to cut the seed material first. This piece of seed material was the easiest to cut because it was large, and beneath its surface it was all of the quality of mutton fat jade. A single cut would yield great results. This piece could easily sell for 5 to 6 million at market price, and if there was competition, the price might even go higher. This was Xiao Xingyun's first time operating the stone cutting machine. Following the instruction manual, he carefully placed the piece of seed material in front of the cutting wheel, secured it, and when the wheel started spinning, water sprayed automatically to prevent overheating. In just a few minutes, the piece of seed material was cut in half. As expected from his perspective, except for the thick outer layer, the jade inside was all of the finest mutton fat white quality. It was a significant rise indeed. Having found his rhythm, Xiao Xingyun began cutting the jadeite rough stone, locating the colorful jadeite, marking the cutting line with a marker, and then securing it to the cutting frame. A few minutes later, he cut off the thick outer layer, revealing a distinct, colorful cross-section. However, this small opening was not enough, since the inside was entirely colorful jade. The larger the cut, the more valuable it would be. After cutting 3 sides, there was no need to cut the rest. Based on market price, this piece was estimated to be worth between 6 million and 10 million, and those who liked it would treat it as a treasure and pay a premium. Merchants who did not favor colorful stones would only lower the price and strictly buy at market value. The color was colorful, the quality could only reach the glutinous ice level. Some areas reached the ice variety, but the main body remained at the glutinous ice level, so the estimated price had some uncertain factors. Of the remaining 2 pieces, one was a glass variety jade rough stone, only faintly green with some impurities, and also slightly smaller, estimated to be around 10 million. The other piece was large, but of the glutinous ice variety, primarily white with green flecks, and in the core area, it was entirely green, capable of making 2 completely green bracelets and some pendants. If cut in half from the center, it could only sell for around 4 million at market price. By lunchtime, Xiao Xingyun had finished cutting these 4 rough stones. He estimated this batch to be worth around 26 million, but the final result would depend on the buyers. Xiao Xingyun had entered the jade and gemstone industry with a very low starting point, only knowing a few small bosses at the terminal wholesale markets with not a single big player. The only big player he met at the auction 2 days ago was Gu Qingqing, and since her bidding price was very high, he did not ask for contact details from other small and medium jewelers. After lunch, Xiao Xingyun took out Gu Qingqing's business card and hesitated for a moment before finally calling. After all, she had left a strong impression on him as someone who was not short on money, able to be reckless with cash, and without hesitation when raising her bid. Even if she paid more, she remained unfazed. "Hello, who is this?" A cool voice came from the phone. "Is this Miss Gu?" "I am Xiao Xingyun, the one who bid on the Imperial Green the other day." "Oh, Mr. Xiao, I remember you. What can I do for you?" Gu Qingqing said. A simple sentence unexpectedly made Xiao Xingyun a bit excited. Gu Qingqing actually remembered me. What merits do I, Xiao Xingyun, possess? I merely earned 30 million from you. If I earn you 3 billion, wouldn't you remember me deeply? In that moment of wild thought, Xiao Xingyun responded, "Miss Gu, I have a few pieces of jade rough stones of good quality in hand, all already cut, and I wanted to ask if you are interested in acquiring them." "Oh, what quality are they?" 1 piece of glutinous ice quality colorful jade, 1 piece of glass variety, faint green jade, 1 piece of glutinous ice, white with green flecks, with a completely green core, and the last piece is of mutton fat quality seed material, quite large. Xiao Xingyun briefly introduced the situation of his rough stones to Gu Qingqing. Upon hearing about the glass variety and the colorful jade, Gu Qingqing was clearly interested. As for the last 2 pieces, they could serve as extras and were not particularly concerning. "Alright, our Gus Jewelry flagship store is currently under renovation. You can come to our warehouse. There are several appraisers here who can help me take a look, and I'll ensure you get a fair price." "Okay, I'll add you on WeChat now, and you can send me the address and location. I'll head over right away." "Alright." With that, Gu Qingqing hung up the phone. The location sent by Gu Qingqing was right in the city center. Xiao Xingyun drove for half an hour to arrive. Although it was called a warehouse, it was actually a villa estate. Having a villa estate in the center of Shanghai City is not merely a matter of money. Identity and status are equally essential. The security at the entrance was of professional caliber. After confirming Xiao Xingyun's identity and checking the vehicle, they allowed him to enter. Inside the courtyard, Gu Qingqing's female assistant was already standing at the inner gate to greet him. After guiding Xiao Xingyun to park, she called 2 workers to help him move the jade rough stones indoors. Indoors, Gu Qingqing and several white-haired master craftsmen were studying a massive piece of jade. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Xingyun realized it was the dark bid that Gu Qingqing had purchased the other day. She had cut 1 piece on the spot, and fearing to cut the remaining 1, invited a few appraisers to study it before deciding whether to cut it. If the appraisers believed it would yield great results, then they would cut it. If they felt something was off, it would be resold, at most breaking even and not incurring losses. This was Gu Qingqing's attempt to limit losses, indicating that the 30 million lost the night before had put considerable pressure and scrutiny on her within the Gu family. "Ms. Gu, I have brought a few pieces of jade rough stones for you. Please have the masters appraise them." "Okay, please wait a moment." Gu Qingqing replied, and then whispered a few words to the appraisers before leading 2 of them towards Xiao Xingyun. Seeing the 4 pieces of rough stones beside Xiao Xingyun, Gu Qingqing's eyes visibly brightened. These materials were even better than how Xiao Xingyun had described them. The 2 master craftsmen who came with her nodded slightly, each taking a piece, examining them closely with magnifying glasses and powerful flashlights. Xiao Xingyun had used his perspective eye to examine it thoroughly. He could discern any flaws or impurities from the inside out, completely unafraid of expert appraisal. The quality is impressive, uniform inside and out. Judging by the powder traces on the edges, it must have just been cut. Although jadeite is rare, what surprised me even more was the size of this rough stone. It is so large, so white, and its fineness and oiliness are all top grade. One of the experts remarked. Another expert said, since Master Luo has appraised everything, I won't show off my skills. Regarding the price, I'd like to share my personal insight. In summary, the total price for these items we at Gus Jewelry are offering 28 million. Xiao Xingyun was slightly taken aback, his mouth agape. He hadn't expected the price these people offered to be higher than his own estimate. He had valued it at 26 million, but Gus Jewelry offered 28 million. Good people. Could it be that I underestimated the value? As a newcomer in the gambling stone industry, have I been too modest? Was my estimate overly conservative? Noticing the strange expression on Xiao Xingyun's face, Gu Qingqing immediately said, Mr. Xiao, we are very satisfied with your rough jadeite, and the appraisal fits the market price. If you are not satisfied with our offer, we can negotiate. Well, actually, I spent a lot of time bidding for these materials, bought a pile of waste stones, and only then managed to get these fine pieces. Since this is our first collaboration, could we possibly raise the price a bit? This is our second collaboration. Gu Qingqing corrected his mistake, contemplating for a moment before saying, originally, I wouldn't change the price given by our master, but Gus Jewelry is currently in a preparatory stage and requires a large number of high-quality materials, so we can offer a premium within a certain range. 92 million is our final offer. If you agree, we can transact now. Xiao Xingyun didn't expect his astonished expression to be misinterpreted by Gu Qingqing, who raised the offer by 100,000 directly. While a Porsche 911 has come out. Seeing the good fortune, he composed himself and nodded steadily, saying, all right, Miss Gu is generous, straightforward, and I can't be stingy either. Let's do it. 92 million is agreeable for the transaction. Soon Gu Qingqing arranged for her female assistant to transfer the funds to Xiao Xingyun. While waiting for the transfer, Gu Qingqing invited Xiao Xingyun to observe the dark mark jadeite she had bought a couple of days ago. The other two masters were still measuring data with their instruments. Miss, we both believe this rough stone cannot be cut. The risk of it collapsing is too high. Look at this black vein and this crack in the stone. Through spectral analysis, we believe it's impossible for it to contain any good quality jadeite. After thorough analysis, the two experts finally reached a conclusion. However, Master Luo, who had just appraised Xiao Xingyun's rough stones, shook his head and countered, I disagree with your appraisal. I believe this black vein is actually indicative of good quality jadeite, similar to how ancient jade develops a color on the surface. It can be cut. While it may not yield a significant profit, it should at least break even. The four experts, evidently not accustomed to each other, began to argue heatedly. Some suggested selling it immediately, while others recommended cutting it open, and some expressed uncertainty, saying they couldn't make a call. Gu Qingqing was troubled by their noise. Suddenly, through the decorative mirror in the hall, she saw Xiao Xingyun with a smile akin to watching a monkey show, frowning slightly. This smile was somewhat annoying, but also exuded a mysterious confidence, as if everything was under his control. Mr. Xiao, what do you think of this rough stone? Will it rise or collapse? Gu Qingqing suddenly asked. You're asking me. I'm just a newcomer in the gambling stone industry. I know nothing. It's all about luck. I can't make a call. Xiao Xingyun concealed his shortcomings, remaining modest and cautious, not wanting to attract trouble. Mr. Xiao, you are too humble. How about this? If you can provide an accurate prediction whether it rises or collapses, I will give you a consulting commission of 100,000. What do you think? 100,000 for consulting? Xiao Xingyun was stunned. Is the life of the wealthy this plain and unadorned? A casual word is worth 100,000. Yes, the prerequisite is that regardless of whether it rises or falls, it must be accurate. Gu Qingqing reiterated her requirements. Then I believe it will rise. I can't be sure how much, but it will definitely exceed your purchase price. Xiao Xingyun blurted out. Why? Young man, tell us your reasoning. The appraisal master who suggested it would collapse had a somewhat gloomy expression. I'm just going by feeling. After all, I'm just a newcomer in the gambling stone industry, and my theoretical knowledge is far inferior to all of you masters, Xiao Xingyun said calmly and with confidence. Haha, how amusing. We've spent our lives appraising jadeite, and you expect us to believe your intuition as a young man. That's absurd, that's laughable. The master was somewhat angered. Master Luo interjected, appraising jadeite rough stones relies on vision, experience, and luck, and has nothing to do with age. If we're talking age, I'm older than all of you, yet I've never seen you listen to me. The other two masters were rendered speechless by Master Luo's rebuttal. They could look down on the young Xiao Xingyun, but they didn't dare speak ill of the equally renowned Master Luo in the industry. Gu Qingqing said, Masters, please stop arguing. Cutting through the skin is like cutting through a mountain. Regardless of the outcome, I appreciate everyone's efforts. I asked Mr. Xiao to help me appraise it, not for the technical aspect, but to find another reason to cut the stone. Now that the reason has been found, let's cut it. Then since Miss Gu has said so, let's cut it. After all, we've done our best. Even if it collapses, you can't blame us for not warning you. The two masters who were against cutting sighed and said helplessly. Now that it was decided to cut, the question was how to cut it and where to start. Mr. Xiao, what do you think? I think cutting it this way is more appropriate. Since Xiao Xingyun had accepted her offer of 100,000, he decided to reveal some useful insights. He drew a line on the upper right corner of this jadeite rough stone, precisely following the natural crack, fully showcasing the advantages of the entire rough stone. The several masters gasped, puzzled as to why Xiao Xingyun chose to cut at an angle. They wanted to ask, but felt too embarrassed to do so. Gu Qingqing voiced their unspoken thoughts, asking Mr. Xiao, why cut it this way? Is there a reason? I believe there will be a natural crack here which follows the depth of this surface crack. Cutting it this way can save a cut and minimize material waste. Alright, I trust you, let's cut it this way. Gu Qingqing nodded slightly, instantly deciding the fate of this rough stone worth tens of millions. Several workers received the order to use a pulley cart to lift the massive jade raw stone onto the large stone cutting machine. As the machine started, a subtle rumble echoed through the room. Although the noise cancellation feature of the machine was impressive, it still caused everyone to frown, making it difficult to hear each other. The professional stone cutting room must be built as soon as possible, especially regarding sound insulation. Gu Qingqing instructed her female assistant loudly. Yes, President Gu, it will be arranged by tomorrow, the assistant assured. After chatting for a while, more than 20 minutes had passed. The stone cutter gestured to the crowd, indicating that the first corner had been cut open, and he rinsed it with water, inviting everyone to come and see the open jade raw stone. Gu Qingqing felt a bit nervous because this was her first substantial transaction since taking charge of Gus Jewelry. The first piece had already collapsed, and if the second one failed as well, even with the old man's favor, she would face criticism from the entire family. How is it? Did it rise in value? Gu Qingqing asked anxiously before even arriving at the location. In fact, everyone was rushing to the stone cutting machine. No one could see the condition of the cut, perhaps only the stone cutter had seen it. Understanding the young lad's anxiety, the stone cutter, even if he saw the jade's color and quality, dared not speak too much. The water had washed the cutting edge clean. Before Gu Qingqing reached a suitable position to observe, she heard Master Luo's excited shout. It has risen significantly. Congratulations, Miss Gu. What caught the eye was a patch of icy green interspersed with a large amount of glutinous white. Although the green was not solidly connected, this jade raw stone was massive and could yield a lot of material. Purchased for around 50 million based on the current color quality, it could at least double the profit. If another cut was made without collapsing, it could increase even more. Xiao Xingyun walked over slowly, not joining the excitement, as he had already seen the cutting result through his. What he saw was indeed what he got. It actually rose. The unnamed jade raw stone appraiser displayed a hint of complex emotion, whether it was shame, jealousy, or regret. Regret for not saying it had risen. Indeed, cutting through the skin is like cutting through the mountain. No matter how experienced we are, there will be times we misjudge otherwise we would have become rich long ago. Another unnamed jade raw stone appraiser found an excuse for himself. Xiao Xingyun humbly comforted, I just happened to be lucky. You two masters mustn't take it to heart. Your knowledge and experience are invaluable, while my good fortune is only worth 1 million. The two unnamed appraisers nearly spat blood. Young man, is this your way of comforting? You're pouring salt on, stabbing a knife in the belly. Xiao Xingyun, pure and kind-hearted, displayed an innocent smile. He truly did not intend to provoke these two unnamed appraisers. He was merely reminding Gu Qingqing that his prediction was correct and she could make the payment. Gu Qingqing, indeed sharp-witted, understood immediately. Amidst her excitement, a rare smile blossomed on her face. Go transfer 1 million to Mr. Xiao and label it as a consultation fee when it arrives. The assistant replied, Yes, President Gu, I will take care of it right away. She moved to the nearby desk and quickly operated the transfer to Xiao Xingyun. Before long, Xiao Xingyun received the 1 million consultation fee, while the 29 million from the sale of the jade raw stone had already arrived. Now he had over 50 million cash in his bank account. With so much money, he could head south and try his luck. In this place, small-scale dealings involved leftover waste stones, while truly good materials had long been intercepted in the large gambling stone markets in the south. Just the other day at the Qin's jewelry auction house, of the 500 auction items, only a dozen rose in value, and the rest were all junk, highlighting how poor those materials were. Even among the 10 main jade raw stones, only 2 rose significantly. Fortunately, Gu Qingqing's luck was good and she obtained one. Otherwise, she would have lost terribly, which would also affect her influence within the Gu family. With this matter coming to a close, Xiao Xingyun took his leave. To his surprise, the ice-cold beauty, Gu Qingqing, actively escorted him to the parking area. Mr. Xiao, please remember us at Gus Jewelry for any good materials in the future. If there are any other collaboration projects, feel free to contact me anytime. Thank you for your recognition, Miss Gu. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will prioritize collaboration, Xiao Xingyun replied before driving away. Gu Qingxing watched the departing Mercedes G-Class lost in thought. President Gu Xiaoxingyun seems a bit strange. I've never heard of anyone like him in the gambling stone industry, and his attire doesn't resemble a wealthy person. The newly bought Mercedes G-Class doesn't even have a proper license plate, yet it seems he just bought it, indicating he used the money from gambling stones the other day to make this purchase. If he really has the skills, why has he only just become wealthy? If he doesn't have real skills, why does he continuously select high-grade jade? Considering the transaction amounts we see here, Gu Qingxing warned seriously. Everyone has their own secrets. As business partners, it's best not to pry into others' secrets. As long as collaborators can bring us benefits, we must maintain a certain level of respect. Unless things turn sour, then it may be possible to investigate the other party. Yes, President Gu, I was just thinking randomly in my mind, the female assistant weakly explained. Don't even think about it, just get back to work. Gu Qingxing waved her hand and went to her office to be busy. On his way home, Xiaoxingyun received a call from Luo Pengzi. Brother Yin, what are you busy with? I set up a stall at the Changhuang Temple today to handle leftover goods. The prices are low and sales have really gone up. Unfortunately, a few competitors beside me are cursing me for destroying the value system, saying I will ruin the business of the entire antique street. Hey, with my fiery temper, I had a clash with them. I want to sell as much as I want. If they're not satisfied, they can take all my... Xiaoxingyun listened and frowned, advising, if the market price for a jade pendant is 5,000 yuan, and you sell it for 1,000 yuan, although you are selling at the purchase price, it indeed affects the price system of the entire antique street. Don't stir up trouble. Take your time handling the leftovers. The prices cannot collapse. I understand, I totally understand. Although I still feel a bit unfair, I will listen to you. Who made you my elder? By the way, when are we going to the south to gamble on stones? Luo Pengzi rambled on, mainly trying to lead to the last sentence. In the next couple of days, I will arrange things in Shanghai and then head south. I heard that there will be several large jade raw stone exhibitions and sales events in the south soon, and many good materials should appear. Xiaoxingyun thought to himself, with my perspective eye, it would be reasonable to go to the gambling stone market to make a fortune, right? 2 days later, Xiaoxingyun and Fatty Luo boarded a flight to the vicinity of Sihui City in Guangdong Province, where a large jade exhibition and sales event was taking place. Such exhibitions are held several times a year, organized by local jade associations, joint efforts of several jewelry stores, and a few private stone gambling institutions. The scale varies, catering to both tourists and professional gamblers, making Sihui City even more vibrant and bustling. Therefore, local authorities are quite supportive of such events. Xiaoxingyun and Fatty Luo were sitting in economy class. Although they had a bit of money now, their habit of frugality led them to book cheaper seats. Facing Fatty Luo's incessant chatter, Xiaoxingyun could only say, if we haven't lost all our money by the time we return, well, fly business class. Fatty Luo was taken aback, recalling his experience of drawing 3 pieces of worthless stones, quickly succumbing to fear. Indeed, he knew nothing, and Xiaoxingyun was relying solely on luck. If their stone gambling failed, they would quickly become broke. There would be no business class for them, and they might not even afford economy class. This tactic worked well, and Fatty Luo quickly fell silent. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man passing by on his way to the restroom suddenly exclaimed with delight, "You must be Mr. Xiao and Mr. Luo. To meet you here is quite a surprise. We met a few days ago at Qin's Jewelry and even chatted a bit." "And you are?" Xiaoxingyun asked, uncertain. The middle-aged man smiled broadly. "Zhu Chongjiu, just call me Jiugo. I own my own jewelry store and carving studio, and I once bid on that piece of Imperial Green you had, but I couldn't compete with the Gu family. It's a small business, no way around it." "So it's Brother Zhu, I've heard a lot about you." Xiaoxingyun preferred to quietly amass wealth and did not wish to get too acquainted with many in the stone gambling circle, especially those who knew about his past. Thus, he spoke in ambiguous terms. "Jioganot, Brother Zhu, haha, we'll talk more later. I really can't hold it any longer," Zhu Chongjiu said as he hurried towards the restroom at the back of the plane. As soon as Zhu Chongjiu entered the restroom, Fatty Luo immediately leaned over and whispered, "Brother Yin, this guy is being overly friendly without reason. He's either a rogue or a thief. We need to be cautious. I've heard that there are many unscrupulous merchants in the stone gambling world who prey on newcomers using fake jade stones to deceive them. That's a bit exaggerated. Perhaps this is just the nature of business. We aren't familiar with him, so let's keep our distance." Xiaoxingyun set the tone, as it was wise to be cautious when arriving in a new place. Before long, Zhu Chongjiu returned from the restroom and switched seats, now sitting right next to Xiaoxingyun, separated by just an aisle. "You two are here for the Sihui Jade exhibition, I presume. This year's event is different from the past, with a large number of jade merchants from Myanmar participating, significantly improving the quality, and it is referred to as the grand event of the stone gambling industry. I own my own jewelry store and carving studio. Stone gambling is merely a personal hobby for me. If I come across good materials at the right price, I may consider purchasing them directly. If you two can find good materials, feel free to consider me. My prices are absolutely fair. I don't pick and choose. They'll buy both glutinous and icy types of jade. Zhu Chongzhou chattered on, appearing very talkative, seemingly unwilling to miss any potential business partner. Xiao Xingyun took the opportunity to ask about the nuances of the stone gambling industry in Sihui City, but Zhu Chongzhou only advised him to avoid being robbed without mentioning any scams. This made Xiao Xingyun a little wary of him, but he still exchanged contact information saying they could collaborate in the future. As for when that opportunity might arise, it was entirely up to Xiao Xingyun. After disembarking, Zhu Chongzhou offered to introduce Xiao Xingyun to accommodations, but Xiao Xingyun declined, citing that he had already booked a hotel. The two headed straight to the Sihui Exhibition Center and found a 5-star hotel nearby to stay in. They chose a 5-star hotel primarily for safety, with comfort being a secondary consideration. Once settled, Xiao Xingyun and Fatty Luo went directly to the Jade exhibition, which had started the day before. Today marked the second day of the exhibition, and it was bustling. They did not want to waste a single moment. It's so lively. Fatty Luo stared giddily at the throngs of people at the exhibition entrance, resembling a bustling market during a clearance sale. A massive square stretched endlessly, filled with jade exhibition booths. While they were called booths, most raw stones were piled on the ground, stacked like cabbages. Occasionally, there were excited cheers from the stone analysis area. Some were winning, while others lamented their loss. The myriad of human experiences was vividly displayed in this small stone analysis area. Brother Yin, where do we start? Fatty Luo asked excitedly. Let's start from the first row at the entrance. Observe more, ask more questions, listen more, and buy less. If you find something suitable, then purchase a little. You can use your own eyesight and luck to select some, but no matter what, you must keep at least 500 yuan in reserve. Xiao Xingyun was merely taking Fatty Luo along for the stone gambling experience and not participating together. This was a crucial distinction. In the stone gambling, business partnerships are particularly frowned upon, regardless of whether the stone is profitable or not. There will always be issues of unequal distribution. Thus, Fatty Luo was quite clever. He only requested to accompany Xiao Xingyun to the stone gambling market to try their luck, without suggesting a joint investment. Xiao Xingyun did not need his little sum of money, and did not think highly of it either. Moreover, he felt that both he and Xiao Xingyun were newcomers, just that Xiao Xingyun's luck was slightly better. Being around lucky people might bring him some good fortune. All right, I'll listen to Brother Yin. Oh, just call me anytime if there's anything. Fatty Luo said, already eager to rush towards the first row of stalls. Xiao Xingyun, on the other hand, took his time, following behind the crowd, listening to their conversations and how they bargained with the jade merchants. He was now a standard newcomer in the stone gambling world, having only read a few books on the topic, which were essentially useless, containing information that the big shots in the industry were willing to share. If you believe everything written in books, you are bound to lose most of the time. This was one of the ways they processed waste jade stones. The pricing information Xiao Xingyun knew was merely speculative, gleaned from foreign materials. In reality, it was not very accurate. In real transactions, he had found that his evaluations were somewhat low, and the offers he received often exceeded his appraisals. While listening to others talk, Xiao Xingyun also used his perspective ability to examine the quality of the jade stones at various stalls. Surprisingly, the probability of a profitable cut was over 20, with the chance of breaking even around 30, and the probability of a loss around 50. This was the situation for fully gambled stones. For semi-gambled stones, which had been partially opened and revealed some clarity, the chances of profit were even greater, but their prices were also higher. A few days ago, the starting bid for the raw stones at the Qin jewelry auction was indeed not high. The base price for jadeite raw stones of the same weight from the same mine was around 500, ultimately selling for 1500 to 000. Here, when asked, the stall owner quoted a price of 2500 to 3500, even higher. Walking from the first stall in the first row to the last one, there were about 60 to 70 booths, with at least thousands of jadeite raw stones of various sizes. There were at least a dozen high-quality stones, but Xiao Xingyun did not rush to take action. He was pondering how he could safely and swiftly acquire all these exquisite jadeites without drawing attention. Publicly revealing the stones for bidding is the fastest way to earn money. However, if you repeatedly unveil exquisite jadeites, even a fool would sense something amiss. Wouldn't the big shots in the local jade gambling scene investigate you? Wouldn't they clean you up? The dark world hidden beneath the light is often scarier than you can imagine. It seems that bringing in the fat guy Luo was of real significance. With him in front to shield me from the fire, at least the pressure can be somewhat alleviated. Regardless, the priority is to earn the first bucket of gold from this exhibition, as a man needs money to stand strong. Sure enough, after a short while, he received a call from Luo. Brother Yin, guess how many pieces of jadeite raw stones I've bought now? How much did I spend? Luo exclaimed excitedly over the phone. Xiao Xingyun replied, I can't guess how many you've bought, but I estimate you've spent all your money. I asked you to keep at least 50000 as capital for recouping. If you can still keep 20000, I might think a bit higher of you. Only you know me, Brother Yin. I still have 1000 capital left, but the raw stones I bought are genuinely good. I feel they will greatly appreciate in value. Come to the free stone revealing point in Area C. I'm in line to reveal stones. Alright, I'll head over right away and bring 2 raw stones to cut together with yours, saving time on waiting in line again. Okay, I'm waiting for you here, Luo said. Xiao Xingyun immediately turned back, rented a hand truck, spending 2,000 on a piece of new pit waste stone and 1.6 million on an old pit jadeite raw stone. In terms of size, the 2 jadeite raw stones were roughly the same, both weighing several dozen kilograms, yet the price difference was 8-fold. However, if cut open, the disparity in value could reach thousands of times. The waste stone was intentionally bought by Xiao Xingyun mainly to confuse others, including Luo. The old pit jadeite raw stone was truly Xiao Xingyun's real target. It was the most valuable piece he selected after examining thousands of jadeite raw stones. Soon he found Luo, who had 4 pieces of jadeite raw stones of varying sizes in front of him on his small cart. Xiao Xingyun habitually used his vision of insight and realized that out of the 4 pieces, only one had decent quality, albeit slightly smaller, estimated to be worth around 1 million. The other pieces were somewhat disappointing. Even if cut open, their total worth wouldn't exceed 100,000. Therefore, if Luo had exhausted his funds, he'd surely incur a loss this time. With a purchase price of over 2 million after cutting, it would only be worth around 1 million. Betting twice in succession would lead to utter ruin. Luo was still unaware of his fate. Seeing Xiao Xingyun, he excitedly shouted, "Brother Yin, you came just in time. I'm up next. Are these 2 of yours in front or behind?" At the back, Xiao Xingyun replied, marking the cutting line with a marker, fearful that the stone cutter would ruin the highly valuable jadeite. As the 2 chatted, the stone revealing personnel called out Luo's number. He immediately responded, pushing his cart into the stone revealing area. This area has 3 free stone revealing machines that can operate simultaneously. Luo first selected 3 jadeite raw stones he fancied. A few minutes later, all 3 crumbled, and his face instantly turned pale, his body trembling slightly. "Are you still cutting?" The stone cutter, having seen many people like this, casually asked. "Cut them all." Since he only had 1 left, the remaining 2 belonged to Xiao Xingyun. Keeping 1 made no sense. The remaining piece Luo had was slightly smaller and was cut open first. The stone cutter said, "Congratulations, it should appreciate. By the way, may I ask how much you bought this raw stone for?" "I bought it for 9,000. What's wrong?" "By the way, how much is it expected to appreciate? Tell me quickly, I'm anxious." Luo urged, his face glistening with sweat. "You bought it for 9,000. Then it probably won't appreciate by much, you can see for yourself." Saying this, he sprayed water on the cut surface to make it clearer. In any stone revealing area, there are always jewelry store owners or jade carving studio owners waiting for a chance. Upon seeing a good material, they would try to place a bid. The milky ice green with slight cotton patterns detracted from its beauty. Coupled with the small horizontal cut surface of the entire material, someone immediately quoted, 1 million, at least you can make a small profit on top of the principal. Luo hesitated a bit, looking at the other onlookers. He hoped someone would bid against him, but after waiting for 10 seconds, no one did. Xiao Xingyun quietly advised him, "That's about it. If no one raises the bid, just sell it to him." After another 10 seconds with still no bids, Luo finally resigned himself. 1 million it is, at least I made a profit of 100,000. Those 3 pieces of waste earlier could still yield something. Add a bit of money and take them all together. Alright, the jade carving studio owner was quite straightforward, taking the pile of waste and adding 8,000. After verifying the goods, he immediately transferred the payment to Luo. Just then, the waste stone bought by Xiao Xingyun was also revealed, indeed disappointing. It turned out to be a low-quality oil green material, not even close to full color, insufficient to cover the labor cost for making a bracelet. However, there were some transparent parts in the center, barely enough to make 2 decent bracelets and a pendant. It crumbled again. This fat guy's luck is pretty poor. In the blink of an eye, millions are gone. How pitiful. That's how gambling stones are. One cut makes you poor, another makes you rich, and the last one is a gamble. I've gotten used to it. Even if he cuts out an Imperial Green from the last piece, I wouldn't be surprised. The cutting line for this piece of raw stone is a bit conservative. Why cut so close to the edge? Could it be that the fat guy is most fond of this one? All the onlookers regarded Luo as the owner of this raw stone, which was also Xiao Xingyun's strategy for proper utilization of Luo. Luo's face turned bitter as he saw the incoming payment notification, his expression brightening a bit. At that moment, he noticed that one of the raw stones Xiao Xingyun purchased had also crumbled, suddenly realizing that relying on luck in stone gambling was far too unreliable. In his extreme anxiety, Luo began to reconsider. "Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have come here to gamble. Those few millions saved for interest would have been enough to keep me comfortable for several years." "Brother Yun, if we lose all our capital, we might as well go back to our old jobs," Luo suggested. "Alright, if we really lose everything, what else can we do besides setting up stalls?" Xiao Xingyun answered with his mouth, but his eyes were fixated on the last piece of jadeite raw stone. Finally, when he peeled away the thick edge, a stunning bright yang green illuminated the chaotic stone, revealing area, dazzling everyone's eyes. As Xiao Xingyun was cutting jadeite, his class group chat was buzzing with activity. During the last class gathering, Hu Guoqiang lost face, feeling that Xiao Xingyun had suppressed him, leaving him with no way to argue. His small media company had taken on a contract to cover the jadeite exhibition in Sihui City, and he personally took charge photographing numerous high-end jadeite products to flaunt in the group. I tell you, this Emperor Green Jade pendant is worth millions, far more expensive than some people's Mercedes. Later, it'll take you to the stone-cutting area for a live broadcast so that the classmates can see what a real rich person looks like. You don't even own a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and you're mocking those who do. Aren't you embarrassed? On the top bunk, his brother Fu Buqi often roasted Hu Guoqiang. Hu Guoqiang pretended not to see and squeezed into a very lively stone-cutting area. Before he could see what was happening inside, he heard the crowd erupt in enthusiastic shouts. My God, Emperor Green, real Emperor Green. I haven't seen such a large piece in 3 or 4 years. 100 million, just from this cut. At least this rough stone is worth 100 million. It's insane this fat guy has such good luck. I admit I'm jealous. This time I got my money's worth at the exhibition, witnessing how a nearly bankrupt fat guy instantly transformed into a billionaire. As a media person, Hu Guoqiang was instantly energized by these news, rushing to the front and wildly snapping photos with his phone. After taking enough photos, he hit send without checking if it was to the class group or the work group. Someone nearby shouted, I offer 80 million, don't cut it anymore. This cut has already revealed the entire green surface. Stop talking nonsense. Where can you buy such a large Emperor Green for 80 million? I, on behalf of Qin's Jewelry, bid 100 million. Wait a moment, our young master will be here soon. Hu Guoqiang became even more excited, crazily filming the already cut jadeite rough stone, capturing even the plump Xiao Xingyun in the frame, but his focus remained solely on the rough stone, unaware of Xiao Xingyun. After taking enough photos, he had time to comment in the group, did you see? This is a true rich person. A piece of jadeite rough stone worth 100 million. Those nouveau riche, who treat their Mercedes-Benz G-Class like treasures, are at least 10 streets behind them. At this moment, someone tagged Hu Guoqiang, telling him that the person standing next to the jadeite rough stone seemed to be Xiao Xingyun. Hu Guoqiang was stunned. He finally saw that it was indeed Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun, why are you here? Hu Guoqiang rushed to the front, confronting Xiao Xingyun. I came to buy some jadeite rough stones with friends, but how about you? What are you doing here? While Xiao Xingyun spoke, the stone cutter had already made the second cut, disregarding the shouting merchants. Is this 100 million jadeite rough stone yours? Hu Guoqiang's jealous tone was even picked up by the plump Xiao. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? You don't have to worry so much. Xiao Xingyun had no good expression for such people. We're classmates and I care about you. What's wrong with that? Hu Guoqiang said awkwardly. The plump Xiao, sensing the tension, irritably shouted, get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. I'm busy with Brother Yun, can't you see? Upon hearing Xiao's fierce reprimand, Hu Guoqiang immediately fell silent. At that moment, more onlookers gathered, all rushing over to see the news of the Emperor Green being cut. Xiao Xingyun frowned, feeling that even though the plump Xiao was acting as a shield, he could no longer publicly cut stones. The risk of exposure was too high. Having purchased the rough stone, should he ship it back to Shanghai and cut it himself? The safety of transport on the road was somewhat concerning, but if pushed to that point, he could only ship it back to Shanghai. Qin Tianzi, the young master of Qin's Jewelry, was already attending this exhibition and immediately rushed over upon hearing reports of a premium Emperor Green being discovered. That day, the small piece of Emperor Green that Xiao Xingyun cut out in Shanghai was of lower quality than true Emperor Green. However, due to the newly opened Gu family jewelry store needing good materials urgently, they purchased it at a premium. At that time, Qin Tianzi did not compete with Gu Qingcheng because the premium was too high and he felt it was not cost. Today, this piece of Emperor Green had better quality and larger size, so as soon as he arrived, he sought out the plump Xiao to express his desire to buy the piece of jade. The plump Xiao had previously received Xiao Xingyan's instructions to handle the negotiations. After the second cut, they could sell it for around 140 million. Thus, facing the olive branch offered by Qin Tianzi, the plump Xiao dismissed it, boldly stating, President Qin, you'll have to wait. We won't sell until the second cut is made. Aren't you afraid of ruining it? If I'm afraid of ruining it, then why gamble on stone? In terms of momentum, the plump Xiao was not lacking. After all, the jadeite was not his, and he felt quite exhilarated showing off. Xiao Xingyun, as an outsider, crossed his arms, staring intently at the piece of jade being cut. Crack! The second cut was made and another edge was revealed. The green was still the dazzling Emperor Green. The color was perfect and the quality was translucent and thick. The first cut confirmed the area, and the second cut confirmed the thickness. They wouldn't cut further, only increasing in value. Qin Tianzi's expression changed slightly, but but he still confidently quoted, "Very good, this cut has increased again. Ooh, I Chin's jewelry, offer 120 million. Huh, you think 120 million can buy this kind of material? Has the Qin family been too focused on the low-end market and forgotten the high-end market trends? I Dafuzu jewelry, offer 140 million. A refined man in his 30s suddenly joined the bidding. Seeing this man, the crowd gasped, exclaiming, "It's actually the purchasing department manager of Dafuzu Jewelry. He's personally bidding for this Imperial Green Jade rough stone. Is premium material so scarce now?" Dafuzu Jewelry holds half of the national jewelry industry. In front of them, Qin's jewelry is at the level of a younger brother. Manager Zhou personally coming forward shows that his bidding intention is quite strong. Xiao Xingyun felt a stir of excitement seeing this newly appeared middle-aged man participating in the bidding. The purchasing department manager of Dafuzu Jewelry was undoubtedly a god of wealth in the jadeite industry. Today is the day to get rich. The same piece of material can sell for 100 million. If there's fierce bidding, selling for several tens of millions more is not a problem. Zhou Ziqi, your price increase is a bit against the rules. The premium is too high, which is bound to trigger a new round of price increases in the rough stone market. If raw material prices are too high, we won't be able to make any profit. Qin Tianzi frowned. Zhou Ziqi sneered, "Is this a premium?" No, young master Qin, you know too little about our Dafuzu jewelry. I believe this piece of jadeite is worth this price. It is worth this price with no premium at all. If you don't believe me, let me turn it into a finished product and you'll see what the final price is. Qin Tianzi angrily replied, "You're just being argumentative. I'm talking about the price of the rough stone. Who's discussing the price of the finished product with you? Since you're interested in bidding, I'll accompany you to the end. 150 million. Zhou Ziqi remained unfazed, smiling calmly. Then let's get started. 160 million. You're ruthless. Qin Tianzi spat a harsh remark and turned to leave. This guy is pulling the same trick again, feigning an attack before fleeing. Xiao Xingyun was dumbfounded. This young master Qin is so weak. He couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds, 1 second, and he gave up. Last time it was like this, and this time it's the same. Zhou Ziqi from Dafu Jewelry seemed a bit dazed, gathering all his strength ready to dominate, but in the end he was eliminated in one move. Are you leaving just like that? The Qin Jewelry indeed dares not venture into the high-end market, then Dafu Jewelry shall take over. What do you think of this price, sir? Zhou Ziqi looked at Fatty Luo, who instinctively glanced at Xiao Xingyun. Not great. I offer 180 million. Suddenly someone else made a bid, and the price jumped by 20 million. It was the voice of a cold woman. Everyone turned towards the sound and saw an incredibly beautiful woman proudly walking through the crowd, flanked by her assistant and bodyguard stopping next to Zhou Ziqi. Xiao Xingyun recognized this person, as did Fatty Luo, and Zhou Ziqi clearly recognized her too. It was Gu Qingsheng from Gu Jewelry. Xiao Xingyun was astonished. How come she's everywhere? Is it true that Gu Jewelry just started venturing into the jade industry, missing no opportunity to attend major exhibitions and not letting any good material slip by? To suddenly increase the bid by 20 million, isn't that too wealthy? Xiao Xingyun had originally conservatively estimated that this jadeite rough would be worth a little over 10 million once cut, at most 140 million. But in the blink of an eye it reached 180 million. Judging by their competitive stance, it seemed likely to go. Gu Jewelry is a newcomer in the jadeite world, while Dafu Jewelry is a seasoned giant. The clash between old and new forces is bound to be fierce. Zhou Ziqi from Dafu Jewelry was a bit surprised to see Gu Qingsheng, but he showed no fear. Gu Jewelry hasn't even opened yet, not even decided on a store name, and they dare to compete with Dafu Jewelry for high-end materials. Are you serious? Gu Qingsheng took on a cold demeanor. The name of the store doesn't matter, it's all part of the Gu industry. I just want to bid for the materials I like, I don't care who I'm competing against. Zhou Ziqi nodded and confidently said, "Very good, we at Dafu Jewelry appreciate such fearless newcomers who are ignorant of the industry. This piece of Imperial Green Jade rough is determined for Dafu Jewelry, 200 million. 220 million. Gu Qingsheng didn't even blink, instantly raising the bid. 230 million. Zhou Ziqi struggled a bit, gritting his teeth as he added 10 million, realizing this price had reached his psychological limit. Anything higher wouldn't be profitable. 240 million. Gu Qingsheng swiftly retaliated, not pausing for a second to raise her bid, but the increment had dropped to 10 million, evidently exceeding the market price by a large margin. 245 million. Zhou Ziqi hesitated for a moment, sweat beading on his forehead. 260 million. Gu Qingsheng continued to raise her bid instantly, but the increment suddenly increased. Crazy, truly crazy. You market-ignorant lunatic. Offering such a high price, you can't possibly make a profit. Zhou Ziqi was slightly angry, accusing the other party of being out of touch with the market. But it seemed he forgot that just moments ago Qin Tianzi had said the same thing about him, that his bid was too high to make a profit. Profit doesn't matter, what's important is that I like this material and I have the money, Gu Qingsheng declared with imposing confidence. Zhou Ziqi turned and left without uttering a single harsh word. He was merely the general manager of the procurement department, not the chairman of Dafu Jewelry. If he overspent on a rough stone, he would be criticized by the board and even investigated, risking his position. It wasn't worth it for this piece of Imperial Green Jade rough. Zhou Ziqi from Dafu Jewelry had been kicked out of the bidding, and other small to medium jewelers lacked the courage to stand up and bid. Because this markup was indeed a bit high. Mr. Xiao, what do you think of this price? Gu Qingqing bypassed Fatty Luo and walked directly in front of Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun awkwardly replied, "Ahaha, this is the jade of Mr. Luo de Zhao. You should discuss the specifics with him, but I think this price is quite good and can be negotiated." At the same time, he winked at Gu Qingqing, signaling to cooperate. Yes, this is my jade. Fatty Luo felt a bit flustered in front of Gu Qingqing, stammering. Gu Qingqing ignored his words and continued to ask Xiao Xingyun, "Is it still the industrial and commercial bank account ending in 1384? All right, I'll have someone transfer it to you now." Xiao Xingyun was puzzled. How did she know this was his rough stone? Everyone is saying it's Fatty Luo's. Fatty Luo was also frustrated, thinking it was his rough stone. Why didn't Gu Qingqing believe him? He didn't even get a second glance from her. However, the onlookers were too far away to hear what the three of them were saying. Gu Qingqing made a phone call to the company's finance department. Such a large transfer isn't simple. It requires significant authority and several verifications to proceed. Indeed, after Gu Qingqing hung up the phone, she received a confirmation call, and then her assistant also got a confirmation call. Only then did they transfer the money to Xiao Xingyun's provided account. After the money was received, Gu Qingqing called for an armored vehicle with professional armed escorts loading the piece of Imperial Green Jade onto the truck. Mr. Xiao, I'll be at this exhibition for the next few days. If you have good materials, please call me directly, and we can do private transactions. Bidding at the free rough stone area is too ostentatious. It's not good for either of us. You have the money, you call the shots. Xiao Xingyun could say nothing more. Faced with a true tycoon, he felt complete. Moreover, he felt Gu Qingqing was right. Trading in the free rough stone area was too flashy and could lead to... After Gu Qingqing left, Xiao Xingyun and Fatty Luo also departed, and the last piece of waste material was still worth about 10,000, which they directly gave to the stone appraiser as a red envelope. Hu Guoqiang had not dared to approach, as Fatty Luo's hefty 200 pounds seemed a bit intimidating. In the class group, someone was continuously Hu Guoqiang asking him to report in detail about what was happening on site. Others, also Xiao Xingyun, asking what he was doing at the Jade exhibition in Sihui City, and whether the freshly cut Imperial Green Jade was really his. Xiao Xingyun skimmed through the previous chat records, did not explain, and directly sent a red envelope of 10,000 in the group. I made a little money with friends at the Jade exhibition. I saw a class leader who his mouth is still foul, almost got punched. Here's a red envelope, hoping everyone can advise class leader to brush his teeth on time every day, or he might really get punched. Haha, class leader mocked the wrong person. Just now he said that driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class doesn't compare to an Imperial Green Jade pendant, yet someone directly took home an Imperial Green rough stone. Making 100 pendants wouldn't be a problem. Laughing to death, class leader was instantly slapped in the face. Hu Guoqiang, how does it feel? Damn, I snatched a 500 red envelope, thanks to boss. Xiao, he's generous. The classmates in the class snatched Xiao Xingyun's big red envelope, and their comments clearly leaned towards him. Money can make the world go round, this saying is not false. Moreover, it was heard that Xiao Xingyun and his friends participated in stone gambling, unveiling an Imperial Green Jade worth over 100 million. This was true wealth. Of course, this was just a rumor. The news had not been confirmed, and it was uncertain whether the Imperial Green Jade was related to Xiao Xingyun. Someone shouldn't be too smug. This piece of Imperial Green Jade belongs to that fat boss next to him. It has nothing to do with someone. So what if you send a red envelope of 10,000? I only snatched 8. 2, so I won't owe you anything. Hu Guoqiang still didn't grasp the situation, remaining stubborn, thinking the Imperial Green Jade belonged. In the dining area of the hotel, in an ordinary booth, Luo Pengzi sipped wine while sighing in regret. Brother Yun, I can only blame my excitement today. Otherwise I wouldn't have spent over 2 million in one go. What a huge loss. Brother Yun, am I really not suited for stone gambling? Why is my luck so bad while you manage to unearth Imperial Green every time? Last time I made 30 million, this time over 200 million. After this I'll wash my hands of this trade. That's enough for retirement. Brother Yun, please help me out. As long as I can break even, I'll go back to my stall and never step into the stone gambling business again. Oh, it's too... Xiao Xingyun stared calmly at Luo Pengzi until he fell silent, then spoke. The risks of stone gambling are too great. Relying on luck alone cannot sustain one for a lifetime. You can earn today, but tomorrow you might lose it all. I can only say I'll do my best to help you, but I can't guarantee you will make money. I understand everything. Here, this cup is for you. I'll be counting on you tomorrow. Luo Pengzi humbly said. So I'll try my best. Xiao Xingyun drank this cup of wine, feeling somewhat bitter, suddenly regretting whether it was a mistake to have brought Luo Pengzi into the stone gambling auction house in the first place. At that moment, a man's voice chuckled. Haha, what a coincidence, isn't this, Mr. Xiao and Mr. Luo? We meet again. Zhu Chongjiu and a middle-aged man from Myanmar passed by, just able to see Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi in the booth. So it's Boss Zhu you haven't eaten yet. My friend and I have almost finished our meal. Xiao Xingyun didn't want to engage too much with Zhu Chongjiu, so he deliberately said this, appearing as if he was about to leave. No problem, even if you've eaten we can still sit down and chat. Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Dan Tuo from Myanmar, a well-known jadeite merchant in the industry with his own jadeite mining area. Pleasure to meet you. Xiao Xingyun politely shook hands, but felt indifferent towards the jadeite merchant with a mine, as all the jadeite raw stones in the world could belong to his mine if he wished. With a glance from his perspective, he could pick out the best quality jadeite raw stones inside. Hello, I also have a jadeite raw stone shop in Sihue City. If you're interested in playing a few rounds, I can give you a discount. Dan Tuo was very straightforward, getting right to the point, which made him seem honorable. Thank you, I'll definitely go if I get the chance. Alright, we've finished eating. You're welcome to stay, but my friend and I will head back to our room to rest. Saying this, Xiao Xingyun gave Luo Pengzi a look. Luo Pengzi understood and stood up, leaving with Xiao. Watching the figures of Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi vanish, Zhu Chongjiu said to Dan Tuo, this person is quite guarded, but he has money and is a newcomer. As long as a trap is set, we can definitely swindle all his money away. Swindling these newcomers isn't very interesting, and my mine is almost empty and I can't dig out any more jadeite raw stones recently. I need a few fat sheep to take over. Help me out, and you won't lose out. Dan Tuo said. Rest assured, this matter is on me, Zhu Chongjiu assured with a smile. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi had already returned to their room. Brother Yin, that boss Zhu is quite persistent. Oh, what does he mean? Should I deal with him? Don't judge me by my size, my family's martial arts are quite impressive. As he said this, Luo Pengzi struck a pose of Bejiquan, quite impressive indeed. Don't mess around, with your physique you can't even walk without gasping, how can you fight? Xiao Xingyun scoffed. Luo Pengzi boasted, I suffered a serious injury while in the army and the medication contained a lot of hormones causing me to uncontrollably gain weight, which is why I had to retire. But my martial arts foundation is still there, taking on 3 to 5 opponents of the same level is no problem. Alright, I know you're amazing, but we're out here to make money, fighting won't solve anything. Besides, Boss Zhu is just a bit strange, he hasn't attacked us yet. Fine, I'll listen to you, Brother Yin. Luo Pengzi put away his martial arts stance, sitting dejectedly on the bed, clearly still reeling from the blow of losing money. Having drunk, Luo Pengzi quickly fell asleep, while Xiao Xingyun lay at the head of the bed reading a book on stone gambling before finally falling asleep. Early the next morning, Luo Pengzi impatiently urged Xiao Xingyun to go to the jadeite exhibition. Today is the 3rd day of the exhibition, and according to past trends, this is the busiest day. Because what needed to be seen has been seen and the prices have been negotiated, it's time to spend money to buy goods. So when Xiao Xingyun arrived at the exhibition, there were already more customers, and some were pushing carts filled with purchased jadeite raw stones to the free cutting area for on-site cutting. Fearing that good materials would be snatched away, Xiao Xingyun first spent 450,000 to choose a piece of glass-grade jadeite raw stone for Luo Pengzi. It was transparent, colorless, and not too large, estimated to be worth around 8 million after cutting. Then with the remaining money, Xiao Xingyun deliberately concealed his intentions, buying over 10 pieces of extremely low-priced waste material, completely draining Luo Pengzi's funds. Luo Pengzi nervously rubbed his hands together, continuously asking, Brother Yin, this time I can break even, right? As long as I break even, I'll quit. This trade is too exhausting, more tiring than fighting on the battlefield back in the day. Wow, I didn't expect you were ever on the battlefield. Is that true? Xiao Xingyun was somewhat surprised. It's true, I was a special forces soldier and participated in many small-scale battles, receiving second-class merits twice. The last time I was seriously injured, nearly sacrificing my life. Enough bragging, I believe you, alright. Damn, you still don't believe me. Luo Pengzi complained. This banter helped alleviate Luo Pengzi's nervousness. Xiao Xingyun also casually picked a few cheaper jadeite raw stones, deliberately selecting waste materials, only choosing one medium-sized raw stone that could yield full-color old oil green, just enough to offset the losses from the other materials, making it a break-even. Because he noticed someone was secretly following him, unsure if it was because he had unearthed a piece of Imperial Green yesterday that had drawn some attention. The two filled a cart full of jadeite raw stones, of which only 2 were valuable, and they could only cut them on-site as it was the simplest and most convenient option. It wasn't worth the trouble to ship everything back. Therefore, Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi arrived at the cutting area together, queuing to apply for free cutting. They marked the jadeite raw stones in the cart to avoid confusion. This time, Xiao Xingyun didn't draw lines directly, allowing the cutting master to cut based on experience. It didn't matter how it was cut, as there were no important stones. Due to the increase in customers today, the free cutting area also added cutting machines, with 5 cutting machines lined up for simultaneous operation. It collapsed. It's just bean grade with no color, won't sell for a few thousand. This piece also collapsed. There are cracks inside, and the stone feels too strong. Collapsed. As the cutting master reported each collapse, sweat poured from Luo Pongzi like a waterfall. It's over, really over this time. Brother Yun, if I lose everything, I'll have no face to go back to the antique street to set up a stall. You can just take me on as a driver, a little pocket money every month will do. Luo Pongzi began to arrange for his future. A future specifically referring to what was next. Xiao Xingyun smiled. All right, based on our relationship, if you work as my driver, I'll pay you well. Rest assured it will be enough for you to maintain your Porsche 911. Just as he said this, a cutting master suddenly exclaimed, "It's gone up, it's a big increase, a piece of good material of glass grade has been cut out. I hit it. Luo the fatty was ecstatic, giving Xiao Xingyun a hearty embrace, then throwing his head back to howl at the sky, much like Fan Jin upon passing the imperial exam. Xiao Xingyun quietly distanced himself from the fatty as his shout attracted nearby people. Did this fatty hit the jackpot again? Yesterday he cut out a piece of Imperial Green and sold it for over 200 million. This piece of glass-type jade, although lacking color and being transparent jade, is still worth at least a few million. I recognize this fatty. He also hit it big yesterday. I need to follow him and see what materials he picks so I can choose as well." The fatty drew everyone's attention, leaving Xiao Xingyun feeling like an outsider with no one noticing him. This was precisely the effect Xiao Xingyun desired. That small piece of glass-type jade was quickly bought up, due to its lack of color and limited competition. It sold for only 7 million. After seeing Xiao Xingyun nod, the fatty agreed. At this time, several pieces of defective jade were cut, continuing to flop. As the event neared its end, Xiao Xingyun's piece of old oil green jade was finally cut out, selling for 1.3 million. The flopped jade roughs were all given to the stone master as red envelopes. Luo the fatty left with Xiao Xingyun under the envious gazes of the crowd, making Xiao Xingyun seem like a follower in the eyes of others. "Thank you, Brother Yun, for giving me a chance to turn back. I really didn't want to gamble again, though I was scared to death when it flopped earlier," Luo the fatty said, still shaken as he walked. "I hope you can really quit gambling." Xiao Xingyun chatted with him while continuing to browse the market, making sure to cover the areas he hadn't visited yet. There were indeed many good jades, but there were also many people following him, or rather many people following the fatty. To quietly purchase jade roughs, he needed to draw these people away. So Xiao Xingyun said, "Fatty, let's split up. You pretend to still be buying roughs, asking prices and wandering around, but don't actually buy anything. They'll pick a few more for myself to take back to Shanghai for cutting." Luo the fatty had already noticed someone was tailing them and instantly understood Xiao Xingyun's intent. He nodded in agreement, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction of Xiao Xingyun. Sure enough, those people followed Luo the fatty, and whatever Xiao Xingyun did went unnoticed. Even the initial stalkers disappeared. Xiao Xingyun wasted no time pushing his cart and going on a buying spree, purchasing all the large rising jade roughs he had his eye on. In total, he bought 12 roughs varying in size, all good quality with color, spending a total of 3.9 million, averaging just over 3.0 each, an incredible bargain. Then he went to a logistics company at the entrance of the exhibition, handling the packing and shipping, recording the entire process, and buying hefty insurance. If these items were lost or swapped, the insurance alone would allow him to make a significant profit. However, the prices were not cheap. The shipping and insurance fees for these roughs amounted to nearly 1.0. Not long after finishing these arrangements, he received a call from Luo the fatty. "Brother Yin, how did it go? I've been wandering around with this group of fools, and am almost dead tired. Just as you predicted, anything I wanted to buy, they rushed to snatch it up. If I stopped to stare at a rough for another second, it would be sold out instantly." Xiao Xingyun praised. "Well done. Once I cut out a small rising rough, I'll treat you to a big meal, and a late-night snack won't be a problem either. Boss Xiao is generous. I'll stick with you from now on," the fatty said with a grin before hanging up. After securing the best materials, Xiao Xingyun felt particularly relaxed, no longer fearing being followed or having someone keep tabs on him. Taking advantage of the time, he planned to buy and cut without drawing attention. He aimed to make a few million in spare change, then visit Tiannan province. Perhaps the jade gambling scene in Rue Li is even more booming than here. The 12 roughs he picked earlier were simply the 12 with the highest price increases, and did not mean there weren't other roughs with significant rises. Either they were too expensive and Xiao Xingyun feared using too much of his capital, or the roughs were too large and inconvenient to ship. Thus Xiao Xingyun was determined to make money, and since he planned to buy and cut, he didn't need to worry too much. He first chose a rough weighing over 500 Jin one that his small cart couldn't move. He needed the shop owner to drive a forklift to help deliver it to the free cutting point. This rough cost Xiao Xingyun over 8 million from the Muna old pit material. Its exterior was impressive, displaying typical characteristics of the Muna old pit with white sandy skin black spots and very few green dots, but not continuous, and there was a crack in the middle. If it weren't for this crack, it wouldn't be available for over 8 million. However, Xiao Xingyun discovered through his X-ray vision that the crack was very shallow. As soon as it reached the jade green meat, the crack disappeared. This rough was only icy and glutinous, but with a white base speckled with green. The green was very pure, and there were many green specks almost covering the entire jade surface. Xiao Xingyun conservatively estimated it would at least rise 5 to 6 times. For a jade rough expected to rise 5 to 6 times, Xiao Xingyun didn't even want to ship it, which shows how many times the jades he was shipping back would rise. On the way to the cutting point, Xiao Xingyun suddenly remembered the matter Gu Qinsheng had instructed him about, so he, Ms. Gu, I bought another piece of jade rough in good condition. It hasn't been cut yet, but the chances of it rising are very high. Do you have a private cutting location? Is it you, Mr. Xiao? What I meant the last time I spoke to you is that I definitely have a private cutting point. Where are you now? He'll send someone to pick you up. By the way, how heavy is this jade rough? Over 500 Gene. Alright, I have a jade carving studio next to the exhibition. I'll send someone to drive over to bring you along with the car. Upon arriving at the free cutting point, Xiao Xingyun had the rough placed aside, not applying for free cutting, but waiting for Gu Qinsheng to send someone to pick him up. 5 minutes later, 2 strong men arrived in a pickup truck. After confirming identities through the phone, they used the truck's crane equipment to load the jade rough onto the vehicle. Xiao Xingyun sat in the back seat of the pickup's cab, and a few minutes later, under the driver's guidance, they arrived at Gu Qinsheng's jade carving studio. When Xiao Xingyun arrived, Gu Qinsheng and Master Luo were examining materials. These materials were all from gust jewelry cultivated by gambling stone experts, also known as rough appraisal experts. Their purchasing success rate was very high. Master Luo was very amiable, smiling as he said, Mr. Shall we meet again? Truly the younger generation is to be feared. I heard from Miss Gu that recently you have successfully gambled several pieces of top-quality jade rough. Upon hearing Master Luo's words, Xiao Xingyun secretly made a vow that even if Gu Qinsheng offered a higher price next time, he would sell the jade somewhere else. This could no longer be explained by luck, as the frequency of price increases was simply too high. Thinking of this, he chuckled and said to Master Luo, Master, you jest. I've only just begun to offer a few pieces of jade, and compared to you old experts, I'm far behind. As for the more broken raw stones, there are plenty of those. Well then, let's first take a look at Mr. Xiao's piece, Gu Qinsheng said straightforwardly to Master Luo. Master Luo used a powerful flashlight in conjunction with a magnifying glass, examining the jade raw stone, while pointing out several key areas to Gu Qinsheng, teaching her to identify jade raw stones without reservation. In summary, this raw stone has a high gambling risk. There is a chance of seeing green, but how much green there is remains uncertain. It could be just a line, or it could be a vast area, and with such fissures the price won't be too high. At this point, Master Luo turned to Xiao Xingyun and asked, Mr. Xiao, how much did you buy this raw stone for? The boss quoted 10 million, and I negotiated it down to 8 million for good luck. Xiao Xingyun replied with a smile. You're quite the negotiator. The boss' initial price of 10 million is not actually high, but if I were to encounter this raw stone, I wouldn't dare to make a move, as it could either increase or decrease by 50%. Therefore, it's better to buy other raw stones with more certainty. So gambling on stones is just that. Nobody knows whether they will rise or fall unless they are cut open. However, based on the continuous patterns of the few green spots, the possibility of green is very high, so let's cut it open to take a look. You are the owner of this raw stone, so it's your call. With a command from Gu Qinsheng, someone was sent to bring over the jade cutting machine. Because this raw stone was substantial and had a fissure in the middle, cutting from the fissure was quite common. While waiting for the cutting process, Gu Qinsheng personally brewed tea and poured a cup for Xiao Xingyun. This left Xiao Xingyun pleasantly surprised, and he thanked her repeatedly. Gu Qinsheng smiled slightly and said, Mr. Xiao, you are too polite. I appreciate your trust. The few pieces of jade you sold to Gust Jewelry have been well loved by our sculptors, and we can strengthen our cooperation in the future. As long as it is good material, Gust Jewelry will gladly accept it. Mutual benefit and assistance, we will definitely strengthen our cooperation in the future. Although Xiao Xingyun said this, he was actually adhering to the principle of keeping a low profile and needed to control the time intervals, or else everyone would suspect him. After chatting for a bit and listening to Master Luo talk about interesting industry stories, time flew by, and after about 10 minutes the large raw stone had been cut open. The cutting master was not very talkative. After cutting it open, he simply displayed the 2 pieces of the raw stone's cut surfaces, rinsed them clean, and called them over to take a look. One piece had a fine white base with a large number of green flowers drifting in it. The green was bright, and the quality was excellent, with no flaws or coarse cotton. Master Luo was dumbfounded, muttering to himself how strange it actually opened up such a large area of green flowers, which is rare. Mr. Xiao's luck leaves me speechless. The cracks disappeared when they reached the green flesh. Gu Qingqing stared at the jade raw stone, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light. Women have always had no resistance to beautiful gems. So beautiful, such pure and even drifting flowers are indeed rare. Its beauty lies in its evenness, transparency, and moisture. Master Luo, please provide an estimation. Gu Qingqing exclaimed. President Gu, this is just the first cut. Shouldn't we cut 2 more edges to see the situation? Master Luo said in surprise. No need, I trust Mr. Xiao's judgment. The materials he selects are almost all thin-skinned and rich in content, consistent inside and out. Seeing such beautiful bright green drifting flowers, Gu Qingqing felt a bit overwhelmed and surprisingly spoke of trust. Of course, this was also a tactic for her to strengthen cooperation, with Xiao Xingyun indicating that she trusted his judgment. However, Xiao Xingyun remained calm and did not accept her ploy anyway. There is no rush for time. Let's cut 2 more pieces. For each piece, cut 2 centimeters of skin along the edges. All right, we will proceed as Mr. Xiao wishes, but it won't affect our initial estimation. Gu Qingqing said. Master Luo laughed and said, in that case, I'll base my opinion on market prices. If the overall quality is consistent with thin skin and rich flesh based on weight, volume, color, and quality, this jade raw stone is estimated to be around 50 million. However, due to its excellent quality and lack of impurities, we can add a bit more. This price has already reached Xiao Xingyun's psychological price point, but he still added the most important thing is that it is big enough and flat enough to yield many bangles with almost no waste. At this moment, the other 2 small edges were also cut out with consistent quality and color the same as. Gu Qingqing immediately made a decision. I'll give you an additional valuation plus our friendship at Gus for a total price of 60 million. What does Mr. Xiao think? President Gu is generous. Your offer leaves me with almost no room to resist. Let's go with what you said. Xiao Xingyun agreed, immediately realizing that Gus Jewelry was indeed wealthy and truly lacked quality materials, spending money without a second thought. Gu Qingqing was very satisfied with Xiao Xingyun's performance and made a phone call to her assistant to help him with the transfer. Mr. Xiao, if you have time the day after tomorrow, would you accompany me to a large jade underground auction? What do you think? At that time, you and Master Luo will be my stone gambling advisors. For the raw stones successfully bid on, I will cut them all within 3 days, and you and Master Luo will share 10 of the increase in value. Xiao Xingyun's eyes lit up as he asked, how much capital are you preparing to bid in the underground auction? How is this 10 dividend calculated? Is it divided according to the stones each person chooses, or is it equally shared? Gu Qingqing replied, Gus Jewelry is prepared with 1 billion in funds and an additional 500 million in reserve to participate in this underground auction. As for whether it's divided by stones or equally shared, we can discuss that further. A total of 1.5 billion. With so much money, why not participate in Myanmar's jade public auction? Aren't the prices there lower than the second-hand dealers domestically? Xiao Xingyun expressed his confusion. Gus Jewelry is about to open, and this year's auction has already been missed. Next year's public auction will be too late, so we can only bear the pain and participate in the domestic underground auction, which is provided by several jade multinational trading companies, and the quality is guaranteed in the industry. Therefore, we at Gus are willing to take a risk. Let me think about it. Xiao Xingyun did not agree immediately. As a newcomer to the stone gambling world, he did not want to get too deeply involved with these wealthy families. Gu Qingqing said, I can understand, but please consider the sincerity of Gus Jewelry. If Mr. Xiao comes to a decision, feel free to call me at any time. At that moment, Xiao Xingyun received a message on his phone notifying him that the 60 million had been transferred and his current bank balance had exceeded 300 million, a sum that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. At this time, Zhu Chongjiu arrived with Dan Tua and said, as soon as he entered, President Gu, I heard that Gus Jewelry urgently needs high-quality jade raw stones. I can introduce you to a boss from Myanmar who has a batch of old mine materials. If it's a large transaction, it will definitely be cheaper than the market price. Xiao Xingyun did not expect to encounter Zhu Chongjiu here. His wariness towards this person grew stronger. Not only was he mingling with someone like himself, a nobody, but he was also connecting with wealthy individuals like Gu Qingqing. Apparently, Zhu Chongjiu did not expect to see Xiao Xingyun here either. However, he casually nodded at him and said, Xiao, you are here too. What a coincidence, I was just strolling around and happened to meet President Gu, so I came in to take a look. Xiao Xingyun replied, casually stepping back 2 paces, not wanting to engage too much with him. After all, Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua were here to see Gu Qingqing, not to seek him out. Gu Qingqing clearly recognized Zhu Chongjiu and showed interest in the high-quality jadeite raw stones in Dan Tua's hands, saying, since you are a friend introduced by Boss Zhu, let's chat in the tea room. Mr. Xiao, if you have nothing else, come over too. Listening to their quotes will be beneficial for your understanding of the entire jade market. Xiao Xingyun hesitated for a moment and agreed, all right, thank you. In the tea room, Xiao Xingyun sat on one side, with Gu Qingqing and Master Luo, while Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua sat across from them. Although they were drinking tea, the atmosphere of business negotiations required a certain stance, and their seating positions represented their respective positions. Since entering the Jade gambling circle, Gu Qingqing had been his biggest buyer, and they were both satisfied sitting together. Gu Qingqing felt that the money spent was worthwhile, while Xiao Xingyun felt justified in making this profit. At this moment, Zhu Chongjiu, acting as a broker, proactively introduced Dan Tua's situation. Mr. Dan Tua is a well-known jade merchant from Myanmar. He has a batch of exquisite jadeite raw stones from the Pakong mine, which are truly from the old pit and of extremely high quality. The reason for the urgency to sell is that Mr. Dan Tua's jade mine has encountered some issues, and he urgently needs substantial funds to replace old equipment. After the peers in Myanmar learned of this, they pressed the prices too harshly. Because of this, Mr. Dan Tua came to Huaxiao to seek collaboration with large-scale jewelry merchants with strong financial backing to address the funding gap. After hearing Zhu Chongjiu's explanation, Gu Qingqing exchanged a glance with Master Luo. Master Luo immediately asked, "May I ask where Mr. Dan Tua's mine is located? As far as I know, the Pakong mine has long been depleted, hasn't it?" A trace of well-placed arrogance flashed across Dan Tua's face as he calmly explained, "I used to have a mine at the Pakong site, which is why I have a large stock of Pakong jadeite raw stones. My current mine is at the Duomo site. The new material here is not as good as the old pit material. If you prefer the materials from the Duomo site, I can also provide them in large quantities." Master Luo slightly nodded and whispered something to Gu Qingqing. Only then did Gu Qingqing ask, "Did you bring samples?" "I brought samples. I had someone bring them over. They are in the vehicle outside," Dan Tua said, making a phone. Soon, two young men characteristic of Myanmar entered the tea room, each carrying a metal suitcase. At Dan Tua's gesture, the two young men opened the metal suitcases and set them on the table, revealing jadeite raw stones of various sizes inside. Master Luo immediately took out a magnifying glass and carefully examined a raw stone weighing about 4 to 5 kilograms. Gu Qingqing turned to Xiao Xingyun and said, "Mr. Xiao, could you also help me take a look and see how the quality of this batch of Pakong old pit material is? He'll just take a casual look. With an expert like Master Luo here, I can only learn. I have no ability to judge," Xiao Xingyun humbly said, but his hands did not stop, casually picking up a smaller stone of about 3 to 4 kilograms for careful observation. Since setting up a stall at the Qinghai Chengwang Temple, Xiao Xingyun had read many books on identifying jadeite material. At that time, he was only interested and never thought he could actually participate in jade gambling. With his previous monthly income of around 20,000, jade gambling felt too distant. Now, with a pile of jadeite raw stones laid out before him for him to ponder and learn, it was a treatment and opportunity he had never even dreamed of. He did not rush to use his perspective eye, as using it continuously in recent days had made his eyes particularly tired. For now, he relied on his previous studies to judge the quality of the material based on the stone's exterior. The Pakong site is a historically famed pit and is one of the top 10 jadeite sites having been mined the earth. The raw stones have a thin skin, primarily in gray-white and yellow-white colors, with fine crystals, good quality, high transparency, and substantial color, ranging in size from a few kilograms to several hundred kilograms. The quality of the cut stones varies significantly, encompassing everything from the lowest grade bean varieties to the highest grade ice varieties and glass varieties, making the gambling aspect very high. With good luck, a single cut could reveal Imperial Green, potentially yielding a profit of over $1 billion. With bad luck, cutting out mixed bean varieties would lead to losses no matter the amount invested, resulting in total ruin. Xiao Xingyun carefully observed over a dozen stones and found that this batch was indeed as described in the books. They were indeed Pakong old pit materials, with surfaces primarily in gray-white and yellow-white, and some had a pitch-black appearance resembling coal. Using a bright flashlight to shine on the raw stones, the light penetrated deeply, indicating that the interior had good water content and a high probability of expanding upon cutting. However, observing through a layer of skin felt like scratching one's itch through a boot, and in his impatience, Xiao Xingyun resorted to using his perspective eye. This one is a bean variety, while that one is a glutinous variety, but the color is very green. If cut, it will definitely appreciate greatly. This one is an ice variety, but there are too many impurities inside and there are cracks, so it's not worthwhile. The ones next to it are all trash. Oh, there's even a fist-sized Imperial Green. Even if the previous few are all cut poorly, this Imperial Green alone could barely break even. As he continued looking, Xiao Xingyun felt his eyes becoming extremely sore, tears nearly spilling out. He knew this was due to overusing his perspective eye. He could not continue using it. Gu Qingqing asked, "Mr. Xiao, Master Luo thinks this batch of Pakong old pit materials is quite good. What do you think?" Xiao Xingyun was taken aback. Out of over 20 raw stones, only 3 had the potential to increase greatly. Was that really considered good? If purchased at a low price and resold to others, it could be acceptable. However, if Gus Jewelry were to cut the materials themselves, even if it did not incur losses, the profits would not be substantial. What was the point of buying this batch? Moreover, this was just a sample. If the samples were this poor, how inferior would the materials be when a large shipment was made? I can't really tell. Since Master Luo thinks it's good, it should be fine, right? Anyway, I wouldn't dare to buy it myself. I always feel something's off. Xiao Xingyun could only remind her here, maintaining Master Luo's dignity, while also indicating to Gu Qingcheng that there were issues. If she couldn't pick up on it, or didn't believe his reminder, then it was no longer his concern. Oh. A hint of doubt flashed in Gu Qingcheng's eyes as she suppressed her desire to purchase, and said to Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu, "Let me think about it. After all, this is not a small sum, and I need to consider it carefully. Of course, here's my business card. Call me when you decide to cooperate." Dan Tuo handed over a business card and politely left with his associates without any further entanglement or persuasion. After Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu left, Master Luo eagerly asked, Xiao, do you think there's an issue with this batch of materials?" Xiao Xingyun explained, "The materials are fine. They are indeed Pakong old pit materials. I just don't feel good about them. They didn't ignite any excitement in me. You all know that I rely on my intuition for gambling on stones. If the feeling is off, I wouldn't dare to buy." What do we know about gambling on stones? Who knows how you gamble on stones? Gu Qingcheng and Master Luo exchanged glances. Relying solely on intuition for everything seemed unreliable. I'll make a call to investigate Dan Tuo's background in Myanmar. And that Zhu Chongjiu, he has only been running a jewelry store in Shanghai for a short time, which also raises concerns. He needs to be investigated, Gu Qingcheng said. Taking the opportunity, Xiao Xingyun bid farewell, saying, "Then President Gu, please continue with your work. I'll head back to the hotel to rest." At the same time, the black commercial vehicle carrying Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu was driving down the street. A hint of anger flashed across Dan Tuo's face. What does that Xiao Xingyun mean? How could he look down on our batch of samples? These are samples we meticulously selected. If he doesn't even value these, wouldn't he see the other materials as garbage? Zhu Chongjiu sneered. As long as we lure him to our warehouse, I'll find a way to squeeze all the money out of him, and then have someone warn him not to speak carelessly. Cutting off someone's financial resources is akin to killing their parents. The few simple words of reminder from Xiao Xingyun were enough to incite murderous intent in Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu. Xiao Xingyun was still unaware of the dangers inherent in this line of work. Anything involving the word gamble would drive many to madness, obliterating their humanity. Returning to the hotel room, he saw Luo Depeng, covered in injuries, his face bruised and swollen, sitting on the bed applying medicine. Xiao Xingyun's expression changed as he asked Fatty what happened. "I don't mention it. You had me draw away those stalkers, and while I was around they rushed to buy every piece of raw stone I showed interest in. I know nothing about gambling on stones. The outcome was as predictable as could be. Almost all the stones they snatched ended up being worthless. They changed their plan, trying to coax me into a corner without surveillance to discuss cooperation. How could I dare cooperate with them? I refused, and as a result they beat me up." Xiao Xingyun frowned, realizing that the situation must have been far more complex than it sounded. If it weren't for the throngs at the jade market during the day, who knows what dangerous events might have unfolded. Since gaining the ability of X-ray vision, Xiao Xingyun believed he had been sufficiently low-key cautious and careful. Having just begun to make a name for himself in the jade market, he had already attracted unwanted attention. If he were to acquire a few more pieces of raw stone, he might not live to tell the tale. However, today's incident had Luo Depeng fully shielding Xiao Xingyun from danger. If not for his attention-drawing antics, it would have been Xiao Xingyun taking the beating. Fortunately, this isn't Sihue City. If we were at the Rueli border, the dangers would be even greater. We are merely newcomers in this trade, alone in this city. We must be more cautious in the future, or else, if we suffer losses, we won't be able to seek revenge. Speaking, Xiao Xingyun took the medicine from the fatty's hands and helped him apply it. Thankfully, these were just external injuries, and since Luo Depeng had tough skin and flesh, he was ultimately unharmed. However, Xiao Xingyun noticed several past gunshot scars on his chest. Could it be that he had truly been to the battlefield? It was well known that even in peaceful times, small-scale conflicts frequently occurred at the borders. They'll keep a low profile. "Oh, I swear I'll never be arrogant again," Luo Depeng continued to mumble. Tomorrow I'll buy some small raw stones, and then we can return to Shanghai. After all the money we've made is enough to spend. Right, let's go back to Shanghai. I feel no sense of security here," Luo Depeng echoed. Originally considering becoming an advisor for Gus Jewelry to earn a 10% commission, it now seemed safer to forego that 10%. Hot potato. Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Xiao Xingyun exchanged a glance with Luo Depeng, a look of vigilance flashing across their faces. Xiao Xingyun walked to the door, and through the peephole saw a hotel waitress standing calmly at the door, pushing a— "Who is it?" Xiao Xingyun inquired. "Hello, sir, I am the hotel staff. Today is Saturday, and our establishment is offering complimentary late-night snacks." "No thanks, we're not hungry. Sir, this is part of our job. We need to collect feedback on the late-night snacks provided. Please don't make it difficult for us. Could you kindly open the door?" Xiao Xingyun hesitated. His innate kindness made him reluctant to put anyone in a difficult position. Thus, he forcibly used his X-ray vision to check outside the door and the 2 or 3 meters beside the waitress. Indeed, there was no one else, which put him at ease. Having excessively used his X-ray vision today, he was severely drained, his eyes felt sore, he was sweating profusely, and he felt extremely weak. His stomach was growling, indicating that his usual meals were insufficient to support his consumption. Compared to eating, Xiao Xingyun craved the extraordinary energy within ancient jade. Yet now being able to have a few bites of delicious food would alleviate his weakness. Thus Xiao Xingyun opened the door. The waitress pushed the food cart, wedged it in the doorway, and just as she lifted the lid of the food box, 6 or 7 tattooed strong men rushed out from the escape route and stormed into Xiao Xingyun's room. Both Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depeng were stunned. They had always been legitimate small traders and had never encountered such a scene. Luo Depeng's claim of being a special forces soldier might also be an exaggeration. The waitress was clearly a decoy. She pushed the cart and quickly retreated, evidently having completed her task. "Who are you? What do you want?" Xiao Xingyun shouted while his right hand hid behind his back, signaling Luo Depeng to call the police quickly. One of the strong men pulled out a dagger, rushed over, snatched Luo Depeng's phone, and menacingly threatened, "Be good, our boss wants to see you. We just need your help with gambling on stones. As long as you don't do anything foolish, you won't be in danger." "Who is your boss?" Xiao Xingyun asked. "You'll know when you get there. If you ask now, we won't tell you, so don't waste your efforts." Another man also pulled out a dagger and viciously stated. Xiao Xingyun quickly scanned the surroundings for an escape route. "What if we don't go? He then will knock you out and stuff you in a bag. This is a high-end hotel. If our boss isn't well connected, would he dare come in to capture people? You should cooperate. We don't want to kill anyone." Xiao Xingyun fell silent. He had X-ray vision, but this ability did not grant him formidable combat power. Perhaps he could take advantage of their inattention to use his mesmerizing ability to escape quickly, but with Luo Depeng injured, he would surely be unable to flee. He turned to glance at Luo Depeng, who shrank his neck, looking helpless, seemingly wanting to explain. "I used to be quite the fighter, but now my body is finished. Brothers, let's talk this out. We're willing to cooperate." Luo Depeng limped and put on his clothes, heroically standing in front of Xiao Xingyun. Seeing the fatty act this way, what could Xiao Xingyun say? If they could escape, they wouldn't. At worst, he would meet the boss behind this and use his mental power to hypnotize him. Both their phones were soon snatched away, making it impossible to call for help or alert the police. With a dagger pressed against his back, he stopped trying to resist, obediently being led by these men to the hotel underground parking lot, where they got into a commercial vehicle. Once inside the vehicle, Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depeng had their eyes covered. "I'm doing this for your own good. Oh, don't look at things you shouldn't. Cooperate properly, and it's better for everyone." Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depeng remained silent. However, no one expected that Xiao Xingyun had X-ray vision. Whenever he sensed the vehicle turning, he would use it to observe the route through the black cloth. Xiao Xingyun initially thought he would be taken to a remote wilderness. Who knew he was actually brought to a wholesale market for finished jadeite near the Jade Market. As the vehicle entered the underground parking lot, the group brought Xiao Xingyun to a secluded elevator entrance which had no markings. Upon entering, the elevator indicator pointed down, not up. B2. Exiting the elevator, he expected a gloomy and terrifying interrogation room, but surprisingly, it was lively and bustling, with occasional excited cheers echoing. "Haha, I hit the jackpot. The number 7 raw stone skyrocketed, and I made 3 times my investment. Damn bad luck. How could I be so blind to bet on number 1? I lost over 100,000 at once. Let's do another round. Oh, I don't want to miss this time." But the few bosses betting on the opening round suffered terribly. They bet millions, while our mere tens of thousands is insignificant. Through the black cloth, Xiao Xingyun could see that the entire basement was vast, with at least hundreds of people bustling about like an underground boxing arena. Hundreds of people waved betting tickets, surrounding a brightly lit display stage with a row of jade raw stones, each marked with a number. Several stone gambling masters of varying ages stood beside the raw stones, anxiously using magnifying glasses and strong flashlights to examine the surface characteristics of the jade raw stones. A woman dressed in revealing clothing excitedly introduced the current situation, urging the guests around her to place their bets. The strong men escorting Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depeng did not attract anyone's attention. They directly led Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depeng deep into a corridor to an office where an elderly man in a wheelchair, about 50 or 60 years old, sat in front of a dense array of monitors, slowly savoring tea. The screens displayed the scene of stone gambling and the situation of the surrounding gamblers placing bets. "Boss, I've brought the people you wanted," the muscular man in black reported. The old man in the wheelchair smiled. "Oh, these are the ones who have been cutting into several skyrocketing jade raw stones at the Jade exhibition these days. Truly impressive for their youth. Those in the stone gambling circle call me Master Ma Si. You can address me as such too. By the way, out of courtesy, please introduce yourselves. You tied us up and are still asking for courtesy." Xiao Xingyun cursed inwardly, but maintained a cooperative facade, saying, "Good day, Master Ma Si. I am Xiao Xingyun from Shanghai." "Greetings, Master Si. I am Luo Dazhao, nicknamed Luo Fatty." Luo Depeng also complied. With his ability to see through the surroundings and environment, Xiao Xingyun's fear had significantly diminished. Master Ma Si smiled. "While your names aren't particularly important, what matters is your ability to gamble on stones. If one of you can help me win 3 rounds, it'll ensure your safe departure. Lose 1 round, and I'll break a leg." Xiao Xingyun stared blankly at Master Ma Si, observing the figure in the wheelchair, silently guessing that this man had likely won his legs broken due to gambling losses. Luo Depeng immediately panicked. "Master Si, we don't know how to gamble on stones. We've been guessing blindly. We bought so many raw stones these days, and they only slightly increased." "Hehe, you might have only had slight gains, but your companion has made quite a few. I originally only intended to kidnap Xiao Xingyun, but since you're together you came along for the ride." Luo Depeng was dumbfounded. Oh, was he caught in the crossfire again? Knowing they had already investigated thoroughly, Xiao Xingyun saw no need to hide any longer. "Yes, Luo Depeng indeed doesn't understand gambling on stones. While I had some luck and made a few gains, but mostly I just made some small money by chance. Even gods can't discern jade. You can ask around who I've won a few rounds, but I've lost far more. Hehe, luck is also a form of strength. I don't care how you achieved your wins, the rules have been laid out for you. Lose a round, and I'll break a leg. Win 6 rounds, and I'll send you on your way." Xiao Xingyun cursed inwardly. This was a bit unreasonable. If that old cripple ever fell into my hands, I'd make sure to deal with him. Perhaps I should get a little closer later and use my eye's ability to forcefully hypnotize him. At that point, who breaks whose legs is yet to be determined. This matter has been settled, and no one cares whether Xiao Xingyun agrees or not. The only request he could make was to eat his fill before the stone gambling begins. In a small room, someone made him a bowl of instant noodles along with 2 sausages. Meanwhile, Luo Fatty sat in the corner incessantly chattering about how they shouldn't be too high profile and that they must correct this in the future. In this room, no one was watching him, but he didn't dare to remove the black cloth covering his eyes. After finishing his food, Xiao Xingyun realized that such a small amount was hardly enough for his current appetite. However, he no longer felt the overwhelming weakness that had nearly caused him to faint. While eating, he pondered how to escape and what his chances of survival were. He hadn't expected the risks of gambling with stones to be so great. In his mind, once he obtained the ability to see through stones, the jade market would be his ATM. Whenever he needed money, he could just gamble on a few stones. Then he would use the funds acquired to buy some ancient jade, absorbing the energy within to upgrade his ability. Now he understood the brutal nature of the stone gambling world. Surviving was the only way to discuss the future. There must be surveillance in this small room. Just after Xiao Xingyun finished eating, a tattooed man entered. "In 10 minutes, Xiao Xingyun will be up for stone gambling. Luo Fatty will wait here. If he loses a round, I'll break one of his legs." Xiao Xingyun and Luo Fatty fell silent. When the man left, Luo Fatty, with a tone of despair, said, "Bro, please, you must win." "How the hell am I supposed to win? I'm not a god." "Then what should we do?" "If I make it out alive, I'll buy you a nice wheelchair." Xiao Xingyun was taken out, and upon reaching the edge of the gambling arena, the black cloth covering his eyes was removed. On the stage, there were 10 pieces of jade rough, and together with Xiao Xingyun, there were 5 stone gamblers. Xiao Xingyun had a one label affixed both in front of and behind him. The scantily clad female host addressed the audience, saying, "All stone gamblers are now on stage. The betting channel will close in 3 minutes. For those who have not placed their bets, please do so quickly." From the audience, someone shouted, "Damn the no. One stone gambler is so young. Can he do it? I'll choose an older stone gambler, at least they have experience. I'm betting on no. 5. No. 1 looks unreliable, too young. Still hasn't weaned, haha. I wonder which boss hired no. 1. Is he treating money like dirt? Each betting round starts at least 10 million, right? If you lose, 10 million is gone." Dan Tua and Zhu Chongjio were also in the audience. They only participated in various underground stone gambling rounds to find easy prey. Why is Xiao Xingyun here? What's his relationship with Master Ma? Dan Tua asked warily. Zhu Chongjio's expression was serious as he replied, "This person seems a bit strange. He suddenly emerged in the stone gambling world. Let's pause on any traps related to him until I understand his background." At this moment, the 5 stone gamblers on stage were free to observe the 10 pieces of jade rough before them. These 10 pieces were similar in size, each weighing around 6 to 7 kilograms. There were black skins, white yellow skins, spotted and mossy skins, as well as foggy textured skins, materials from both old and new sites. The 10 pieces of jade rough could be observed freely. The first one to take a liking to a piece could choose it first, preventing others from selecting it. Thus, speed was also a key factor in determining victory or defeat. Due to the exhaustion of his eye abilities, Xiao Xingyun didn't dare to be careless. He would only use his ability for 2 seconds after getting close to judge the general quality and price. After examining the 10 pieces of jade rough, he was nearly exhausted. He then realized that relying on time or food to recover his eye abilities wasn't very reliable. The fastest way was still to absorb the energy from ancient jade. All 10 pieces of rough were worthless stones, with only one being the most valuable, a white base green ice seed material worth around 5 million in the market. After making his decision, Xiao Xingyun immediately held it up to indicate that he had chosen. Just in time, the female host was about to announce the end of betting, allowing the stone gamblers to select their stones within 3 minutes. As it turned out, before she could speak, Xiao Xingyun had already raised his hand, signaling that he had made his choice. The other stone gamblers were anxious. How could this young fellow disregard the rules? We haven't even had enough time to look closely, and you've already decided. Don't we older fellows deserve some respect? Young man, choosing quickly doesn't mean you've made a good choice. If you lose later, don't come crying to us. The no. 5-stone gambler, an elderly man in his 60s, frowned as he spoke. Xiao Xingyun's heart stirred, and he deliberately revealed, crying. I was brought here by Master Ma. If I lose, I'll have my legs broken. The elderly man was taken aback and exclaimed, broken legs. Surely it can't be that serious. It's just this day and age, at most you wouldn't receive your bonus. Though the underground stone gambling arena is illegal, it isn't considered a crime. It falls under the local gray market. Breaking legs would be a criminal matter. Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of joy in his heart. Could it be that he and Luo Fatty weren't in such danger, and that they were just being intimidated? Was it all a false alarm? Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, the host announced, there's 1 minute left. All stone gamblers, please finalize your choices for the jade rough quickly. Upon hearing this, the elderly man immediately became anxious, ignoring Xiao Xingyun entirely. He grabbed a magnifying glass and a strong flashlight, making his final judgments on the 2 stones he had chosen. Time's up. With the host's announcement, all 5 stone gamblers on stage had made their selections for their jade rough. Without further embellishment, they simply marked their choices with pens and began to reveal the stones. Because these raw stones were small, and they used a violent method to reveal them, cutting them directly in half, the results were out in just a few minutes. Seeing the outcome, the audience on stage started to curse without needing a referee. Anyone who came to the underground stone gambling arena was an old hand in the stone gambling world. They could tell the quality and price with just a glance. Damn, are you kidding me? No. One actually revealed an ice seed, white base green. What incredible luck. Haha, I bet on him. The odds are 3 times down here. That young handsome fellow is invincible. Too bad I only bet 100,000. If I had known he was so impressive, I would have bet 1,000,000. Damn, I was going to bet on no. 1, but some idiot said young people are unreliable, so I switched to no. 5. 200,000 down the drain. Amid the chaotic curses on stage, the referee announced that the no. 1 stone gambler had won with his chosen jade rough. Only the first place was recognized, the rest were not ranked. This meant that out of the 5 stone gamblers on stage, only 1 emerged victorious. The odds for the audience weren't fixed, but the odds on stage were a bet among the 5 bosses. At this moment, Master Ma, sitting in the surveillance room, wore a look of astonishment. I was just randomly testing my luck, checking the level of the new stone gamblers in the market. I didn't expect him to actually win. Was it luck or real skill? Boss for the second round, boss who demands original stones. She's in her monitoring room cursing and saying we're cheating. Hee, if stone gambling could be rigged, I would have gone back to the public square in Myanmar and wouldn't be here playing underground games. Agree to her request. Understood, boss. The man walked out. As Xiao Xingyun took a break off the stage, he was locked in a separate room, unable to contact the outside world. He pondered the words of the old man from earlier. Was Master Ma's threat merely a bluff? Would he really not kill anyone? Or break legs? Xiao Xingyun was uncertain about the truth of his words, but if he continued to win every match and keep rising, he might truly be unable to leave the city. Thus, he had to lose the next match to test Master Ma's reaction. Sorry, my chubby brother. As the second match began, Xiao Xingyun chose an extremely poor stone, and upon cutting it, he lost immediately. He lost again in the third match. Now, Master Ma, sitting in the monitoring room, couldn't help but curse as expected. It's sheer luck. Gambling on stones isn't that simple. Teach that fatso a lesson and scare Xiao Xingyun a bit. Yes, boss. In the fourth match, just as Xiao Xingyun was led out of the small room, he saw the chubby man, his legs wrapped in white gauze, sitting in a wheelchair and pushed out by someone. His mouth stuffed with rags, he shook his head wildly, sobbing, unsure of what he was trying to express. Xiao Xingyun's eyes widened. Was the chubby man really that unfortunate, having his legs broken so quickly? Xiao Xingyun, if you lose again, this fatso won't be able to keep his 2 arms. A tattooed, muscular man, Xiao Xingyun's gaze swept over the chubby man's legs. Huh, the bones weren't broken. They were just wrapped in bandages. The claim that losing a match would result in a broken leg was indeed just a threat. Xiao Xingyun felt relieved, but on the surface he pretended to be extremely frightened, explaining, I want to win too, but even the gods can't cut jade perfectly. Who can guarantee they will win every match? Those around him ignored Xiao Xingyun's explanation, and after threatening him, they pushed the chubby man away. The guards urged Xiao Xingyun to go on stage and continue gambling on stones. In the 4th match, Xiao Xingyun gambled again. The raw stone he cut turned out to be a good material, but the profits weren't the highest, and he lost again. In the 5th match, Xiao Xingyun won. He lost again in the 6th match. Out of 6 matches, he had won 2. That win rate was already quite decent. Then Xiao Xingyun was taken back to the small room, his eyes covered again, and along with the chubby man, they were brought to a room filled with surveillance. Master Ma, sitting in a wheelchair, said to them, your gambling skills are passable. 2 wins out of 6 matches gives you a 33 win rate. After practicing for another 10 or 8 years, when your skills stabilize, you can try your luck at the public gambling grounds in Myanmar. Now I'll let you go, but remember to keep your mouth shut. If you speak out after leaving, the consequences will be yours to bear. After Master Ma finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling for them to be taken out. Xiao Xingyun and the chubby man seemed stunned and didn't have time to say anything before they were led away. They took the elevator up, reached the parking lot, and switched to another van to be sent back near the 5-star hotel. In a secluded street corner, those men tossed Xiao Xingyun and the chubby man out, also returning their phones, warning, be smart. If you don't want to die, don't speak recklessly. After the vehicle drove away, Xiao Xingyun and the chubby man finally pulled off the blindfolds, their expressions showing relief from their narrow escape. Damn, that scared me to death. I really thought I wouldn't make it back. The chubby man climbed up, patting his chest as he spoke. Are your legs all right? Didn't they just break them? Xiao Xingyun feigned surprise. They were lying. They just hit my legs a couple of times, wrapped them in gauze to make it look like they were broken. As long as they're not broken, let's head back to the hotel, pack our things, and return to Shanghai tonight. We can't stay here any longer. Xiao Xingyun realized that without any background and power, continuously gambling on stones in the jade market would eventually lead to trouble. These past few days he had already kept a low profile, yet he was still targeted and nearly lost his life. If he were to gamble on stones in the future, he didn't want to publicly cut the stones anymore. He would buy the stones he liked and slowly cut them in his basement. At the same time, the 5th stone gambler took a break and returned to Boss Hu's office. Boss, who was a woman named Lily, who looked to be in her 30s with a great figure and excellent demeanor, making her an extremely captivating woman. Her office was similar to Master Ma's room, filled with numerous surveillance screens that could see every corner of the gambling arena. Master Chi, did the 1st stone gambler say he was captured by Master Ma? Yes, that's indeed the case. He seemed to be under great pressure while gambling and quietly told me that he was staying in room 1908 of the Fengyuan Hotel, asking me to help report to the police if there were any recent missing persons cases. That old bastard Master Ma only knows how to intimidate new gamblers. He can scare one, but he doesn't give a single cent in profit sharing. Looking at him now, he seems to be playing wild, but he will surely fall into trouble later. A 33 win rate isn't low. If he practices in the gambling stone market for a few more years, he might reach a master-level win rate of around 50. You just Boss Hu. There are countless gamblers, but how many can achieve a master-level win rate of 50? I'm already in my 50s or 60s who I've gambled my whole life, and my overall win rate is only about 41. In this industry, it ultimately comes down to luck. At that moment, Lily's phone rang. She glanced at it and immediately answered. Mr. Wang calling me at this hour. Aren't you afraid of disturbing my sweet dreams? I dare to call you at this time because I know you aren't asleep. Mr. Wang's network is spread all over, truly terrifying. Not joking with you, the case of the three-eyed evil Buddha is settled. Shanghai has transferred the seized artifacts to the Imperial Capital Museum, but the evil Buddha is missing the middle jade vertical eye, which reportedly broke during the pursuit. What a pity I didn't get to see this legendary and bizarre antique with my own eyes. So many people died and so many went mad just to excavate the three-eyed evil Buddha from its tomb, only for it to benefit the Imperial Capital Museum. I have photos that I can send you. Since it has already been returned to the Imperial Capital Museum, I really can't retrieve it anymore, so our cooperation can be terminated. Be sure to clean up any traces. It has to be this way. After saying that, both sides hung up and 2 photos arrived on Lily's WeChat. The first photo was of a half-human tall golden Buddha cast with 3 eyes. The third eye, right in the center of the forehead, was actually a piece of mutton fat jade embedded in it, covered with mysterious symbols. The left and right eyes appeared ordinary, resembling eyeballs made of obsidian. Yet the vertical eye in the center gave off an eerie feeling. Looking at the photo too long could induce dizziness. The second photo showed the same golden Buddha, but missing the middle white jade vertical eye. Without this eye, it appeared completely normal, devoid of any strange dizziness. Lily closed her eyes, yet her mind was filled with the image of the three-eyed evil Buddha, seemingly with 3 eyes staring directly at her. Ding! A message arrived on her phone, startling her into opening her eyes, and she realized her face was drenched in sweat. No wonder those who encountered the three-eyed evil Buddha either went mad or died. I nearly couldn't hold on after just a glance at the photo. She patted her heaving chest in realization and checked the message. Bossu, I heard you're interested in this item. Take a look at the photo and give me a price estimate. The message contained a photo from a stranger showing some jade fragments arranged to form an eye shape. It was the third eye of the shattered, three-eyed evil Buddha, broken into approximately 100 pieces. Upon seeing the photo, Lily's heart trembled, and she immediately called back. Bossu! A hoarse voice came through the phone. Who are you? How did you come to have these jade fragments? Is their origin legitimate? Lily asked. Just call me Big Gold Tooth. The third eye of the three-eyed evil Buddha is a hot topic among insiders. It was supposed to be sent to the Imperial Capital Museum with the statue, but now it has fallen into my hands. Do you think its origin is legitimate? That's true. If it were legitimate, it wouldn't be hidden away like this. Enough small talk, what's your offer? 10 million to trade at the Panjiayuan store. Are you stupid, or am I? There are a total of 108 pieces, 100 million. At Shanghai, once you arrive, they'll tell you the trading location. Impossible. How much is the entire three-eyed evil Buddha worth? With the third eye shattered like this, what uses it? They'll give you at most 20 million. Not a penny less. They'll wait for you in Shanghai for 1 day. After that, he'll contact other buyers. With that, Big Gold Tooth hung up. Lily held her phone, pondering for a moment before suddenly laughing softly. Big Gold Tooth. There are at least 10 people in the tomb raiding circle named Big Gold Tooth. Who knows which one you are? However, since he was able to get my number, it must be related to Wang Banjian. He just told me to clean up traces, and now he sold me out. With that thought, Lily took out her phone, made a few calls, and arranged for a ticket to Shanghai overnight. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Lily's assistant opened the door to find a tattooed strong man standing outside, who politely asked, our boss wants to know if you're still gambling. Where's boss who? Lily's voice came from within. No more gambling, it's pointless. Tell old Ma Si to only hire the stone gambling masters from now on. Randomly grabbing free labor is asking for trouble. Yes, I will convey that to the boss. The man said and left honestly. Lily finished tidying up, and her sorry boss, due to the short notice, I couldn't book a first class or business class seat for the next flight. Only economy class is available. I can make do. After saying that, she hurriedly left with her team, heading to the airport. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun and Fatty Luo also hopped into a taxi, rushing to the airport. When faced with unknown danger, ordinary people's instinct is to escape, finding safety first before addressing the issue. Xiao Xingyun was also an ordinary person, at least before obtaining his X-ray vision. He was just an average individual. He got into a regular university in Shanghai from a mountain village in Sichuan, and after graduation, dissatisfied with his salary, he found a way to sell jade. Unable to afford a storefront, he resorted to setting up a stall. By chance, he gained the ability of X-ray vision. He didn't flaunt or show off. Instead, he remained as low-key as possible, cautiously making money. After making some money, his biggest expense was buying the Mercedes-Benz G he had always dreamed of. He didn't even dare to tell his family about his newfound wealth, giving them money cautiously, only a few tens of thousands at a time. While gambling on stones in the jade market, he even set off many smoke bombs. Buying 10 stones, only 2 or 3 would yield profit, yet he was still targeted, nearly losing his life. On his way to the airport, Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brows, wondering what was wrong with this world. Is it so hard for honest people to earn a little money? Who did I offend? Gambling on stones is not the same as gambling. It doesn't harm others. If I win, I enrich myself. If I lose, it's my own downfall, without dragging anyone else down. Even being this humble, I was still kidnapped by old Ma Si, forced to gamble on stones, and threatened with broken legs if I lost. I remember you, old Ma Si, from Sihue City. Only after safely boarding the plane did Xiao Xingyun silently tell himself. Due to the rushed ticket booking, he and Fatty Luo ended up in economy class again, and their hopes of upgrading to first class after making money were dashed. As soon as he settled down, 2 women walked by. One was in her 30s, tall and alluring, with a charmingly pale complexion, exuding an enticing mature vibe. The other appeared to be a bodyguard, tall and sturdy with dark skin. As she placed the luggage overhead, her muscular arms revealed solid muscle definition. When Lily arrived at her seat, she spotted Xiao Xingyun in the back row. She was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter the stone gambling master from the underground gambling circle here. She had quite a deep impression of Xiao Xingyun. From the 5th hired stone gambling master, she learned that this handsome young man seemed completely ignorant of the rules in the underground market, and he was even captured, constantly worried about his safety. The person sitting next to Xiao Xingyun was likely his companion. Judging by his bruised face, it was evident he had been threatened. In an instant, she pieced together the entire situation from the bits of information she had gathered. Mr. Xiao, I've seen you at the Jade Market. You are quite impressive. Hu Lili smiled slightly and took the initiative to shake hands with Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun was deep in thought about his future survival strategies. When he shook Hu Lili's soft fair hand, he was still in a daze. Hello, do we know each other? After saying that, he realized how foolish his question was. Since she knew his surname, she must have heard his name from someone while cutting raw stones at the Jade Market. Even if we didn't know each other before we do now. My name is Hu Lili. As she spoke, she flipped her hand, like performing a magic trick, revealing a pink, gold-embossed business card. It read Treasure Pavilion, Hu Lili, with 2 phone numbers from the Imperial capital below, the last digits being auspicious leopard numbers. Just those 2 phone numbers radiated an air of extravagance, or rather the essence of a wealthy woman. Xiao Xingyun, a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Xingyun finally regained his composure and responded politely. You have a store in Shanghai. I have a branch at the Chenghuang Temple. Perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Saying this, Hu Lili took her seat. As the flight was about to take off, the flight attendant was already reminding passengers to fasten their seatbelts and explaining some precautions. Xiao Xingyun examined the business card, which had a dark patterned background depicting antique porcelain. He had been in the jade industry for less than a year and had almost no knowledge of the deeper world of antiques. The fat man who had been beaten to a pulp suddenly perked up upon seeing the beautiful and alluring Hu Lili. All fears and pains seemed conquerable. The owner of Treasure Pavilion. My heavens, that's the largest antique store at our Chenghuang Temple, which also sells high-quality jade. It's like a gold mine, making even more money than our stone gambling. Fatty Luo leaned closer to Xiao Xingyun and excitedly whispered. However, his voice was inherently loud, and even his whispers could be heard by the people in the front and back rows. Xiao Xingyun felt so embarrassed that he could almost dig a hole in the plane with his toes. Fortunately, at that moment the plane took off, and the sudden ear pressure made many people stop talking and close their mouths. Once the plane was stable in the air, Hu Lili turned her head and smiled, saying, Are you interested in the antique business as well? I can have the masters at the store mentor you. Xiao Xingyun shook his head, declining. Your business is too deep for us ordinary people to grasp, but it's easy to get into trouble. How deep it is can only be determined by personal experience, or what others say isn't necessarily true. The key lies in your own skills. Hu Lili's smile bore a hint of mischief, deeply alluring. Xiao Xingyun felt as if he wasn't on a plane, but on a highway with a car speeding past his face with a whoosh. As they got off the plane, dawn was approaching. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi saw Hu Lili with her assistant get into a Rolls-Royce, while they had to take a taxi, each heading home. Their vehicles were parked at home, not at the airport, and there were no bodyguards or assistants to meet them. The trip to Guangdong province for gambling stones left a deep impression on the two, having experienced both prosperity and peril. All they wanted now was to return home, have a good sleep, and then consider which path to take in the future. Upon returning to the Ziyuan villa, Xiao Xingyun found Su Qing dressed neatly, preparing to go to school. Brother Yun is back. I had the raw stones you sent moved to the basement. They have been tested, and there are a total of 12 pieces exactly the same as the photos you sent. Su Qing, wearing jeans and a white patterned t-shirt with a high ponytail, radiated a youthful energy, her slim waist and curvy hips particularly alluring. All right, Xiao Qing, have you had breakfast? You're going to school this early. Xiao Xingyun set his suitcase aside and changed into slippers. I'm eating at school. The food in the cafeteria is cheap. We have a program rehearsal in our class today, so I need to get there early. Gotta go. I'm in a hurry. Bye. With that, Su Qing hurriedly left. Bye. Xiao Xingyun sat on the sofa in the living room, closed his eyes, and lay there motionless for a long time. So tired, so sleepy, so hungry, yet he didn't want to move. Only curled up in his familiar home did he find a trace of long-lost safety. If only my X-ray vision had offensive capabilities, then I could protect myself. With such a special ability, if I don't gamble on stones, what else can I do to make money? Go to foreign casinos. That would be even more dangerous. If I win tens of millions or even billions at once, I probably wouldn't even be able to leave the venue. My X-ray vision wants to upgrade, but it needs a large amount of ancient jade. Buying jade definitely requires a lot of money. The more he thought, the more chaotic his mind became. Unable to sleep, Xiao Xingyun casually turned on the television. The television was broadcasting news from Shanghai. Recently, the Shanghai police uncovered a tomb raiding gangs selling antiques. After several days of investigation, the case has been closed. However, during the transfer of the related antiques to the Imperial Capital Museum, several precious antiques were stolen from the transport vehicle. If any viewers have relevant clues, the police will offer a reward of 100,000. The news footage showed several photos of the stolen antiques, including a bronze censer, a plain porcelain vase, and a bazaar I made from jade fragments. Seeing that bazaar, Xiao Xingyun's heart skipped a beat, and a wave of greedy heat surged in his eyes, as if he wanted to swallow those jade fragments whole. Indeed, not to swallow into his stomach, but to swallow them into his eyes, as if those jade fragments contained a substance extremely rare for his eyes. Is this the jade eye that injured my eyes at the city god temple that day? What is its origin? Xiao Xingyun was now completely awake and was about to head to the kitchen to make something to eat when he noticed constant messages in the city god temple Jade Friends group. Did you see the news? The jade eye of the three-eyed evil Buddha has been stolen again. Impuzzled are the police, just sitting idle. They can't even protect such an important antique. Three-eyed evil Buddha. Is that the golden Buddha excavated from Qianling? I've heard that since its excavation over 100 people connected to the evil Buddha have died. Are you kidding? Isn't Qianling the tomb of Wu Zetian? How could there be such a bizarre, evil Buddha in her tomb? Besides, I haven't heard of any reports of tomb robbing in Qianling. This Jade Friends group mostly consists of people selling jade and jadeite at the city god temple, as well as small vendors selling fake antiques. Their sources of information are varied. While there are no deep insights, Xiao Xingyun knows that this jade eye comes from the three-eyed evil Buddha, and that's enough. As for whether it was excavated from Qianling, it doesn't really matter, at least not for now. After breakfast, he went to the basement to check the jade raw stones that were mailed back, a total of 12 pieces. Seeing that the marks on them were correct, he didn't use his X-ray vision to check again. His eyes were too tired, and he didn't want to waste more energy. Returning to his bedroom, he slept until the afternoon, had a quick bite, and then headed to the city god temple. He wanted to buy a few more pieces of ancient jade to see if they might help upgrade his X-ray vision. Boss Xiao, why haven't I seen you and Luo Pongzi at the stall these past few days? There are some matters at home. I'll return to set up the stall once I've dealt with them, Xiao Xingyun replied. After walking around the stalls, everything from antiques to ancient jade was fake. His X-ray vision didn't detect a hint of energy in any of them. With no other choice, he decided to go into some shops to see if he could find some genuine items. The first shop was Suyuzhai. Welcome, sir. Nowadays, antique shops also began to hire salesgirls, each tall and fair-skinned. Do you have any authentic ancient jade in the store? Xiao Xingyun asked directly. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl's smile became even brighter. Customers who enter and say they are just browsing might really be just browsing. But if someone asks for a specific type of item upon entering, it indicates that they have targeted choices and the probability of a sale is extremely high. Yes, please follow me to this counter, said the salesgirl, leading Xiao Xingyun to a glass display case filled with. At this moment, the store was doing good business with 7 or 8 customers in different areas, accompanied by different salesgirls as they selected their preferred items. Xiao Xingyun glanced at the items in the ancient jade counter. Out of dozens of pieces, there were only 4 that were genuine, each radiating a rich, mysterious energy. The other ancient jades, regardless of their color, patina, craftsmanship, or blemishes, looked extremely authentic, yet they lacked that mysterious energy. Xiao Xingyun could identify new jade and jadeite, but he really had no research on old jade and antiques. He could only rely on his X-ray vision to make selections. Each piece in the counter had a price tag, and the prices for the 4 genuine ancient jades were surprisingly close to those of the fake ones, 4,100 and 3,900. The prices of ancient jade are influenced by many factors. Since they dared to prominently display prices in the store, there must be reasons at least in line with the market conditions. Bring me these pieces if I like them. I'll buy 4 or 5 pieces. Xiao Xingyun casually pointed out several, including the 4 genuine ones and 3 fakes. The salesgirl didn't think much of it and complied with the request, bringing out all 7 pieces of ancient jade. Xiao Xingyun pretended to scrutinize them, and in the end he selected the 4 genuine ancient jades and said, I want these 4. No need to wrap them, I'll pay directly. Sure, please come this way. The salesgirl felt a surge of joy in her heart. These 4 pieces totaled 120,000, and he didn't even bargain buying them directly. Now that was a real wealthy person. Although the counter displayed clear prices, when it came time to purchase, it was still possible to negotiate. Xiao Xingyun was considered half a member of the circle, so he couldn't possibly be unaware of this. He simply had other motives and deliberately chose not to bargain. After a smooth checkout, Xiao Xingyun placed the 4 pieces of jade directly into his pocket. He held them in his hand, and the mysterious energy on them was quickly absorbed by him. The energy that had long been in a state of semi-exhaustion in his sore eyes surged with warmth, feeling as if he had just done eye exercises. While absorbing the mysterious energy, Xiao Xingyun wandered around the entire store, finally stopping in front of the antique shelf, pointing to a half-foot-tall ceramic vase, and asked, Can I hold this vase and take a look? The salesgirl hesitated for a moment and replied, Of course, let me take it to the counter, and you can examine it then. Sounds good. Xiao Xingyun was aware of the rules regarding antiques and was fine with not handling them. She put on white gloves and laid a layer of velvet cloth on the counter before taking out the vase and placing it on the counter. What dynasty is this vase from? How much is it? As Xiao Xingyun inquired, he began to absorb the mysterious energy emanating from it. Indeed, not only did ancient jade possess mysterious energy, but other genuine antiques also had it. Xiao Xingyun speculated that this might be a special substance accumulated through historical sedimentation. The amount of energy on each antique varied. The older the antique, the more energy it contained. This is a Song Dynasty Yaozhou carved celadone vase priced at 4.8 million. That's too expensive, it's beyond my expectations, Xiao Xingyun said, placing the vase back on the counter. He had absorbed all the energy, and while the appearance remained intact, there were already slight cracks inside. Sir, what price do you think is reasonable? We can discuss it. The female salesgirl had some negotiating authority and felt that Xiao Xingyun was wealthy, hoping to secure a significant bonus if a deal was made. No negotiation, I can't afford it. Xiao Xingyun finished speaking and turned to leave. Aside from this vase and the 4 pieces of ancient jade, the entire store was filled with fakes. It was truly a black shop. Having gotten a Song Dynasty vase for free from this black shop, he considered it a form of punishing evil and promoting good. Across the street was the Treasure Pavilion, a branch opened by Hu Lily, whose main store was said to be in the imperial capital's Panjiu and larger in scale and well known in the circle. Xiao Xingyun thought for a moment and decided to go in and take a look. Just then he saw a sneaky old man with a black leather bag slung across his shoulder entering the Treasure Pavilion, selling stolen goods. Xiao Xingyun often encountered similar individuals while setting up stalls at the city god temple, selling some antiques of unknown origin to these large antique shops. Xiao Xingyun didn't want to get involved in such matters, he just wanted to casually browse the Treasure Pavilion. Upon entering the store, he saw the old man, smiling broadly, showing off his big golden tooth, asking the salesgirl how to get to the manager's office, claiming he had made an appointment. Another idle salesgirl approached Xiao Xingyun and asked, "Good afternoon, sir. What can I assist you with?" "I'm just browsing." Xiao Xingyun began to wander around the shop, and the salesgirl did not leave, following him the entire. At that moment, the salesgirl attending to the golden-toothed old man was on the phone with the manager, confirming whether he had an appointment. Large antique shops have strict rules. The manager holds a high status and is usually very busy, not someone who can be interrupted by just anyone. In the porcelain area nearby, 2 men had entered without notice, seemingly just wandering around, coincidentally ending up behind the golden-toothed old man. The 2 men exchanged glances, and one of them suddenly pulled out a baton from his pocket, swinging it fiercely and smashing all the nearby surveillance cameras. The other man rushed towards the golden-toothed old man, attempting to snatch the black leather bag from him. "Help! Help! Someone is stealing my treasure." The golden-toothed old man desperately protected the black bag on him. The man panicked and, not expecting the old man to be so tough, quickly pulled out a knife, cutting the bag strap and even slicing the old man's hand until it bled, yet he still wouldn't let go. "Call the police." "Where are the security guards?" The store was in chaos. Xiao Xingyun didn't know how to fight, so he didn't bravely approach. Instead, he took out his phone and called the police. Suddenly, after the black leather bag was slashed several times, it was ripped apart, revealing a bundle of jade fragments wrapped in newspaper scattering everywhere. Several large jade fragments fell right in front of Xiao Xingyun. His eyes instantly heated up. A wave of extreme hunger and greed surged in his heart once again. Without even thinking, he grabbed a piece of jade fragment, noticing the incomplete, mysterious patterns on it. There was no time to observe further. He felt an immense energy surging into his eyes through his palm. As energy surged into his eyes, a multitude of fragmented images flashed through his mind. Within a magnificent palace, a tall, 3-eyed, alluring man with eyes that sparkled with light seduced a group of beautiful women, indulging in his pleasures. The images flickered again, revealing 2 3-eyed men engaged in a fierce battle, their eyes emitting terrifying light as they reduced pyramid-like structures to ruins. These images were fleeting. After Xiao Xingyun absorbed the shard of jade, it completely vanished from his. He resembled a starving traveler in a desert, the jade shards serving as food and water. Having absorbed one, he wasted no time pondering the flashing images in his mind, picking up another shard to continue. The scenes continued to flicker in his mind, depicting several 3-eyed beings pursuing the injured, alluring 3-eyed man. The alluring 3-eyed man's eyes sparkled with complex, colorful light, freezing his pursuers midair. In that moment of suspension, he leaped into the sea, disappearing without a trace. The next scene featured a new batch of aged 3-eyed beings still hunting the alluring 3-eyed man amidst the towering snow-capped mountains. The alluring 3-eyed man created a spatial door with his eyes and jumped through, vanishing from the snowy peaks in an instant. The shard of jade in Xiao Xingyun's hand was once again drained and disappeared. He, as if entranced, disregarded the robbery occurring in the treasure pavilion, instead finding a larger shard of jade to grasp. The images in his mind flickered again, showing a golden spear filled with destructive power piercing the heart of the alluring 3-eyed man. Before collapsing, he managed to gouge out the third eye from his forehead, a human-shaped glow akin to a soul enveloping the eye, vanishing into a newly formed spatial door. The subsequent images became increasingly distorted, revealing a world seen from an unknown perspective. The third eye affixed itself to a golden Buddha statue, high and mighty, before which countless devotees clad in ancient Chinese garments knelt in prayer daily. As time passed, that eye gradually became jade-like, its surface adorned with mysterious, intricate patterns prominently displayed on the Buddha's forehead. This three-eyed golden Buddha gained immense fame and was later sent to the Bema Temple, becoming a revered statue for many dignitaries. If worshippers possessed sufficient fortune, they could see their past and future lives before the statue. Xiao Xingyun absorbed 8 shards of eye jade in one breath. The subsequent shards flashed images of darkness and endless void. When a glimmer of light reappeared, the figure seen through the eye seemed to be a tomb raider. Then came endless carnage. The third eye appeared to be frenzied, thriving only on slaughter, filled with the delight of vengeance. Boom! The shelves in the treasure pavilion collapsed, crashing onto Xiao Xingyun, jolting him back from the illusion in his mind. Quick, help me gather the jade shards on the ground, or I will kill you all. We will obey, we won't harm anyone, brother. Xiao Xingyun looked up in confusion, only to see the golden-toothed old man lying in a pool of blood nearby, while the 2 young robbers were picking up eye jade shards with one hand and holding knives with the other. A beautiful saleswoman, overwhelmed by fear, crashed into a nearby shelf, falling down beside Xiao Xingyun. Brother, I'm scared. The saleswoman looked pitiful, tears streaming down her face as she sought refuge in Xiao Xingyun's embrace. Coincidentally, I'm scared too. Xiao Xingyun barely glanced at her, focused on picking up another shard of eye jade. The beautiful saleswoman was so furious she nearly forgot to cry. She knew the opportunity was rare. If she missed it, she might never see these eye jade shards again. Crawling forward half a meter, he finally picked up a shard of jade the size of a fingernail. This time Xiao Xingyun did not rush to absorb it, but instead examined it closely. What appeared to be jade was entirely different from several types of jade found on the market. It bore no traces of jade's typical patterns, while its surface displayed mysterious, intricate designs that seemed to emanate from within the eye. In other words, the complex patterns on the surface were mirrored by the same designs inside the jade eye. Such a formation could not occur naturally. Having experienced the previous illusion, Xiao Xingyun understood that this was the powerful and terrifying eye which over time had transformed into this form. It was not jade. To an expert's eye, it bore a clear distinction from ordinary jade. Even though he did not rush to absorb it, this shard once held was drained of its essence and vanished from his hand. How can you perform magic? How did the shard disappear? The beautiful saleswoman beside him, now no longer crying but infuriated, asked in astonishment. Xiao Xingyun was startled, turning to glare at her. You misread it. It turned to dust and vanished. As he spoke, a faint glimmer flashed in his eyes. The saleswoman's consciousness instantly blurred, and she drowsily replied, I misread it. It turned to dust and vanished. Xiao Xingyun was bewildered, unsure why this was happening. The saleswoman's expression seemed off. Oh no! Outside, the sound of urgent police sirens rang out. At this point, the 2 robbers panicked, shouting, Put all the jade shards in my bag. One robber held a bloodied bag riddled with holes, placing it in front of the salespeople and customers squatting on the ground to assist them in collecting jade shards. One of the robbers spotted Xiao Xingyun brandishing a knife before him while extending another hand, revealing a dozen shards of jade. He growled fiercely, Where are the jade shards you collected? Hand them over, or I'll cut you down. Xiao Xingyun was startled and quickly explained, I didn't collect any jade shards, you misread it. In the midst of fear and tension, the light in Xiao Xingyun's eyes flickered again. The robber's mind instantly became muddled, and he blankly said, Right, you didn't collect any jade shards. It was my mistake. Big brother, let's get out of here. The police are coming. What are you dawdling for? Oh right, what was I dawdling for? The robber, still not quite clear-headed, repeated himself before attempting to flee. However, he forgot to look at the fallen shelves, and with a thud he stumbled, scattering the dozen jade shards he held all over the floor. What the hell, what's happening to me? The robber had no time to pick up the shards and cursed as he fled out. At that moment, the security guard finally rushed down from upstairs, wielding a rubber baton, an electric baton, pursuing the 2 robbers who had just escaped out the door. The timing of the security guard's arrival was impeccable, rivaling that of the police. Xiao Xingyun thought to himself, seizing the chance to pick up another shard of jade and absorbing it in his palm. 3 seconds later, authoritative shouts echoed at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. We are the police. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. The female sales assistants were distressed, wiping their tears as they exclaimed, 2 robbers have escaped, and our store's security went after them. Despite this, the officers cautiously entered the treasure vault to search. At the same time, several officers were dispatched to chase the robbers in the direction pointed out by the sales assistants. Both the sales staff and customers in the store were investigated, with personnel specifically asking questions and recording testimonies, as well as collecting the jade fragments left on the ground. Xiao Xingyun was also questioned by an officer. I just bought 4 ancient jades from the Shiyu studio across the street for 1.2 million. I heard that the goods in the treasure vault are even better, so I came over to buy a few more ancient jades. However, shortly after entering, I saw someone robbing the place and was so scared that I crouched down. By the way, I was also hit by a shelf, and it still hurts now. As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he wanted to take out the ancient jades from his pocket as evidence. But when he touched his pocket, he found that the 4 pieces of ancient jade had already shattered. Perhaps he had absorbed all the mysterious energy within, causing the jade to become brittle. A slight drop or bump would naturally cause it to break. After all, he hadn't asked for a box, only a velvet bag which still had the receipt from the Shiyu studio inside. Xiao Xingyun took out the broken pieces of ancient jade, wincing in pain, and asked the officer, "Look at this. I lost 1.2 million. Who should compensate me for this? This. It should be the robber's responsibility. I will file a separate case for you. If we catch the robbers and they have any assets, we will make them compensate you." The young officer replied awkwardly. The beautiful female sales assistant standing nearby took 2 steps back in fright, vaguely remembering that she was the one who knocked over the shelf, which fell on Xiao Xingyun. She was afraid that Xiao Xingyun would blame her for the broken ancient jade. Xiao Xingyun wouldn't be so petty as to trouble a pretty sales assistant. He displayed the shattered jade, merely hoping to find a scapegoat to recover his losses. At this moment, a shopkeeper in his 50s also came down from the 2nd floor to attend to the officers. There were cameras everywhere. To understand the entire case, naturally, it was essential to review the footage. However, before the robbers acted, they damaged several cameras, resulting in some blind spots. The area where Xiao Xingyun crouched was conveniently out of view. At that moment, voices of security and officers chatting could be heard from the entrance. "We caught one, but the other got away. The items they stole are in that black leather bag, but we don't know what's inside. That stuff was brought in by an old man who intended to sell it in our store," the security guard explained to the officers at the entrance. A robber, beaten and half-conscious, was tightly bound and thrown to the side of the entrance. The officer called for an ambulance. Catching one robber was already a feat, and they could extract many testimonies from him. Besides this half-dead robber, the already deceased old man with gold teeth also needed to be taken away by the ambulance. The officers quickly recorded the testimonies and gathered contact information from everyone without taking them back to the station. After seeing off the officers, the shopkeeper addressed the still shaken crowd. "I sincerely apologize for what happened in our store today, so I've prepared a red envelope of 10,000 yuan for each of you to ease your shock. This applies to both our staff and customers." At this, a wave of cheers and applause erupted. "Thank you, shopkeeper. This was handled well. It's indeed appropriate. A red envelope to ease the shock. I was really scared to death just now. I'm not short on money, but receiving a red envelope can indeed help turn my luck around." Xiao Xingyun observed as the shopkeeper, accompanied by several security guards, went upstairs amid the crowd's chatter. However, his eyes narrowed, sensing something unusual in the pocket of one of the security guards. Activating his X-ray vision, he saw that the guard's pocket was filled with numerous jade fragments, at least 70 or 80 pieces. Didn't that security guard say that the items stolen by the robbers were in a black leather bag taken away by the escaping robber? How did these jade fragments end up in this guard's pocket? Damn, this is too coincidental. Could this all be a trap? Was the dead old man with gold teeth the only one scheming? Xiao Xingyun pondered, having absorbed only 10 fragments while this guard had about 80. The dozen or so fragments left on the ground had already been taken by the police as evidence. Altogether, these fragments amounted to around 100 pieces. Soon the shopkeeper came down with the guards, one of whom was carrying a box of cash bundles of 10,000 yuan each. With a warm smile, the shopkeeper distributed a bundle to everyone. While handing over the money, he sincerely apologized, saying, "I'm sorry for the fright." Regardless of whether they were customers or sales assistants, everyone felt grateful to the shopkeeper. If Xiao Xingyun hadn't suspected something, he would have been immensely grateful as well. At present, seeing the shopkeeper's kind smile only sent a chill down his spine. This world is terrifying, filled with traps. If one is not careful, they might end up like the old man with gold teeth, not even knowing how they died. Having received the money, Xiao Xingyun swiftly turned to leave, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, someone might discover the secret he concealed, and he dreaded dying without knowing the reason. In his haste to leave, he bumped into something soft at the entrance, like a cotton ball full of elasticity. Lily clutched her chest, frowning in a delicate manner. The tall female bodyguard beside her felt negligent and swung her fist, intending to strike Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun wasn't paying attention either. Just as he intended to apologize, he sensed the threat from the bodyguard and shot her a glare, thinking, how could this foolish bodyguard be so fierce? He had merely bumped into Lily accidentally. While glaring at the female bodyguard, Xiao Xingyun instinctively thought, if you dare to hit me in Shanghai, I'll just lie down on the ground and consider whether to buy a flat or a duplex. I won't let you off easily." The bodyguard raised her fist, but was intimidated by Xiao Xingyun's glare, feeling a wave of panic as if throwing that punch would bring great disaster. In an instant she was lost in thought, fear enveloping her heart, and she couldn't bring herself to strike. Hu Lily, having calmed down from her initial anger, recognized the person who bumped into her as Xiao Xingyun, whom she had just seen on the plane last night. Feeling embarrassed, she didn't want to explode. "Yes, boss." The bodyguard sighed in relief and stepped back beside Hu Lily. Xiao Xingyun sincerely apologized. "It's you, General Hu. I'm sorry, I just experienced a robbery in your store, and I was frightened I accidentally bumped into you." "Oh, you were in the store just now. I just received a call from the shopkeeper saying there was a robbery and even a murder, and I rushed over to the store. So let's leave it at that for today. I'll contact you later," Hu Lily said hurriedly and dashed into the treasure vault. Xiao Xingyun's gaze suspiciously followed her retreating figure, feeling that everything was too coincidental. Just after he dealt with the matter, Hu Lily arrived at the store. Could it be that she was eager to check those jade fragments? Was today's incident arranged by her? On the road, Xiao Xingyun received a call from Gu Qingqing asking if he had made up his mind about whether he could serve as a gambling stone consultant for Gus Jewelry. Xiao Xingyun could only apologize and tell Gu Qingqing that due to unforeseen circumstances he had returned to Shanghai and that they could collaborate again in the future. Gu Qingqing felt somewhat disappointed, but since they were not familiar with each other, she did not say much more. After chatting for a while, she hung up the phone. Xiao Xingyun put the phone away and let out a sigh. The world was becoming increasingly confusing to him. What is good? What is evil? What is true? What is false? Living in a world of science, yet suddenly encountering so many fantastical events. The phantom of the three-eyed divine race in his mind was chaotic and jumbled, making it difficult for him to distinguish whether these were past occurrences or signs of a mental illness. This eye was terrifying, capable of X-ray vision, human scanning, mesmerizing beings radiating deadly light, moving mountains and oceans, constructing spatial gateways, and freezing time. It was as if one glance could determine life and death, and another could reverse the heavens. Could his eyes also upgrade to such a realm like the three-eyed divine race in the illusion? As he felt dazed and returned to the villa room, he saw Su Qing on the balcony making a phone call. "You can't do this. I'm just a student. How can I pay you back? Please don't push us too hard. Give my parents some time. They will definitely repay you. No, you can't come to my school. I will never agree to your demands." Su Qing was already on the verge of tears when she hung up the phone. Xiao Xingyun sighed. Oh, every family had its troubles, and life was not easy for anyone. "Brother Yin, you're back." Su Qing wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Did the debt collectors find you, eh?" Xiao Xingyun asked. "Yes, my parents warned me long ago that this day would come, but I'm not afraid of them while I'm at school." "What do your parents plan to do about the debt problem?" "Delaying it is not a solution. I can help pay off some small debts, but for the two largest debts, one is with the bank and the other is with loan sharks. Even selling me wouldn't cover it. Currently, my family has only that problematic piece of land. All other assets have been temporarily seized." Xiao Xingyun had thought about helping Su Qing's family with their debts, but he realized that gambling stones was not a surefire business and carried life-threatening risks. Thus, he treasured the several $100 million in funds he had. It was earned at the risk of his life. He wouldn't rashly use it to fill the holes in Su Qing's family without expecting anything in return. That would be akin to servile behavior, which he could not bring himself to do. If he could invest as a partner, gain profit, help her family resolve their debt, and also win a share of love, that would be his ideal outcome. Unfortunately, where in this world could one find something so perfect? Good fortune could never be entirely his. While chatting, Su Qing noticed that Xiao Xingyun's eyes were particularly captivating today, as she was willing to answer any questions he asked. A beautiful woman captivates men. If a man is handsome, women can similarly become entranced, unable to extricate themselves. Previously, Xiao Xingyun's appearance, if unadorned, would only score around 80 points, considered handsome among ordinary people. Coupled with his strong and tall physique, he could attract a significant number of girls. After absorbing the mysterious energy from the jade eye fragment today, his eyes were exceptionally enchanting, deep as the ocean, seeming boundless. Looking at them for too long would involuntarily draw one in. Now, if he were to be graded again, many would feel their cheeks flush and their hearts race, giving him a score of 95 or above. The two chatted for a while and sat on the living room sofa while Su Qing elaborated on her family's situation. It turned out that the piece of riverside property that Su Qing's father had purchased encountered a large amount of quicksand during the foundation excavation, rendering the entire site useless. Not only could they no longer take out a loan to build the house, but both the bank and loan sharks were pressuring for debt repayment, causing the entire financial chain to collapse. It was said they owed around 300 million, but if they could revitalize that piece of land, all debt issues could be resolved in an instant. At most, it would only cost a few tens of millions more in interest. A large amount of quicksand was discovered underground. The riverside property bought at a high price can no longer be built on. Doesn't the government that sold the land help solve the problem? I don't know. Since it has dragged on this long, without resolution, they might have been tricked by someone. Otherwise, with my parents' connections, it wouldn't be unsolvable. Xiao Xingyun, who did not understand the construction industry, found himself at a loss for comforting words. After dinner, Su Qing changed into a cool black silk outfit and sang and danced in the live broadcast room. Xiao Xingyun went in to send a few gifts, listen to a few songs, and then exited the live room to read in his study. In 5,000 years of Chinese history, there is no record of the three-eyed divine race. This should be a segment of an unknown prehistoric civilization. However, by the Tang dynasty, Xiao Xingyun found some interesting historical events during Wu Zixin's era. Several licentious monks in the court hailed from the White Horse Temple. However, there were no records of the three-eyed evil Buddha in the official history. In folklore, there were some strange accounts mostly transmitted in the form of romantic novels. People influenced by the three-eyed evil Buddha are mostly those of promiscuous and immoral lifestyles. What a joke! Having already obtained the inheritance of the three-eyed ability, he had not indulged at all. He remained upright, pure, kind, and gentle. Around midnight, as Xiao Xingyun returned to his bedroom preparing to take a shower and sleep, Fat Luo called him. "Brother Yin, I can't accept this." Fat Luo said incoherently. "What does not accepting it matter? Just endure it," Xiao Xingyun replied. "I don't want to quit the jadestone industry. If given the chance, I will gamble on stones again. As for that Master C, I am currently asking my former comrades from Guangdong province to inquire about his whereabouts. I will repay him double for what he has done to us." "All right, that's the spirit. Let me know when you find out." Fat Luo said. "By the way, what are we doing lately? We can't just sleep at home all the time, can we? You should focus on recovering from your injuries. Once you're healed, let's visit the city god temple. I want to open a jadestone shop. Even if we don't gamble on stones, we can survive in Shanghai through wholesale and retail." Xiao Xingyun reassured him. The two chatted for a bit before hanging up. After Xiao Xingyun took a shower, he lay in bed feeling mentally exhausted with countless phantoms flickering in his mind. Clearly, those fragments from the day were only some of the most profound experiences of the Jade Eye's master. Amidst those memories, there were vast amounts of cultivation and growth experiences. Xiao Xingyun quickly fell into a deep sleep, and while he slept, his tightly shut eyes shimmered with light, a powerful and violent energy flashing between them, causing the lights of the entire villa to flicker erratically. Meanwhile, Su Qing, who was singing and dancing in a room on the second floor, suddenly found it dark before her. The power was out. God, how can such a high-end villa area as Tsuan have a power outage? Su Qing was currently in a PK with a female streamer, and this outage would surely cause her to lose this round. It was not just a matter of money. There could also be special penalties in the live broadcast room. Feeling anxious, she had no choice but to go downstairs to find Xiao Xingyun, hoping he could help figure out what was going on and see if he could find the cause of the power outage. When Su Qing pushed open Xiao Xingyun's room, she saw his eyes sparkling and a vague eye was forming at his brow, being drawn by mysterious light with complex patterns. Su Qing was about to scream, but was mesmerized by the light in Xiao Xingyun's eyes, her whole being entranced as she walked to the side of the bed. Xiao Xingyun, in a daze, transformed into a three-eyed divine being experiencing his growth. Due to emotional setbacks, he began to indulge in debauchery and often ravaged unfamiliar beauties as well as maids and slaves from his family. This dream felt too real, so real that his body matched that of the three-eyed divine being in the dream, engaging in activities that men often love to do. Upon waking up, Xiao Xingyun suddenly felt something was amiss. Oh, why did he feel so heavy? What was he doing tangled with a woman? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Su Qing. Xiao Xingyun was momentarily stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Su Qing beside him was still wearing the black silk outfit from yesterday's live stream, only now it was torn to shreds. Just as Xiao Xingyun was about to sneak away to contemplate what had happened last night, Su Qing woke up. Their eyes met, and Su Qing let out a terrified scream. Ah! Seeing the situation, Xiao Xingyun quickly took the initiative. Xiao Qing, are you coveting my beauty? Why are you in my bed? I don't know either. Su Qing actually couldn't remember anything, only recalling that there had been a power outage, and she had gone to Xiao Xingyun's room to ask for help fixing it, but what happened afterward was a blur. Actually, she didn't completely forget, she just didn't dare to think about it or recall it. She fled from Xiao Xingyun's room, not daring to delve deep into things. Could she tell Xiao Xingyun that she had taken the initiative? Fortunately, there was no pain in her body, so it should not have gone to the final step. She hurried back to her room on the second floor, showering while pondering what had happened. How could she not hold herself back when she saw Xiao Xingyun approaching him on her own? The black silk outfit she had bought for hundreds was now reduced to mere strips of fabric. Xiao Xingyun looked at the messy bed and sighed. What a calamity! There was no choice but to put the sheets in the washing machine. Only then did he realize there had been a power outage. He found the location of the electrical box and discovered it had tripped. Flipping it back on restored the power. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he proactively started making breakfast. Xiao Xingyun vaguely understood what had transpired last night. It was undoubtedly his eye abilities that had mesmerized Su Qing combined with the scenes he had experienced in his dream affecting her consciousness. Having gone through the entire process of the three-eyed divine being's birth and growth last night, he now comprehended the various miraculous effects of his eye abilities. If he were to encounter bad people trying to kidnap him again, he was confident he could deal with them all. When Xiao Xingyun called Su Qing down for breakfast, she kept her head lowered, her cheeks flushed, clearly still not having recovered from the recent awkward incident. Actually, the two spoke almost simultaneously and then fell silent at the same time. Xiao Xingyun quickly urged, "You go first. Last night I might have had too much to drink. I originally wanted to find you to check why the power was out, but somehow I ended up in your bed. But don't think too much of it. There shouldn't be anything between us. I'm still a virgin." Xiao Xingyun patted his chest relieved and said, "What a coincidence I am too. Pa, I don't believe you. If you don't believe it, you can try. You're annoying. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Su Qing took a few casual bites and hurriedly returned to her room on the second floor, packing her things and preparing to go to school. Xiao Xingyun heaved a sigh of relief, finally managing to deal with this matter. Moreover, it was Su Qing who had proactively sought an excuse. It's better to use the temptation skill, less so otherwise it would be too beastly. Xiao Xingyun silently warned himself. After Su Qing left, he called Luo Pengzi and they agreed to meet at the Chenghuang Temple. Since he wanted to venture into the jade business and had several hundred million in funds, it was impossible to continue with a stall. He had to find a storefront. Luo Pengzi was still bruised and battered, but he seemed much better than when he was in the Guangdong province. "Brother Yin, what size store are we planning to acquire? The rent for a shop at Chenghuang Temple isn't cheap. A larger store could cost over $1 million a year in rent. Let's first go to the management office and see if there are suitable storefronts for rent regardless of size. If the location is good, we will rent it. If not, we'll have to wait in line slowly. Of course, we can also ask the broker to inquire about the situation." Xiao Xingyun was lucky. When he inquired at the management office, he found out that a struggling antique shop had 2 storefronts available. Xiao Xingyun checked the location and the size of the shop inside, and was very satisfied. He immediately negotiated and signed the lease agreement. After finishing up, he noticed Luo Pengzi staring at him with a complicated expression. "Why are you staring at me? I'm not a beauty. Brother Yin, can I join you in this shop?" Luo Pengzi knew that Xiao Xingyun had money and didn't really need his small investment. "Of course you can join. Otherwise, why would I have called you over? You introduced me to the business, so you count as my half-master. Now that I have a way to make money, I will definitely not forget you. Our initial total investment is 10 million. It will invest 7 million for a 70% share, and the remaining 3 million will belong to you, making up 30%. Xiao Xingyun laid out the terms. Thank you. I have no objections. I will go along with whatever you decide." Luo Pengzi knew that with Xiao Xingyun's vision, bringing him along would definitely yield profits. Of course, he wouldn't slack off or take advantage. He would also work hard to run the shop and utilize his connections to attract customers. After establishing the cooperation framework for the two of them, Xiao Xingyun signed a contract. Even brothers need to be clear about finances. There could be no ambiguity regarding shares and dividends. Once the business license is obtained and both parties deposit their funds into the shop's account, they can start purchasing inventory. The shop is named Jin Yuliang Yuan, a rather cliché name in the jade business, but Xiao Xingyun didn't care. After all, opening this shop was more for fun. His main focus remained on gambling stones. After a continuous 3 or 4 days of busy work, he finally completed all the various trivial matters. The remaining decoration was quite simple since it was originally an antique shop that had been renovated. They just needed to slightly modify the style, which could be left to Luo Pengzi to supervise. However, he had to personally oversee the hiring process as he didn't trust Luo Pengzi's aesthetics. At least 2 sales assistants, 1 cashier, and 2 security guards needed to be hired. These past few days he had been so busy that he hadn't even had time to meet Su Qing, let alone tip her in her live stream. Those who didn't know might think he was avoiding her. Ding 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 ding. Xiao Xingyun's phone rang. "Who is it?" "Hello, Mr. Xiao, my name is Zhang Ting. I'm here to apply for a position. Have you filled the sales assistant roles at your jade shop? We just released the hiring information and haven't filled all the positions yet. The salary has been clearly stated on the recruitment platform. If you're interested, you can discuss it at our shop." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I'm near Chenghuang Temple and can get there in about 10 minutes. Okay, I'll wait for you at the shop." After hanging up, Xiao Xingyun felt that the woman's voice was somewhat familiar, soft, and magnetic, suitable for a customer service representative. After waiting for about 6 or 7 minutes in the shop, a tall and curvaceous, beautiful girl dressed in an upscale black work outfit walked in. Xiao Xingyun took a look and thought she looked familiar. Wasn't she the sales assistant from the treasure pavilion? She had knocked over the shelves and landed right on him. "It's you?" Xiao Xingyun immediately asked. Zhang Ting recognized Xiao Xingyun too, After all, the robbery incident had left a deep impression on her, and this man had not comforted her at all when she expressed her fear. "You are Mr. Xiao. What a coincidence." Zhang Ting hesitated, clearly still bothered by the fact that Xiao Xingyun hadn't reassured her during the crisis. "It is quite a coincidence. Why aren't you working at the treasure pavilion anymore?" "The shopkeeper fired me, saying I was clumsy and had knocked over the shelves, breaking 6 pieces of porcelain, costing the shop at least over $1 million in losses. Although they didn't make me pay for the damages, they also wouldn't let me work at the shop anymore." Xiao Xingyun silently clicked his tongue. It was rather foolish. Fortunately, this shop does not have shelves, only a few glass counters, so it should be safe and won't topple over. "Alright, since you have shopping guide experience, you're hired. It will be a base salary plus commission with full social insurance. Do you have any other requests?" Xiao Xingyun said. Zhang Ting pondered for a moment and asked, "If we encounter a robbery again, will you protect me?" "What a ridiculous question. I'm not your boyfriend." Nonetheless, Xiao Xingyun solemnly stated, "I will definitely protect you, because from now on you are an employee of my shop. Protecting employees is the responsibility of a boss. Then I have no issues." Zhang Ting smiled brightly, as if she had resolved a significant inner demon. "Alright, let's do it this way. Submit the relevant documents in the next couple of days, and you can officially start working in about 7 days. "Okay, thank you, Boss Xiao." After saying that, Zhang Ting took her leave. Just as Xiao Xingyun sent Zhang Ting out of the shop, he saw a man in his 50s walking towards him not far away, coughing as he walked and pounding his chest forcefully. He was still able to walk, but as he reached the entrance of Xiao Xingyun's shop, the man suddenly collapsed on the ground, his face turning red as he clutched his throat, seemingly choking on something. The bystanders were horrified, jumping aside to watch, while calling for emergency services and discussing among themselves. "Oh my God, what happened to this old man? Could it be a stroke or a heart attack? Who is a doctor? Come save him." "Even if I were a doctor, I wouldn't dare help, but what if I get blamed? It's better to wait for the ambulance. I don't have money in my bank account." Alas, is it a decline of morals or a distortion of the spirit? An elderly person collapses in the street, yet no one dares to help. The virtues of Huaxia have regressed thousands of years. Whose fault is it? Xiao Xingyun instinctively activated his X-ray vision and saw that the man's throat was blocked by something resembling a rice cake. It seemed he had accidentally inhaled something while eating. If he waited for the ambulance to arrive, the man would have been gone. Xiao Xingyun remembered the Heimlich maneuver he learned before and rushed over, lifting the man and placing his hands on the man's upper abdomen, applying a few sharp thrusts. Cough, cough, cough. With a violent fit of coughing, the man expelled a lump of food and then sat on the ground, gasping for air, tears and mucus streaming down his face. He was just a breath away from death. "How are you feeling?" Xiao Xingyun scanned him with his X-ray vision, finding no significant internal injuries, which relieved him. "Young man, thank you for saving me. I was just a moment away from choking to death," the man in his 50s said, filled with lingering fear. He took out a tissue from his bag and wiped his face clean before formally introducing himself. "My name is Lu Cheng. I'm from Jiangsu in Zhujiang. Let's add each other on WeChat. A great favor deserves gratitude, and if you ever need help, I will do my best to assist you." This man was quite particular, judging by his attire and demeanor. He was likely very wealthy. Xiao Xingyun had added many customers on WeChat for convenience in his business, so he quickly added Lu Cheng and said, "I'm Xiao Xingyun, the owner of this jade shop behind me, primarily selling jade and precious stones. If you need anything, feel free to introduce friends to come by." Lu Cheng asked, "Do you have Hitian jade piece pendants?" "I was browsing the Chenghuang temple mainly to buy a piece pendant for myself, but I couldn't find a suitable one and almost choked to death." The fortune teller was quite accurate. He said, "I would encounter a calamity this year." "Haha, I digress. Yes, we have some. Come in and take a look. Our shop is still under renovation and only a small amount of items are available right now. If you don't find anything you like, come back in 10 days or half a month, and there will be a large selection of quality jade and precious stones." As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he invited Lu Cheng into the jade shop. The jade and precious stones currently displayed in the counters were items that Xiao Xingyun and his friend Luo Fatty had previously procured for their stall. The quality could only be considered average, with only a few exceptional pieces. As for the piece pendant, it is a popular item. Whether jade or Hutian jade, there are quality stocks available. Lu Cheng entered the shop and, after glancing at the cluttered counters, showed no signs of disdain. He pointed at a seed material piece pendant with gold flecks and asked, "How much is this?" "Authentic seed material, 16,008. Xiao Xingyun quoted a price and took the item out. Lu Cheng did not object to the price. After taking it in his hands, he examined it in the light for a moment and rubbed it a few times before saying, "The price is very reasonable and it's genuine. Boss Xiao is a man of integrity, so I'll take this piece pendant." To express his gratitude for Xiao Xingyun's life-saving act, even if the price for this piece pendant was quoted at 168,000, he would still purchase it. However, Xiao Xingyun's quoted price was surprisingly lower than those at other shops, which greatly satisfied Lu Cheng, saying that he was going to hang it directly around his neck. Xiao Xingyun did not expect him not to haggle. When he was selling at his stall, if he quoted 16,008, the customers would at least bargain down to half, and after some conversation, settling around 9,000 was considered successful. After all, for such seed material piece pendants, he had only paid a little over 3,000 when he bought them. Seeing Lu Cheng directly trying to wear it, Xiao Xingyun hurriedly stopped him and said generally newly bought jade items need to be rinsed with clean water before wearing. It's to signify a new owner reclaiming the item. As he spoke, Xiao Xingyun opened a bottle of purified water, rinsed the piece pendant, dried it with a tissue, and then handed it back to Lu Cheng. There's such a saying. That's interesting. Lu Cheng was quite pleased. Having just survived a near-death experience, he was very particular about these odd customs. After putting it on, Lu Cheng immediately felt different, as if something was truly protecting him. This was a form of psychological suggestion. Anyone wearing a pendant or ornament initially experiences a similar feeling. Feeling reassured, Lu Cheng took out 2,000 yuan in cash from his bag and stuffed it into Xiao Xingyun's hands. Boss Xiao, you don't need to give change. Consider the remaining small amount as me treating you to a meal. How can that be? Personal favors aside, business is business. I must charge you. Hey, mister. Lu, slow down, don't trip. Just as Xiao Xingyun intended to give him change, Lu Cheng had already run off. Xiao Xingyun held the 2 stacks of crisp bills, wanting to chase after him, but couldn't catch up. In this day and age, with mobile payments being so convenient, there were really not many people using cash except for the elderly. With no other option, Xiao Xingyun had to accept the cash and placed it in his bag. He took out his phone and carefully looked at the content in Lu Cheng's WeChat moments, feeling that he should be a leader in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang Water Conservancy Department. He often saw Lu Cheng's photo in the news links he shared. While so, he's a public servant, and no wonder he prefers using cash. At this moment, Luo Fatty called excitedly, saying, "Brother Yun, I found out about Master Ma from Guangdong. He's just a gambler running an underground gambling den. I thought he was some big underground figure. Next week, there will be a jade and precious stone exhibition in Ruili, and he will have a gambling den there as well." Upon hearing the report from Luo Pengzi, Xiao Xingyun did not feel excited. Instead, he poured cold water on him. Well, since the military king Luo Dazhao has found the target information, shall we take action? Should we break his 4 limbs or wipe out his entire family? I don't have that kind of power. I thought you would find a way to get revenge. All right, this Dragon King will immediately summon 100,000 subordinates. Tonight we will march to Ruili, break Ma Laosis limbs, and annihilate his entire family. Are you satisfied with this plan? Luo Dazhao was stunned for a long time before saying, "I don't care. Anyway, I have sent his related information to your WeChat. Whether you look for a killer or your old subordinates, it's up to you." After finishing his words, Luo Pengzi hung up the phone. On the surface, Xiao Xingyun showed no interest in revenge, but after hanging up, he immediately opened WeChat and found the information sent by Luo Pengzi. Ma Laosi, originally named Ma Donghua, was a professional gambler. He used to work as a dealer in Australia, but due to offending the wrong people, had one of his legs broken and fled back to Guangdong province. Later, he entered the gambling stone circle, employing deceitful and cruel tactics, swindling many novices. As he escalated his gambling, he once thrived in the public gambling market of Myanmar, but due to his inferior skills, lost everything and had another leg broken. Recently, he had set up underground gambling stone operations in Sihui City and Ruili. He was despised within the circle for frequently kidnapping gambling experts. Among these materials were 2 addresses for Ma Donghua's underground gambling stone operations, as well as his phone number and recent photographs. It was already quite impressive to find this information. This clearly indicated that Luo Pengzi's friends in Guangdong province were quite reliable. Ma Laosi, Ma Donghua. Then I will see you in Ruili. Xiao Xingyun had yet to decide on a method of revenge, but breaking his limbs once more was definitely the minimum requirement. In the afternoon, Xiao Xingyun interviewed several job applicants, and then called Luo Pengzi over to supervise the store's construction. During the handover, Xiao Xingyun recounted the sale of a piece of seed material Pingon Co's in the morning. Although the store had not officially opened and no profits had come in, the share of profits due to Luo Pengzi would not be less. On his way home, Xiao Xingyun passed by the treasure pavilion and was surprised to find that the glass door and walls outside were spray-painted with words like "Heartless Scoundrel Kill," and "This grudge must be avenged." Although the people from the treasure pavilion had sprayed over with other colors to cover some parts, it was clear to anyone with sharp eyes what the words were. As expected, the robbery case of the jade eye fragments is not so simple. Is it black eating black? Xiao Xingyun only glanced a few times and had no interest in inquiring about the reasons. After all, he was not familiar with the owner of the treasure pavilion. He was only interested in the jade eye fragments. If news of their transfer circulated within the circle, he would purchase them at a high price. Today, the Jade Friends group was very lively. Xiao Xingyun took a look and found that there were actually 999 unread messages. A shocking secret. The owner of the treasure pavilion is involved in black eating black and has gotten entangled with a tomb robbing gang. They have issued a kill order in the underworld demanding blood for blood from the treasure pavilion. Do you know who the leader of this tomb robbing gang is? He is known as Wang Banqian, a formidable figure. It is said that he can tell where ancient tombs are just by casually glancing at the feng shui and celestial phenomena in the wild. This matter is still related to the three-eyed evil Buddha. One of the jade eye fragments was stolen, and someone approached the owner of the treasure pavilion. As a result, they were robbed inside the store, and the owner was killed. That big golden tooth who was killed was Wang Banxian's subordinate. Xiao Xingyun was astonished. He never expected that this small vendor group, primarily focused on street stalls, would have such hidden talents, and they had uncovered such secretive information. Upon seeing these messages combined with the robbery scene from that day and the large amount of jade eye fragments found in the security guard's pocket upon returning, many of Xiao Xingyun's confusions were resolved. The jade eye fragments have others discovered their mysterious effects. Xiao Xingyun felt a layer of worry settling in his heart. When he returned to the villa, Su Qing had already prepared dinner. She sat at the dining table holding her phone, conflicted about whether or not to call Xiao Xingyun. It had been a few days since that incident, and she thought it would just pass with an explanation. However, after not seeing Xiao Xingyun for several days, she found herself yearning to see him again, even wanting to ask him if he was deliberately avoiding her. Is he unable to handle it? I as a girl have already let go of my grievances, yet you, a grown man, are deliberately avoiding me. What does that mean? Ah, Yingu, you're back. I just finished cooking dinner and was about to call you to come eat. Seeing Xiao Xingyun's figure, Su Qing couldn't help but recall her proactive and crazy behavior from that night. Xiao Xingyun glanced at Su Qing, whose face was slightly flushed. He did not expect that she would actually cook and had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, clearly enough for 2 people. Wow, your cooking skills are quite good. I'm really hungry. Xiao Xingyun did not think much of it. That night his memories were even more chaotic and he did not recall much about Su Qing. Because that night he was deeply immersed in illusions, the three-eyed divine race in the dream was truly wicked and full of tricks, leaving one in shock. That decadent and evil lifestyle was something Xiao Xingyun was embarrassed to recall. The food tasted good, and while Xiao Xingyun was eating, Su Qing actively served him dishes. Yingu, what have you been busy with these past few days, coming and going so late? I opened a jade store with a friend. There have been so many trivial matters, but once the renovations are complete and the goods are filled, things will settle down. You opened a jade store? Yin Ji's business is that big? Su Qing was slightly surprised, as her impression was that Xiao Xingyun had always been selling goods at the city god temple. It's a small business, nothing to mention, Xiao Xingyun said modestly. Make sure to tell me when it opens. I want to do my part to support it. Definitely. The two chatted amiably and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. If it weren't for Su Qing's alluring glances occasionally darting towards Xiao Xingyun, it would have been perfect. Since that night their relationship could never return to its previous innocence. After dinner, Xiao Xingyun washed the dishes, while Su Qing went upstairs to take a shower, preparing for her live broadcast that night. Just after Xiao Xingyun finished washing the dishes, he heard a scream from the bathroom upstairs. Followed by the sound of something falling. Xiao Xingyun hurried upstairs and asked, "What happened? Xiao Qing, are you alright?" After a few seconds, Su Qing's voice came with a sob. "I fell down, it hurts so much I can't get up. Come in and help me." As Xiao Xingyun entered the bathroom, he saw Su Qing lying on her back in the shower, her eyes a pure white, a beauty he had never witnessed even in his dreams. Xiao Xingyun was immediately embarrassed. Which young man could endure such a sight? He wanted to pick up Su Qing, but found himself frozen in place, unable to bend down. "It hurts, please help me put on the bathrobe," Su Qing said shyly, half closing her eyes and pointing to the bath. Right, I'll get it now," Xiao Xingyun replied, awkwardly flustered as he hurriedly grabbed the bath towel and draped it over Su Qing. This scene was a beauty he could not even appreciate with his enhanced vision. After what felt like countless awkward moments, he finally wrapped Su Qing in the bathrobe and lifted her up in a princess carry. After absorbing the energy of the jade eye, Xiao Xingyun's physical condition had become extraordinarily strong. Lifting a 100-pound woman felt effortless. Su Qing, wet and snuggled in the blankets, continued to groan in pain. "Where does it hurt?" After the initial embarrassment, Xiao Xingyun had collected himself and sat at the edge of the bed to ask. "I hurt my butt and waist, and I twisted my right foot too. I have some red flower oil, should I apply it?" Thank you," Su Qing replied in a voice as faint as a mosquito. Although she usually sang and danced on stage, she couldn't lift her head at that moment due to shyness. Xiao Xingyun fetched the red flower oil. Su Qing lay on the bed, and when he pulled back the blanket, he was met with a sight of pure white. It took all his willpower not to let his hands wander. He merely focused on gently massaging the bruised areas on her waist and hips for a while. As for her right foot, there was no bone injury, just a sprained ligament. Using his enhanced vision, Xiao Xingyun could see the sprain and carefully pressed along the original position, effectively realigning it. However, during the treatment, Su Qing's cries of pain made Xiao Xingyun endure great discomfort. His eyes sparkled faintly as countless absurd images of the three-eyed, evil god flashed through his mind. Su Qing's gaze inadvertently met Xiao Xingyun's, and in an instant she was drawn to him like an ant to honey, unable to resist moving closer. As Xiao Xingyun turned to help her with her foot, he was surprised to see Su Qing leaning in closer. He asked in astonishment, "What are you doing?" At that moment, Xiao Xingyun's eyes sparkled with a strange allure, seemingly possessing an endless charm that attracted Su Qing like a moth to a flame. Su Qing didn't respond, but let out a soft sound and leapt forward. To his surprise, although Xiao Xingyun harbored some unworthy thoughts about Su Qing, he intended to pursue her slowly step by step. Little did he know that although Su Qing appeared aloof, she was fiery within. This was the second time she had stealthily entered his room and engaged in activities she herself had not fully comprehended. This was the second occurrence. They hadn't drunk any alcohol, and yet while merely applying the red flower oil, she had taken the initiative. Since graduating from university, Xiao Xingyun hadn't had a girlfriend, and after such a long period, he was bursting with pent-up frustration. That night, the two completely lost control, erupting like a volcano, igniting the entire bedroom. Meanwhile, in Su Qing's livestream room, many loyal fans and the top contributor were waiting. Something's wrong, but it's already 8 o'clock. Why hasn't Xiao Qing come online yet? Usually she would start warming up by 7:50. My goddess Qing, you can't skip singing and dancing today. I've just sent you 3,000 yuan as salary, keeping 500 for living expenses, and I'll give you the remaining 2,500 as a tip. Black stocking's my favorite. If you dance a bold number today, I'll tip you 1,000 using my dad's phone. However, these loyal fans waited half an hour in the livestream room without seeing Su Qing's shadow. At that moment, Su Qing was alone on the bed singing and dancing for Xiao Xingyun, performing the horse dance while singing loudly, nearly straining her voice. The night passed without a word, and the next day the two woke up only after the sun was high in the sky. How did it end up like this? Xiao Xingyun wondered, unable to comprehend how their relationship had crossed into ambiguous territory so suddenly. Meanwhile, Su Qing was pondering what had come over her. Why did she abandon all sense of propriety the moment she saw Xiao Xingyun becoming so wild and proactive? Why? Could it be that deep down she was such a loose woman? She felt she should be angry, should say something, but last night remained clear in her memory, every moment etched vividly. Since it was her initiative, how could she scold Xiao Xingyun? Thinking this, she secretly glanced at him only to find Xiao Xingyun looking back at her. In that moment, Su Qing's body softened, and she sweetly said, "Hubby, are you tired? Let me get up and make breakfast for you." All her fierce words vanished. That term of endearment was one she had adopted during the night. She had said it so many times that it had slipped out naturally within a single night. "You're injured and can't move well. Let me make breakfast instead." All right, Xiao Xingyun took on the responsibilities of a man. After showering in the bathroom and changing clothes, he went to the kitchen to make fried eggs, heat milk, and toast. As Xiao Xingyun cooked in the kitchen, Su Qing buried her face in the pillow, utterly embarrassed, unable to understand why it had come to this. It was too shameful. Her foot no longer hurt, only the bruises on her waist and hips still throbbed a bit. However, washing up was still somewhat inconvenient for her legs. While having breakfast, Xiao Xingyun felt a touch of joy amidst his confusion. After being single for a year, he had unintentionally entered a relationship. In contrast, Su Qing felt a mix of confusion and shyness. Although she didn't understand why it had happened, she was fully aware that it was her choice. The man before her became increasingly attractive. His physique was strong, and his eyes were captivating. If it weren't for the pile of troublesome debts at home, she would probably be even happier now. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Xingyun said, "I might go to Really for supplies today. If you have any questions, once I finish this round of work, I'll come home to see you. I'll see what I can do about your parents' debt issues." "Okay," Su Qing replied obediently. "I'm fine. A man's career is important, but remember to call or text me when you have some free time in the evening." "All right," Xiao Xingyun said, then returned to his room to pack his luggage. Su Qing also went back to her room to rest. Xiao Xingyun entrusted the store's matters to Fatty Luo and took a flight directly to Ruili. This time he was traveling alone, not only to restock, but also to gamble on stones. As for Ma Donghua, as long as there was an opportunity, Xiao Xingyun would not let him off. He was the one who had brought darkness to his stone gambling career. In the hall of the Ruili No. 2 integrated market, Xiao Xingyun was on a shopping spree, selecting some mid to high quality jade and jadeite products for his new store. From rings, pendants, and bracelets, to bangles, carvings, and ornaments, under Xiao Xingyun's sharp gaze, all fakes were laid bare. Since he was purchasing in bulk, the shop owners were less scheming and offered very favorable prices. Their gouging prices usually target tourists or inexperienced newcomers to the market, while someone like Xiao Xingyun, who runs a shop, would not be overcharged even if his eyesight was lacking. In business, one values steady and continuous income. If reputation is ruined, it becomes very difficult to operate within the circle. This is the rule for new jade and new jadeite, gambling stones and antiques, do not fall under this category where outcomes rely solely on one's eyesight. Xiao Xingyun selected hundreds of thousands from this store, and similarly from another spending millions in one day. In fact, with his purchasing volume, he could collaborate with a jade processing factory for even lower prices. However, his small shop requires various small, exquisite items, and each sculptor has different skill levels resulting in varied finished products. For this reason, Xiao Xingyun decided to draw on the strengths of many even if it meant paying a bit more to diversify his purchases. Before nightfall, he found a reputable logistics company within the circle, and after purchasing heavy insurance, he felt secure sending this batch of jade and jadeite to Shanghai. He sent the inventory list along with photos to Luo Pongzi asking him to carefully check and tally them upon receipt to prevent any losses or exchanges. After finishing all his tasks and having dinner outside, he wandered into a nearby supermarket preparing to buy a bunch of snacks and beer for his room. This time Xiao Xingyun learned from his previous hotel stay and decided against accepting any free deliveries. At the same time, in the largest antique appraisal center nearby, Hu Lily, the owner of the Treasure Pavilion, sat haggardly in the VIP room waiting for the renowned domestic jade expert Ji Qinggan. Behind her stood two strong female bodyguards vigilantly scanning the surroundings, even though this VIP room was completely empty apart from them. Since the robbery at the Shanghai Treasure Pavilion, Hu Lily had heightened her security level, not only having two female bodyguards, but also a dedicated male driver and a concealed bodyguard. Hu Lily's haggard appearance was not due to fear, but rather from several sleepless nights. Whenever she slept, she would have strange dreams, and the alluring scenes within those dreams were too much for a woman as seductive as her to bear. She believed it was due to the jade eye fragments, for far too many paranormal incidents had occurred concerning the jade eyes of the three-eyed evil Buddha. Thus, she brought several jade eye fragments today, hoping to have the jade appraisal master Ji Qinggan identify them and see what they truly were. Before long, an elderly man with silver hair, thick black-framed glasses, and dressed in a simple tang suit hurriedly arrived at the VIP room. "Ms. Hu, I apologize for being 10 minutes late due to an unexpected matter," Ji Qinggan said amiably without putting on airs despite being sought after. "Professor Ji, you are too kind. It was my impoliteness," Hu Lily replied, directly instructing her bodyguard to open a small metal box and take out a transparent bag containing 5 jade eye fragments. "Is this what has been circulating in the circle lately, the jade eye fragments of the three-eyed evil Buddha?" "Yes, I have already briefly explained the situation to you over the phone. Ever since acquiring these jade eye fragments, I have started having strange dreams. No matter when I sleep, I dream, even when I am far from these jade fragments." "What kind of dreams? Are they different dreams, or the same ones?" Hu Lily pondered for a moment and narrated in her uniquely charming voice. "The general situation is that there is a handsome, three-eyed man who is constantly fooling around with different women. Sometimes there are scenes of fighting, but I can't remember clearly. Even his appearance is unclear. I just feel that his eyes are very captivating and beautiful, making it hard to resist being drawn into them. The dream plots vary, but any fragment is related to that three-eyed man. In the dreams, he seems like a god omnipotent, with every woman bowing at his feet." Ji Qinggan examined one of the jade eye fragments carefully with a magnifying glass, his expression serious. "I have studied jade and jadeite for a lifetime, and many supernatural events related to ancient jade exist. Many peers like to explain it with scientific knowledge, claiming that ancient jade has absorbed some kind of spiritual magnetic field, and when it encounters spiritually sensitive collectors, they will dream of a particular stored narrative fragment. But I do not believe in science. There are too many cases that science cannot explain. Many ancient jade collectors have experiences similar to yours and dream different dreams. Some dreams are wonderful while others are nightmares, even causing collectors to feel terrified and anxious to the point of suicide." Hearing this, Hu Lily's expression changed slightly as she worriedly asked, "Professor Ji, do you mean that I have encountered something unclean?" "I didn't say that." Professor Ji smiled, placing the magnifying glass and the jade eye fragments down. "Did Professor Ji find anything?" "Ms. Hu, you are also a well-known expert in the circle. You should be able to tell that these fragments are not Hetian jade, right?" "Yes, everything looks like top-quality jade, yet it lacks the structure of Hetian jade. Furthermore, I had someone conduct a carbon-14 dating test, but its age exceeds 100,000 years, which means carbon-14 cannot determine its actual age. Indeed, carbon-14 dating is accurate up to about 4500 years. Beyond that range, it can only be considered an estimation." Professor Ji picked up a slightly larger jade eye fragment, pointing to the mysterious patterns on it. "Look at the markings on this. They are not carved. No craftsman can create such a naturally beautiful texture. And observe its interior. The patterns are consistent inside and out, natural and harmonious, as if they are intrinsic natural textures that grew from within." "Professor Ji, are you implying that This is very likely a jadeized fossil, meaning that this I might have once been a real I undergoing some transformation into a fossil and perfectly jadeized. This is my appraisal result, but I will not issue any appraisal certificate. Lily calmly accepted this appraisal result, saying, "Indeed, Mr. Gu from the Imperial capital has expressed the same view, believing it to be a jadeized fossil. But what should I do about the strange dreams that have been haunting me, eh? Mr. Gu shares the same opinion. Haha, it seems you have consulted quite a few experts in the field. By the way, have you conducted any tests for radioactive elements or energy fluctuations?" "Yes, I did. No radioactive elements were detected, but the energy fluctuation device indicated abnormal responses with high-frequency energy fluctuations, yet we could not find any existing energy reference." Professor J's eyes lit up as he said, "That makes it interesting. Hey, race the deal. If you trust this old man, leave a fragment here with me for further testing. If I find any results, I will inform you promptly. Whenever you need this jade eye fragment, you can send someone to collect it." Lily replied, "With Professor J's reputation in the industry, I naturally trust you. But Professor G, you must keep this confidential and not disclose that the jade eye fragment sample came from me." Rumors had already spread throughout the antique collecting circle that Jean had gone to the treasure vault to sell fragments of the jade eye, but was robbed and murdered. Although the constabulary's official bulletin stated that one robber escaped, carrying away a large quantity of jade eye fragments, the vault's owner, Lily, appeared visibly haggard, still holding a substantial stock of such fragments, raising grave suspicions about the true circumstances behind the robbery. This incident exposed Lily's ruthless and unscrupulous methods, causing many in the circle to withdraw from collaboration, and her reputation steadily eroded. Yet Professor G's interest lay solely in the jade eye fragments, not in deep dealings with her. Thus he immediately agreed to her confidentiality request. "Very well, this matter is settled. I have other commitments, so I won't detain you further." With those words, Ji Chengyan took one fragment and turned to leave the VIP chamber. Lily rubbed her temples wearily, then instructed her bodyguards to secure the remaining jade eye fragments. The robbery of Dejina was overly aggressive. We never anticipated they'd choose to transact at the treasure vault. Those two fools. I explicitly warned them. No loss of life. Yet they still killed him. These jade eye fragments are unnervingly sinister. Had I known I couldn't contain their eerie influence, I'd never have taken possession. Better to have let my subordinates sell them to other collectors. Enough. I'll return to the hotel to rest, then gamble on raw jade stones in Rueli to clear my mind. Afterward, visit temples and Taoist monasteries to burn incense, hoping to dispel these chaotic, haunting dreams. At that, Lily rose, her lithe, alluring figure unfolding gracefully as she swayed her hips and stepped out of the VIP chamber, flanked by her entourage. She moved like a perfectly ripened honey peach, leaving behind a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Xingyun Luo carried a bag of convenience food back to the five-star hotel and just caught sight of an elevator door closing halfway. Swiftly, he pressed the upward button. The doors slid open again, and he dashed inside, instantly meeting several sharp, wary, and hostile glances. Lily stood at the center, shielded tightly, two female bodyguards behind her, two male ones before her. Ms. Who? What a coincidence, to meet again in Rueli. Xingyun Luo ignored the guard's suspicious stares and greeted her directly. Upon seeing his bright, penetrating eyes, Lily felt an inexplicable flutter in her chest. Why had she never noticed before how striking his features were, how magnetic his gaze? Moreover, she sensed an uncanny, irresistible aura emanating from him, one that stirred her long-dormant heart into sudden, disordered tremors. "Mr. Xiao, it's a pleasure. Planning to strike it rich in Rueli?" Lily smiled coquettishly, a phrase within the circle meaning to gamble on raw jade stones. Xingyun Luo chuckled modestly. "I'm merely browsing. I'm quite new to this trade with limited capital. I dare not make reckless moves. I hear you have a passion for ancient jade. Last time you visited my treasure vault, an unfortunate incident occurred. Next time I'll ask my shopkeeper to prepare several fine pieces for your appraisal." "Thank you. I'll certainly pay you a visit when the opportunity arises." They exchanged a few more pleasantries in the elevator, and by the time they reached the 16th floor, it turned out they were staying on the same level in adjacent rooms. One was room 1606, the other room 1608. Though deeply wary of Lily and barely acquainted, Xingyun Luo simply nodded slightly at the doorway before entering his own room. He felt no urge to invite her in or to step into her room for conversation. He knew full well their standings were worlds apart. Deep engagement held no purpose. More importantly, the treasure vault robbery remained vivid in his memory. He knew Lily operated far outside conventional bounds and posed genuine danger. He resolved to minimize contact with her. Exhausted, Xingyun Luo showered, called Su Qing for a brief chat, then switched off the lights and slept. Ma Lao Si's underground jadestone gambling den. He planned to scout it the following night. No sooner had Xingyun Luo fallen asleep than he began dreaming. his eyes faintly glowing and a spectral outline of a third eye forming upon his forehead. Yet tonight's dream differed markedly, no longer the familiar society of the three-eyed clan. A dim, damp basement echoed with a man's furious curses and a young woman's sobs. Crack! A whip lashed across the supple body of a young woman clad only in black lace undergarments, her fair, delicate skin striped with angry red welts, though mercifully unbroken. A burly man, his face thick with coarse flesh, gripped the whip and struck her again. Your father owes me hundreds of thousands, then fled. So now I've seized you to serve clients. You're damn wild. You even injured one of my VIP guests. Were you not a virgin, I'd have had half a dozen men take you right here. Her wrists bound, she hung suspended, only her toes brushing the cold floor. She writhed, straining against her restraints, crying out, please, spare me. I've just graduated. I'll work hard, repay every cent my father owes you. I swear it. Pa, rely on honest labor. When will you ever repay hundreds of thousands? Never, in your entire lifetime. A VIP guest arrives tonight. If you harm anyone again, I'll have you killed, and no one will ever know. The brutal man spat curses, tossed aside the whip, and strode off to answer a call. No, help me. I won't sell myself. I'll repay the debt. The girl struggled, her tresses flying, revealing a face both elegant and exquisite. Hu Lily, aged 20. Xingyun Luo stood frozen at the basement entrance, bewildered. How had he dreamed this scene? The vision shifted to a grimy hotel room. Hu Lily lay half reclined on the bed, limbs tightly bound. No, please spare me. The obese man punched her in the abdomen, yanked her hair, and dragged her to the edge of the bed. I paid 10,000 yuan for your first night. The innkeeper says, if your service disappoints, I'll kill you tonight, and no one will find out. Fierce of spirit, Hu Lily chose death over submission, enduring brutal beatings until the ropes binding her hands finally loosened. Thrown from the bed onto the floor, battered and motionless, she watched as the fat man lunged forward, only to see her snatch a spring-loaded knife from his discarded trousers and plunge it deep into his lower abdomen. Now it was the man who screamed, clutching his wound, shouting for help, while Hu Lily shrank into a corner, gripping the knife, eyes wide with terror fixed on the door. The door burst open. The innkeeper, furious, stormed in with several thugs. Grab her, break both her legs, and take turns with her tonight. Soon the room filled with Hu Lily's unearthly shrieks. Yet even amid the chaos, she struck fiercely, driving the blade into the innkeeper's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Let me go, or I'll kill him. Hu Lily snarled, pressing the knife to the innkeeper's throat. He stood trembling, blood draining from his face, legs buckling beneath him. Throughout this dream, Xingyun Luo remained a detached observer, as if watching a three-dimensional film through a translucent veil, unable to intervene. He glanced at his hands, then at his reflection in the hotel mirror, not that of the three-eyed clan, but his own true visage. What does this mean? Is this my dream, or hers? If it belongs to her, why should it concern me? If it is mine, why can't I control it? His frustration mounted, especially as screams tore through the dream chamber, chaotic and unbearable, gnawing at his patience. The innkeeper collapsed, lifeless or near death, while the thugs closed in once more around Hu Lily, batons rising to strike anew. Enough! All of you die! Xingyun Luo roared, uncharacteristically enraged, and a radiant beam shot forth from his brow, shattering the dream's veil. In an instant, he transformed, no longer Xingyun Luo, but a being of the three-eyed clan. The dream figures whirled in terror, staring at the sudden divine apparition. Die, he hissed, his eyes blazing with celestial light, reducing every man before him to ash, leaving only Hu Lily kneeling, stunned, breathless, awestruck. Are you a god? Hu Lily whispered, wounded, bleeding, prostrate before him, her voice trembling with reverence and humility. In the adjacent room, although it was a suite, Hu Lily's sleeping position was separated from Xiao Xingyan's bed. In her dreams, Hu Lily was agitated, tossing and turning in bed, unaware of the terrifying scenes she had experienced. She awakened, recalling everything that had just happened in the dream, and instantly covered her face. Ah, how shameless! He is not a god, he is a devil. I wish I could scream loudly and curse that handsome three-eyed man who saved me in the dream. How could he pounce on me worse than those villains, brutally ravaging me before kicking me off the bed? Yes, he insulted me like this, treating me as if I were not human, using me, and then kicking me aside. The first half of that dream was actually a nightmare Hu Lily had personally experienced in her life. It was all real. After she had stabbed the ruthless loan shark boss, she was beaten half to death by his thugs. Due to the severity of the situation, an ambulance came and the police arrived. Thus, she was rescued and did not suffer further harm. However, the second half of the dream changed after that three-eyed being appeared. Those villains did not harm her body, but were instead destroyed by that strangely handsome man. Wait, Hu Lily suddenly sat up in bed. She remembered that she had never been able to recall the appearance of that three-eyed man, yet tonight, she actually remembered. He looked exactly like Xiao Xingyun. That bad man who bullied her was Xiao Xingyun. Upon realizing this, Hu Lily's heart began to race uncontrollably again. It was not fear but shame. Fox, oh Fox, you are often called a femme fatale, ruthless and unfeeling towards men. Today you actually developed feelings for that young man. You have only seen Xiao Xingyun 2 or 3 times, yet you dream of him. How shameless. All the men who once bullied you are dead. Don't let this man who bullied you in your dream escape either, who allowed him to be so wicked. Thinking of this, Hu Lily's breathing slowly returned to normal as she headed to the bathroom to wash up. At the same time, Xiao Xingyun in the adjacent room also woke up, recalling the chaotic scenes from his dream. He rubbed his forehead in annoyance. What a mess. I only saw Hu Lily once when I returned, yet I dreamt of having that with her. This three-eyed being is truly something else. The original me was definitely not this kind of person. My temperament has changed drastically recently, and my dreams have become chaotic and evil, clearly influenced by the negative energy of the three-eyed beings. Sigh, it's only 3:30 in the morning. I'll take a shower and go back to sleep. The next day, Xiao Xingyun went to the restaurant provided by the 5-star hotel for breakfast. Aside from that chaotic dream, he had slept quite well. Today he planned to go to the raw stone market to pick out a few pieces of high-value materials and arrange for a logistics company to ship them back. He also intended to inquire about how to enter the underground gambling stone venue of Ma Laosi. Now he could already use some of his abilities to attack others. If the plan is suitable, dealing with someone like Ma Laosi should not be difficult. While Xiao Xingyun pondered over his meal, he felt a fragrant breeze sweep by as Hu Lily, accompanied by 2 female bodyguards, sat down opposite him. Hu Lily was exquisitely made up, appearing to be in good spirits. Her complexion was more rosy and delicate than yesterday, and today she wore a black lace low-cut spaghetti strap top layered with a white women's blazer, sharp, yet retaining a feminine charm. Mister, shall we meet again? Is it bothering you to sit here while you eat? Hu Lily said with a charming voice. Though it sounded like an inquiry, it was merely a formality, as she had already taken a seat regardless of Xiao Xingyun's response. It's a public dining area with a buffet breakfast. It doesn't matter where one sits. Who could disturb whom? Xiao Xingyun glanced at her and continued eating. What a pity. This woman was like a ripe honeydew, even more alluring than when she was 20. If she had an 85 when she was 20, her mature charm now could easily push her to a 95. She was a thorny and poisonous rose. Xiao Xingyun had always tried to avoid her, yet she kept approaching him wearing such a low-cut top. Who was she trying to tempt? However, I must admit she is truly fair-skinned. Hu Lily took the initiative to strike up a conversation. What you said makes a lot of sense, Mr. Xiao. By the way, who did you learn your gambling stone skills from? I've been in the circle for over 10 years and have met many famous gambling stone masters. Perhaps I know your master, she continued. I have no master. I learned by reading books and practicing on my own, Xiao Xingyun replied. Hu Lily shot him a flirtatious glance, feeling that his words were quite harsh and hurtful. Even without a master, couldn't he speak a bit more gently? For some reason, such a ruthless person as Hu Lily could not feel anger towards him. Instead, she feigned surprise. Oh my, you are so impressive without a master. If you had a renowned mentor to guide you for a while, you would surely become a master in the gambling stone world in the future. What she meant was hurry and beg me, and I will introduce you to a master. However, Xiao Xingyun calmly rejected her, saying, Thank you for the compliment, miss. Who? I'm not particularly interested in gambling stones, nor do I have much talent. It's all just luck that allows me to earn a little money. What he meant was I don't want to be a disciple. I'm not interested in gambling stones. I'm not fond of money. Hu Lily was infuriated, feeling that her sincere desire to help him had been met with consecutive rejections. Wait, why should I help him? He was so wicked in my dream, or shouldn't I be dealing with him to show him a lesson? No, every time I see him my heart gets flustered. This is definitely not normal. When did I become so infatuated? She took a deep breath, her low-cut top threatening to burst, suppressing her anger and transforming her frustration into appetite, diligently eating her meal. Bacon, steak, egg, sausage. She bit into everything as if she were biting Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun twitched at the corner of his mouth. What was wrong with this woman? Why did she seem to have a grudge against sausages? Miss, who you continue to eat? I have something to attend to, and will be leaving first. He quickly finished his meal and left as if escaping. Hu Lily glared at Xiao Xingyun's retreating back, thinking angrily. Other men rush towards me like flies to fresh meat, yet you, on the contrary, avoid me like the plague. Fine, this matter isn't over. Let's see where you can hide. One of her female bodyguards cautiously asked, Boss, should I teach him a lesson so he understands the depths of this industry? Hu Lily shot the bodyguard a cold glare, scolding, This is my business. Why should you meddle? He knows the depths of this industry better than anyone. The female bodyguard felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't articulate what was wrong. The jadeite raw stone exhibition in Ruili is far more bustling than the one in Yu Province's Sihui City, with a much larger scale. Upon entering the market, Xiao Xingyun was greeted by a sea of people. Here there are not only genuine jadeite merchants and experts in stone gambling, but also numerous online streamers and tourists. The market features many free stone analysis areas, and large raw stone shops also offer free analysis services. There are also dedicated stone analysis shops catering to tourists and casual customers, but they do charge a fee. After the analysis, there are design services, carving services, and polishing services allowing tourists to directly wear the finished pieces. In short, this market provides a complete range of services related to jadeite raw stones with all business aspects fully covered. After entering the market, Xiao Xingyun immediately rented an electric tricycle. Whenever he encountered good materials, he would purchase them and load them onto the vehicle. With the tricycle filled, he rode to a professional logistics company in the market, took photos, purchased high insurance, packed the items, sealed them, and sent them off. Xiao Xingyun was very familiar with this entire process. The jadeite raw stones filling the tricycle were just enough to fill a sealed logistics box. Xiao Xingyun bought 10 tricycles worth of jadeite at once. After finishing the shipping, he felt his eyes sore and teary and took a break at a tea house. The finest jadeite raw stones are never-ending. Even with his X-ray vision and cheat device, it still requires a great deal of energy and time to pick out the high-value stones from heaps of waste. This piece is 300,000, that one is 800,000, and the large raw stone in the corner is 5 million. Buying. Xiao Xingyun currently has over 300 million in cash assets and spent $1 billion in just one morning. So far, he had only explored half of the market. In the afternoon, if his eye ability didn't fail him, he might be able to finish the other half. Sitting in the tea house lobby, Xiao Xingyun ordered a pot of premium Tiguanyin tea, sipping it while listening to the chatter of other tea drinkers. Most of the people resting and drinking tea here are jade merchants. When they are tired or thirsty from picking stones, they come in to rest, calculate their accounts, and casually inquire which merchants have high-quality jadeite raw stones that are likely to appreciate. Did you hear? While shipping raw stones today, I overheard an employee in packing say that a young jade merchant bought 4 or 5 tricycles of jadeite raw stones in one morning, all packed for shipping. I heard, but it wasn't 4 or 5 tricycles, it was 7 or 8. That person bought 7 or 8 tricycles of the same kind as ours and spent at least $1 billion. I suspect he's just some rich second generation who has too much money to spend coming here for fun. Who picks raw stones like buying cabbage? One moment a tricycle, the next moment another. Only a foolish son of a landlord would do that. At this point, everyone burst into laughter, clearly not in agreement with such a method of selecting jadeite. They then chatted about several jadeite raw stones that appreciated today, originally worth hundreds of thousands, but after being cut, they soared to tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, making them more excited than winning the lottery. Xiao Xingyun used to employ such flashy methods when he was short on money. Now he just wanted to keep a low profile and secretly accumulate wealth, so he was not planning to analyze stones in front of others. Once he returned to Shanghai, he would cut the stones himself in the basement, selling the cut jadeite raw stones to suitable. Watching people analyze stones in the market is meaningless. The chances of appreciation are too low. If you want to play, you should go to an underground gambling stone venue. The few people on stage selecting stones are all experts. Watching them cut stones is far more thrilling, and you can even place bets. If luck is on your side, you can earn millions overnight, even tens of millions. Someone suddenly said. An underground stone gambling venue. Who runs the place? Is it safe? A curious person nearby asked. The person boasted, have you heard of the name Master Ma? There are underground stone gambling venues in both Sihui City and Ruili, and their reputation in the circle is quite good. There have never been any accidents in his venue. The nearby jade merchants seem to be in sync, smoothly exchanging questions and answers. Oh, so it's Master Ma's venue, then it's safe. By the way, how do you gain entry? Is there an admission ticket or something? That person replied, no admission ticket is needed. Today, any jade merchant who spends over 10 million in the jade market can enter as long as they provide relevant transaction records or receipts. At 8 o'clock tonight in this tea house, there will be special transportation. The tea house owner can vouch for it. It's absolutely safe. Xiao Xingyun's heart stirred. In the morning, he had inquired about underground venues from the owners of several jadeite raw stone shops, all of whom claimed ignorance, likely out of fear of getting into trouble. Just when he was troubled about how to sneak into Master Ma's underground stone gambling venue, it turned out that this tea house was actually a contact point. Tonight he was surely set. After lunch, Xiao Xingyun went to a nearby antique shop, bought a few pieces of ancient jade, and took the opportunity to touch a few genuine antiques. After absorbing the mysterious energy from them, his fatigued eyes finally felt relieved and no longer sore. In the afternoon, Xiao Xingyun went to the other side of the market to shops and stalls, frantically shopping, and purchased another 10 tricycles of jadeite raw stones. However, this time he used a different logistics company to ship all 10 tricycles of jadeite raw stones, not wanting to draw too much attention. It's not that he didn't want to switch to more logistics companies, but for valuable items, there are only a few reputable ones. Xiao Xingyun simply chose the 2 closest. He didn't have time to waste on logistics companies that were too far away. Before dark, Xiao Xingyun finally swept through the entire market. He only picked the finest jadeite raw stones, not even bothering with those of ordinary or medium quality. After a day of busyness, he was so tired he could barely stand up. At a nearby restaurant, while waiting for his food, he secretly absorbed a few pieces of ancient jade that he hadn't used from his pocket to relieve his eye fatigue. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Xingyun, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, arrived at the tea house just in time. There were already a dozen jade merchants gathered there. Their attire was similar to Xiao Xingyun's. They all wrapped themselves tightly, afraid of being recognized by acquaintances. If someone lost money in the underground stone gambling venue and it got out, that would be too embarrassing. Soon a coaster bus arrived. Before boarding, someone checked their spending evidence from the jade market, allowing everyone to get on the bus. There was no mention of names, appearances, or blindfolds whatsoever. Xiao Xingyun then understood that the kidnapping incident in Sihui City was deliberately orchestrated by Master Ma's gang to intimidate people. Before long, the coaster arrived at a commercial building several miles away. The first floor housed a supermarket, while upstairs there were cinemas and eateries, bustling and lively. Their coaster entered the underground parking garage without drawing much attention. Similar to the last time in Sihui City, in a corner of the basement, there was a concealed area with an elevator leading down to the second basement level. The decor and layout were almost identical to the underground stone gambling venue in Sihui City. Apart from Xiao Xingyun and his companions, there were already over 100 people seated at the gambling tables below, with plenty of empty seats waiting for other gamblers to arrive. Xiao Xingyun found a corner seat and secretly scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, he spotted Master Ma's office not far from the elevator. He was in a wheelchair, coming out of the elevator, pushed into the office by 2 bodyguards. Xiao Xingyun found Ma Lao's office, knowing that today's plan was already half successful, allowing him to bet a few rounds with peace of mind and earn some small money. At the underground gambling stone table, Xiao Xingyun had a preliminary understanding. There were 5 dealers betting against each other with a stake of 10 million each time, and the first one to win takes all. The audience could choose 5 bets with 3 times the odds, meaning that if you bet 10,000 you would win 30,000. You could also bet on the top 3, accurately predicting the first 3 in the correct order, which would yield 5 times the odds. For example, if you bet 10,000 you would win 50,000. This form of betting is extremely shady. The 5 dealers on stage are competing based on their ability to select jade stones and their luck, making it relatively fair. However, the odds set for the audience appear decent, but actually amount to giving money to the dealers. For instance, in one match, if there are 100 audience members, the total betting amount against the 5 dealers is 1 million, averaging 20,000 for each dealer. If dealer No. 3 wins the 20,000 bet on dealer No. 3 will pay out 60,000 to the audience, meaning the dealer would net 40,000. In actual operations, each match's betting amount reaches tens of millions, allowing dealers to earn several million each time. At this moment, the 5 stone betting masters on stage had selected their jade stones and placed them in front of themselves, giving the audience 3 minutes to place their bets. The audience could place bets extremely conveniently without needing to go to a service window for paper tickets. They just needed to scan the QR code at their seats with their phones, open a betting page, and make a payment online to complete their bets. Xiao Xingyun placed a bet on the top 3, wagering 1 million with the order 531. If the judge's eyes were not blind, the order he bet on would be the same as the price arrangement of the jade stones in this round. Soon the betting ended, and the judges began to let everyone on stage unveil the stones. During the unveiling process, a group of beautiful stone unveiling girls performed on stage their sizzling dances, eliciting constant whistles from the audience. As the last piece of jade stone was unveiled, revealing its mysterious jade flesh, the unveiling girls also shed their clothes, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. As the judges made their determinations on the cut jade stones, the camera followed, closely capturing the cut jade stones in detail, with a large screen behind, allowing those with poor eyesight to see clearly. Oh no, I misjudged. I should have picked No. 5 from the start. It turned out to be ice type. Why did I blind myself and choose No. 3? What a loss. Why is this turtle No. 2 a bean type? It's all gone, and the 20,000 bet is down the drain. Sigh, I chose No. 1, which was the largest piece inside, or I thought I could win, but who knew it was a glutinous type with a dark base color and cracks. When the high-definition camera displayed the 5 unveiled jade stones before the crowd, the seasoned jade merchants already knew the answer without the judges announcing it. Thus, the judges announced the order publicly and briefly stated the estimates, allowing everyone to accept their losses with grace. The prices of this round of jade stones, ranked from high to low, are 5, 3, 1. Congratulations to the winning audience members. During the intermission, everyone could redeem their winnings on the betting page, and we will present a sizzling dance. As the sizzling jade stone treasures took the stage, workmen carried away the jade stones from the floor, replacing them with a new batch of raw stones displayed on the racks. At this moment, in the office of dealer No. 5, who Lily's triumphant laughter echoed. They say one fails in love, but succeeds in gambling. If this saying is true. I won big in the first round, haha. Two female bodyguards stood behind Hu Lily, exchanging glances without daring to speak. These two bodyguards had followed Hu Lily for many years, always loyal. When had they seen her fail in love? Oh no, when had they seen her even think about men? When she said she failed in love today, could it be that Xiao Xingyun, the iron-willed man who made the boss roll her eyes? At this moment, an assistant brought over the important data for the round. Manager Hu, in this round, each of the 5 dealers bet 10 million, and after deducting our own capital, we made a profit of 40 million. The audience bet 26,800,000, and after deducting 16 million in payout bonuses, we made a profit of 10,080,000. Excluding the venues cut, our gross profit for this round reached 50,800,000. The audience won a bit too much this round, didn't they? Hu Lily raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of skepticism and dissatisfaction. It's like this: a few people hit on the top 3, and the highest winner earned 5 million in this round. What is his seat number? I just checked. He's in that back corner, seat number 99. Hu Lily immediately operated the surveillance equipment, and several cameras quickly focused on Xiao Xingyun in seat number 99 from different angles. Although Xiao Xingyun was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, his strong and tall physique, along with the same clothes he wore during breakfast, allowed Hu Lily to recognize him at a glance. Oh, it's actually him. Huh. Hu Lily was initially a bit unhappy, but when she saw it was Xiao Xingyun, who won the 5-fold bonus for the top 3, her heart suddenly felt at ease. A man who could make her heart flutter indeed had some ability. However, thinking further, Xiao Xingyun had once appeared in Ma Lao's venue, but he was brought and tied up. He wouldn't be here today to stir up trouble, would he? Hu Lily frowned slightly. Ma Lao was not to be trifled with, and his bodyguards were seasoned fighters. If she provoked Ma Lao, she might not even be able to guarantee Xiao Xingyun's safety. Xiao Xingyun suddenly felt a wave of unease, as if he was being secretly watched. Pretending to stretch, he glanced up and saw several cameras aimed at him. Just as he was filled with suspicion, those cameras quickly turned away, as if they were merely conducting a routine patrol. I won the top 3 and made a few million, and now the behind-the-scenes dealer is deliberately watching me. Haha, could it be that they can't afford to play? But my goal is to make you pay attention to me. At the entrance of Ma Lao's office hung a sign marked Dealer No. 1. He was the #1 dealer and also the underground gambling table's boss. So when Dealer No. 1 wins, I will increase my bet on the top 3. In the second round, Dealer No. 3 won, and Xiao Xingyun casually bet 1 million on the top 3, just playing around. In the third round, Dealer No. 1 finally won, and Xiao Xingyun directly bet 10 million, winning 50 million, with a net profit of 40 million comparable to the dealer's earnings. Xiao Xingyun wanted to make Ma Lao feel the pinch to gain his attention. Indeed, when Ma Lao received the summary data for the third round, he slammed the table in anger. I finally won a round, and I only made this little bit of money. You two bring seat 99 over here. Isn't his eyesight supposed to be quite sharp? If he made money off me, he needs to come on stage and earn it back for me, otherwise I'll make sure he doesn't leave here. Ma Lao indeed had a reason to be angry, as he had paid out all the 40 million he won from the other 4 dealers to Xiao Xingyun. Yet the audience's betting only earned him a little over 8 million. He had lost 10 million in each of the first 2 rounds, totaling 20 million, and was still losing tonight. Could he not be anxious? Yes, boss, leave it to us. The 2 bodyguards replied and left Ma Lao's office to find Xiao Xingyun. Sir, our boss wants to talk to you. You'd better cooperate. As they spoke, they deliberately revealed the high-voltage stun guns in their hands. Xiao Xingyun pretended to be very afraid, yet he showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. A flash of light glinted in his eyes, causing the 2 bodyguards to feel momentarily dazed as a commanding voice echoed in their minds. I am your master, do as I say, and do not defy me. 2 bodyguards in black received the order and said in a daze, yes, master. Call me Daddy. Xiao Xingyun tested the effectiveness of the command. Daddy. The 2 bodyguards did not hesitate, calling out as naturally as if they were addressing their own father. Only then did Xiao Xingyun feel reassured and commanded, lead the way to office No. 1. The bodyguards complied respectfully and led the way, bringing Xiao Xingyun into office No. 1. In office No. 5, Hu Lily had left a surveillance camera and was secretly observing Xiao Xingyun. Seeing him being taken away by Ma Lao's bodyguards, she felt a sudden worry and thought to herself, Ma Lao is truly useless. After losing a bit of money, he wants to resort to tricks and default. I hope he doesn't go too far. While contemplating, she adjusted a camera aimed at the entrance of Ma Lao's office, ready to see if Xiao Xingyun emerged. If he did not come out within 10 minutes, she would go into chat with Ma Lao and seize the chance to rescue Xiao Xingyun. At this moment, Xiao Xingyun had already entered Ma Lao's office. One of the black-clothed bodyguards said, Boss, I've brought Daddy in. Xiao Xingyun nearly burst out laughing. This charm skill was pathetic, lacking any adaptability. What did you say? Ma Lao blinked, thinking he had misheard. As the charm skill took effect, it felt as if two lines were connected in Xiao Xingyan's mind, allowing him to adjust and control the target's thoughts at will. So he quickly issued a new command, just call me No. 99. Boss, I've brought No. 99 in, the bodyguard repeated. Ma Laosi felt this was more normal. Bring me a cup of tea, ooh, I want to have a good chat with No. 99. He always found this title a bit strange, akin to hiring a technician for extra time. Yes, boss, the bodyguard replied, and went to prepare the tea. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun took the opportunity to scan the room's situation. Indeed, there were surveillance cameras everywhere, making it unfortunate that he couldn't take action himself. No. 99, your eyesight is quite good. You managed to predict the 3 numbers every time. Come up and help me gamble on the stones. If you win 1 round, it'll give you 100,000, but if you lose, it'll break one of your legs. What if I refuse? Xiao Xingyun asked. He then he'll kill you and toss you into the river to feed the fish, Ma Laosi sneered, threatening him. Xiao Xingyun laughed like a fool. What are you laughing at? Ma Laosi felt something was off. He had threatened many people before, yet none had remained so composed as No. 99. At that moment, a bodyguard brought a cup of freshly poured hot tea to Ma Laosi. With a shake of his hand, the entire cup of hot tea spilled onto Ma Laosi's legs. Ma Laosi, sitting in a wheelchair, yelped in pain, but couldn't stand up. Xiao Song, you clumsy fool, are you trying to burn me to death? Ma Laosi, both hurt and angry, grabbed an ashtray from the table and smashed it onto the head of bodyguard Xiao Song. Blood immediately streamed down Xiao Song's face. Another bodyguard, Xiao Wang, received Xiao Xingyan's command and stepped forward to grab Ma Laosi's hand, seriously advising, Boss, calm down, hitting people is wrong. Not right, your mother. I do things my way, who are you to teach me? Ma Laosi, not knowing what was happening, suddenly forgot the pain. His mind was filled with anger, feeling humiliated. He had to kill these rebellious bodyguards. Thus, Ma Laosi broke free from bodyguard Xiao Wang's grip and grabbed a sandalwood incense burner from the table, smashing it onto his head. Ma Laosi's aim was precise, and this blow also cracked open Xiao Wang's head, blood flowing. The 2 bodyguards seemed to be provoked by the blood and yelled, You bastard! We work hard for you, and you dare to hit me. He'll kill you. They pulled out their stun guns and pressed them onto Ma Laosi. Zzz. Zzz. The intense electric current spread over Ma Laosi. Ma Laosi screamed, his body twitching and stiffening, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. However, the situation was far from over. The 2 bodyguards were now full of thoughts of killing Ma Laosi. They pulled out 2 baseball bats from the corner of the room and struck Ma Laosi's legs and arms mercilessly. Ma Laosi woke up in pain, seeing the 2 bloodied bodyguards beating him like a madman, and he was instantly terrified. What are you doing? Are you 2 trying to rebel? Have you forgotten who pays you? Ouch. His already broken right leg was broken again. Snap. His broken left leg was broken again. His left arm and right arm were all broken. Ma Laosi rolled on the ground in pain, having not been beaten so badly in many years, and these 2 were his most trusted bodyguards. Why? What is this all for? Where did they get the courage to turn on him? He had hit them more than once or twice. Every time they endured the beating, they would kneel down and admit their mistakes, and he would forgive them. This time, why was it different? Xiao Xingyun suppressed his inner excitement and thrill. He had finally avenged himself. Ma Laosi, this fool, actually dared to kidnap him. Having not been able to use his eye powers before in recent days, he absorbed several pieces of jade eye shards and experienced the growth process of the 3-eyed god clan in his dreams, gaining many small eye skills. Though excited, Xiao Xingyun remained clear-headed, aware that the room was filled with surveillance cameras, and he must not reveal any flaws. Most modern surveillance systems use network cloud storage, making it very difficult to delete recorded videos. Thus, Xiao Xingyun could only pretend to be a frightened, ordinary person, slowly retreating as he watched them fight. When he reached the door, he issued another command to the 2 bodyguards. Kill Ma Laosi, then confess and surrender. After delivering this thought, Xiao Xingyun turned and left. Inside, the sounds of Ma Laosi's desperate wails and the bodyguards' furious shouts and beatings echoed. The moment Xiao Xingyun exited, Hu Lili saw him. 5 minutes. The man I like is out. So soon. Hu Lili had thought he could hold out for 10 minutes. But wait, only Xiao Xingyun came out without anyone following him, which did not align with Ma Laosi's usual way of doing things. Xiao Xingyun managed to predict the 3 numbers every time. When Ma Laosi was winning against the bank, he placed a heavy bet of 10 million, robbing all of Ma Laosi's profits. How could Ma Laosi tolerate him? Something strange must have happened inside, otherwise this outcome is impossible, Hu Lili concluded in her. Xiao Xingyun returned to seat No. 99, but did not rush to leave. Instead, he acted as if nothing had happened, wanting to continue betting. However, due to the regular betting rules of the underground gambling, which were 5-player bank games, the game had started, yet Ma Laosi was not seen placing a bet, causing the other 4 banks to become anxious. Someone immediately called Ma Laosi, urging him to place a bet. But the phone rang for a long time without anyone answering. Without his bet, today's game could not proceed. Thus, the referee on stage had no authority and could only pause after receiving the notification. The other bankers left their offices, gathered together, and prepared to head to Ma Laosis' office to see what was going on. At that moment, Ma Laosis' other subordinates grabbed a gambling stone master from out of town, blindfolded him, and brought him out of the elevator. This was similar to Xiao Xingyan's experience that day, except this gambling stone master was even more timid and had already wet himself in fear, exuding a foul odor. The few bankers said, "Mr. Ma hasn't placed his bet yet, and he isn't answering calls. We were just about to knock on the door to ask what was happening. You all came back just in time. Oh, let's go in together to take a look." One of the tattooed men heard this and changed his expression slightly. Without opening the door, he heard strange sounds from inside, like the sound of a wooden stick pounding a sandbag, producing a dull thud sound. Not good. He immediately rushed in with his men, only to see a bloody scene in the office, shocking him to the point his legs went weak. At this moment, Ma Laosi had already been beaten into a puddle of flesh by two frenzied bodyguards wielding baseball bats. Even so, they remained readied, striking him one blow after another. Ma Laosi was long dead beyond any possibility of revival. The minced meat used for dumplings was no better than him. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Song, you two bastards actually killed Boss Ma. Call the police immediately. Call the police. Someone has died. We can't avoid reporting it. I think we should first capture Xiao Wang and Xiao Song, let the gamblers leave, and then call the police." Boss Ma's loyal subordinates quickly settled on a strategy, speaking in hurried whispers. The four other dealers standing at the door upon witnessing Ma Laosis' gruesome death were also greatly frightened. Not wanting to attract trouble, they exchanged a few polite words before hastily leaving. At the same time, someone shouted, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, today's gambling event is temporarily concluded. Please leave in an orderly manner and do not crowd." Amidst the crowd, Xiao Xingyun, while slowly leaving, noticed that the tattooed men had already pounced on and restrained the crazed Xiao Wang and Xiao Song. One of the tattooed men was angrily interrogating, "Xiao Wang, Xiao Song, why did you kill Boss Ma? Were you incited by someone else?" "No one incited us, we just wanted to kill him." "Call the police, we are willing to confess." Good, 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 I'll grant you that kind of courage. But you killed Boss Ma, who will my brothers eat with in the future? Who cares about that?" Xiao Wang and Xiao Song, as if invigorated, were completely unafraid and extremely arrogant. "You guys are so brave. Brothers, give them a good beating." The tattooed man, his expression dark, waved his hand. Before the police arrived, he wanted to leave Xiao Wang and Xiao Song with some deep memories. Xiao Xingyun followed the other gamblers as they left the underground gambling venue. Upon reaching the street, he was about to hail a car back to the hotel when he saw a black Rolls-Royce stop in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing the alluring and exquisite face of Hu Lily. "Mr. Xiao, it seems our fates are intertwined. We meet again here. It's difficult to find a taxi around here. Where are you headed?" "They'll have the driver take you there." "Thank you, but I'm not going anywhere. I just overate and want to walk a bit to digest, just strolling around the street for a while." "What a coincidence. I was just thinking of taking a walk." "Oh, let's go together," said Hu Lily as she got out of the car and walked over to Xiao Xingyun. She had changed into a different outfit from this morning. The black camisole was tighter, accentuating her curves, more dangerously enticing men who love to climb. On the outside, she wore a white casual women's suit with exaggerated puffiness, making her hips appear larger and rounder. The red high heels played a striking role, swaying enticingly as she walked. When she wasn't beside him, it was fine, but with her next to him, she could become the center of attention anywhere. Xiao Xingyun frowned. Although he had made her look ridiculous in his dreams and reality, he truly didn't want to get too close to her. She was too dangerous, like a rose with thorns. A slight provocation could cost him his life. After walking for a while, Xiao Xingyun suddenly remembered that he was wearing a cap and a mask. How could she recognize him? Moreover, he had just been at Ma Laosis' underground gambling venue. Could she have been there too? A life was lost there. He wondered if she would suspect him. Perhaps he was overthinking it. With Xiao Wang and Xiao Song voluntarily confessing, the police wouldn't summon him. After all, the surveillance footage showed that he had done nothing. Seeing danger and not reporting it was not illegal. At most, it would just be deemed immoral. "Why aren't you speaking?" Hu Lily initiated a conversation. "I'm just taking a walk. Why should I talk?" Xiao Xingyun replied bluntly. "Hee, you're really interesting. How about I initiate a conversation with you? That should be fine, right?" "I'm too tired today. Oh, I don't want to talk." Hu Lily pouted slightly, giving him a flirtatious glance. What kind of man was this? Last night in his dreams, he nearly exhausted her, yet he didn't say he was tired then. Now that she was actively seeking him out to walk and chat, he actually said he was tired. At that moment, several police cars whizzed past them. It seemed the thugs from the underground gambling venue had already reported to the police. Hu Lily suddenly said, "Ma Laosi is someone who doesn't play by the rules, as something would happen sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to be so sudden." Who is Ma Laosi?" Xiao Xingyun feigned ignorance and asked in surprise. Hu Lily's smile became more enigmatic. Ma Laosi is the owner of an underground gambling venue. Since you don't know him, then let's not talk about it. If Xiao Xingyun didn't pretend to be ignorant, Hu Lili wouldn't suspect anything. She had seen him and Ma Laosi interact on at least 2 occasions through surveillance. Now Xiao Xingyun actually claimed not to know him, which indicated he was hiding something perhaps concerning Ma Laosi's death. It seemed that this handsome young man, despite appearing harmless, was also quite a character. Hu Lili's lips curled into a slight smile. It was more interesting if he was a character. If he were really a pure and harmless little sheep, she wouldn't even be interested in pursuing him. Thinking back to his arrogant and overbearing demeanor in the dream, her heart couldn't help but flutter. She really liked him. Xiao Xingyun secretly glanced at Hu Lili. This woman actually revealed a starry-eyed smile towards him. Was she out of her mind? Just moments ago, she was testing whether he knew Ma Laosi. Could it be that she had seen him in Ma Laosi's venue? How careless. In his haste to clear his relationship with Ma Laosi, he overlooked this point. This woman was indeed dangerous. He shouldn't interact with her too much. So Xiao Xingyun said, "It's too late. This border town isn't very safe. I'd better go back to the hotel and sleep." "All right, let's sleep together." "No, I mean let's go back together," Hu Lili said, waving to the Rolls-Royce that had been following behind, and the car stopped beside them. Xiao Xingyun found it hard to refuse again, so he got into the car and returned to the hotel with her. Besides the dedicated driver, there were also 2 female bodyguards in the vehicle. There was no conversation on the way. Xiao Xingyun knew that speaking too much could lead to mistakes, so he pretended to sleep. Hu Lili didn't bother him, occasionally glancing at him with her charming eyes seemingly lost in thought. Upon reaching the hotel room door, they wished each other good night and returned to their respective rooms. Xiao Xingyun was worried that the police might seek his assistance in the investigation, so he didn't hurry back to Shanghai. After dawn, he specifically went outside the hotel for breakfast, deliberately avoiding Hu Lili. In the morning, he continued to browse the jadeite raw stone market. In fact, Xiao Xingyun had already swept through the best jadeite raw stones in the entire market. He was just feeling guilty today. Wasting an extra day here, he was worried that the police might come looking for him. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he rented a tricycle, casually picked a few mid-quality jadeite raw stones, and planned to cut them open in the market's free cutting area to make a little money. As soon as he arrived at the cutting area, he heard a slightly surprised voice call out, "Mr. Xiao, you're here to make a fortune in Rueli too." Turning around, he saw Gu Qingcheng with Master Luo watching the stone cutting from a good spot. "It's Ms. Gu, what a coincidence. Did you not find suitable jadeite raw stones in Guangdong?" "We found some, but it's far from enough. Besides, I've made an appointment with Mr. Dan Tua to look at goods here. Several masters feel that the quality of his jadeite raw stones is quite good. I want to buy some first." Xiao Xingyun was speechless. He had already clearly reminded Gu Qingcheng that the quality of the jadeite raw stones in Dan Tua's possession was poor, yet she just wouldn't listen. Is the beautiful and wealthy woman in front of me really foolish with too much money? Knowing there is a pitfall, yet still willing to jump in. If that is the case, it's better to take advantage of Dan Tua than to exploit myself. No, this isn't right, it's unethical. Xiao Xingyun suppressed his wicked thoughts. Gu Qingcheng observed his expression, seemingly guessing his thoughts, and explained, "During the second negotiation, Dan Tua asked me to find more appraisers to assess the gambling increase rate of that batch of samples using on-site stone testing methods." Xiao Xingyun raised an eyebrow and asked, "So the gambling increase rate was very high?" "Yes, the increase rate is over 60%. Do you think this probability is normal?" "This?" Gu Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, looking at Master Luo beside her. Master Luo smiled and said, "At first glance I thought it was acceptable, but after cutting another batch of samples the gambling increase rate was indeed very high, which is why we came to Rueli to further inspect the goods. If there are indeed no issues, and the price is low, we have no reason to refuse this batch of goods." Xiao Xingyun felt there must be a trap within, but he was too new to the industry to know where the trap lay. However, since he wasn't familiar with Gu Qingcheng and she had already made a decision, there was no need for him to say more. He just wanted to earn a little money to support his family. At that moment, Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua arrived, both looking worn and hurried. "Sorry we are late. We just transported a truckload of goods from Myanmar and have just directed the workers to unload, so it's all piled up chaotically in the warehouse, and we haven't sorted it yet," Zhu Chongjiu said. Dan Tua added, "Let's go, we can check the warehouse together and select some for on-site." Xiao Xingyun did not want to get involved in their matters. He was just thinking of cutting a few pieces of jade stones on the tricycle to sell for money when Gu Qingcheng said, "Mr. Xiao, let's go together. I will pay you a consulting fee." "What did I say that you didn't listen to? I feel unworthy of the consulting fee. Please seek someone more capable." Xiao Xingyun politely declined. Gu Qingcheng detected Xiao Xingyun's impatience and sincerely said, "Listen, I will definitely heed your advice, otherwise I wouldn't have requested multiple appraisals and tests. I will offer 1 million, and it will occupy you for at most an hour. This will be the last test. Am I someone who lacks that 1 million? Xiao Xingyun firmly rejected without a second's hesitation. 2 million. I'm sorry, miss. Gu, I really don't have the time. Xiao Xingyan's attitude had softened somewhat. 3 million. While considering your sincerity, I will help you one more time. Xiao Xingyan stated with righteous indignation. There was no way around it. Gu Qingcheng offered too much, and he really couldn't refuse. He could earn enough for a Mercedes-Benz G-Class in just 1 hour, which he previously couldn't even dream of. As for the 5 large jade stones on the tricycle, riding them into the warehouse would be fine. He wasn't going to miss this. At the moment Xiao Xingyun agreed, Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua exchanged a glance, their eyes subtly conveying caution and concern. They were still wary of Xiao Xingyan's abilities in gambling and appraising stones. Zhu Chongjiu smiled with a complex expression, saying, Mr. Xiao is also our old friend. Welcome to visit our warehouse, but matters of appraising raw stones are always subjective. I hope Mr. Xiao can understand the rules of our trade. This statement was understood by those who knew. It could be interpreted as a threat at counsel or a bribe. However, if one were to say it meant nothing, it could mean that too. Xiao Xingyun replied with a simple smile, Thank you, I am just here to take a look. Good stones and bad stones won't change just because I take a closer look. That makes sense, haha. Zhu Chongjiu chuckled ominously, making an inviting gesture as he and Dan Tua walked ahead, leading everyone. Gu Qingcheng seemed to not understand the underlying tension in their exchange, her graceful figure gliding forward, aligning at the same level as Xiao Xingyun and the tricycle. Do you want to hop on? Is that okay? If a few worthless stones can fit in the car, what would be wrong with letting such a beautiful lady in? These few stones are not worthless. Gu Qingcheng laughed, taking a seat beside Xiao Xingyun. She had been wearing high heels for most of the day and was exhausted. Being able to rest on the electric tricycle was a rare enjoyment. This was Gu Qingcheng's first time riding an electric tricycle since she was young. She didn't feel embarrassed, just like when she offered 3 million to Xiao Xingyun for a simple appraisal of the jade raw stones without a hint of regret. Dan Tua's warehouse was located at the corner of the jade market, an unloading area with many large trucks coming in and out. Although it was said to be a truckload of new goods piled in a spacious warehouse, it didn't look like much at a glance. Xiao Xingyun drove the tricycle directly into the warehouse, with Gu Qingcheng beside him, while several workers were cleaning up debris and dust. The pile of jade stones was in the middle of the warehouse, blocking the passage, leaving only the area near the entrance accessible. Xiao Xingyun noticed a detail on this side of the entrance were mostly several 100-pound large stones, with only a few small stones weighing about 10 to 30 pounds, which an average person could lift. Dan Tua introduced Ms. Gu, please feel free to choose. These are all high-quality raw stones, just transported from the Myanmar warehouse, old pit materials stored for many years, with a high gambling increase rate. Zhu Chongjiu added, Let's stick to the old rules. True gold can withstand fire. You can select a few raw stones, and we will take them to the market for on-site cutting. Gu Qingcheng nodded and said to Xiao Xingyun and Master Luo, Please help me select a total of 10 stones. I'll take them to the market for testing. Miss, you are too polite. This is our duty. Master Luo said, taking out his tools, a magnifying glass and a strong flashlight, selecting a small stone weighing a little over 10 pounds for detailed appraisal. Xiao Xingyun stood empty-handed in front of the pile of stones, casually rummaging through without looking at the small stones, instead focusing on the larger ones that he couldn't lift, examining them closely. Dan Tua and Zhu Chongjiu exchanged glances, both showing signs of vigilance and concern. Xiao Xingyun quickly scanned over a dozen large stones, then looked up, assessing the lighting around him, and said, Why is the lighting in the warehouse so dim? I can't see anything clearly. How am I supposed to select? Zhu Chongjiu explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, it's been too busy today, and the warehouse's electrical circuit is faulty. We haven't had time to get it repaired. But it's daylight now, you can see clearly without lights. Oh, maybe your eyesight is better. I can't see anything without lights. Saying this, Xiao Xingyun attempted to lift a large stone weighing 500 to 600 pounds, but even though he was physically enhanced by mysterious energy, he still couldn't move such a heavy jade stone. After all his abilities were focused in his eyes. His body was merely an enhanced version, not much stronger than an average person. Thus Xiao Xingyun seemed to act out of frustration, clapping his hands, no longer looking, and returned to Gu Qingcheng's side. Did you finish looking? Gu Qingcheng asked in astonishment. I finished looking. Xiao Xingyun replied. I spent 3 million hiring you, and you took only 3 minutes. Actually, the length of time for a man isn't the key. As long as it's useful, it's fine. What you think is good is what truly matters. You don't need to heed anyone else's opinions. Gu Qingcheng's face turned slightly red, feeling as if the wheels had just rolled over her face. The tires were so hot. Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua noticed that Xiao Xingyun had given up after a few glances, and they relaxed as they flirted with Gu Qingcheng, focusing all their attention on Master Luo. Taking the opportunity, Gu Qingcheng leaned closer to Xiao Xingyan's ear and whispered, Is there a problem? The fragrant breeze brushed her ear, causing a tingling sensation that made Xiao Xingyun shiver. Xiao Xingyun did not expect that a young lady from such a wealthy family would be so intimate and proactive just to discern the quality of this batch of jadeite rough stones. Thus Xiao Xingyun also leaned in close to her fair ear, distinctly catching her body fragrance, and replied softly, "The problem is too serious. All the large rough stones are either cut and reassembled or are hollow waste stones filled with lead and resin." Gu Qingqing was too sensitive to handle someone speaking so close to her ear, and her earlobes, like jade beads, instantly flushed with a rosy hue. However, she couldn't afford to be shy. Her heart was already shaken by the news Xiao Xingyun had conveyed. Were all the large rough stones actually fake? This issue was far too serious. If they proceeded with the previous plan to purchase all the jadeite rough stones in this warehouse, it would likely cost over 2 billion Chinese yuan. Once the money was paid, it would all go down the drain. Not only would Gus's jewelry business be stalled, but the entire Gu family's financial chain would also be greatly affected, potentially even severed. How can we determine that clearly? Gu Qingqing asked softly once more. Wait a moment to select a large rough stone and request a processing test. They will definitely try to stop you. During the dispute, if you intentionally drop it, the assembled rough stone will easily crack, revealing any deceit. Okay, I'll follow your lead. The two discussed this before moving away slightly. Xiao Xingyun maintained his composure, while Gu Qingqing's ears and cheeks were flushed as if she had just been teased by him. Gu Qingqing felt a bit weak in the knees and urged Master Luo, "Have you made your selection? You don't need to be too meticulous. After all, it's just a sampling inspection, not gambling on stones." Alright, then I'll choose these 5 pieces first, and let Xiao choose the rest." Master Luo was an honest man, intending to give Xiao Xingyun a chance to shine. Xiao Xingyun casually pointed to 2 large rough stones and said, "I don't want to pick too many. Just these 2 will." Zhu Chongzhou immediately panicked and objected. "These large stones are too expensive. If they break during the cutting process, who will pay for that? Therefore, large rough stones are not suitable as test samples." Dan Tua also chimed in, "Actually, there is no such rule in the industry. Opportunities for sample testing are rare. I sincerely want to do business with Gus Jewelry, which is why I'm offering you this chance. You shouldn't push your luck." Xiao Xingyun was taken aback, seemingly hearing such a rule for the first time, feeling a bit at a loss as he looked to Gu Qingqing. "Miss Gu, what do you think?" Xiao Xingyun passed the decision to Gu Qingqing. A cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, Xiao Xingyun was right. Attempting to test the large rough stones would lead to their refusal. The more it was like this, the more she wanted to expose the scam. "How much are these 2 rough stones?" "They'll buy them and then test them," Gu Qingqing said calmly. "What? You?" Zhu Chongzhou and Dan Tua panicked, exchanging frantic glances. "What's wrong? Is that not allowed?" Gu Qingqing, now convinced of Xiao Xingyun's judgment. "It's not that it's not allowed, but these large rough stones are worth at least over 10 million in the market, and using them for testing is really not cost-effective." Zhu Chongzhou was already sweating profusely, seeing that this scheme was about to succeed, only to have it exposed. "I'm not short on money. Just name your price," Gu Qingqing said confidently. "Okay, these 2 rough stones total 30 million. You can take them once you pay." Dan Tua gritted his teeth, deciding to cut losses to survive. If he couldn't deceive 30 billion, deceiving this 30 million would still be enough to squander for half a lifetime. He decided that when Gu Qingqing had someone transport these 2 rough stones to the processing center, the 2 of them would immediately flee. As for this warehouse and the rough stones inside, it was all a setup, merely assets registered under someone else's. By the time Gu Qingqing issued the payment upon finding the warehouse, she wouldn't be able to take even 1 rough stone, not even a fake. "Alright, Mr. Xiao and Master Luo, please move these 2 large stones out first." This. Master Luo was bewildered, unable to comprehend how a test sample had turned into a... Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun had already pulled aside a corner of the large stone, straining to lift it, turning red in the face and veins bulging. "Boss, Zhu, come help me." Zhu Chongzhou was startled and shouted, "You can't move it. Don't just pull it. What if it breaks?" He attempted to stop Xiao Xingyun. However, as soon as Zhu Chongzhi's hand touched Xiao Xingyun's arm, Xiao Xingyun released the stone in his hand, exclaiming, "Oh no, don't touch my arm. I can't hold it any longer." Bang! The massive jadeite rough stone, which had just been lifted halfway, crashed back down heavily, and being a defective rough stone that was originally glued together, it instantly cracked into 2 pieces. At the joint in the middle, there was a ring of strong adhesive along with fake skin particles stuck on. The 2 halves of the rough stone revealed smooth cutting marks, with a large area hollowed out and filled with a mixture of resin and lead blocks. These fillers were intended to mimic the weight and center of gravity of the rough stone. Master Luo's eyes widened in shock as he shone a bright flashlight on it, angrily shouting, "This is a spliced fake rough stone. You are faking it." Gu Qingqing felt as if she had been reborn after a disaster. If it hadn't been for Xiao Xingyun's last check, she would have definitely been deceived. After all, they had come determined to make a deal, even gathering the funds. She merely glanced at the cracked jadeite rough stone before shifting her gaze to Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyan seemed stunned, staring vacantly at the cracked rough stone, repeatedly muttering, "How could this be?" Gu Qingqing almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This man's acting was a bit exaggerated, but at this moment it hit just the right note. Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua stood there dumbfounded, their expressions twisted and fluctuating like stone carvings. Gu Qingqing had never seen anyone's expression change so quickly and so complexly. "Our rough stones must have been swapped. I'm going to find the freight driver to settle the score. We must get an explanation from the shipping party," Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua said before turning to flee, rushing to their car outside and speeding away. The workers who were previously cleaning had vanished without a trace. "Did we encounter a scammer?" Master Luo finally reacted. Xiao Xingyun, indulging in his acting, said in a daze, "They were actually scammers. Fortunately, I accidentally broke a piece of rough stone." Gu Qingqing forcibly calmed her complicated emotions. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao and Master Luo, for exposing the true nature of the scammers. But what should we do now? Should we call the police?" Master Luo, still furious, said, "We must call the police. We absolutely have to call the police, or these scammers will harm others again." Master Luo is right, we must call the police. As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he discovered that there were no surveillance cameras in this warehouse, so he loaded the few genuine small jadeite rough stones onto a tricycle. These small rough stones were of decent quality, and among more than 20 pieces, 6 would actually skyrocket in value. "Xiao, why are you carrying away their rough stones?" Master Luo asked, dumbfounded. Xiao Xingyun did not think too much. Having accepted 3 million from Gu Qingqing as a consultation fee, he felt it was his responsibility and obligation to remind her that this was a scam. As for whether he would offend Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua, or whether they would retaliate, it was simply not within Xiao Xingyan's considerations. In the past, lacking the ability to protect himself, he would endure danger with frustration. Now, having explored the paths of attack and self-defense with his eye ability, he would retaliate without hesitation when faced with danger. If Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua dared to send someone to act against him, Xiao Xingyun dared to counterattack. At the stone appraisal area, he queued up to take a number and marked the cutting line with a marker, instructing the stone cutter to follow the drawn lines. Tonight he would leave royally, and Xiao Xingyun could no longer resist showing off. While waiting, he noticed several gamblers among the crowd who had participated in the underground betting with Ma Laosi the previous night. A balding middle-aged jade merchant sighed with a worried brow, saying, "Sai, I lost over 10 million last night and encountered those troubles. What a huge loss. If I can't get a few good materials today, I won't have anything to work with at my jade workshop in the capital." His companion comforted him, saying, "Stop gambling. If someone else brings out good materials later, and if the price is right, we can just buy them. That's all we can do now." The balding middle-aged man despondently agreed. At that moment, Xiao Xingyan's first piece of jade rough was being cut open. The stone cutter happily exclaimed, "Congratulations to this boss. The cut has increased in value. It's a quality jade with only minor cracks worth at least several million." This stone cutter was an expert who could provide direct valuations. After announcing the increase in value, according to industry rules, the owner would give the stone cutter a red envelope, the size of which depended on the owner's mood. "I offer 5 million to sell it to me." The balding middle-aged boss didn't mind this mid-range jade, as its large area and few cracks meant it could yield many bracelets. "I offer 550,000. 560,000. What's wrong with you all? Competing over a piece of jade like it's the last one. I offer 580,000. The balding middle-aged man gritted his teeth and decided to raise his bid one last time, 6 million. This price was already quite high, so the increments from others were minimal. Once 6 million was bid, there were no more competitors. The balding middle-aged man approached Xiao Xingyun and handed him a business card, saying, "Little brother, your luck seems good. Do you agree to my price? If you agree, I can transfer the money to you right now." The jade rough Xiao Xingyun selected today was mostly of average quality or slightly above, and after cutting it wouldn't make anyone go crazy. This piece of rough was bought for just over 1 million. The truly valuable rough stones were the 6 pieces he had carried out from Zhu Chongjiu's warehouse. The name on the balding man's business card was Hua Liuyi, and his workshop and store were located in Panjiayu in the capital. Xiao Xingyun shook hands with Hua Liuyi, saying, "Hello, boss Hua. Your offer is generous, and I am not one to be overly calculative. Let's settle at your quoted price." "Thank you. Let's add each other on WeChat. In the future, if I have suitable materials to sell, I can contact you," Hua Liuyi said happily. Xiao Xingyun just had this in mind, as in future stone gambling, he couldn't just sell to one person. Occasionally changing buyers would help conceal his brilliance. Regardless of the size of the jade merchants, Xiao Xingyun was willing to maintain contact, as his jade shop would rely on these small and medium-sized jade merchants for future procurement. After adding each other on WeChat and exchanging phone numbers, Hua Liuyi quickly transferred 6 million to. At this moment, the second piece of jade rough was also opened. It was an oily green jade of medium quality, which sold for 4 million. When the third rough stone increased in value, the surrounding jade merchants erupted in excitement. Although the increase wasn't much, who could continuously succeed in stone gambling? It was either heaven-defying luck or extraordinarily skilled gambling techniques. Xiao Xingyun did not expect such enthusiasm from everyone, regardless of the increase. People would pay attention to him. He collected a stack of business cards, added many on WeChat, and some even pulled him into various stone gambling groups. Xiao Xingyun knew he couldn't cut the remaining jade rough, doing so would surely lead to trouble. Even if Ma Laosi was dead, there were still Zhao Laosi, Zhang Laosi. It was uncertain when these people might come looking for him. He was pondering what excuse to use to terminate the cutting when Gu Qingqing arrived. Mr. Xiao, there's no need to cut the remaining rough stones. My Gu family jewelry will purchase all of them. Every time Gu Qingqing appeared, she seemed to radiate a golden glow, constantly reminding Xiao Xingyun that she was a wealthy woman. Is everything settled? Xiao Xingyun asked. It's done. I've signed. The rest can be explained by Master Luo. That's what I meant, Gu Qingqing replied. How are you going to purchase these rough stones? Xiao Xingyun did not distrust her. The price difference between uncut and cut stones could be several times, so he had to clarify. Gu Qingqing explained, my Gu family used to run an antique shop. Before transitioning to jade, we established our own workshop and store in the 4 major jade capitals, so these rough stones can be cut at my shop. Good. In front of her, Xiao Xingyun had long revealed his talent and did not wish to hide his skills anymore. Letting her see his true abilities would surely increase his chances of future profits. Thus, Xiao Xingyun rode an electric tricycle, with Gu Qingqing leaving the jade market. Although the jade merchants in the cutting area felt regret, they did not dwell on it. 2 hours later, Xiao Xingyun returned to the jade rough market on the electric tricycle, wearing a satisfied smile, like a courier, and returned the tricycle to the rental shop. Meanwhile, his bank card had already seen an income of over 100 million. In the Gu family's jade processing workshop, Gu Qingqing remained shocked and in awe. Not a single piece fell apart, all increased in value. Xiao Xingyun is amazing. More impressive than any gambling master I've ever seen. At that secret bidding meeting, I should have specially invited Xiao Xingyun to attend. It must have been because I didn't respect him enough that he rejected my invitation. Thinking of this, she felt both regret and fear. Regretting that she hadn't invited him earlier, fearing that if she hadn't insisted on high prices to have Xiao Xingyun as a gambling advisor, she would have certainly fallen for Zhu Changji's scam. Ancestors bless. Gu Qingqing patted her chest like a mountain, secretly relieved. After dinner, Xiao Xingyun returned to his hotel room and immediately booked a flight back to Shanghai. Since no patrol had come looking for him all day regarding Ma Laosis' death, it indicated that those from the underground gambling scene had not leaked the gambler's information. Another important reason might be that those 2 bodyguards had confessed and completely forgot about Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun had only worn a hat and a mask standing in Ma Laosis' office for a few seconds. When he saw 2 security guards attacking someone, he frighteningly retreated slowly. For this inexplicable person, the patrol could never have imagined what role he played inside. As Xiao Xingyun packed his bags preparing to leave, he suddenly heard 2 muffled gunshots from the adjacent Hu Lily's room. He was startled and instinctively used his X-ray vision to look into the neighboring room. When Xiao Xingyun looked over, 3 people had already collapsed in the next room, 2 of them, Hu Lily's female bodyguards, covered in blood, their fate unknown. The other fallen woman was dressed in a hotel staff uniform, holding a gun, clearly a killer. Only 2 people remained standing, a man in hotel work attire and Hu Lily, who was wearing a silk robe. The man held a silenced pistol, pointing it at Hu Lily's head, and calmly said, I can give you 3 more minutes to think about where you hid the stolen jade eye fragments. No, you've misunderstood. I've never stolen anything. You can search me if you don't believe me. Hu Lily, clad in a pink silk robe, exposed her snow-white arms and thighs, her bosom heaving as she spoke, making her exceptionally alluring. The armed man, however, scoffed, boss, who stopped trying to seduce me, but won't work. Since you won't talk, I'll find it myself. With that, the man suddenly kicked Hu Lily, sending her flying onto the bed. Oh. Hu Lily clutched her abdomen, crying out in agony as the kick left her drenched in sweat. The man approached the bedside table where a small metal box sat, equipped with both an electronic lock and a finger. He picked up the box and stepped in front of Hu Lily, pointing at her head. Are you going to open it for me, or should I blow your brains out? I'll open it. Hu Lily was clearly terrified, offering no resistance as she entered a series of numbers and pressed her fingertip on the fingerprint lock. With a click, the box opened. Inside were piles of cash and several exquisite jadeite pieces, but in the middle compartment lay 4 jade-eye fragments. Though the jade-eye fragments were as pure as jade, they stood out starkly among the premium jadeites, almost glowing and capturing the gaze of any living being. The man pointed at the 4 jade-eye fragments in the transparent bag, sneering, boss, what are these? You still say the jade-eye fragments from Big Golden Tooth aren't yours? At this point, Hu Lily clearly could not play ignorant any longer. Suddenly quiet, she sat up on the bed, enduring the pain, and said calmly, you were sent by Wang Banjian, right? This wasn't ordered by me, it was a manager under me who acted on his own. If you help me contact Wang Banjian, I can compensate for his losses, including Big Golden Tooth's life. Too late. A hint of mockery flashed across the armed man's face as he slowly aimed his gun at Hu Lily. Next time, learn to be smarter and don't mess with those you can't afford to offend. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he felt his consciousness blur. The armed man was startled, wanting to check what had happened, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his groin. The seemingly weak Hu Lily kicked him between the legs, and like a leopardess lunged at the man, fiercely attempting to seize the gun from his hand. Numerous afterimages of Hu Lily appeared before the man, as if countless versions of her were charging at him. However, being a seasoned killer, he instinctively threw a punch towards the side. Bang! The punch directly hit Hu Lily's chin, knocking her unconscious in an instant, and she fell to the floor at the armed man's feet. After this punch, the armed man could barely hold on, feeling dizzy as countless voices in his head urged him, "You should sleep, you should sleep, you should sleep." He collapsed. He found himself unable to resist that voice. When it told him to sleep, he simply fell asleep. In fact, Xiao Xingyun was also on the verge of collapse. From this distance, using his eye powers to channel his mental energy, he could only hypnotize this killer. If he were closer, Xiao Xingyun could have made the man shoot himself. He acted not to save Hu Lily, but because he had seen the 4 jade eye fragments. His greed was uncontrollable. In a moment of impulse, he acted. Seeing the killer fall and Hu Lily unconscious, Xiao Xingyun wasted no time grabbing the suitcase and pushing open the door to the next room. Indeed, the door to the next room was unlocked, otherwise the silenced gun wouldn't have made such a loud noise. Xiao Xingyun rushed in, his eyes shimmering as he dashed to the box and grabbed the 4 jade eye fragments. Strangely, through the transparent plastic bag, he absorbed all 4 fragments. As he absorbed the jade eye fragments, strange battle images flashed through his mind. When viewed through the jade eye, a massive energy shield formed that could actually float in midair, allowing for brief flight. This was absurd. This third eye was actually omnipotent. With this eye, all sorts of peculiar abilities could be realized. X-ray vision, seduction, flight, spatial traversal, shooting beams to kill. It seemed that with the third eye, nothing was impossible. Oh, except for childbirth. After absorbing the 4 jade eye fragments, Xiao Xingyun felt an overwhelming energy filling his eyes, leading to a qualitative enhancement. The excess energy spread from his eyes, benefiting his entire body. However, after absorbing it all, Xiao Xingyun was awake, pondering how to explain to Hu Lily. Could he silence the witnesses? Kill everyone here? As this horrifying thought arose, Xiao Xingyun quickly shook his head, clearing it from his mind. He was just an ordinary person and absolutely must not commit heinous acts. Otherwise, like the 3-eyed divine race in the illusion, so powerful, yet hunted by their kind for doing too many bad deeds, ultimately leading to their demise. But how should I explain? How to account for the missing 4 jade eye fragments? And what to do about the armed killer on the floor? Just as Xiao Xingyun was in a dilemma, he suddenly felt the unconscious killer move slightly. Clearly, he had awakened. He was merely pretending to be asleep to assess the situation in the room. Xiao Xingyun was startled, not daring to waste any time. In an instant, his gaze emitted a strange glow, piercing into the eyes of the stunned killer. Shoot yourself. This was an order devoid of any hints of hypnosis or seduction. The killer just awakened and, surveying the room, abruptly opened his eyes in a daze and pressed the gun against his own temple. Without hesitation, with a bang, he pulled the trigger. He was dead with a gaping hole in his head. Now Xiao Xingyun had only one loose in the transparent plastic bag in the middle of Hu Lily's box, which contained the jade eye fragments that were now gone, yet held his fingerprints. Thus, he picked up a lighter from the bedside table, walked to the bathroom, burned the plastic bag, and flushed the remnants down the toilet. The bathroom had its exhaust system running, and the faint smell of burning plastic quickly dissipated. However, Xiao Xingyun glanced at the lighter in his hand, feeling conflicted. This was not an ordinary lighter. It was a finely crafted women's custom lighter adorned with gold and diamonds, and etched with a seductive rose scorpion. There was a women's lighter on Hu Lily's bedside table, along with slim women's cigarettes. This should be her lighter. Should he take this lighter, which already bore his fingerprints? Sigh, what a dilemma. How can a well-behaved youth who has never done anything wrong have such a hard time in society? So Xiao Xingyun pulled out a women's cigarette, lit it with the lighter, and tossed it back in place. Taking a puff, he found it was a peach-flavored cigarette, which tasted quite nice. Even Xiao Xingyun, who rarely smoked, found it enjoyable. This should explain the fingerprints on the lighter, right? Xiao Xingyun mumbled to himself as he took out his phone and dialed emergency and police numbers. While waiting for the police to arrive, he noticed Hu Lily lying on the ground, too exposed, and fetched a thin blanket to cover her. Aside from that, he stood still, not moving at all. As a kind and ordinary citizen, Xiao Xingyun's great life had just begun. He didn't want to be suspected by the police, nor did he want to end up in jail. As for the 2 female bodyguards and 1 female killer lying in a pool of blood, Xiao Xingyun didn't even glance at them. Don't ask. The answer is he faints at the sight of blood. The police station. As the primary witness and the first to report, Xiao Xingyun was regarded by the police as an important subject for questioning. What was called an interrogation was actually just an inquiry, relatively relaxed, though the conversations were conducted by interrogation experts who were subtly extracting information from him. Until dawn, no suspicious details were uncovered. Xiao Xingyun's recount of the events to the police was after packing up he was preparing to board a flight back to Shanghai when he suddenly heard a muffled gunshot from next door. Out of concern for his friend he nervously went to check. As a result, he found the door next door was ajar and pushed it open, only to discover in horror that 3 women lay in a pool of blood with Lily sprawled by the bed, her life unknown. Beside Lily there was a male assassin with a gun in hand, a gaping hole in his head, his life also uncertain. Upon witnessing this, as a law-abiding citizen with a sense of justice, he immediately called the police and dialed for an ambulance. During this process, overwhelmed by fear and worry, he who rarely smoked picked up a woman's cigarette from the bedside and smoked 2 flavored like peach. The blanket on Lily was covered by him. Aside from that, he knew nothing else and was unaware of any enmity between the parties. This was Xiao Xingyun's narrative. No matter how many people questioned him, his answers remained the same. As for how the assassin died and why Lily survived, whether a third-party force entered the room and took away 4 pieces of jade fragments was beyond Xiao Xingyun's concern. His responses were a mix of truth and deception. Except for those 4 jade eye fragments and the matter of using eye abilities to kill the male assassin, everything. After waking up in the hospital, Lily learned the details from the police station and personally brought Xiao Xingyun out, accompanied by a driver who was of no help and a male bodyguard who was absent at the critical moment. Since the victim's side believed in Xiao Xingyun and confirmed that his account was true, the police lifted their suspicions regarding him. In the car, Lily solemnly thanked Xiao Xingyun, saying, "Thank you, Xiao Xingyun. Boss, who don't mention it. I really didn't help much. When I entered your room, the assassin was already dead, and I don't know who saved you. I will investigate this matter, but thank you nonetheless. If there's anything in the future, you can call me directly. Add me on WeChat, and I'll give you my private number." "Sure, thank you." At this moment, Xiao Xingyun showed no hesitation, directly adding Lily on WeChat and saving the private number she sent. He felt as excited as an ordinary person who had climbed up to a wealthy woman. A rather like reaching high branch. "Thanks to your timely report and the swift call for an ambulance, my 2 female bodyguards, despite their serious injuries, were saved. They are very grateful to you. When we return to Shanghai, I'll take them to treat you to drinks." "All right." After finishing, Xiao Xingyun said to her, "Let's not discuss gratitude. I opened a jade shop at the Chengwang Temple in Shanghai, and my partner is waiting for my return to start the business. We'll talk about it later." "Jin Yuliang Yuan, right. When you open for business, I'll have someone send a floral basket." "Thank you, boss. I'm in a hurry to catch my flight. I've already changed it once, and I can't afford to delay again." After finishing, Xiao Xingyun exited from Lily's Rolls Royce. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't take you to the airport. Safe travels." Watching Xiao Xingyun hail a taxi and disappear from sight, Lily furrowed her brow and muttered, "Things are definitely not as simple as he said, but the one who acted must be Wang Banxian. What is Xiao Xingyun hiding?" The male bodyguard in the front, wanting to redeem himself, deliberately asked, "Boss, should I find someone to investigate?" Lily shot him a glare and angrily replied, "What are you investigating Xiao Xingyun for? What is there to investigate about him? You don't investigate enemies and instead investigate a benefactor. Oh, what kind of sense does that make?" Due to her immense anger, she accidentally strained her chin injury. The assassin's punch had nearly shattered her jaw, and after initial treatment at the hospital, it still hurt and hadn't swollen down. She had temporarily discharged herself from the hospital to bring Xiao Xingyun out of the police station, but after handling the urgent matter, she still needed to return for treatment. The male bodyguard, scolded by Lily, had no retort and weakly responded, "Our people are already fully investigating Wang Banxian's whereabouts. Anyone who dares to harm the boss will meet their end. I don't want to hear nonsense. I only want results. Now take me back to the hospital." "Yes, boss." The male bodyguard and the driver replied in unison. An hour later, Xiao Xingyun boarded the plane. Once airborne, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did he always encounter so many dangerous situations whenever he went to gamble on stones? He only wanted to secretly gamble on stones to get rich. Oh, was that too much to ask? The first time he went to the Yu province's stone gambling fair, he was kidnapped by old Ma Si and was scared half to death. The second time he went to Rueli to gamble on stones, he encountered an assassin. Though it was an assassination attempt on his neighbor, Lily, it still terrified him immensely. If it weren't for his momentary greed towards those 4 jade eye fragments, he wouldn't have rushed in recklessly. It's finally over. He'll return to Shanghai to rest for a few days and quickly open the jade shop. Once the jade shop is open, I can finally tell people about my profession. Then I'll take some time to cut a few pieces from the jade stones sent back. Whatever needs to be sold will be sold, and what needs to be kept will be kept. Xiao Xingyun didn't want to store too many top-quality jade stones. He just wanted to convert these premium stones into money. Su Qing, muddled in her actions, had a fortunate turn with Xiao Xingyun. If capable, Xiao Xingyun wanted to help solve her family's debt issues. Perhaps due to not sleeping the previous night, Xiao Xingyun was too tired and fell asleep in his seat after a moment of daydreaming. He sat by the window sleeping without bothering others. When the flight attendant woke him, he found that the plane had already landed. Taking a taxi back to his rented place at Suyuan, he heard his neighbor playing the piano. The melodious sound gradually relaxed Xiao Xingyun's tense mood. In fact, the piano sound could only be heard in the small courtyard of the villa. Once inside his home, the sound diminished and was not bothersome. For those who loved music, this was not noise. Su Qing was not at home. She had sent him a WeChat message just before boarding the plane, likely practicing a program at school. The raw stones Xiao Xingyun mailed were received by Su Qing and were piled in the basement, organized by batches. Xiao Xingyun didn't even need to unpack. With his X-ray vision, he could determine if there were any issues. The finished jade items for the store were received by Fat Luo. He mentioned that they had already been labeled and placed in the display cases. Having set up shop in the Chengwang Temple for years, Fat Luo knew many people and could help solve various problems Xiao Xingyun hadn't even considered. Giving him 30% of the shares was not a loss for Xiao Xingyun. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he noticed the sun was about to set. Not wanting to cook at home, he drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class and parked at the entrance of the music academy, waiting for Su Qing to finish school so he could take her out for a feast. Since the main entrance is closest to the Ziyuan villa, Su Qing passes through this gate every day. Before long, Xiao Xingyun spotted Su Qing's figure. A beautiful woman attracts attention wherever she goes. Today, Su Qing wore a pair of black loose dance pants full of elasticity with a subtle fluffiness, making her figure appear even more voluptuous and well-proportioned. On her upper body, she wore a pink cartoon t-shirt. Although it was loose, her ample curves drew countless fiery gazes as soon as she stepped out of the academy. Xiao Xingyun did not inform her of his arrival, wanting to give her a surprise. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw two fierce-looking middle-aged men blocking Su Qing. "You must be Su Qing, right? Your family owes my boss a lot of money. How do you plan to pay it back?" Su Qing seemed to have anticipated this day, as she was not particularly flustered and calmly replied, "I don't owe you any money. Whoever owes you, you should go after them." This was a strategy that she had already discussed with her parents. Given her circumstances, she could not even repay the interest. The two men threatened fiercely. "For you trying to play tricks? Do you believe we won't shout for you every day at your school? We will also contact your teachers and the principal to urge you to repay the debt. I don't owe you any money. Do as you wish." Su Qing was not afraid of them at all, as there were many people watching at the school gate, at least ensuring her personal safety. Debts incurred by parents must be repaid by their children. Your father owes our boss money, and you must repay it. Now come with us back to Hangsheng, but we will discuss how to settle the debt together. The two men felt that there were too many onlookers affecting their collection efforts and wanted to take Su Qing away. They positioned themselves on either side, attempting to pull Su Qing away. Terrified, she wanted to scream for help. At that moment, Xiao Xingyun suddenly appeared, shielding Su Qing behind him, while simultaneously prying the men's hands away. Hiding behind Xiao Xingyun, Su Qing felt an inexplicable sense of security as she watched his tall and strong figure blocking the unknown danger. Xiao Xingyun sternly reprimanded, "Stop. Don't you know where this is? Trying to kidnap students from the music." Classmates quickly call the police and catch these bad guys. The students who were watching were initially unaware of what was happening, but upon hearing Xiao Xingyun's call, they began to call the police without hesitation. These two vicious men were clearly not good people. How could they kidnap a junior or senior right at the entrance of the music academy? Is there any law left? Since someone has stepped up to uphold justice, they couldn't fall behind, right? Otherwise, wouldn't they be looked down upon by the junior or senior? The two debt collectors became a bit flustered and loudly explained, "We are legitimate debt collection company employees, not bad people. Calling the police won't help. We are legal. Su Qing's parents owe my boss a lot of money. I am here to collect the debt, which is reasonable." A tall and thin man stepped out from the crowd. It was Su Qing's classmate Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai was excited. He thought to himself that Su Qing's family owed money to others, and this was his moment of glory. As long as he helped her family pay off the debt, wouldn't she be at his mercy? Seeing Su Qing's fair and fiery figure, he could hardly contain his excitement. "Su Qing's family owes your boss money. How much do they owe? I'll help her pay it." Zhao Kai spoke proudly. "Huh, you'll help her pay?" The two debt collectors looked at Zhao Kai as if he were a fool. That was a debt of over 180 million. Is your family the richest in Shanghai? You think you can just pay it off? Is it worth spending over 100 million to chase a girl? With over 100 million, how many top beauties could you find at a club? By the way, besides the 180 million owed to my boss, there's also over 100 million owed to the bank. Are you going to help her pay that off too? Zhao Kai didn't understand the expressions of the debt collectors, thinking that they were shocked by his generosity. So he raised his voice even more and said sternly, Yes, I'll help her pay. But you must remember, once it's paid off, you must leave immediately and never show up at the music academy again, otherwise you'll face the consequences. All right, here's a copy of the debt contract. As long as you pay for her, we'll leave right now and never set foot in the music academy again. One of the debt collectors handed the contract to Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai took a look and nearly had his eyes pop out, screaming, 180 million. How can it be so much? It was always that much, or what did you think it was, eh? The collector could tell from Zhao Kai's expression that he couldn't pay. I thought it was a debt of 10000 or 20000. Zhao Kai's face turned red with embarrassment as he awkwardly returned the debt contract copy, saying, I'm sorry, I can't pay it. Slap. The debt collector slapped Zhao Kai's face, scolding, You can't pay, yet you act like a big shot. You dare to tell us to leave when you can't even pay. Who gave you the guts? Zhao Kai was stunned by the slap. Not only did his face hurt, but he also felt he had intended to show off in front of Su Qing to let her see his money power, but instead he ended up getting slapped and humiliated. How dare you hit me? I'm calling the police. Zhao Kai was on the verge of tears. The debt collector sneered, Someone has already called the police. When we get to the police station, we can at least pay for your medical expenses. This little money is still affordable. Zhao Kai did not dare to argue with the debt collector and could only cover his face as he walked over to Su Qing. He glanced at Su Qing and then at the strong and handsome Xiao Xingyun. Seeing their intimate gestures made him feel as if he had eaten a lemon. Xiao Qing, I took a slap for you. Why don't you comfort me a little? Although my money isn't enough, I'm not like some country bumpkin from out of town who dares not make a sound here. Zhao Kai lamented. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, glancing at Xiao Xingyun's expression before saying to Zhao Kai, Thank you for your kindness, but please don't involve yourself in my matters. Also, Xiao Xingyun is my boyfriend, I hope you can respect him a bit. How you want me to respect a local bumpkin? He doesn't deserve it. Zhao Kai said proudly. Scram. If you say another word, I'll slap you too. Xiao Xingyun didn't want to bother with someone like this, but he was too oblivious and kept nagging, which was very annoying. You dare. Zhao Kai, looking fierce but weak inside, thought that once the police arrived, Xiao Xingyun wouldn't dare to hit him. Xiao Xingyun coldly laughed and pretended to raise his hand. Zhao Kai was so scared that he screamed and retreated in a panic, only to trip over something underfoot and fell on his backside, crying out in pain. The onlookers laughed. At that moment, a police siren sounded from the street corner. The police had arrived. The two debt collectors with fierce expressions walked up to Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing, threatening, When the police arrive, you better not say anything wrong or you won't know how you died. We are experienced in killing and the police won't find any evidence. Su Qing shivered in fear and hid behind Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun, however, had a strange glint in his eyes as he stared at the two debt collectors and said, You're so impressive. When the police arrive, just tell them about the murders and other crimes you committed. The two debt collectors were momentarily stunned, responding dully, Okay. At this moment, several police officers walked over, solemnly asking, Who called the police? What happened? Xiao Xingyun immediately raised his hand and shouted, It was my girlfriend who reported the incident. These two men are causing trouble. My girlfriend does not owe any money, yet they are demanding debts from her. While demanding the debt, they even threatened us, claiming they had killed many people, saying that if we didn't pay they would kill us. Hearing that the two debt collectors had killed before, the responding officer immediately became alert, drawing his gun and pointing it at the two men. Have you really killed anyone? Officer Li, leading the team, asked loudly. Yes, I have killed two. Yes, the two debt collectors looked slightly dazed but honestly answered. Originally, Officer Li was just conducting a routine inquiry, but the suspects actually admitted to it. This was serious. He commanded his subordinates, immediately arrest them and take them back for a thorough interrogation. Yes. The responding officers immediately pounced, handcuffing the two debt collectors. Since they did not resist, it was easy to control them. Upon searching them, it was surprising to find they were carrying daggers. Officer Li, feeling uneasy, specifically asked before they got into the car, Where did you kill someone? The first time was near the nightclub in Hangzhou University's vicinity, where we killed a female student. We got her drunk, went too far, and unexpectedly ended up killing her, then dumped her in a nearby drain. The two debt collectors recounted the details of their murders without holding back. The officers present were shocked. These men were incredibly vicious and audacious, showing no signs of hiding anything. They confessed immediately upon being questioned. Su Qing nestled beside Xiao Xingyun, her body cold with fear, realizing that these two debt collectors were actually murderers. It was terrifying. Just moments ago, they intended to kidnap her back to Hangzhou. If they had succeeded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhao Kai, sitting on the ground, had already crawled up to escape. He had been close enough to hear everything clearly. Damn it, these two fierce-looking debt collectors were actually murderers. It scared him to death. He thought, if they weren't made to pay, what if they got angry? What if one day they escaped and came to kill his whole family? He considered himself a cultured, wealthy person, unwilling to argue with murderers. He decided to slip away. The officers had caught 2 big fish and showed little interest in Su Qing's debt dispute. Firstly, they hadn't harmed her. Secondly, there was no significant impact. Thirdly, the debt was real, although not Su Qing's, but her parents'. Thus, they only made a simple record and left with the 2 murderers leaving in a grand manner. If they could solve these 3 murder cases, they would achieve merit. Surprisingly, the 2 murderers were very cooperative. They answered all questions directly, without hiding anything. Officer Li, having dealt with cases for many years, had never encountered such criminals eager for death. He truly did not know what had stimulated these 2. Well, it wasn't important. Xiao Xingyun held Su Qing's hand as they got into a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and Su Qing, sitting in the passenger seat, leaned into his embrace. I was scared to death. They were actually murderers and could find my school. It's too terrifying. Su Qing trembled slightly, having never encountered such a horrific situation in her life. Xiao Xingyun patted her back, comforting her. It's okay, it's all over now. The officers have caught people like them. They will definitely face the death penalty. But my school address has leaked. The creditors will definitely send others to demand the debt again. You are not the one who owes the debt. If something similar happens, you should first call the police and then call me. If I'm nearby, I will definitely come as soon as possible to help you. Okay, for now, that's the only way. To help Su Qing calm down, Xiao Xingyun found a luxurious Western restaurant for dinner together. The main reason was that it was crowded, had a good atmosphere, and live piano music, which could distract her from thinking too much about what had just happened. After the dinner, Su Qing's mood improved significantly. He accompanied her to a nearby shopping mall, where they bought some clothes and cosmetics before driving back to the Ziyuan villa. Su Qing had followed Xiao Xingyun, somewhat confused. He had never really bought her anything before, but tonight he bought her some gifts as compensation. Xiao Xingyun vaguely understood that it was due to his eye abilities that caused Su Qing's cognitive bias, leading her to be with him, unable to tell whether it was love or desire, but she was already deeply infatuated. As soon as they returned to the villa after taking a shower, she changed into a sexy black outfit, intending to perform a singing and dancing show just for Xiao Xingyun. She was more proactive than Xiao Xingyun. The upbeat DJ music played, allowing Xiao Xingyun to experience a performance that even the top bosses couldn't enjoy. Su Qing not only sang beautifully, but also danced professionally, showcasing excellent flexibility. Although they didn't communicate much, their cooperation was seamless. Su Qing, enchanted by Xiao Xingyun's 3-eyed abilities, almost fell into the illusion she had never experienced before, loving him obsessively and pathologically, trying to please him by showcasing everything she had learned in her life. The next day, after waking up, Xiao Xingyun sighed. That 3-eyed man was truly despicable. He deserved to die. If it weren't for Fat Luo calling several times, urging him to come to the store, he probably wouldn't have wanted to get up. The items Xiao Xingyun selected were mostly small, exquisite pieces, and Fat Luo had no objections. He urged Xiao Xingyun to come to the store just to check on the work and see the results of his efforts over the past few days. As the renovations were completed, Fat Luo had arranged the first batch of jade and gemstone products neatly. The marked prices were generally around 5 times the cost price according to market store trends, with the appearance and carving craftsmanship coordinated to perfection, resulting in collector-level finished products. This unique collectible jade piece was fascinating when it met a customer who liked it. Even if the listed price was 10 times or even 20 times the cost, there were still people eager to buy. When Xiao Xingyun entered the store, Fat Luo welcomed him along with 3 female employees. Welcome, Mr. Xiao, to our store to guide our work. The 4 of them bowed 90 degrees in unison, creating a bit of a ceremonial atmosphere. Xiao Xingyun felt delighted inside, finally experiencing a bit of the joy of being a boss. These 3 employees were all hired by Xiao Xingyun. Chen Ning was the cashier, while Zhang Ting and Wu Xiaoxue were sales assistants, all of whom had experience working in jade and gemstone stores. Except for Zhang Ting, who was fired from her previous store, the other 2 were attracted by Xiao Xingyun's high sales. He initially wanted to hire 2 security guards, but couldn't find suitable ones. After inquiring around the neighboring store owners, they said that with daytime operations, security was not necessary. If someone attempted to rob, they could simply press the alarm and the nearby officers would arrive in about 5 minutes. Even if you hired a few security guards, could the rubber bat in their hands stop the robbers? Xiao Xingyun thought carefully and agreed, saving the salaries of 2 security guards. It's fine. Oh, I think it's okay now. We can open for a trial operation today to get a feel for it. Tomorrow morning, we will officially open, set off a few firecrackers, and display some floral arrangements, and that will be it, said Xiao Xingyun. Fat Luo paused. Aren't we inviting friends and family to come and celebrate? Actually, I just want to collect some gifts. Xiao Xingyun frowned, saying, collecting gifts from those oddballs is meaningless. If I were to invite gifts, I could only call over my college classmates. But inviting them would only be more troublesome. It's better not to invite anyone. Fat Luo hesitantly said, if you don't want to invite guests for gifts, then forget it. But my parents are not very assured about what I'm doing now. They always feel like I'm deceiving them. If you have time, could you come to my house and chat with my parents for a bit? Sure, actually, we've known each other for over a year, and I haven't been to your house yet. There's no time like the present. After saying this, Xiao Xingyun let the 3 employees handle the trial operation, bought some common gifts, and went home with Fat Luo to visit his parents. This was also a way to deepen their understanding as partners, so they wouldn't only know each other's phone numbers, WeChat IDs, and ID card numbers, but not where the other lived. If something happened, it would be awkward if they couldn't find each other. While in the car, Luo Pengzi told Xiao Xingyun that his parents were already worried when he bought the Porsche last time. Now hearing that he was opening a store with someone else, they were even more anxious and insisted on bringing Xiao Xingyun, this business partner, home for a chat to feel at ease. Pity the hearts of parents everywhere. Xiao Xingyun could understand Luo Pengzi's parents. If he were to flaunt his newly purchased Mercedes G-Class among his friends, his own parents' sister and brother-in-law would also be worried and would definitely call to ask if he was involved in any illegal dealings. Just then Luo Pengzi's phone rang. Luo squad leader, you asked me to inquire about old Ma Sis news last time he died, just a couple of days later. You didn't have anything to do with this, did you? A vigilant voice came from the phone. What? Old Ma Si is dead. You're not joking with me, are you? Luo Pengzi exclaimed in surprise. Who would joke about something like this? A life is at stake, it's not a joke. It wasn't me. Think about it, in my half-disabled state after hormone treatment, what could I possibly do? Just being bullied is enough to keep me entertained. I hope so. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now, or we'll talk later. The car was very quiet, and the other party's voice was loud. Xiao Xingyun had excellent hearing and faintly heard some things. Did Luo Pengzi really serve in the military? Did he go to the battlefield? After hanging up, Luo Pengzi looked at Xiao Xingyun with a puzzled gaze and said, Comrade Xiao, you killed old Ma Si, didn't you? Xiao Xingyun laughed exaggeratedly. Brother Pengzi, don't joke around as someone could get hurt. You know my situation, in the son of a peasant family from the mountains, 3 generations of poor farmers, just over a year after graduating from college. I'm the hope of our village. How could I possibly kill someone? That's true. I was just guessing randomly. Don't get excited. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Are you stupid? Old Ma Si ran an underground gambling stone business, often using unscrupulous means to deceive others, even kidnapping free gambling stone experts. He offended many people, and there are plenty who want him dead. Who do we think we are? Don't let any trouble fall on us. True that. I almost got dragged into trouble by that kid. Luo Pengzi let out a sigh of relief. While speaking, they had already followed Luo Pengzi's directions into a high-end community where security was strict and the environment was very nice. Before entering, Luo Pengzi reminded Xiao Xingyun, my parents are very nice. Just answer honestly if they ask you anything. We have no secrets to hide. Okay. Xiao Xingyun readily agreed. Luo Pengzi opened the door and called into the house. Mom and Dad, I brought my friend Xiao Xingyun back. As soon as Xiao Xingyun changed into slippers, he saw 2 elderly people in military uniforms appearing to be in their 50s. The man was serious and handsome, while the woman was kind and beautiful, exuding an aura of grace. Luo Dezao's parents were both soldiers, and still active duty. While Luo Pengzi, you really don't play by the rules. With such a family background, why are you setting up a stall at the city god temple? Is there something wrong with your head? Luo Pengzi's mother smiled and said, you must be Xiao Xing, right? I often hear Dazhao mention you. You are his apprentice in the jade business, but following him, no matter how much talent you have, it's all in vain, like jade covered in dust. Andy, you're joking. I've learned a lot about jade from Pengzi. He is my mentor in entering this field. Xiao Xingyun, this wasn't a lie. When Xiao Xingyun first entered the field, Luo Pengzi had indeed taught him Hansen for a while. This was also the reason he worked hard to help Luo Pengzi after gaining his insight. Luo Pengzi's father scrutinized Xiao Xingyun seriously for a moment, feeling that this young man had a sense of righteousness. He then said, Xiao Xing, take a seat. Dazhao, go make a pot of Longjing tea for our guest. All right, I'll go right away. Luo Pengzi responded, and dragging his 200-pound body, quickly went to brew tea. While Luo Pengzi's parents chatted, Xiao Xingyun noticed some photos displayed on the TV cabinet. There were pictures of Luo Pengzi's parents. When they were young, they were indeed a handsome man and a beautiful woman. It was hard to believe they could have such a son as Luo Pengzi. Did they swap him at the hospital? However, there was also a family photo of the 3 of them. Who was the tall and robust young soldier with a sunny disposition standing in the middle of them? His handsome features were only a little less striking than Xiao Xingyun's. Seeing Xiao Xingyun's gaze, Luo Dezao's mother took the initiative to introduce, this is Dazhao, how he looked before he was injured. After his injury, the medical conditions on the border were quite harsh, and his wound became infected. To save him, some experimental hormone drugs were used, leading to subsequent weight gain, and he had no choice but to retire. In order to prove Dezao's excellence, his mother took out his merit medal and some old photos from a drawer. Xiao Xingyun was dumbfounded, his heart greatly shaken. It turned out that Luo Dezao's bragging was all true. Of course, when this guy said he was a war king, that must be false. Why don't you say you're a god of war? After Luo Dezhao poured the Longjing tea for everyone and saw Xiao Xingyan's expression, he smiled proudly and said, "So brother didn't deceive you, right? Then why did you set up a stall at the city god temple? With your experience, transitioning to a local job would definitely land you a small leadership position, right? This is just a personal hobby of mine, it's better left unsaid." Luo Pengzi had a look of loneliness at the top. His father mercilessly rebutted superstition, because during an enemy attack, he wore a jade safety amulet around his neck, which altered the bullet's trajectory, narrowly missing his heart. Because of this, after returning from the border, he immersed himself in the jade circle, preferring to sell on the street rather than take a proper job. When superstition was mentioned, Xiao Xingyun was not sleepy anymore. His recent experiences were something even a professional ghost catcher couldn't explain. After some understanding, both parties communicated quite pleasantly. Luo Pengzi's parents said they worked in the logistics department of the city's garrison as ordinary grassroots workers. Xiao Xingyun said he was an ordinary son of a farmer. After graduating from college, he learned a little about gambling stones, earned some small money, and opened a small jade shop to make ends meet. Seeing the sincere expressions and genuine words from each other, they chose to believe what each other said. After finishing lunch at Luo Pengzi's house, Xiao Xingyun took his leave. Driving the Mercedes G-Class and leaving the community, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn ordinary grassroots workers, if I hadn't accidentally seen the job titles in your pockets, I might have almost believed you. Now Xiao Xingyun understood what Luo Pengzi had said before about impulsively posting a picture of his newly purchased Porsche on social media, which led to a night of questioning from his parents. They were afraid that someone would use their son Luo Dezhao to give gifts, leading them to make mistakes. After Xiao Xingyun left, Luo Dezhao's parents felt very gratified, calling him over to say, "Your friend is quite good, sincere, and down-to-earth, knows how to be grateful, and is someone we can get along with. If any troubles arise in the store that we can't resolve, you can give me a call." Returning to the Tuan villa, Xiao Xingyun parked the car and, carrying some fruit, was about to head back to his room when he noticed a familiar face in the adjacent courtyard waving at him. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback, not expecting to see Qin Tianxi, the young master of the Qin auction house next door. They had interacted at the auction venue and exchanged contact information, and they were currently WeChat friends. Xiao Xingyun remembered that a long-haired beauty lived next door, skilled at playing the piano. Occasionally, when they saw each other across the courtyard, they would nod in acknowledgement. The downside of a townhouse is that the courtyard is quite low. At the top, there are iron railings with large gaps, allowing one to see everything happening in the neighboring yard clearly. If one wants to conduct some private matters, the only option is to drive into the underground parking garage and take the independent elevator upstairs. What is young Master Qin doing here? I remember my neighbor is a beauty, Xiao Xingyun joked with a smile. I'm a friend of Tangshi, as you know. Today I arranged for a few senior figures from the music circle to help her create a personalized song. Those scoundrels from the music circle have no sense of time. Half an hour after the agreed time, and I still hadn't seen them. Unable to sit still, I went to the courtyard for a smoke. Qin Tianxi explained, raising the cigarette in his hand, and even offered to give Xiao Xingyun one. Xiao Xingyun waved his hand, smiling as he declined. "Thanks, but I don't smoke. By the way, do you still have any premium jadeite?" Qin Tianxi suddenly asked. "My shop is currently short on top-quality materials as I need to prepare several highlight pieces for the upcoming jewelry exhibition in Xiangjiang. I have a few pieces of premium material, but it depends on young Master Qin's offer," Xiao Xingyun replied, as he was indeed in need of money. If he could exchange the jadeite for cash, it might help resolve Su Qing's family's debt issues. I might not raise the price recklessly like Gu Qingqing, but I will definitely offer above market value. If you're interested, let's set a time for an appraiser to evaluate it, and then we can discuss further. Sounds good. Let's talk later, so I won't keep you from your date with the beauty," Xiao Xingyun said, turning to head towards the door. "Don't get the wrong idea, Tangshi and I are just friends, not what you think." Qin Tianxi said this, glancing back at the living room of the villa with a hint of guilt. "Haha, no need to explain. I believe you, don't I?" Qin Tianxi glared in frustration, thinking to himself that he would like that too, but she simply ignored him. Despite having money, Tangshi's background was no less impressive. Otherwise, with his financial power, he would have won her over long ago. Returning to his own living room, Xiao Xingyun saw Su Qing curled up in the corner of the sofa, her eyes red, as she spoke on the phone with her parents, her voice somewhat hoarse, likely from crying. Upon seeing Xiao Xingyun return with fruit, Su Qing quickly wiped away her tears and exchanged a few more words with her parents before hastily hanging up. "What's with the tears again? Didn't I say I would find a way to help your father with the debt issue once things settled down?" Xiao Xingyun sat down beside her, wrapping her in his arms, comforting her softly. "Mom, I don't want to cry either, but I just can't help it," Su Qing said softly as she nestled into Xiao Xingyun's embrace. "But you can't cry anymore. If your voice gets hoarse, how will you sing later?" "Listen, you're already hoarse." "I'm not crying, but it's just that last night was too exhausting and my throat hurts a bit. I just need to rest a little." "It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you overexert your voice," Xiao Xingyun admitted immediately. Holding her soft body, He promised from now on I'll walk the straight path and steer clear of these shady dealings. Stop being so annoying, Su Qing said shyly, playfully punching his chest. Xiao Xingyun cheered her up, opening the fruit he had just brought back, and fed her a banana. After she finished eating, he went to the basement preparing to find a few pieces of premium jadeite rough to cut and sell to Qin Tianxi. The basement of the villa had been meticulously treated for moisture and water resistance, with bright lighting and an excellent ventilation system. Here unearthing jade wouldn't be too taxing. Xiao Xingyun selected a few medium-sized premium rough stones with the jade flesh showing shades of red and green. However, he was not entirely certain if they would meet the premium standards. His X-ray vision allowed him to see most internal features, but some finer details might not be accurate. For instance, using his X-ray vision, he could see a patch of green inside the jade rough, but the exact shade was hard to gauge. The difference between the green of glass jade and ice jade is hard to discern under X-ray vision. However, once cut, it becomes immediately clear. Moreover, among jade rough of the same water type, there could be dozens of different grades of green. Each shade could vary in price by several times, or even tens of times. For example, the Xinjiang green and oil green, both of which are ice jade rough, although they belong to the green category, the price of Xinjiang green is hundreds, even thousands of times that of oil green. The market prices are indeed outrageous. Xiao Xingyun placed a piece of rough jade into the stone unearthing machine, closed the dust cover and soundproofing hood, and pressed the automatic stone unearthing switch. However, the noise was still tremendous, so he had to put on noise-canceling headphones and marked lines on the recently selected rough stones. He couldn't keep using his X-ray vision indefinitely, he needed to conserve it. After all, such strange energy could only generate an extremely weak amount of energy during regular meals. A large amount of strange energy could only be hoped to be absorbed from ancient jade or other antiques. The older the item, the more energy it contained. After working until dark, Xiao Xingyun washed the 5 pieces of premium jadeite he had unearthed with clean water. Under the light, the jade was crystal clear, requiring no polishing or grinding. Anyone who looked at it would recognize its considerable value. I hope young Master Qin won't be too unreasonable. If he tries to undercut me too much, even if I'm in dire need of money, I won't make the deal, Xiao Xingyun said as he walked out of the basement. He saw Su Qing wearing home pajamas, busy in the kitchen. A partner who can handle both the living room and the kitchen and share the bed is truly a blessing that takes 8 lifetimes to earn. Honey, you take a rest. The meal will be ready soon, Su Qing called out to Xiao Xingyun as she heard the noise. Outside, she called him Brother Yun, but at home, she directly called him Honey, and in bed there were even more names. Today's girls have been corrupted by the knowledge from the internet. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Xingyun went back to his room to take a shower, then went to the balcony to fetch the dried bed covers. However, while folding them, he noticed a stain of blood on the sheets from their last sleep that hadn't been cleaned. So I'll have to buy 2 new sets of sheets. This one will be kept as a souvenir, Xiao Xingyun sighed, feeling a bit pained. At that moment, his phone rang, and when he took it out, he saw it was a call from his mother. Mom, have you eaten? Xiao Xingyun asked. We're currently building a house, so we had an early dinner. We've already eaten, she replied. How's the house coming along? How much more do you need? We're about to build the 2nd floor, but recently the prices of construction materials have risen. The original budget is insufficient. Your father says we seem to be short by 20 or 30,000. This house is for your wedding, and your father wants it to be a bit grander and not skimp on expenses. Haha, indeed, we can't be frugal, otherwise we won't have the chance to repair it later. You don't have to worry about money. Business has been good lately, and I made some profit. I'll transfer some money to you via mobile banking shortly. No need to rush. Just ensure you have enough for yourself. You must eat well and not ruin your health to save money. The two chatted about family matters for a long time before hanging up. After the call, Xiao Xingyun immediately transferred 50,000 to his parents, fearing he might forget when he got busy later and cause them financial difficulties. As parents from a village in Sichuan, they were somewhat biased towards sons treating Xiao Xingyun exceptionally well. The reason they asked him for money recently was due to a promise he made to them before the house was built. As parents, their greatest wish was to build a beautiful house for their son, and if they could find him a lovely daughter-in-law, their wishes would be fulfilled. However, Xiao Xingyun's situation was too complicated to tell his parents the truth. He could only send them money every now and then to help them live a better life. Honey, dinner's ready. Su Qing, dressed in an apron, stood by the dining table, calling Xiao Xingyun for dinner, like, coming. Xiao Xingyun replied and hurried to eat, as there were many things to do later in the evening, and Xiao Xingyun believes that he should first handle serious matters before indulging in frivolous activities. Su Qing, on the other hand, spends her days singing, dancing, and live streaming, which clearly falls into the latter category. The serious matter at hand involves the analysis and summary of the store's accounts. Since it was the first day of trial operations after closing for the night, the cashier Chen Ning sent the day's transaction details to Xiao Xingyun. The current payment system is a highly developed software, making it quite easy for the owner to check the accounts. He just needs to compare the quantities sold with the inventory. To assess the total sales amount, a quick glance suffices. Estimating discounts and losses is also straightforward. After all, there's a weekly reconciliation and a monthly inventory count, so as long as the owner is somewhat prudent, employees won't be able to tamper with the accounts. On the first day of trial operations without any promotion, the store surprisingly achieved a revenue of 248.0 yuan, and after deducting costs, the profit is around 0 yuan. Xiao Xingyun was dumbfounded. Opening a store indeed proves to be highly profitable. If he were to set up a stall, it would take him a year to earn the same 0 yuan. Most of the items sold were small, exquisite pieces, with the most expensive being a jade bracelet, icy blue with floral patterns, but it wasn't completely translucent, so it was priced at 128.0 yuan. They sold out on the very first day of trial operations. The spending power of women in Shanghai is truly frightening. Awesome. Xiao Xingyun felt a rush of excitement and immediately contacted Fatty Luo to prepare for the items for the official opening tomorrow. As he didn't invite friends or family, he had to pay out of his own pocket for flower baskets, red ribbons, and fireworks. Just as he finished giving instructions, he saw someone in the university group sending out red envelopes. Seeing the red envelope, he instinctively grabbed it. After opening it, Xiao Xingyun realized he had only managed to see 0.52 yuan, an amount too trivial. Could it be that his luck had been exhausted at the stone gambling venue? Hence, he couldn't snag a substantial fortune from the red envelope. Upon closer inspection, the amounts others received were even less than his, which immediately reassured him. What made Xiao Xingyun even more relieved was that he had somehow become the luck king with 0.52 yuan. Huh. Oh, my class leader, who with dozens of people in the class, what's the point of sending a 10 yuan luck red envelope? Hu Guoqiang, you dog, grabbing your red envelope isn't even enough to cover my data fees. With such a small envelope, how dare you advertise? I'm going to blacklist you. The class group was in an uproar, all cursing Hu Guoqiang. Only class leader who could provoke such anger from sending a red envelope. Hu Guoqiang, without any embarrassment, shamelessly advertised, "Tonight at 9:30 p.m., I'll be live streaming for the first time, hoping my fellow classmates will support me and come in to liven up the atmosphere." Support what? I'm busy. I'm having a baby tonight, no time. I just don't want to support you, no excuses. Seeing the situation turning unfriendly, Hu Guoqiang quickly said, "I just sent out a red envelope. Now it's time for the luck king Xiao Xingyun to send one." Xiao Xingyun rolled his eyes. Does he expect me to send one? Does he think I have no pride? Stop nagging. If you want everyone's support, just send a big red envelope, or else everyone will team up to go to your live stream and roast you. Xiao Xingyun asserted. His upper bunk buddy Fu Buqi immediately chimed in. Yes, Xiao Zhou is right. If the class leader doesn't send a red envelope, we'll disrupt your live stream. 10,086. Hu Guoqiang was bombarded by the group. If he didn't appease everyone, there would surely be trouble when he started streaming. Reluctantly, he cursed under his breath and sent a 200 yuan red envelope. Xiao Xingyun managed to grab 17.8 yuan this time. Although it wasn't much, he was delighted, feeling thrilled to have taken advantage of Hu Guoqiang. This time, everyone was satisfied, and someone asked, "Class leader, what are you planning to sell during your live streaming set?" "We're all classmates, so I won't deceive anyone. I went to Really for this live stream and met a jade merchant who supplies at low prices, allowing me to buy genuine jade for just a few hundred yuan." Buying genuine jade for just a few hundred yuan? You must be kidding. You don't understand. The real price of jade is actually cheap. It's just that unscrupulous merchants inflate prices at every level, resulting in the high prices we see in the market. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Xingyun. He sells jade pendants at 1 to 2,000 yuan each, and he managed to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class just from selling at stalls, so you can imagine how much he profits. I'm much more honest than Xiao Xingyun. I'm only selling for 980 yuan. Ask him if he dares to sell at this price. Damn it. Xiao Xingyun was furious. What's your game? Why do you have to step on me to rise? Aren't you afraid of falling? If you want to discuss jade with me, do you believe I can outsmart you in seconds? Some classmates lacking knowledge about jade and not particularly bright were actually incited by Hu Guoqiang to ask Xiao Xingyun directly. Boss Xiao, is what the class leader said true? Genuine jade for a few hundred yuan each. You earn a Mercedes-Benz G-Class just selling jade at stalls in a year. Xiao Xingyun initially wanted to retort whoever he could, but then realized that this was a pit dug by Hu Guoqiang for himself. If he could toss Hu Guoqiang into this pit, wouldn't that be even more satisfying? As for whether it would hurt him more than it would hurt Hu Guoqiang, he didn't care at all. Life and death are trivial. If you don't agree, then fight. Thus Xiao Xingyun replied, "Class leader, you're quite the genius. Just a few days into the jade live streaming, and you've uncovered the truth about the jade market's pricing. Indeed, many jade trinkets on the market are just 9 yuan each, and they even include free shipping. Selling for 980 yuan, that's 100 times the cost price. Class leader, you can't deceive your classmates. The classmates in the group were astonished, exclaiming how lucrative the jade business was. Buying at 9 yuan and wanting to sell to them for 980 yuan was simply heartless. Buying at 9 yuan, Xiao Xingyun managed to sell to everyone for 1 to 2,000 yuan. That's truly greedy. No wonder he could buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class just a year after graduation. Hu Guoqiang was stunned. He thought he had only dug a pit for Xiao Xingyun, but he had essentially dug a grave. Damn it! How will I promote the products tonight? How will I fool my old classmates into buying? He was at a loss. Song Xiao laughed, but I almost laughed out loud. To think Boss Xiao is such a person selling jade for just 9 yuan apiece. Her family was quite wealthy, and her parents had taken her to buy various jade stones before, so she naturally knew the market prices. With her intelligence, she quickly understood the war between the two men. They had been rivals during their university days, both vying for the affection of Yang Yudi. Now, even after a year post-graduation, and with Yang Yudi back in Beijing, the two were still fighting here. As she smiled, the laughter gradually faded. I'm not lacking either. Why aren't two men fighting for me? Her upper bunk buddy Fu Buki quickly added, Class leader, get me 10 pieces of your 9 yuan jade, and I'll give you 100 yuan. No need for change. Hu Guoqiang fell silent, feeling embarrassed. After a while, he planned to stream secretly, leaving his classmates out of it. However, he had just sent out the streaming link, and when it was time to go live, many classmates still entered the streaming room to watch him sell products. Su Qing was still live streaming in her room upstairs, while next door the female neighbor Tang Shi's house was quite noisy. Late at night, loud beats and drum sounds of DJ music echoed, making him wonder if they were hosting a party or rehearsing. Xiao Xingyun frowned. It was too loud. No wonder this apartment was difficult to rent out before. He initially thought it was just occasional piano music, but it turned out to be a mix of heavy bass that shook his glass windows, causing a buzzing sound. Forget it, it's still not time to sleep, so I'll endure it a bit longer. To kill time, Xiao Xingyun casually opened Hu Guoqiang's streaming room and saw him boasting about a low-quality Buddha statue made of bean seed jade, spitting saliva everywhere. Everyone, look at this material, it's genuine natural jade. This carving technique rivals that of Su artisans crafted by a true master. Given this craftsmanship, is 980 yuan too expensive? Answer with your conscience, is it expensive? Xiao Xingyun almost burst out laughing. This was the most basic machine carving technique, and you have the audacity to claim it was done by a master. Thus he typed in the chat room, expensive. The live broadcast room of Hu Guoqiang had never been crowded, and with Xiao Xingyun's response, all the viewers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Xingyun added another jab. You sell something worth 9 yuan for 980. Who are you trying to fool? You are unkind, and I shall be ungracious. When it comes to dealing with enemies, Xiao Xingyun has always struck hard. Whether jadeite is expensive or not, the audience didn't know, but Hu Guoqiang was truly on the verge of kneeling. Operations mute him and kick him out of the live room. Hu Guoqiang was almost going crazy. Had he known, he shouldn't have provoked Xiao Xingyun today. This guy came in without even changing his name when seeking revenge. It was simply too despicable. Hu Guoqiang gritted his teeth in anger, but found himself powerless. No matter how he thought about it, after Xiao Xingyun finished his business, he felt enlightened and thoroughly pleased. The music from next door grew louder and louder. He frowned and couldn't help but call the property management office, asking them to persuade the female neighbor next door to not go overboard. Whether you are Qin Tian's girlfriend or the one he is pursuing, if you provoke me, I will retaliate without hesitation. The call connected and Xiao Xingyun explained the noise situation next door. The property staff on duty replied awkwardly, we will contact Ms. Tang in a timely manner, but don't hold out too much hope. Ever since she bought the house here, complaints have not stopped, and even calling the police hasn't resolved anything. In your row of villas, there are 3 households. She is in the middle, and the owners on either side couldn't handle her and have all moved away. Calling the police is useless. Her family's background is that impressive. Although I don't want to admit it, that's the reality. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingyun cursed angrily. With such a powerful family, why buy a townhouse? Wouldn't a standalone villa be more appealing? Indeed, the property's persuasion was ineffective. Until Su Qing finished her broadcast, the noise from next door didn't diminish. Honey, it's so noisy next door today. What are they doing? Are they having a party? Su Qing was affected by today's live broadcast and complained with a pitiful expression. I don't know what's gotten into her. Let me ask a friend. Xiao Xingyun took out his phone and called Qin Tianzi. Soon Qin Tianzi answered, and it was quite quiet on his end, just some applause and panting sounds indicating he should not be next door. Boss Xiao, why are you calling me at this hour? I'm quite busy. Is there an urgent matter? Sorry, I just wanted to ask if you were still next door. That friend of yours appears so gentle on the surface, but inside she's wild. The music from her home is keeping me awake. This afternoon someone helped her write a dance track, and she insisted on adding DJ mixing. With her temperament, she definitely didn't practice in a recording studio. I can't manage this. You can communicate directly with her. I'll give you her number. Oh, I have to hang up, I'm too busy. After finishing this call, instead of calming down, Xiao Xingyun felt even more furious. That damn Qin Tianxi living it up every night, showing no consideration for the feelings of single dogs. Xiao Xingyun hadn't finished cursing when he noticed Su Qing sitting on the edge of the bed, rubbing her legs with her feet clad in black stockings. Su Qing, with her watery eyes, gazed intently at Xiao Xingyun and shyly said, "Honey, it doesn't matter that there's noise next door. After all, we can't sleep anyway." As the ancient saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Su Qing was fanning the flames. Out of safety concerns, Xiao Xingyun could only help extinguish them. With the rhythmic music from next door, the two swayed back and forth, almost battling until dawn. At 8 in the morning, Xiao Xingyun, feeling drowsy, drove to the Changhuang Temple. Luo Ponzi had just parked his car as well, and the two walked out of the parking lot simultaneously. "Good morning, President Xiao." Luo Ponzi greeted with a grin. "Good morning, President Luo." Xiao Xingyun decided to exchange compliments with him. Huh. Luo Ponzi was overjoyed, pulling out a brand new box of business cards from his pocket and handing one to Xiao Xingyun. "My jadeite store opens today. Oh, I hope to receive your support in the future." Xiao Xingyun decided to play along with this fool and smiled. "What a coincidence, my jadeite store also opens today, but I forgot to print business cards. I'll make up for it later." Luo Ponzi grinned, feeling unsatisfied, and deliberately passed through the stall area. Seeing familiar faces, he would hand out a business card and casually say, "My jade store opens today. I'll come by for tea when you have time. If you need to adjust inventory temporarily, you can also come to me. Prices are negotiable." Luo Dezhao had a cheerful personality and was friendly to everyone. He spread his business cards around, inadvertently attracting a lot of potential business to the jadeite store. Xiao Xingyun was also happy to see the fat guy drawing attention, helping him catch the spotlight. When someone nearby inquired, he simply said he was Luo Pangzi's partner, just a small shareholder. Yes, a small shareholder who only owns 70 of the shares. Hu Guoqiang had worked hard for several hours during last night's live broadcast, but hadn't sold a single jadeite. He believed it was Xiao Xingyun's interference that caused this, and was so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. He had purchased over 200,000 yuan worth of merchandise from a jadeite merchant in Rueli, thinking he would make a fortune and buy a Mercedes-Benz G. But he hadn't sold a single piece. He was anxious and needed to find an expert in jadeite to inquire about the real prices of this batch, so he could continue selling in the live room. Thus, early in the morning, he arrived at the Changhuang Temple stall area, holding a few inferior jade pieces, and approached a kind-looking middle-aged man to inquire. "Excuse me, brother, how much is this Buddha figure worth?" Hu Guoqiang took out one of the Buddha figures and asked, "Oh, where did you buy this? How much did you spend?" The middle-aged vendor did not rush to give a price, but instead asked about the source of the jade. There are rules within the industry. If a customer buys a piece of jade from someone else for 5,000 and then comes to ask other vendors for a price, if the vendor quotes low, saying it's only worth 3,000, the customer will definitely seek a refund from the seller. Once the seller inquires, they will definitely trouble the vendor who quoted the low price, ruining that vendor's business. Therefore, experienced vendors will handle such situations calmly, asking about the details before quoting a market. Hu Guoqiang was also aware of the rules in the jadeite industry and quickly fabricated an explanation. "This was a gift from my friend. He said it cost 980 yuan. Can you tell me if it's worth that much?" So it was a gift from a friend. The middle-aged vendor let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "This Buddha figure is of the bean variety, with 2 cores of base covered in cotton spots. Moreover, due to machine carving techniques, its market price is around 500. If you buy a similar one from me, I can sell it to you for 450. Hu Guoqiang's heart sank at that moment. Damn, it seemed he had been deceived. The cost price he paid to the jadeite merchant in Rueli was already over 400. What could he even earn? He was not willing to give up and took the Buddha figure to find an older gentleman around 60 years old in the distance to inquire about the price. The old man was very straightforward. After asking about the source, a hint of mockery flashed across his face. "This thing isn't worth much. Giving this as a gift is simply fooling people. The purchase price is about 120 yuan, and the market price at a stall is around 450. I can sell it to you for 200 just to clear out my stock." Hu Guoqiang felt as if struck by lightning, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He had truly been cheated. The purchase price was only 120 yuan. Heaven, how could he recover his costs? How could he sell these pieces? Not willing to give up, Hu Guoqiang inquired about the various small jade trinkets he carried with him. The prices he received were all similar. The market price for the Buddha figure was 2 to 300, the ping and pendant was 2 to 300, and the small pichou was 2 to 300. "It's over. This is really the end." Hu Guoqiang felt hopeless, sitting down on a stone stump by the roadside, pulling his hair in regret. No wonder he hadn't sold a single piece in the live broadcast last night. Even after kicking Xiao Xingyun out, people continued to criticize him for being greedy and trying to pass off trash jade as treasure. Bang! Bang! The sound of several handheld firecrackers and the cheers for the opening interrupted Hu Guoqiang's thoughts. Looking up, he saw Xiao Xingyun standing at the door of a newly opened jadeite store, receiving congratulations and compliments from several beautiful female employees. Xiao Xingyun smiled as he distributed red envelopes for the opening. A wave of insane jealousy surged in Hu Guoqiang's heart, and he exclaimed incredulously, "This country bumpkin from the mountains actually has money to open a store. How is that possible?" He rushed over wanting to know how this country bumpkin could open a store and become a boss. "Humph, even if he is the real boss, I can still sell my jade to him. Perhaps his purchase price is cheaper than mine." Xiao Xingyun had just finished the opening ceremony. Although the process was simple, all the intended messages had been conveyed. Who doesn't wish for a prosperous business that brings in wealth daily? 3 beautiful female employees had already entered work mode dressed in customized high-end work attire with black stockings and small leather shoes exuding elegance and grace. With the looks of these 3 female employees, offering them such a high commission was certainly not a loss, as the store's business relied heavily on their initiative. It's just a matter of work enthusiasm. Luo Pengzi was also exhausted, dragging his 200-pound weight, wiping the sweat and oil off his face, and finishing off a bottle of mineral water in one go, his weight successfully increasing to 201 pounds. Since we didn't invite friends and family today, how about just the 2 of us go celebrate with a good meal? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Luo Pengzi asked. Sure, there's a beef noodle place across the street that's quite tasty. Luo Pengzi was instantly dumbfounded, celebrating the opening with just a bowl of beef noodles. Xiao Xingyun obviously didn't want to continue discussing what to eat. After yawning, he felt sleepy and really wanted to go back for a nap. Wait, if he's feeling sleepy, then that troublesome neighbor Tang Shi, who kept him up all night, must be tired too. Why not buy a super powerful subwoofer and let her experience the enthusiasm of a male neighbor? Thinking of this, Xiao Xingyun immediately perked up. Just as he was considering where to buy a speaker, he saw Hu Guoqiang rush in. "Sir, welcome." Before the 2 beautiful salespeople could finish, Hu Guoqiang was already inside. "This is none of your business. I'm looking for your boss," Hu Guoqiang said as he approached Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun frowned, his expression betraying his disgust. "Hu Guoqiang, what are you doing here?" "Xiao Xingyun, is this your jade shop?" Hu Guoqiang asked jealously. "Yes, I opened it with a friend." Xiao Xingyun pointed to Luo Dazhao beside him. "I said, how could you possibly afford to open a jade shop by yourself? By the way, I have a batch of finished jade products for sale at 500 yuan each. Are you interested in taking them?" Hu Guoqiang said, pulling out a handful of inferior jade carvings from his pocket. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi were dumbfounded, even doubting that their ears were functioning properly. Is this guy out of his mind? The pile of jade Hu Guoqiang was holding was so cheap that even a street vendor would look down on it. He actually had the audacity to bring it to his shop to sell, and he dares to package it for 500 yuan each. In the jade wholesale market, it would only cost 30 to 50 yuan each, and even that would be considered expensive. Hu Guoqiang felt a bit guilty, his bravado wavering. "What do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you agree or not? Just say something." Today was the opening day, and Xiao Xingyun didn't want to resort to violence. He held back his urge to hit Hu Guoqiang and said, "Why don't you take a look at the quality of the jade in my shop before you speak?" "Fine, I'll take a look. Don't think I don't know the market for jade. I work in new media and often deal with ads for jade shops." But as he spoke, Hu Guoqiang found himself losing his argument, because he noticed that the jade in Xiao Xingyun's shop looked stunning, shining under the lights, revealing the true charm of the gemstones. The Guanyin and Buddha statues were solemn and dignified, with intricate and lively carving lines, the texture delicate and clean. Most importantly, each finished product had color enhancements. For example, the Guanyin pendant had a piece of emerald green at the lotus throne, as if sitting on a real lotus leaf, while the body of Guanyin was a delicate milky white, embodying purity and holiness. Moreover, the overall thickness was substantial, with double-sided carvings. What were the Guanyin and Buddha statues in his hands? Not to mention, they were just single-sided carvings with stiff and simple lines that looked completely off, as thin as paper, and he had no idea how they were even made. He wasn't convinced before, but now comparing them side by side, Hu Guoqiang realized that the items he had were true. The finished jade products in Xiao Xingyun's shop were 10 to 100 times better than those in his hands. Of course, the prices were also 10 to 100 times higher. For instance, the Guanyin pendant he had just seen was priced at 19,800. Another slightly inferior Buddha statue was marked at 16,008. Nearby, there were also pendants shaped like jade, safety coins, cabbages, Pishio Qilin, rising fortunes, and surprising achievements, with prices starting at several thousand yuan. Hu Guoqiang gasped in shock and exclaimed, "The prices in your shop are way too high? With such high prices, how can you sell anything? Truly outrageous, just wait for it to close down." This completely infuriated Xiao Xingyun. Slap. He delivered a resounding slap across Hu Guoqiang's face. "Who do you think you are? Can't you watch your words? My shop just opened, and you're the first customer to come in, and you talk to me like this. As Xiao Xingyun scolded him, he raised his hand, wanting to slap him a few more times. Luo Ponzi was taken aback and hurriedly grabbed Xiao Xingyun, advising, President Xiao, let's calm down. Don't resort to violence. It's the first day of our shop opening. Hitting someone brings bad luck. Luo Ponzi was worried that if Hu Guoqiang got beaten up, it would cause trouble. Having the police show up on the first day of opening would be a laughingstock amongst their peers. Hu Guoqiang was dazed from the slap and was still in a state of shock. As he saw Luo Ponzi pulling Xiao Xingyun away, he plopped down on the floor screaming, help. The shop owner hit me. I'll call the police. It'll cost at least 300,000 to 500,000 to settle this. The two salespeople waiting at the door for customers were stunned, clearly not expecting Xiao Xingyun to be so hot-tempered on the first day of opening. Of course, they also thought that this foul-mouthed customer deserved a beating, but hitting him would definitely affect the shop. Just then, two middle-aged customers arrived, around 50 years old, dressed in high-end attire, clearly people of status. Gentlemen, welcome. If you need anything, I can assist you with the appraisal, the two salespeople greeted enthusiastically. What's going on in your shop? Clearly, they had seen Hu Guoqiang lying on the ground screaming. The female salesperson felt a panic rising in her heart. They didn't know how to explain, thinking it was over, as these customers might leave, killing any hope of a sale. At that moment, they heard Xiao Xingyun speaking to the downed Hu Guoqiang. Old classmate, stop making a scene. We have familiar customers in the shop. I need to attend to them, so why don't you head back first? We can chat later when we have time. Originally ready to cause a ruckus, Hu Guoqiang suddenly felt confused and found Xiao Xingyun's words quiet. So he stood up, rubbed his sore left cheek, and forced a bright smile. All right, then I won't cause any trouble. Old classmate, let's chat later when we have time. After saying that, Hu Guoqiang walked out calmly, as if nothing had happened. Luo Ponzi was left dumbfounded, wondering what just happened. Was this some sort of unique game between old classmates? One of the two men who had just entered was indeed an acquaintance, Lu Cheng, whom Xiao Xingyun had once saved using the Heimlich maneuver. He was a leader in the Water Conservancy Department of Hangzhou. Xiao Xingyun ignored Luo Ponzi's confusion and smiled as he welcomed them. Mr. Lu, you brought a friend today. How did you like the jade safety coin I sent you home with last time? Mr. Lu replied with a smile, I loved it. My friend here is a jade expert, and after seeing it, he thought the quality was exceptional and the price very reasonable. He specifically asked me to bring him along to pick out a few pieces he likes. After brief introductions, Luo Xingyun learned that the middle-aged man accompanying Lu Cheng was named Li Hongliang, his longtime friend and fellow aficionado of jade and emerald collection. Yet from their conversation and subtle cues, Luo Xingyun sensed that Li Hongliang also held a leadership position within the government system, senior in rank to Lu Cheng. Nonetheless, their bond was exceptionally close, permitting uninhibited ribald humor. Earlier, when Hu Guoqiang had playfully caused a minor commotion upon entering, it had not dampened their enthusiasm for appraising jade pieces. As they were acquaintances, Luo Xingyun bypassed the sales staff entirely and personally welcomed them, escorting them to the jade section while engaging in easy conversation and assisting with selection. Luo Fatso remained busy as well, standing behind the counter, retrieving items upon request and discreetly extolling the superior quality and exceptional value of their jade inventory. Li Hongliang was not merely a friend of Lu Cheng's, he had been deliberately brought along to support this newly opened shop, a plan settled well before their arrival. He made his selections without excessive scrutiny, a nephrite pendant carved in the motif immediate ennoblement, and a serpentine piece and safety plaque. In essence, this was one of Lu Cheng's ways of expressing profound gratitude for Luo Xingyun's life-saving intervention by actively patronizing his business. Li Hongliang understood this unspoken arrangement, yet could not resist offering mild critique. The jade material for the immediate ennoblement piece is decent, but the craftsmanship leaves something to be desired. Were it carved by a Suzhou master, its price would easily double. As for the piece and safety, plaque carving skill matters little. What counts is the purity and luster of the stone, and size and style depend entirely on personal resonance. The two pieces were priced at 98,000 yuan. Though he offered candid appraisal, Li Hongliang did not haggle. Such was his unapologetic generosity. Nor would Lu Cheng depart empty-handed. He chose an icy soft jadeite cabbage pendant, intending to gift it to his wife. Just as they were finalizing payment, Luo Fatso's parents arrived. Though dressed casually, their bearing unmistakably betrayed military discipline. Sir, madam, welcome to our store. The sales assistant offered a polished professional smile, only to have it half fade when Luo Fatso's mother said gently, we're here to see Luo Dezhao. Young ladies, thank you for your efforts, but there's no need to attend to us. Ah, of course, the assistant replied, inwardly disappointed, yet fully aware that, though the owners hadn't formally invited friends or family for the grand opening, close relatives who'd heard the news would inevitably drop by. Well, perhaps excluding the young man who'd just been beaten. Dezhao, are you busy? His mother called out. Mom, Dad, what brings you here today? Luo Dezhao was both surprised and delighted, quickly stepping out from behind the counter to greet them. You knew about today's opening, yours and Xiao Zhao's, so naturally we had to come see for ourselves. His mother explained with a warm smile. Luo Dezhao's father, Luo Kaiyuan, traditionally reserved, merely nodded faintly. Luo Xingyun added warmly, Uncle Andy, please have a seat. Let Dezhao brew some tea for you. I'm tied up here for the moment. Of course, Xiao Xiao. You focus on your work, don't trouble yourself over us, Luo Dezhao's mother replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, Li Hongliang, who had been completing checkout, turned spotted Luo Kaiyuan, froze momentarily, swiped his card without taking the receipt, and hurried over. From afar, he extended both hands with evident warmth. Director Luo, what an honor. I never imagined meeting you here. Last time we met was at the Hangqing Military Logistics Procurement Conference. You are. Luo Kaiyuan looked puzzled, clearly unable to recall Li Hongliang's identity. Undeterred, Li Hongliang introduced himself earnestly. I'm Li Hongliang, Deputy Director of the Hangqing New Area Administrative Committee. After that procurement conference, we shared drinks together. Ah, old Li. That night you all got me thoroughly drunk. I nearly blacked out. Honestly, I can't recall much. My apologies. Luo Kaiyuan shook his hand warmly. Both men occupied high-ranking positions, but Luo Kaiyuan held procurement authority, while Li Hongliang oversaw a district housing several enterprises supplying military logistics support. When interests intersect, composure inevitably wavers. We were simply carried away by joy last time. My fault entirely for misjudging the measure. Are you free for lunch today? My friend Lao Lu from the Provincial Water Resources Department and I are visiting Shanghai and haven't decided where to dine. Since we're on your turf today, rest assured neither Lao Lu nor I will dare ply you with alcohol. Luo Kaiyuan, wary of private interactions with officials whose responsibilities overlapped with his own, politely declined. I'm truly sorry, but I have an important meeting scheduled at the office this noon. My wife and I happened to pass by, so we stopped in to see our son. We'll only stay a short while. Understood. Let's certainly meet again another time, Li Hongliang responded graciously without pressing further. Yet neither he nor Lu Cheng departed immediately. Instead, they resumed browsing jade and emeralds, saying they wished to select cicada-shaped pieces for their children, hoping such tokens would bring academic excellence. The cicada symbolizes sudden, brilliant achievement. Jade carvings featuring cicadas appear most often as pendants, though ornamental handpieces are also common. Li Hongliang proved intriguing. Earlier, he had chosen 2 pieces solely out of deference to Lu Cheng. Now that he knew Luo Dezhao was Luo Kaiyuan's son, he selected over a dozen jade and emerald pieces, totaling more than 200,000 yuan. At checkout, seemingly anxious that Luo Xingyun might misconstrue his motives, he added carefully, I'm a native of Hangqing. Lao Lu and I grew up together. Our ancestral courtyard was quite spacious. After demolition, the state provided generous compensation. Indeed, the same goes for me, and oldly Lu Cheng affirmed. Luo Xingyun smiled, nodding in understanding. Yes, a classic case of relocation-induced prosperity. Yet inwardly he wondered, why explain all this to me? I'm merely a small jade shop proprietor, not an inspector from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Then, watching Luo Dezhao's parents finish their tea and prepare to leave, he grasped the truth. They weren't explaining themselves to him. They were addressing Luo Kaiyuan directly, preemptively clarifying the legitimate origins of their wealth, lest he suspect impropriety and withdraw from further contact. Once Luo Kaiyuan and his wife departed, Li Hongliang and Lu Cheng followed suit. Before leaving, however, Li Hongliang exchanged WeChat contacts with both Luo Xingyun and Luo Dezhao, saying they could reach out anytime for jade or emerald requests, and he'd arrange express delivery. Luo Xingyun suspected Li Hongliang chiefly wanted Luo Dezhao's WeChat. Adding his own contact merely served as plausible, unobtrusive cover. Privately, Luo Xingyun admired Li Hongliang's finesse. Truly a master strategist befitting his senior. Given their distinguished status, Luo Xingyun had intended to host them for lunch, but they courteously declined, citing prior commitments to visit friends. Lu Cheng was a man of deep gratitude. Thus, he would repeatedly purchase jade from Luo Xingyun. Yet due to his official position, he consciously maintained respectful distance. Luo Xingyun surmised that the debt incurred by his earlier life-saving act would soon be repaid, perhaps after just a few more purchases. After all, they inhabited different worlds, if forcing proximity would discomfort them both. Yet now that they knew Luo Fatso's background and lineage, that repayment timeline would likely stretch indefinitely. Once the guests had left, Luo Xingyun asked immediately, Fatso, where nearby can I find a high-end audio store? The electronics tower across the street carries every kind of speaker system. Luo Dezhao replied. Good. I'll leave you to mind the shop while I handle some personal errands. With that, Luo Xingyun turned to go. Just as Luo Xingyun was nearly out the door, Luo Dao suddenly recalled, wait. Hold on. You still haven't explained what happened with that classmate you beat up earlier. How did he make such a fuss, yet leave so quickly after just 2 slaps? This was not only the confusion of Luo Dezhao, but also the question that the 3 employees wanted to ask. Xiao Xingyun simply replied, "You want to understand the bond between me and my old classmates. Remember that person from just now, he enjoys being hit. If it's too light, he won't feel satisfied, and might even blame others for not hitting hard enough." The few people in the store were dumbfounded. Can it be this way? What an unbelievable old classmate, he actually likes this. Truly something else. They remembered this and secretly decided that the next time they saw Hu Guoqiang they would give him a few slaps even harder than Xiao Xingyun did. Xiao Xingyun arrived at the electronic building purchasing a set of Dynaudio speakers along with a complete CD amplifier, spending over 200,000. However, he worried the volume wouldn't be loud enough, so he asked the boss to send a cheap amplifier. He wanted to run both. If one noisy speaker couldn't drown out Tang Shi, then he would use two together. The boss sent workers to deliver and install the equipment. A speaker worth over 200,000 was already considered high-end. Although he didn't understand what the young man wanted with a cheap amplifier, it didn't affect the quality of service. Upon returning to the villa, Su Qing had gone to school, and Xiao Xingyun instructed the workers to install the speakers on the wall closest to Tang Shi. Connecting the lossless sound quality USB drive sent by the boss, which was filled with death metal songs, Xiao Xingyun felt it was noise anyway, hence he had the boss copy it. Testing the sound was perfect. Turning up the volume, Xiao Xingyun nearly lost half his life. There was no need to turn on the cheap amplifier. The entire house was already shaking with the death metal music. Watching the installation personnel flee as if escaping, Xiao Xingyun had already understood the power of this sound system. He closed the door and dashed out of the house, running into the yard. He wanted to see how long the female neighbor next door could endure. 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Suddenly a window on the second floor next door was pushed open from the inside, revealing a frenzied face with disheveled hair. "It's so noisy. Can't you have a little civic sense? You'll disturb the neighbor's rest, do you know that?" Tang Shi, usually as gentle as a doll, was now dominated by her anger. She was so tired. Last night, she had called a band she frequently collaborated with to practice until dawn, and not long after finally falling asleep, she was awakened by this death metal music that made her feel like she was coming back to life. She was furious. She couldn't understand why there were such annoying people in the world. Previously, when they met in the yard, she had even nodded and greeted him, never expecting him to be such a person. Had she known, she wouldn't have looked at him twice before. "Who are you?" Xiao Xingyun glanced at her, pretending not to Tang Shi frowned in annoyance and shouted, "I am your neighbor Tang Shi, living right next to you. You need to turn down the noise immediately, or I will call the property management to have you kicked out. Don't think I don't know this place is rented. Even if you were Song Ci, it wouldn't matter. I play music during the day with more civic sense than someone playing at night. As for the property management, they can't control you, but can they control me?" Xiao Xingyun sneered. "Fine, just wait." Tang Shi made a threatening remark and slammed the window shut. Not long after, 4 property management staff arrived, standing at the gate of the villa and ringing the doorbell. Xiao Xingyun stood in the yard, saw the property personnel coming, and walked over without opening the door. "Do you have something?" Xiao Xingyun asked. "Mr. Xiao. Hello, we received a complaint from your neighbor, Miss Tang, saying that you have the volume of your speakers too high, affecting her rest. Could you please lower the volume? Last night, Tang Shi called a band to make noise in her house all night. I called you, or did you come to stop it?" "Well, our staff came, but Miss Tang wouldn't open the door, and we had no way to help. Then I won't open the door either. Do you have a way?" "Mr. Xiao, your approach makes it very difficult for us. We are just property management, and we only have the right to persuade. If the owner doesn't listen, the other party will call the police." "Well, then let Tang Shi call the police." "I heard that, Miss Tang has strong connections. If she really calls the police, I fear it will be you who suffers. Actually, my connections are also quite strong." The property management staff were still reasonable. After all, this was a villa area, and whether owners or tenants getting in was not easy. Given this, they could only respond to Tang Shi like this, ultimately returning to the original point of conflict between the two neighbors. However, the conflict remained unresolved. After the property personnel replied to Tang Shi, they did not dare to leave far, standing at a distance and secretly observing. Tang Shi, naturally unwilling to back down, immediately called the police. Before long, 2 officers arrived to understand the situation from Xiao Xingyun. Tang Shi stood by the window, seeing the officers arrive, and felt relieved. "This time, let's see how tough you are. Just a tenant daring to confront me, simply overestimating yourself. In Shanghai, my family is filled with connections and acquaintances. What do you have to compete with me?" She slightly raised her chin. Even though she was extremely tired, she felt a bit more spirited at this moment, wanting to see Xiao Xingyun's frustrated expression of admitting defeat. The property personnel standing not far away also craned their necks, wanting to see how formidable Xiao Xingyun's background really was. They saw the 2 officers walk to the gate of Xiao Xingyun's yard, chatting for a moment, nodding slightly, and then Tang Shi was dumbfounded, her eyes nearly popping out. These were the officers she had called through her connections. They had always worked like a charm before. Why were they ineffective today? What is going on? did Xiao Xingyun reveal an even stronger connection that scared these two officers away. The group of property personnel were also shocked. Xiao Xingyun had sent them away with just a few words, his connections apparently stronger than Tang Shi's. Alas, in conflicts between these two households, the only ones in trouble were the property personnel. They exchanged glances and left unable to provoke either side. As the two officers got into their patrol car, one said, Tang Shi is getting more and more excessive. Xiao Xingyun's music isn't loud at all. Oh, she just called the police on him. What does she think we are? From now on, if we receive any more complaints from her, we won't come anymore. The other officer replied, Yes, her noise is evidently louder. We've received dozens of complaints about her, yet she shows no signs of restraint. Now she wants to use our authority to impose sanctions on Xiao Xingyun. That's too much. Even if there are connections involved, we don't want to be part of that. It goes against principles. All right, let's do it that way. The two happily reached a consensus and drove away from Tian Villa District. Seeing her summoned officers leave, Tang Shi immediately opened the window and shouted at Xiao Xingyun, Fine, I'll give you that. Let's see who can outlast the other. I'm going to the hotel to rest up, and then tonight we will continue to play and see who is tougher. This girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, spoke harshly with more flair than anyone. She puffed her chest out proudly at Xiao Xingyun, full of fighting spirit, and after going downstairs drove off in a red Ferrari, leaving a cloud of dust. Xiao Xingyun managed to mislead two patrollers and did not feel as happy as he had imagined. When using the charm skill in his eyes, he encountered resolute individuals, which resulted in a strong resistance. He had almost failed just now. My eye abilities are still too weak. I need a substantial amount of energy and more jade eye fragments to enhance the strength of my powers. Contemplating his future plans, Xiao Xingyun entered the house and lowered the volume slightly so that when passing by the villa entrance the noise wouldn't be overwhelmingly loud. However, the bass was too powerful, with each beat causing the glass in the room to emit a buzzing roar. It felt just like a live concert in Hall D. The surrounding residents were bound to be unfortunate, as the entire building trembled with the rhythm. The new speaker needed some break-in time, and Xiao Xingyun left without turning it off. Back in the car, he sent a message to Su Qing informing her about the events at home, suggesting that she turn down the volume when she returned at night. At noon, Xiao Xingyun returned to the city god temple and shared a bowl of beef noodles with Luo Dezhao to celebrate the opening of the shop. While they were eating, Hu Lily, the owner of the Treasure Pavilion, surprisingly called. Boss Xiao, you really lack consideration. You didn't even inform me about the opening. Do you not regard me as a friend? Hu Lily said with a trace of grievance. Ms. Who, don't misunderstand. Today is the opening of the small shop, and I didn't inform any friends or family. I didn't even post anything online to avoid trouble. Xiao Xingyun explained, but inwardly he thought he really didn't dare to get too close to her for fear of an unclear demise. You promised me that you would inform me about the opening, yet you broke your promise. I've already called the manager at Shanghai and asked him to send 2 flower baskets to your shop. This is my intention, and you must not refuse. A fine thank you, Xiao Xingyun reluctantly agreed. I've nearly wrapped up matters in Rueli. I'll return to Shanghai in a few days, and we can drink together then. Let's see, when I've been quite busy lately. If I have time, we can make plans again. Xiao Xingyun hinted at a refusal. However, Hu Lily seemed to be oblivious to his hint of refusal and cheerfully said, All right, it's decided, let's. After hanging up, Xiao Xingyun stood there holding the phone, puzzled. He had always wanted to avoid Hu Lily. Why was she so actively approaching him? Was it merely because of that bizarre and sinister dream? Or was it because she regarded him as a lifesaver, simply expressing her gratitude? Luo Dezhao curiously asked, which beauty called. Trying to send you some benefits. Xiao Xingyun sighed. Sigh, what benefits? I can't be bothered to explain. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion will be sending flower baskets. You just need to accept them for me. I have an appointment with the young master of Qing's jewelry this afternoon, so I won't be returning to the shop. Luo Dezhao was quite smart and immediately guessed the truth. Oh. The manager of the Treasure Pavilion is sending flower baskets. So the woman who just called is Huss boss from the Treasure Pavilion. You're quite something. Oh, when did you get close to her? Did she actually come forward to send you flowers? Hey. Don't talk nonsense, we only know each other, we aren't close, Xiao Xingyun said, glancing at the time. My appointment with young Master Qin is about to start. You continue eating, I'll head out first. All right, drive safely. As Luo Dezhao continued to speculate about the relationship between Xiao Xingyun and Hu Lily, he suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Wait a minute, you're the big boss. Shouldn't you be the one treating today? Why am I the one left here to pay? Who told you to eat so slowly? Xiao Xingyun's voice came from afar. Luo Dezhao instantly felt that the beef in his bowl had lost its flavor. Luo Dezhao had many thoughts. He gradually understood that Xiao Xingyun was no longer that inexperienced college student. Because he had bought a piece of Qinghai material jade guanyin from him, he had been pestering him to teach him about jade knowledge. Xiao Xingyun's rate of growth was something he could hardly comprehend. In just a short year, he needed to follow behind him just to earn a living. Every field has its geniuses. There's nothing to be done The heavens reward those who work hard. It's his time to prosper. Luo Dezhao finished the last spoonful of soup before heading to the counter to settle the bill and walked back to the jade shop, Jin Yuliang Yuan, across the street. Before long, he saw the old manager of the treasure pavilion approaching from a distance with two beautiful female sales assistants, each carrying a large flower basket that was half a person tall. The old manager smiled warmly, and upon seeing Luo Dezhao, clasped his hands together and said, "You must be Boss Xiao, right? Truly impressive at a young age to have opened your own jade shop. You are bound to achieve great things in the future." "A Boss Xiao isn't here. I'm his partner Luo Dezhao. May I ask how to address you?" "Just place the flower baskets at the entrance, and let's go inside for tea." The old manager's eyes flickered with realization. Of course his own boss had always had high expectations, so why would he treat this 200-pound fat man so kindly? It turned out he had mistaken him for someone else. "I'm Yin, just call me Manager Yin. When Boss Xiao returns, please tell him I can't have tea. The matters in the treasure pavilion are busy, and I must take my leave." Saying this, Manager Yin clasped his hands again and turned to leave. The two beautiful female sales assistants who had come with Manager Yin recognized Zhang Ting, a former colleague from Jin Yuliang Yuan, and they could only chat for a moment before hurriedly following the manager out. Luo Dezhao escorted them to the door and felt that although Manager Yin appeared polite, he was extremely arrogant internally and did not wish to acknowledge him. If it weren't for Hu Lily's personal instruction, Manager Yin would never have entered such a small shop, let alone deliver flower baskets. To the left of Jin Yuliang Yuan was an antique shop called Zhu Hizhai, owned by Tang Qingping, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and no beard, wearing gold-rimmed glasses exuding the shrewdness of a businessman. When the jade shop opened today, Tang Qingping merely stood at the entrance of his shop to take a look and didn't even utter a word of congratulations. Seeing Manager Yin personally deliver flower baskets just now, he immediately changed his attitude and approached Luo Dezhao, offering a cigarette. "Young brother, your jade shop just opened today. How's business?" Tang Qingping struck up a conversation. Luo Dezhao chuckled. "Business is average. The profits are just hard-earned pocket money, unlike your antique business where you can make a fortune with just one deal." Young brother really knows how to joke. The antique business isn't easy nowadays either. Don't say you can eat for 3 years off one deal. If I could eat for 3 months, I'd be thrilled. By the way, do you know Manager Yin from the Treasure Pavilion? Haha, I don't know Manager Yin, but I'm quite familiar with Boss Hu from the Treasure Pavilion. Last time at the Gambling Stone event in Yu Province, Boss Hu even treated me to a meal and asked me for advice on gambling stones. I don't know what to call you, young brother. You've been to the Gambling Stone event in Yu Province. You even know Boss Hu. That's impressive. Haha, just call me Luo Dezhao. Oh, everyone in the city god temple calls me that. My skills in gambling stones can only be considered average. Ooh, I have a brother who is a real expert in gambling. Forget it. This matter must remain confidential and not be spoken of. Luo Dezhao's few words left Tang Qingping dumbfounded, instantly elevating him to the status of an expert, no longer treating him as a newcomer in the city god temple. While Luo Dezhao was misleading the neighbor next door, Xiao Xingyun had already driven to the Qin auction house, where Qin Tianxi awaited him with 2 jade identification masters at the front of the car. Xiao Xingyun brought 5 uncut jadeite stones today, which belong to the category of clear materials. This means there is less risk involved, making it easier to quote a price. "Xiao boss, we've been waiting for you like waiting for the stars and the moon. It's good to finally see you here." As a top-tier rich second generation who had taken over his family's important business early on, he was certainly not useless. Whenever it came to business, Qin Tianxi could befriend anyone from all walks of life. "Don't exaggerate, we still have 5 minutes until our agreed time," Xiao Xingyun said, pointing to the trunk of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "The 5 pieces of jadeite are in the trunk. Can you help me move them?" "Sure, don't worry about it. Even if it's 50 pieces, I wouldn't mind the effort. You 2 masters please help as well," Qin Tianxi said with a smile as he followed Xiao Xingyun, spotting the 5 jadeite stones in the trunk. He gasped in surprise. 2 pieces of icy green jadeite stones did not meet the Imperial Green standard, but were very close. Another piece was an icy red jadeite, and there was also a 3-colored icy jadeite in red, green, and yellow. The last piece was slightly larger, belonging to a fine white base blue variety, with some areas reaching icy texture. In the industry, this is referred to as white base blue, but even the same name can be classified into different grades. The finer the white base and the greener the blue, the price can vary by several times. However, Qin Tianxi knew at a glance that this large white base blue piece was a top grade among its kind. The white was fine and snowy, while the blue could reach a yang green level. Just how many bangles could be cut from such a large piece? How many exquisite pendants and other pieces could be made from the extracted bangle hearts? These are all excellent materials. Qin Tianxi exclaimed sincerely. Xiao Xingyun replied, "Of course they are all excellent materials. Since this is our first collaboration, I wouldn't possibly cheat you." As they spoke, the 5 pieces of jadeite were carried into the auction house's reception room. The Qin family also had a jadeite and gemstone jewelry store next door connected to the auction house, sharing the same office and reception area. The 5 pieces of jadeite were placed on a heavy conference table, while 2 jadeite appraisers equipped with professional tools were seriously assessing them. The staff brewed a pot of fine tea, while Xiao Xingyun and Qin Tianzi sat next to the tea table in the corner sipping tea and chatting. It seemed that no matter how the 2 jadeite masters assessed, it had nothing to do with the 2 of them. Xiao boss, I was busy when you called last night, so I apologize for any rudeness. Qin Xiao, no need for such formalities. It was my impetuosity that interrupted your sacred ceremony of applauding love with your companion. You know how it is with men. By the way, how did the matter with Tang Shi disturbing the peace last night get resolved? It wasn't resolved, as she yelled all night in her villa, and my girlfriend and I couldn't sleep a wink staying up with her until dawn. I had no choice but to buy a set of Dynaudio speakers at noon and play death metal music on loop in my house, hoping Miss Tang would appreciate it. Qin Tianzi was left dumbfounded. Was this really a method to handle things? Living next to you two is truly bad luck. Actually, since you're neighbors, it's better to resolve conflicts than to create them. When I have time, I'll host and invite you both out for drinks to smooth things over. Let's hope so, but with her personality, I see little hope. Last night, I had the property management contact her using the number you sent me, but I couldn't get through. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. These are minor issues that can be resolved later. At this moment, one of the jadeite appraisers said, Qin Xiao boss, we have completed the appraisal. All 5 pieces of jadeite are natural with no dyeing, enhancement, filling, or injection, and the quality is completely reliable. The estimated value of each jadeite stone has been written down and placed beside the stones for your reference. Good, thank you for your hard work, masters. Let us take a look first. As Qin Tianzi spoke, he and Xiao Xingyun walked to the table to view the appraisals. The 2 icy green jadeite pieces were valued at 28 million and 22 million respectively, in line with Xiao Xingyun's expectations. The icy red jadeite was valued at 15 million due to its smaller size and some mixed colors at the edges, but it was larger than the piece that Luo Pengzi cut out some time ago, and the cross-section was also large enough to produce several bangles and a dozen exquisite pendants. The 3-colored jadeite in red, green, and yellow was surprisingly valued at 35 million because all 3 colors were pure and clean, and the piece was relatively large. This was significantly higher than the 2 smaller all-green icy jadeite pieces. The largest white base blue piece was valued at 50 million. Its size was so substantial that even the 2 jadeite appraisers struggled to determine how many bangles could be cut from it, not to mention how many exquisite pendants and other pieces could be made from the excess material. Xiao Xingyun calculated that the total estimated price for the 5 pieces of jadeite was 150 million, which basically met expectations and aligned with market trends. However, in a transaction, negotiations are necessary. If the buyer states a price, wouldn't that be embarrassing for me as the seller? The appraisers from the Qin auction house surely had a bias towards Qin Tianzi, and their estimations were likely lower than what they had in mind. Thus, it was time for Xiao Xingyun to perform. He frowned and expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, only 1.5 billion. That's much lower than I expected. In the past, I collaborated more with Gu Qingqing, and I only thought of trying this place because I got along well with Qin Xiao yesterday. Sigh. This appraisal puts me in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzi felt it was not good and hurried to reassure him. Xiao boss, don't be anxious. This is just the appraisal from the 2 masters. If you feel it is inappropriate, you can state your price, and we can take our time negotiating. Xiao Xingyun smiled and said, I think 1.8 billion is more appropriate. This price is not arbitrary. I consulted jadeite appraisers before coming here to get an estimate. Qin Tianzi exchanged glances with the 2 appraisers, then sighed. Xiao boss, we can't accept that price. We would incur a loss. You cannot sell to me based on the estimates of the Gu jewelry appraisers. The Gu jewelry is just starting out and is in desperate need of materials. Their quoted prices are inflated and do not represent the general market. Oh, what is the highest price you can give? I chose to trade with Qin jewelry because I value its heritage. If the price is too low, I might as well continue collaborating with Gu Qingqing. Xiao Xingyun looked reluctant. Wait a moment, I'll discuss with the 2 appraisers, Qin Tianzi said, walking to a corner with the 2 appraisers to whisper a few sentences. Soon Qin Tianzi returned and smiled at Xiao Xingyun. Since this is our first transaction, let's be straightforward. I can offer you the highest price of 1.68 billion. This is my sincerity towards you, and I hope we can become friends and collaborate long-term. Xiao Xingyun gritted his teeth as if making a firm decision. Since Qin Xiao has said so, I will give you this face. Whether it is more or less, I really don't care. I just enjoy cooperating with straightforward people like you, Qin Xiao. Qin Tianzi felt something was off. Was he being tricked by Xiao Xingyun? This felt very much like a scheme from the moneyverse Mr. Ma and the oblivious Mr. Lu. To put it bluntly, there was a sense of déjà vu. While Qin Tianzi was in a daze, Xiao Xingyun had already shaken hands with him, happily concluding the transaction. Xiao Xingyun was a man of principles. In normal transactions, he never used any supernatural abilities. Jadeite is worth what it is worth. The price negotiated purely by verbal skills does not count as cheating. In just a short time, Xiao Xingyun made an additional 18 million through negotiation, feeling justified in earning his hard-earned money. After reaching an agreement, the atmosphere between both parties became relaxed and harmonious again. Xiao Xingyun provided his bank card number, and after Qin Tianzi signed, it was handed to the finance staff for the transfer. While waiting for the money to arrive, the two returned to the tea table and continued sipping the exquisite Longjing tea they had left unfinished. Qin Tianzi felt that his earlier performance was not perfect, so he continued to convey his business philosophy to Xiao Xingyun, as well as the status of Qin jewelry in the industry. Our Qin family is a long-established jewelry merchant with a steady business flow. No matter when you come to sell jadeite stones, we can absorb a large amount of quality supply and provide prices that align with market conditions without inflating or deflating prices. Stability is key. As for the Gu family, they used to specialize in antiques and have only recently entered the jewelry industry. They haven't even properly decorated their flagship store yet. Though Gu Qingcheng's current prices are high, if one day her business cannot continue, it could collapse at any moment. Well, even if it doesn't collapse, once she gets through the initial shortage period after opening, the acquisition prices will definitely align with the market. Choosing to work with us, the Qin family, is absolutely the right choice. Xiao Xingyun had been listening to Qin Tianzi's awkward bragging. If it weren't for the money not being deposited, yet he would have left long ago. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Tianzi was drying his throat drinking tea, Xiao Xingyun finally found a chance to interrupt his brainwashing bragging. By the way, do you know about the origins of the Treasure Pavilion? Recently, people in the circle have been saying that the Treasure Pavilion snatched the jade-eye fragments from Big Gold Tooth. Is it true or not? Qin Tianzi's expression changed slightly. He looked around before whispering mysteriously, "You've asked the right person, but the waters here are too deep for you to grasp. I advise you not to inquire further to avoid trouble. That woman who Lily from the Treasure Pavilion is truly vicious. Anyone who collaborates with her will face trouble. Forget it, I won't say more. Those who understand will understand, and those who don't, I have no way to explain." Xiao Xingyun was dumbfounded. Wasn't this just a way of speaking like a master of understanding? I just wanted to inquire about who Lily's background and whether the jade-eye fragments had appeared in the antique market. Why are you giving me all this vague talk? Who's trying to scare whom? After receiving the notification of the transaction, Xiao Xingyun immediately took his leave, not wanting to listen to Qin Tianzi's nonsense any longer. He felt that this guy was definitely doing it on purpose and had no intention of informing him about the treasure house. Perhaps it was true what he said. Hu Lily was an extremely dangerous woman with methods that were particularly ruthless. People in the circle dared not discuss her in private. Qin Tianzi escorted Xiao Xingyun to the entrance of the auction house. Xiao Xingyun waved and walked towards the parking lot. Just as he reached his car, he saw his former roommate Zhang Hao riding an electric scooter with a beautiful girl turning the corner. The girl was someone Xiao Xingyun vaguely remembered, an employee of the Qin auction house named Lu Wenjing. When Xiao Xingyun's eye ability upgraded for the first time, he noticed a small tumor in her liver and had advised her to go get a checkup. The checkup revealed early-stage liver cancer. He had heard from Zhang Hao recently that he had been accompanying Lu Wenjing for treatment, and their relationship had quickly warmed up. From their intimate gestures and sharing a vehicle now, it seemed they were dating. Seeing Xiao Xingyun, Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Yunzi, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the Changwang Temple selling goods today?" Xiao Xingyun hadn't posted about opening his shop on social media or informed his friends and family. So many people were still unaware that he had opened a jade store. "Don't be so informal, just call me Brother Yan." Xiao Xingyun corrected him with a serious face. "Sure, Xiao Yunzi," Zhang Hao readily agreed. Lu Wenjing, who was standing beside them, couldn't help but laugh and called out, "Hello, Brother Yan. I saw your photo with Xiao Hao on his phone and only then realized you two knew each other. What a coincidence. I've been wanting to thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might not have thought to go to the hospital for a checkup. You don't have to be so polite. I learned a bit of observation, inquiry, auscultation, and palpation from an old Chinese medicine doctor in my hometown for 2 years. It was just a lucky guess," Xiao Xingyun replied. "By the way, have you had surgery? Have you had a follow-up check?" "Yes, because it was discovered early, it was considered early-stage liver cancer. I had minimally invasive surgery, and during my follow-up yesterday, the doctor said the operation was very successful. As long as I maintain good health, it should not recur." Lu Wenjing smiled and replied, "So today I came with Xiao Hao to Qin's jewelry to buy a jade guanyin pendant for protection. They say men wear guanyin while women wear Buddha. Why did you choose the jade guanyin instead of the jade Buddha?" "I like guanyin. It's said that guanyin bodhisattva can bless all beings with peace," Lu Wenjing responded. Xiao Xingyun suddenly smiled oddly and said, "You and Xiao Hao are quite compatible, He also likes guanine, particularly the one seated on the lotus pedestal. Bro, brother Yin, please don't say such things. Zhang Hao's face flashed a trace of panic. He had just called him brother Yin, clearly feeling guilty and not wanting Xiao Xingyin to continue. Zhang Hao was quite anxious. Had he known it would turn out like this, he would never have shared premium seats with Xiao Xingyun or discussed which movies were good with him. Now this guy was actually revealing this in front of his girlfriend, which was simply too despicable. Lu Wenjing looked confused, not understanding what they were talking about. Most guanine pendants were seated, so what was so strange about that? Haha, you two go ahead and browse. I'll head back first, Xiao Xingyin said as he was about to leave. Zhang Hao suddenly called out, brother Yin, don't rush off. You're an expert in jade, help us pick a jade guanine pendant for Wenjing. We'll treat you to dinner tonight, anywhere you want. Aren't both of you employees of the auction house? Can't you appraise and identify the items yourselves? We're just entry-level employees. We can't identify jade. We can do some rough work, but we can't handle the finer details. While the jade in the store is quite expensive, why don't you go to the flea market at the Chenghuang Temple? Because we are employees of the Qin auction house, we can buy one item each year with an employee card and enjoy a 50% discount, but the original price cannot exceed 100 yuan. Employees get a half-price discount. That's fine, it'll accompany you to take a look. If the price is acceptable, if it's too expensive, it'll take you to the Chenghuang Temple to buy. I have acquaintances there, and of course you can also buy from me. Thank you, brother Yin. If it weren't for the internal 50% discount, we would have bought from you long ago. Xiao Xingyin smiled and did not try to persuade them further. The marked prices at jewelry stores were basically 3 to 5 times the cost price. Even if he gave them a half-price discount, the boss would still profit significantly. However, jadeite, and these items are all about the mood and fate of the purchaser. If they could find a jade guanine they liked at Qin's jewelry, buying it would be a matter of destiny. Qin's jewelry was large and elegantly decorated with sections for gold and platinum jadeite and miscellaneous items. The miscellaneous section was actually more interesting, including items like amber turquoise, opal agate, and obsidian. Don't underestimate these small items. Their profits are often more astonishing, making more money than mainstream jewelry like jadeite and jade. For example, a natural obsidian bracelet with some carving and shaping cost just over 20 yuan, but it could be marked at 688 yuan in the store's glass display. A profit margin of 30 times is much higher than that of jadeite and jade. The female salesperson in the store recognized Lu Wenjing and was easy to talk to. After understanding their needs, she directly led them to the jade pendant counter. Xiao Jing, just point to any pendant you like, and I'll take it out for you to pick from, the female salesperson said. Okay, then I'll trouble Nanjia. Lu Wenjing first looked at the prices of the seed material jade guanine and saw figures of 30 to 40,000, even 80 to 90,000. She felt a bit frantic right then. She whispered to Xiao Xingyun and Zhang how I usually come in to move items and never notice the prices. Isn't this too expensive? Even with the 50% discount, it would still cost around 20,000, which exceeds my budget. Then don't look at seed material, look at mountain material and Russian material. The prices will be much cheaper. Those pendants that do not have skin are basically not seed material. As the saying goes, without skin, even a celestial being would find it hard to judge. If it is seed material, any beginner sculptor would not dare to remove the skin because taking off that layer of skin would cause the price of the material to plummet by about tenfold. Under Xiao Xingyan's guidance, Lu Wenjing picked among the unskinned materials and indeed found a few jade guanine pendants at cheaper prices. Most were priced over 10,000 and 20,000, including mountain material, Qianmu material, Russian material, and even mixed in some cheap Qinghai material pendants, which were surprisingly also priced over 10,000. This was too outrageous. The first piece of jade that Xiao Xingyun bought from Luo Pengzi was a jade guanine made of Qinghai material, which he had given to his ex-girlfriend Yang Yudi. At that time, Luo Pengzi asked for 2,600 yuan, and after haggling for a long time, Xiao Xingyun finally bought it for 1,000 yuan. At that time, he thought he had struck gold, getting a jade guanine pendant at an incredible value. It wasn't until he entered the industry with Luo Pengzi's help that he realized that jade guanine pendants of similar quality, made from Qinghai material, had a cost price of only a few hundred yuan. Because of this, Xiao Xingyun often jokingly scolded Luo Dezhao for being a black-heart businessman. At this moment, Lu Wenjing had already picked out 3 jade guanine pendants she really liked and asked Xiao Xingyun to help her see which had the best quality and cost-effectiveness. One was a completely white Russian material jade guanine priced at 1,880 yuan. The other was a Qianmu material jade guanine with a sugary color priced at 1,980 yuan. The last one was surprisingly Qinghai material priced at 1,680 yuan. Xiao Xingyun shook his head secretly. At this price, even after the 50% discount, he could buy a seed material jade guanine from his own stock. However, it was clear that the two of them did not want to buy from him, so he would not press further to avoid them misunderstanding that he wanted to profit from them. First, he excluded the cheap Qinghai material. Xiao Xingyun pointed to the remaining 2 jade guanine pendants and said both of these are good. If you like pure colors, choose this Russian material. If you prefer the sugary color embellishment, then choose this Chimu material. At this moment, Zhang Hao pointed at the previously excluded Qinghai material pendant and asked actually when Jing prefers this one. Why don't you suggest selecting it? Because this is Qinghai material, a cheap item. Would you be willing to spend over 10,000 on something that costs 1 or 2,000? Even after the discount, it would still cost 8 or 9,000. Who would be such a fool to buy it? I absolutely won't stop them. At that moment, Xiao Xingyun suddenly heard someone behind him scolding in a harsh tone, "Shut up. If you can't speak properly, don't talk carelessly. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. Our Qin's jewelry never sells Qinghai material items. The jade section is all authentic Hitian jade. If there is a fake, I will eat it on the spot." Xiao Xingyun frowned. He and his friend were customers. Discussing the pros and cons of products in a low voice was a normal private exchange not intended to slander their store. "Who the hell are you? Eavesdropping behind us and then scolding us?" Xiao Xingyun turned around and saw a greasy middle-aged man in a suit, immediately retorting, "Who are you? Do you think you can just eat up the Qinghai jade? Are you trying to swindle food and drink here? Why don't you go to a public restroom?" The greasy middle-aged man angrily replied, "How dare you talk back? I am the manager here. How dare you slander our store's jade as inferior Qinghai jade? Do you believe I can have the security throw you out? I don't believe it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, will you? Don't you even look at where you are and dare to cause a ruckus here?" The female sales assistant who had been standing behind the counter saw the situation and immediately advised manager Huang, "Please don't get angry. These customers are employees of our Qin auction house. They are one of us. It won't end well if this escalates." Manager Huang, still furious, scolded, "One of us? Does that mean you can talk nonsense? Who is your direct supervisor? I'm going to talk to your supervisor." Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing felt a bit anxious. They were very satisfied with this job, which had a decent salary and stability, and they occasionally received tips from wealthy bidders. If Manager Huang found their supervisor, they might get fired, and that would be troublesome. However, they both felt that today's incident was not Xiao Xingyun's fault. They couldn't blame him. Zhang Hao immediately apologized. "Manager Huang, I'm sorry, we won't buy it. This person is my friend and not an employee of Qin." Manager Huang's anger had not dissipated. "It doesn't matter who it is. If you don't formally apologize to me today, you two won't be working at Qin anymore." "Enough." Xiao Xingyun suddenly shouted loudly, "I didn't want to make a scene, but you are going too far. Who are you? Who do you want to fire? Do you believe I can have someone fire you first?" Manager Huang laughed in anger. "Haha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. You want someone to fire me? Do you know who I am? In this Qin jewelry branch, who would dare to fire me? Haha, you got anxious when I mentioned Qinghai jade. It's no wonder you have a guilty conscience. I originally didn't care what kind of jade you sell here. Even if you mixed in a lot of Korean jade or even Afghan jade, I wouldn't bother. But now that it has come to this, I have to call Qin Tianxi to demand an explanation." After saying this, Xiao Xingyun took out his phone, preparing to call Qin Tianxi. Manager Huang felt a sudden jolt of fear upon hearing the mention of Qin Tianxi's name and stared in disbelief at Xiao Xingyun making the call. He pondered, could this young man really know young Master Qin? But then he quickly dismissed the thought. How could a young master from such a wealthy family know someone from the bottom of society? Shopping for jade with a low-level employee from an auction house only willing to spend on cheap jade pendants. Looking at Xiao Xingyun's attire, his clothes and shoes combined didn't exceed 2,000 yuan. Apart from being tall and handsome, there was nothing remarkable about him. Overall, he was just an ordinary young man. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Xingyun felt a bit stiff, though no one was answering the phone. Damn, this isn't how it should work, when others show off one phone call and the other party picks up immediately. Why isn't it working when it's my turn to show off? Qin Tianxi, if you don't answer the phone soon, I won't sell you my jade in the future, even if it's rotting in the warehouse. Seeing Xiao Xingyun's expression change, Manager Huang, who had been worried earlier, sneered, "Stop pretending. I don't know where you heard our young master's name, but his private number is not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry is qualified to know." Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing also whispered, "Brother Yun, forget it, let's leave quickly. If Manager Huang really calls the security, it won't end well. You don't need to worry about our jobs. If worst comes to worst, we can just find another job. This job hasn't been satisfying anyway." With no one answering the phone, Xiao Xingyun felt a bit helpless. He wasn't skilled in showing off, and this feeling was too frustrating. It seems I need to practice more in the future. Showing off, I mean it. Security, someone is causing trouble here. Hurry up and throw them out. Manager Huang, seeing their reaction, lost all restraint and shouted aggressively. Just as Xiao Xingyun was about to dial Qin Tianxi's number again, he saw Qin Tianxi calling back. "Boss Xiao, is there something you need from me? I was in the stone processing room behind the jewelry store and didn't hear the phone ring. I'm at the jewelry store next to your auction house. Bring an appraiser with you. I need to demand an explanation." "Oh, what happened? Which blind fool in my store offended you?" "Okay, don't worry. They'll bring someone over right away." After hanging up, Xiao Xingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was settled. Manager Huang was not worried at all and sneered, "Keep pretending. Who knows whose phone call that was? just pretending to talk to young Master Qin. At this moment, 4 security guards had already surrounded them, waiting for Manager Huang's word to throw Xiao Xingyun and the others out. They'll give you 10 more seconds. If no one comes, I can only have the security throw you out. After all, you standing here will affect our store's business. Manager Huang said, shaking his Rolex watch, and started counting down. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Time's up, security, throw them out. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing quietly grabbed Xiao Xingyun's arm, hoping to take him out before the security acted. They felt bad for their friend who came with them and was wronged. But they were too low in status to be assertive in this situation. They could only softly persuade Brother Yun, let's not stoop to his level, let's go back. Looking at the manager's attitude, this is definitely a black shop, and the jade here is all fake. Let's not buy here, later you can take us to the Chenghuang temple for a stroll. Xiao Xingyun quietly explained, don't worry, trust me, the real owner of this store is coming soon. Several security guards had already taken out rubber batons, and were about to act, intending to throw Xiao Xingyun and the others out. Stop! What are you doing? How can you be rude to customers? Qin Tianxi rushed in with an appraiser, panting heavily, just in time. Manager Huang was dumbfounded. What is going on? Young Master Qin really came. Could it be that this ordinary young man really called him? This is impossible. Ooh, I don't believe it. This must be fake. Young Master Qin, why did you come? These people are causing trouble here, and I was just about to have the security throw them out. Manager Huang was so scared that his legs trembled. He felt guilty. If he had known these people knew Qin Tianxi, he would never have caused trouble. The Qinghai jade mixed in the counter really couldn't stand scrutiny. You be quiet. Qin Tianxi ignored Manager Huang and walked directly to Xiao Xingyun, smiling warmly. Boss, Xiao, what made you so angry? Xiao Xingyun picked up a Qinghai jade guanyin pendant from the counter and said, young Master Qin, can you help me identify what kind of jade this is? Qin Tianxi frowned. This seems to be Qinghai jade. Wait, isn't our store prohibited from selling low-end jade? Master Wu, can you help me identify it? I might be mistaken. The appraiser took it, glanced at it, and immediately gave the appraisal result. It is indeed Qinghai jade with a touch of luster, too transparent, poor oiliness, belonging to medium quality jade, with the only advantage being its good whiteness. Qin Tianxi nodded and questioned Manager Huang, can you explain how Qinghai jade pendants got mixed in here? Manager Huang was so scared that his clothes were soaked with sweat. This piece of Qinghai jade may have been mixed up when the workers were stocking. I didn't supervise well. Am willing to accept punishment and apologize to the customers. Xiao Xingyun pointed to the counter and said to the appraiser, can you please take another look at the items in the counter? Master Wu took a quick glance and immediately frowned, walking over to Qin Tianxi and quietly reporting, young Master Qin, the situation is serious. Just in this area, there are at least 20 pieces of Qinghai jade products. Qin Tianxi took a deep breath, pointing at the pale-faced Manager Huang, but holding back his anger. Turning to Xiao Xingyun, he smiled, thank you, Boss Xiao, for uncovering a major parasite. Otherwise, the century-old reputation of Qin would have been ruined by him. When I have time later, I'll treat you to a drink to apologize. Xiao Xingyun replied, young Master Qin, you are too polite. Having a drink is a small matter, we can go anytime. But you, Manager Huang said that as long as Qinghai jade is found, he would take all the blame. I just want to ask, does he mean what he says? Xiao Xingyun asked, but before Qin Tianxi could respond, Manager Huang let out a miserable wail. The Qinghai material is not edible, it can be deadly. Oh, then here we have mountain material, Russian material, seed material, and shimo material. Choose your favorite flavor to eat. Xiao Xingyun said. I don't. After speaking, Manager Huang rolled his eyes and stubbornly fainted. Xiao Xingyun sighed. Alas, the acting is subpar. The fainting action is too stiff. You need to improve your skills in the future. Manager Huang regretted it deeply. Had he known this person was so shameless that he wouldn't even spare a fainted middle-aged man, he definitely wouldn't have dared to provoke him. Qin Tianxi almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but fortunately, he had been trained in this before. Thus, with a straight face, he told the security guard, carry Manager Huang to the conference room. After the internal investigation is clear, we will consider whether to report to the police. Yes, boss. Several security guards responded hurriedly, carrying Manager Huang away. Xiao Xingyun took the opportunity to say, Qin Xiao, I apologize for the trouble today. Oh, I've caused you inconvenience. You should handle Manager Huang, who let him be interrogated and judged. I'll take my friends home now. With that, he prepared to leave with the stunned Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing. We brothers shouldn't be polite with each other. There will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. By the way, which jade guanyin does your friend want? I'll take charge and give it as a gift. Xiao Xingyun laughed. Haha, that would be too embarrassing. Giving it all for free is inappropriate. Jade pendants like guanyin and Buddha require some monetary investment to show sincerity. How about this? Don't calculate a discount and don't make it free. Just give 1,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. Boss Xiao is a person of principles. That saying is known in the circle. So the question arises, which one did your friend fancy? That one, the seed material guanine in the corner of the display case. Yes, the one with the mutton fat white and golden skin. The female sales assistant in the display case had turned into a machine, merely taking things without speaking. Lu Wenjing and Zhang Hao looked on in shock. They had indeed looked at that seed material jade guanine, but upon seeing the exorbitant price of 16800, they had nothing else to say. Now Xiao Xingyun was actually asking for that premium seed material guanine on their behalf. Wasn't that a bit too ruthless? Qin Tianxi glanced at that seed material guanine, but didn't even look at the price, smiling. All right, that's the one. He then said to the female sales assistant, you give them an invoice, the price is 1,000 yuan, and just note down the reason for the discount. Yes, boss. The female sales assistant responded and took the seed material jade guanine to the cash register. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing followed the sales assistant to make the payment. Qin Xiao is generous. Xiao Xingyun gave Qin Tianxi a thumbs up. Did this cut feel good? Although Qin Tianxi didn't look at the price, he was well aware of the price range for mutton fat seed material pendants. Xiao Xingyun said seriously, actually, I'm not angry, I just can't stand the presence of pests in your store. If I don't help you clear them out, I won't feel at ease. You don't need to thank me, we are friends after all. Qin Tianxi was stunned. Damn, you've said both good and bad things all by yourself. Can't you leave me some room to express myself? A few minutes later, Qin Tianxi sent Xiao Xingyun to the door, watching them leave. He could only hope that Xiao Xingyun wouldn't visit again. Right now, Qin Tianxi just wanted some peace and quiet. Xiao Xingyun walked out of the Qin's jewelry store with Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing. Zhang Hao immediately asked curiously, Brother Yun, how do you know President Qin? It seems like your relationship is quite good. He even reprimanded manager Huang on the spot to consider your feelings. This is a long story. Just know that we have business cooperation. Xiao Xingyun replied briefly. Lu Wenjing hurriedly said, we chose over 100,000 worth of seed material jade guanine. Will President Qin be angry? I just feel a bit guilty. Xiao Xingyun looked back at the Qin sign, his gaze complex as he said, to Qin Xiao, this is small change. He doesn't care at all. Actually, I'm not greedy for this little money. I just wanted to test his attitude, which is very important for future cooperation. I don't understand, but I just feel you're very impressive. Lu Wenjing said admiringly. My girlfriend often praises me like this too. Xiao Xingyun quickly cast a spell to interrupt her admiration. Lu Wenjing was adorably confused and didn't understand. But Zhang Hao was anxious, fearing that Xiao Xingyun would lead his girlfriend astray, and hurriedly changed the topic. Brother Yun, since you can collaborate with someone like President Qin, has your jade business expanded? It's okay, slightly larger than before, but I'm still just making a living at the Changwang Temple. In the future, if you or your friends need jade or jadeite, come find me directly at Changwang Temple. Don't get ripped off here again. Xiao Xingyun said as he reached near the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and stopped. All right, we've learned our lesson this time. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing said in unison. Xiao Xingyun glanced at the time on his watch and said, okay, let's end our chat here for today, I have things to do this afternoon. When you get home, remember to rinse the jade guanine with clean water before wearing it. What do we go back for now? We still want to treat you to dinner tonight. Zhang Hao said. Xiao Xingyun yawned wearily and explained, I encountered a mentally ill neighbor who sang all night louder than a nightclub. I barely slept a wink. Now I can barely hold up. I must go home and sleep for a while. I won't have dinner. Just remember this meal for now. Zhang Hao was speechless. Can you really keep tabs on a meal when treating someone to dinner? Lu Wenjing then asked, Brother Yun, why do we need to rinse the jade guanine with clean water before wearing it? Is there any significance to it? Xiao Xingyun answered, in metaphysical terms, it signifies that this jade washes away the mundane and recognizes its master anew. Henceforth, it will only protect you. In scientific terms, the jade was on the counter handled by many. It's too dirty. Rinsing it makes it cleaner. Lu Wenjing burst into laughter, finding this person quite interesting, someone who knows everything. All right, I really have to go now. I will talk later. As Xiao Xingyun said this, he got into the nearby Mercedes-Benz G-Class and quickly drove away. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing stood beside the electric car, watching the Mercedes-Benz G-Class disappear into the distance, dumbfounded. Lu Wenjing asked in confusion, Xiao, how did you say Xiao Xingyun has a street stall at Changwang Temple? Did he used to rent a house with you? Yes. Zhang Hao was still in extreme shock. Can someone with a street stall afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? I don't know either. How about we quit our jobs and set up a street stall at Changwang Temple in the future? I'll think about it more. Xiao Xingyun returned to the Tian Villa, and as soon as he entered the courtyard, he could hear the deafening roar of death metal music from inside his house, which was absolutely invigorating. He hurriedly packed a few changes of clothes and daily necessities before swiftly leaving. He booked a deluxe room at the nearest Sheraton hotel and sent Su Qing the room number. After school, come to this room. No one will disturb us tonight, and we can sleep peacefully. Su Qing replied instantly, You're so annoying. I always feel you have ulterior motives. As the ancients said, time reveals a person's heart. You mustn't wrong me. How long will it take to see a person's heart? Xiao Xingyun realized that little Qingzi had learned to be cheeky and was actually teasing him back. The night passed without a word. After dawn, Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing got up to wash and dawdled for another hour. Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, we'll miss the hotel breakfast, Xiao Xingyun urged. Su Qing shot him a charming glance and then laughed. You're the one dawdling, yet you turn around and blame me. Cough, cough, don't mind the details. Let's finish breakfast first, and then you can touch up your makeup. You've had enough to eat while I'm still hungry. Stop saying that. Su Qing retorted, still struggling to keep up with his pace. Her cheeks instantly flushed as she bared her teeth at Xiao Xingyun, looking adorably fierce. At that moment, Su Qing's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and pleaded softly, Honey, I have too many tools in my hands right now. Can you help me answer the phone and switch it to speaker? Sure. As Xiao Xingyun answered the call, he caught a glimpse of the caller ID, which clearly displayed Dad. This was a call from Su Qing's father, definitely her biological dad. Dad, is someone at home pressuring for debt again? Su Qing asked. Su Hongwei's voice was low and grave. There are people pressuring for debt every day. The biggest creditor is Duan Xiuan. I heard he sent someone to the music academy to find you. Are you okay? I'm fine. When 2 debt collectors found me, I called the police immediately. Those 2 seemed a bit crazy. They even bragged about having killed someone when they saw the officers. The police acted without hesitation and took them away at once. I don't know if they're crazy, but Duan Xiuan was furious when his men got arrested and gave me 3 days to repay the debt. If I don't, he threatened to burn our house down. There's another option, to transfer that piece of land to him, and our debts will be settled. Su Qing was so enraged her chest heaved violently. Duan Xiuan is too greedy. Our family spent over $1 billion to acquire that riverside property, and we only owe him a little over $100 million. He wants to seize the land. Isn't there anyone who can stop him? His connections are too strong. We can't fight against him. Just the day before yesterday, the debt was $186 million, and today it's nearly $200 million already. Besides him, our family also owes the bank over $120 million. Although the bank's interest isn't high, this is our only asset left. If the bank doesn't relent, even if Duan Xiuan burns our house down, we can't sell that land. What on earth happened with the land we acquired? Su Qing asked urgently, throwing her makeup tools onto the table. Is it worthless? Can't we sell it? Sand. That land is entirely sandy. It's so far from the Qiantang River in such a remote location. Who would have thought that the land beneath it is all sand? I don't even know when the river's tributary changed course, leaving behind a huge sand pit that I happened to get stuck with. I had someone appraise it. This sand is high-quality river sand. I wanted to change the residential land into a sand mining site, but the Water Conservancy Department won't approve it, and our family has no connections in that area, so we're stuck here. Su Qing was dumbfounded, unsure how to comfort her weary father. Xiao Xingyun had not intended to interrupt their father-daughter phone call, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help but interject. If the application is successful, wouldn't that land become a treasure trove? Exactly. That's why those creditors are pressuring me so frantically, leaving me no chance at all. I'm already resigned to losing, but the 2 biggest creditors have started fighting over how to split this piece of cake, nearly driving each other mad. Wait, who are you? Su Hongwei realized halfway through that it was a man's voice. Who was the man beside his daughter? Hello, uncle. I'm Su Qing's friend. I accidentally overheard your conversation, so I chimed in. Xiao Xing, what's your relationship with my daughter? Why are you together so early in the morning? That's not the point. The point is, send me the location of the land, and I can ask my friends to find out what other paperwork is needed and the chances of success for the sand mining application. Huh. Do you have connections in Hangzhou? Su Hongwei immediately shifted his focus like a drowning man grabbing at any straw. I just happen to know a friend in the Water Conservancy Department. It's not a problem to inquire about it. I can't say I have any connections. All right, I'll send the relevant information to Xiao Qing right away. You take a look, and if you have any questions, just call me. Su Hongwei said excitedly. Xiao Xingyun hung up the phone in silence. It was like a gambler who had lost everything, usually concerned about his daughter's friendships. Su Hongwei didn't ask anything in this situation. Su Qing finished packing her tools and stopped applying makeup. She took Xiao Xingyun's hand and earnestly advised, Honey, don't strain yourself for the sake of face. My family's debt situation is too complicated. If it can't be done, don't make promises lightly, or my dad will take it seriously, and it will be hard to face him later. You know me so well, don't you? Xiao Xingyun chuckled, pinching her chin with another hand. Stop teasing, I'm talking about serious matters. Su Qing pouted, her freshly applied red lipstick particularly enticing. Ding ding ding. Soon Su Qing received photos of the information sent by Su Hongwei. Xiao Xingyun transferred the relevant information to his own phone. While browsing through the data, they had already walked into the hotel restaurant. Su Qing got 2 servings of food from the buffet and sat next to Xiao Xingyun. So what do you think? Is there hope? I'm just checking the completeness of the information. As for Hope, I still need to ask the relevant department heads. Xiao Xingyun had initially wanted to help Su Qing's family resolve their debt issues to invest in the business, restart the real estate operations, and enjoy substantial profit dividends each year. Now that he learned this land was sandy and high-quality river sand, his interest peaked even more. A man who had been poor for over 20 years had a deep-seated love for money. As he spoke, Xiao Xingyun barely had time to eat and called Lu Cheng. The phone rang 3 times before Lu Cheng picked up. "Hello, is this Xiao? How's business at the store?" Lu Cheng's voice was steady, quite different from when he was shopping, with a strong official tone. Xiao Xingyun had long suspected his identity and was not surprised by his bureaucratic tone. He directly asked, "Brother Lu, business at my store is fine. The reason I called today is to consult you about the sand mining rights. I have a relative with a piece of land near the Qiantang River in Hangzhou where a large amount of high-quality river sand has been discovered. Could you let me know how feasible it is to apply for sand mining rights with the current paperwork?" The issue of sand mining rights is quite complicated. The regulations are very stringent right now. It's not something just one water conservancy department can decide. How about this? Send me the information first, and I'll take a look and get back to you later. Okay, thank you, Brother Lu. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingyun immediately sent the information over. After sending it, he finally wolfed down the food in front of him. He was too hungry. Spending the night with Su Qing had drained him. While she could occasionally supplement her protein energy, he had nothing to eat and was on the verge of starvation. After finishing that portion, Xiao Xingyun went to the buffet area to grab a few more dishes before returning to a normal eating pace. At a nearby table, Tang Shi glared with dark circles under her eyes, watching Xiao Xingyun devour his food, her lips twisted into an exaggerated curve. "Look at that little brat who's never had a meal, taking advantage of the hotel buffet. It's disgraceful." Her loud voice finally caught Xiao Xingyun's attention. Xiao Xingyun turned and saw Tang Shi pouting at him. Although her pout was quite pronounced, he had to admit that this porcelain-skinned woman was indeed beautiful. "What are you staring at?" Xiao Xingyun frowned and asked. Tang Shi is a voluptuous and beautiful woman with long black straight hair and straight bangs, embodying the quintessential beauty of an Eastern woman, making her a top-notch beauty wherever she goes. Today's outfit is even more extravagant. She is wearing a new fashion qipao, a red and black splicing design adorned with lace cutouts, which simply amplifies her allure. Although Su Qing is also a beauty of top school flower caliber, her youthful innocence is too apparent in front of Tang Shi. If Su Qing's label is beautiful girl, then Tang Shi's label is mature woman, sophisticated, calm, and beautiful, but with a temper like a powder keg ready to explode. Xiao Xingyun simply asked her, "What are you staring at?" With just that one sentence, Tang Shi exploded. Tang Shi slammed her hand on the table, standing up. Her voluptuous figure nearly tore the qipao apart. "Are you crazy? Why would I hit you?" Seeing many people looking over, Xiao Xingyun felt embarrassed to argue with a woman. Tang Shi puffed out her chest and shouted at him, "Why are you being so fierce?" Honestly, as a grown man, he should have a broader mind. "I just practiced singing for a bit, and you played death metal for a whole day and night without any gentlemanly conduct." Xiao Xingyun frowned, sensing that her punches had a certain sharpness. He didn't want to get entangled further with her, so he said, "You promise not to practice singing at night anymore, or at least keep it down and get soundproofing, then I won't play death metal anymore. That's my house, I can do whatever I want inside. Why should I care about you?" This made communication impossible. Xiao Xingyun didn't want to argue with her in public, so he continued eating, preparing to endure her for a while. However, Su Qing didn't want to see her boyfriend being wronged, and stood up saying, "Was that just a little noise? You were howling for an entire night. How dare you scold us? If I can't be bothered with you. You're so uncivilized." Tang Shi might have felt that arguing here was a bit embarrassing. After saying that, she turned around and walked away. "You're the one without manners. You have no reason and still blame others." Su Qing wasn't afraid of her. Everyone is a first-time human in this life, so why should she take the blame? Why should one yield to the other? Who at home isn't a little princess? Tang Shi might have been tired or exhausted. She shot Su Qing a glare, yawned tiredly, and walked out of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, far away in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, Lu Cheng finished reading the materials sent by Xiao Xingyun on WeChat. He was quite familiar with this piece of land. The land acquired by Zus Real Estate Company had long become a sensational topic in the official and business circles of Hangzhou. Due to the immense interests involved, no one took care of the issues, even if problems were discovered. Simply put, the land has problems, cannot be returned, sold, or transferred. Although it is worth over 10 billion, Zus Real Estate Group is on the brink of bankruptcy due to a mere debt of over 3 billion. There are 2 major creditors involved. One is the gray businessman Duan Xiaowen, who has connections and controls many high-interest loan channels and gray industrial chains in Hangzhou. The other major creditor is Hangzhou Commercial Bank, a stronghold for local elites with far more complex. As the second-in-command of the Provincial Water Conservancy Department, he is capable of intervening in this matter. More importantly, the current head of the Qiantang River Management Bureau is his former secretary. The key issue now is whether it is worth getting personally involved in this murky water to repay Xiao Xingyan's life-saving grace. After much thought, Lu Cheng still couldn't make a decision. For saving his life, he could give Xiao Xingyan money, introduce friends to take care of his business, or even help arrange jobs for a few of his relatives. However, that piece of land owned by Zus Real Estate Company has turned into a piece of prime meat in Hangzhou's business circle. Getting involved would surely offend some people. But he cannot ignore a life-saving grace. This is the first time Xiao Xingyun has asked him for help. It's truly a difficult choice. While hesitating, he remembered the chubby guy who opened a shop with Xiao Xingyun and the background of that chubby guy, and suddenly had an idea. He needed to drag another person into this to deal with the possible backlash from other forces. Therefore, Lu Cheng called Li Hongliang. The call was quickly connected, and Li Hongliang said, "Old Lu, what do you want? I have an important meeting to host in 3 minutes, so let's keep it brief." Lu Cheng said, "This matter is quite complex. I can't explain it clearly in 3 to 5 minutes. Cancel your lunch meeting. Let's meet privately, and I'll discuss something important with you." "It's hard to cancel today's lunch meeting." "Well, tell me the place, and I'll try to get there early." "Okay, I'll book a place and send you the details on WeChat." After hanging up the phone, Lu Cheng first booked a table at a private restaurant he often visited, and then sent the location to Li Hongliang. Then he remembered to reply to Xiao Xingyun saying, "I've read the materials, but the situation is too complex. I need to consult professionals before I can give you a reply. I will definitely give you a definite answer before dark." After handling these matters, Lu Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Li Hongliang agrees to get involved, this matter would basically be settled, for he is not only a district leader, but also has a cousin in the province, making him fearless of those local shareholders of the commercial bank. Xiao Xingyun received Lu Cheng's reply equally relieved. As long as he didn't refuse on the spot, there was still a chance. It all depended on what conditions the other party would propose. After returning to the hotel room from the restaurant, the two quickly tidied up, and Xiao Xingyun explained the situation to her. Although she didn't understand much, she was very happy to hear that there was a chance to resolve the family debt issues. Su Qing had no classes today and didn't need to rehearse, so she wanted to accompany Xiao Xingyun to the jade store. Xiao Xingyun also wanted to take her to the jade shop to familiarize her with the place so she could directly find him regarding any future issues. At the same time, he thought that if Lu Cheng could help resolve the sand extraction rights issue, he would have to take Su Qing back to Hangzhou tomorrow to discuss the distribution of interest face-to-face. Today was just right to visit the store and arrange some matters. Soon Xiao Xingyun arrived at the Chenghuang Temple with Su Qing. It was bustling here every day. Being the largest and most prosperous economic capital in the country, wealthy individuals were in no short supply. As they passed through the stall area, Xiao Xingyun introduced Su Qing to his previous stall, but he and the chubby guy had not visited for a long time, and the stall had already been taken over by someone else. Su Qing said with admiration, "Setting up a stall here can lead to opening a store. You're really amazing." Xiao Xingyun suddenly shushed her, placing a finger on her lips, and said softly, "You can say that in bed, but don't shout it out on the street. What if other beauties hear and take me away?" "Oh, I didn't mean it like that. You're so annoying." Su Qing glared at him coquettishly and bit his finger, prompting Xiao Xingyun to plead for mercy. Amidst their banter, they arrived at the entrance of the Jin Yulian Yuan Jade store. The shop was doing well, with 2 female sales assistants overwhelmed, and even the cashier helping to attend to customers. Luo Fatty was even busier chatting with this customer for a moment and that customer for another. It was evident from their conversation that they were familiar friends and had a great rapport. Luo Dezhao spotted Xiao Xingyun bringing his girlfriend over and immediately came over to jest, "Brother Yun, have you brought your little sister-in-law?" "What little sister-in-law or big sister-in-law? You only have one sister-in-law." Xiao Xingyun laughed and scolded playfully, "What's going on today? Why is business so good?" I posted on my social media telling everyone that I've opened a jade store, inviting them to come support my business. Sure enough, everyone gave me face, and suddenly many people came over with even more on their way. Xiao Xingyun was left speechless. He felt that tonight Luo Dezhao's parents would definitely have a heart-to-heart talk with the chubby guy and once again strengthen the family's safety education. At Wutai Mountain, in the abbot's room, Hu Lily sat reverently in front of an elderly monk with a solemn expression, seeking answers to her inner confusion. "Master, do you believe in the existence of ghosts, demons, and deities in this world?" "It's merely a matter of thought." "Master, if I encounter something unclean, how can I rid myself of it?" "Letting go is the path to liberation." "Master, I have developed an infatuation with a man, dreaming of him day and night to the point of obsession. Whenever I close my eyes, all I see is him. What should I do?" "Just take care of him." "Master, can you speak in a way I can understand?" "Ms. But you should be the one to refrain from speaking plainly. I am merely an abbot who has studied management psychology, economics, and literature. But I have barely studied Buddhist teachings. These issues you have should be directed to Master Zhixing, not to me. I donated 500,000 in incense money, and Master Jishin merely glanced at me saying I either had a mental illness or was brain damaged, and that I hadn't actually encountered anything dirty before sending me away. What can I do? If I don't seek you, who else can I turn to? Can I get a refund? Umitba Master Jishin is correct. If Ms. who has no other issues, please take your leave. The old monk's expression was solemn and dignified. He chanted a Buddhist phrase preparing to send her off. The three-eyed evil Buddha surely has ties to your Buddhist sect. Do you truly know nothing about it? Ever since I came into contact with the third shard of the three-eyed evil Buddha, I have been plagued by bizarre dreams altering the tragic memories of my youth. Umitba, it was meant to be sealed in Qianling. It is you people who have allowed it to resurface. Every action and reaction is preordained. You reap what you sow. Therefore, this matter should not involve our Buddhist sect. Perhaps you should inquire at the Taoist temple next door. Hu Lily could not believe these monks would willingly hand over their core business to a competitor. Is the three-eyed evil Buddha truly that hot to handle? Not even the ancient temple of Wutai Mountain can contain it. The next-door Taoist temple. The only Taoist temple in Wutai Mountain is the Fanxian Temple, also known as the Fanxian Guan, and some call it the Fox Immortal Temple. Its origins and truths have long been submerged in the river of history, yet within the sacred land of the Wutai Mountain Buddhists stands a Taoist temple enduring for a millennium enough to demonstrate its extraordinary nature. Hu Lily did not wish to discover the origins of the three-eyed evil Buddha, as that was the job of historians and archaeologists. She only wanted to resolve the troubles at hand. Thus she took the abbot's token and, accompanied by her bodyguards, headed toward an unnamed small mountain where the Fanxian Guan was located at the summit. In the afternoon, Xiao Xingyun finally received a call back from Lucheng. Xiao, I have discussed this matter with several experts and leaders for quite some time. Although there are some difficulties, as long as we approach a few more departments and put in some extra effort, there is still a great hope for success in the application. However, the precondition is that the Su family real estate group must first clear its debts. The debts behind it are too complicated, and it is on the verge of bankruptcy. We as supervising units certainly cannot approve anything for such a company. Of course, the most important reason for clearing the debts is that we do not want others to snatch this ripe peach away, stealing our profits. Do you understand? I understand, thank you, Brother Liu. Tomorrow I will go to Hangzhou and find a way to resolve the debt issue of Su family real estate. Good, once the debt issue is resolved, come find me, and we will discuss it in person. After hanging up, Xiao Xingyun immediately took Su Qing to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Then they returned to the Tuan villa to prepare their things as they would head to Hangzhou early the next morning. The speaker was too loud and Xiao Xingyun could hardly stand it. He turned it off as soon as he entered the house. With the townhouse, quiet peace returned instantly. However, the tranquility did not last long as the noise explosion from the neighboring Tang family's house began again. She was unwilling to back down, wanting to challenge Xiao Xingyun's limits at night. Su Qing had just changed into her performance outfit and was about to go live to sing when the violent music from next door broke her focus. She had no choice but to put on her headphones and hum a few songs to maintain the live stream's heat. Xiao Xingyun had a good habit of reading and studying at night, often perusing books on jade appreciation and antique appraisal. Unable to concentrate due to the music from the neighbor, he put on noise-canceling headphones to listen to soothing music as a way to isolate the noise. By 11 o'clock at night, it was time to sleep, yet the noise from next door had not diminished, but had instead intensified, finally draining Xiao Xingyun's remaining patience. I initially wanted to coexist with my neighbors as an ordinary person, but since you are so unruly and aggressive, don't blame me for using my abilities to deal with you. Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of determination within him as he walked to the wall in the yard and directly climbed over into the neighbor's yard. The tall fence was no barrier for him. Xiao Xingyun knew there were definitely cameras in the yard, but he felt no fear. He pressed the doorbell, but there was no answer. He pressed again, still no response. Perhaps the music was too loud for Tang Shi to hear. Using his clairvoyance, he saw the living room decorated like a performance stage with Tang Shi in stage attire, standing in front of the microphone, flanked by 4 accompanying musicians, 2 men and 2 women swaying their heads to the music. As one song ended, taking advantage of the brief silence, Xiao Xingyun pressed the doorbell again. This time Tang Shi finally came to open the door. It's you? You actually trespassed into my yard and rang the doorbell to my living room. Do you believe I will call the police to arrest you? Tang Shi stood at the door, her tone unfriendly. Xiao Xingyun did not want to waste time on her. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he commanded, "Shut up and tell your musicians to get lost immediately. From now on, keep quiet and do not make any noise in your house." Why should I listen to you? Yes, I hear you. I will not make any noise from now on. Tang Shi shouted the first half of her sentence angrily, but the latter half came out in a daze, obediently complying with Xiao Xingyun's will. At this moment, the 4 accompanying musicians who had heard the commotion came over. As band members, they were used to being free-spirited and carefree. Noticing that Tang Shi's temper today was different from usual, one of the base players shouted, "Who are you to command Shi? Who are you to tell us to leave? Can you even speak properly?" The keyboardist, also a man, was eager to display his bravado. "If you don't leave, do you believe we will beat you up? We have been rehearsing with Shi for a year or two, and no blind fool has ever dared to cause trouble here." Slap. Xiao Xingyun swiftly struck out. A strange light flickered in Xiao Xingyun's eyes as he filled his heart with violent intent, roaring like a madman, "Get lost. If you say one more word, I will throw all of you into the Huangpu River to feed the fish." Yes, yes, we will leave right now." The 4 band members trembled in fear, terrified, as they hurriedly fled. They did not just walk out. They literally rolled out, tumbling from in front of Xiao Xingyun into the yard, only getting up to escape through the villa's gate. It seemed as though if they delayed any longer, they would truly be thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Witnessing such an absurd scene, Xiao Xingyun was also taken aback. This kind of mental control ability was too sinister. Those under control had almost lost their self, acting solely on instinct. Before him stood Tang Shi, resembling a marionette, her gaze vacant and obedient, evoking a sense of pity. Xiao Xingyun constantly reminded himself to use his abilities sparingly and to refrain from mental manipulation, fearing unforeseen consequences. He was uncertain how long the effects of mental control would last, and when the controlled individuals would return to normal. If they did return to normal, he wondered whether they would remember what had transpired. It was precisely because of these unpredictable outcomes that Xiao Xingyun made every effort to avoid using this malevolent power in his daily life. Tonight's incident was entirely provoked by Tang Shi, leaving him no choice but to intervene, stopping her from making noise in her room and sending the other band members away. However, while using his abilities, he lost control of his emotions, leading him to strike someone and command them to leave. To his surprise, they truly rolled on the ground and exited. Xiao Xingyun discovered a troubling issue when using his abilities. His emotions and personality felt utterly off, as if possessed by a member of the three-eyed divine clan, filled with brutality and dominance, disregarding everyone and overflowing with aggression. He felt an urge to slap anyone who displeased him and to stomp on them, harshly humiliating them. Such thoughts were dangerously reckless. At this moment, with no one around and the night deepening, facing a dazed, oh no, a stunned Tang Shi, he conceived a bold idea. "Tang Shi, who am I? You are Xiao Xingyun. What did I just ask you to do? You told me to be quiet and not make noise. Am I being unreasonable in making such a request?" "Not at all. I find it quite reasonable. Oh, it should be this way." "Good, I'm glad you think so. Now obediently return to sleep." "Okay." At this point, a flicker of struggle crossed Tang Shi's eyes, and she hesitantly said, "But I slept all day, so I'm not tired and can't fall asleep." Seeing the struggle in Tang Shi's eyes and her verbal resistance, Xiao Xingyun was immediately enraged, as if his divine authority had been offended. Thus a more bizarre light flashed in his eyes as he commanded in a stricter tone, "My orders are not to be disobeyed. Return to sleep immediately." "Yes." The hesitation and struggle in Tang Shi's eyes vanished instantaneously, replaced by respect and reverence as she said, "I will obey your command and return to sleep right away." After saying this, Tang Shi turned and went back to her room, even forgetting to close the door. Xiao Xingyun, having overexerted himself, felt a wave of fatigue. The intense light from earlier had consumed too much of his strange energy, nearly exhausting him. As he helped Tang Shi shut the door, he leapt back over the wall into his yard, his legs giving way as he nearly fell into the grass. Physical weakness often followed excessive fatigue. Xiao Xingyun sighed inwardly, reminding himself that in the future he must use his abilities within his limits, be humble and cautious, and not allow the temper of the three-eyed divine clan to influence him. Back in his room, Xiao Xingyun lay on his bed and soon fell asleep, not even noticing when Su Qing snuggled up beside him. When dawn broke, Xiao Xingyun finally regained his spirits, though he was extremely hungry. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, storing plenty of braised beef in the fridge, which he could heat in the microwave. As Xiao Xingyun replenished his strength, Su Qing woke up dressed in a thin nightgown and walked out. She appeared drowsy, evidently having been awakened by the alarm clock. "What are we having for breakfast?" Su Qing asked. "I just had beef and drank milk. Do you want the same?" "No, eating meat will make me gain weight." Su Qing yawned and sat in front of Xiao Xingyun. "Then shall I prepare you some noodles?" "All right, but make sure to add plenty of soup and vegetables. Too many noodles will choke me. You have so many requests. Hurry and wash up. We have a tight schedule today. Don't dawdle like yesterday." Hearing this, Su Qing perked up. No wonder she had woken up feeling lethargic. She had skipped a step. But since they needed to return to Hangzhou today, she dared not waste time washing up obediently and eating breakfast. Then the two of them each took a suitcase and got into a Benz G-Class, heading straight for Hangzhou. 2 hours later, Xiao Xingyun parked in front of a villa in the Qiantang New district of Hangzhou, which belonged to Su Qing. After Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing got out of the car, they noticed many people lurking around constantly watching. Needless to say, these individuals were definitely Su Hongwei's creditors, a dozen or so in total, unable to collect their debts, simply lingering near his home. No matter where Su Hongwei went, there were creditors following him, but he was currently too afraid to step outside, which made it convenient for those watching. Upon seeing Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing, those lurking individuals immediately grew excited. That's Su Hongwei's daughter Su Qing returning in a Benz G class. Looks like her boyfriend is also a wealthy man. I wonder if he will help pay off the debts. How could that be? That's not a small sum. He owes boss due nearly 200 million and over 100 million to commercial banks, plus the money owed to us small contractors and suppliers totaling over 300 million. What big heart fool would be willing to help him pay? Sai, I think boss Du is right. If Su Hongwei still can't repay, he should just take his daughter to the club. Even if I can't get back my 1.5 million, I can at least collect some interest on her daughter. There were many more vicious remarks, but Xiao Xingyun deliberately had Su Qing ring the doorbell and communicate with her parents inside, preventing her from overhearing so she wouldn't feel upset. Soon Su Qing's parents peeked out from the window, seeing their daughter standing at the door with a young man, before pressing the remote control to open the door. They warned Su Qing from behind the window, "Once you're in, lock the door as quickly as possible. Don't let those creditors barge in." "All right," Su Qing replied. However, Xiao Xingyun was quicker, locking the door from the inside as several creditors with bloodshot eyes attempted to rush in to collect their debts. They shouted the most vicious insults, demanding Su Hongwei repay his debts. Su Qing was clearly frightened by the creditors' behavior, tightly clutching Xiao Xingyun's hand and retreating. Xiao Xingyun frowned while he understood the creditors' feelings. Their curses were too harsh, with some even threatening to smash his Benz G class. "Shut up. Whoever dares to touch my car will never receive their debts. I'm here specifically to resolve the Su family's real estate debt. You all just need to wait a couple of days, and you'll get your money." Xiao Xingyun didn't use his abilities, but the power of money was even more effective than his abilities. Hearing that Xiao Xingyun intended to help Zus Real Estate repay its debts, all the creditors suddenly felt hopeful, and those causing the most ruckus calmed down significantly, at least no longer yelling about smashing the car. "Are you serious? You aren't lying to us, are you? Why would I come here to deceive you? Am I that bored? If I didn't have confidence in solving the problem, would I come here?" Xiao Xingyun said firmly. "All right, well, trust you this once." With that, Xiao Xingyun brought Su Qing into her home, where he met her parents. Her father appeared a bit old and haggard, but her mother was still young and beautiful, looking like she was in her 30s despite being in her 40s. Even with such significant events happening at home, she still maintained her exquisite makeup, exuding mature beauty. Xiao Xingyun assessed Su Qing's parents while they were also scrutinizing him. Regardless of age, there is mutual critique among the same sex and admiration between the opposite sex. Su Hongwei thought Xiao Xingyun was average in physique appearance and temperament, dressed ordinarily. In short, he found him utterly unremarkable and not worthy of his daughter. Xiao Xingyun, on the other hand, found Su Hongwei old, superficial, and not very old, with a face full of wrinkles and a beer belly reminiscent of a pregnant woman, lacking the grandeur of a wealthy man. Thus the two exchanged a few glances, both discreetly frowning. "You are Xiao Xingyun, Little Qing's boyfriend. Where is your hometown?" Su Hongwei took on the demeanor of an elder and began his interrogation as soon as Xiao Xingyun entered. Before Xiao Xingyun could answer, Su Qing's mother Bai Jiu smilingly said, "Little Xiao, sit down and chat. After driving for so long, you must be thirsty. Old Su, hurry and brew some tea. Make a pot of my cherished Da Hong Pao for little Xiao." "Thank you." Xiao Xingyun thought this was the proper way to treat guests. Old Su didn't understand that besides being Little Qing's boyfriend, he was also their lifeline. Bai Jiu scrutinized Xiao Xingyun a few times and felt quite satisfied. Tall and strong, what made her like him even more was that this sturdy young man was also extraordinarily handsome, especially his pair of eyes, which were deep and captivating like the starry sky, filled with a mysterious charm that invited exploration. It echoed the old saying, the mother-in-law sees her son-in-law and likes him more the more she looks. Xiao Xingyun also found this mother-in-law quite appealing, full of intellect, mature, gentle, and courteous, clearly a cultured lady. Su Qing bore some resemblance to Bai Jiu. Perhaps in 20 years, she would also become gentle and beautiful like her mother, with snow-white skin and a curvaceous figure. Very well, Xiao Xingyun had decided on this father-in-law Su Hongwei. When Su Hongwei brewed the tea and poured water for Xiao Xingyun, he still appeared somewhat reluctant. Xiao Xingyun should have taken over and poured the water himself, but suddenly he didn't want to move. As the Su family's lifeline, Su Hongwei should not forget that. Good tea. Xiao Xingyun couldn't appreciate tea, but that didn't mean he was ignorant. Complimenting the host wouldn't cost him anything. Little Xiao can appreciate tea too. By the way, I asked where your hometown is, but you haven't answered yet. Su Hongwei pressed on. Knowing that Su Qing would bring her boyfriend Xiao Xingyun home the day before, he had asked Su Qing, but since his daughter wouldn't say, he figured Xiao Xingyan's background might not be very good. Clearly from a less-than-fortunate background, yet boasting publicly that he could help resolve the crisis of Zus Real Estate Group. Could he be a fraud? Su Hongwei's pickiness towards Xiao Xingyan stemmed from his disbelief that he could help resolve over 300 million in debt. Xiao Xingyan replied, I am from a rural area in Sichuan province. I studied in Shanghai, and after graduation I opened a jade shop there. How's the income? Su Hongwei pressed further. It allows me to support my family, so we won't go hungry. Xiao Xingyan played his cards close to his chest, wanting to counter Su Hongwei's aggressive questioning. Su Hongwei's expression changed displeased as he said, You say you can support a family, yet dare to claim you can help me resolve over 300 million in debt. Young man making big claims is not a good habit. Xiao Xingyan calmly replied, It was indeed possible, but now I suddenly don't want it anymore. I don't wish to be seen as a young man who likes to boast. You? Su Hongwei's momentum faltered like a duck caught by the neck, unable to catch his breath for a long time. Do you really have the ability to help me resolve over 300 million in debt? Xiao Xingyan chuckled, but said nothing. Even if he hadn't encountered many capable individuals, he could tell that Su Hongwei lacked depth. It was truly not easy for someone to run such a large enterprise. Being scammed to the point of bankruptcy was only a matter of time. Perhaps it was by Ziyu's support behind him that allowed Zus Real Estate Company to reach its current scale. Su Qing noticed her boyfriend's displeasure and immediately complained, Dad, how can you be like this? You haven't even finished a cup of tea and you're already asking questions left and right. Isn't Dad just concerned about you? You haven't been exposed to society and don't know how treacherous people's hearts can be. Bai Jiu suddenly interjected, Old Su, it's time to make lunch. Given our current situation, we can't go to a restaurant, so we have to eat at home. Go check the fridge and prepare 4 dishes and a soup. Little Xiao is from Sichuan, so add more spice. I also like spicy food. I've barely said a few words, why do I have to cook? Su Hongwei stammered, not wanting to leave the living room. Bai Jiu just smiled at him, staring intently, and after 10 seconds, Su Hongwei surrendered obediently, tying on an apron and heading to the kitchen to cook. The dynamics of the family were clear, revealing who was strong and who was weak. Once Su Hongwei was sent away, Bai Jiu turned to her daughter and said, Little Qing, go upstairs and tidy up a guest room for little Xiao to rest in. Sure, I'll tidy up the room next to mine. Su Qing happily went upstairs after speaking. At this moment in the entire living room, only Xiao Xingyun and Bai Jiu remained. Bai Jiu took a sip of tea and gently smiled, Little Xiao, I apologize for the awkwardness. Old Zus character is like this, he can't keep things to himself. Whatever he thinks is written on his face. He's actually a straightforward person with no ill intentions. Auntie, you don't need to explain. I can understand Uncle's feelings. Who wouldn't lose it if their cabbage grown for 20 years was trampled by a pig? GGG. Bai Jiu lost control, spraying tea and soaking a spot on her clothing, unable to stop laughing. Although she laughed to the point of getting wet, it couldn't hide her gentle demeanor. Yes, I like that analogy. After Bai Jiu finished laughing, she put down the teacup, lightly covered the wet mark on her chest with one hand, and placed the other on her abdomen, speaking with a dignified posture. I thought the same thing earlier, but I hesitated to say it. Since little Xiao brought it up, Auntie can't be blamed for agreeing. It's not Auntie's fault. Xiao Xingyun simply wanted to twist the awkward situation from before. Look, after everyone laughed, the atmosphere was no longer as oppressive and dull as it had been. As elders, we shouldn't interfere too much in the affairs of the young. As long as you two are doing well, we will be at ease. By the way, yesterday you mentioned you had a way to help resolve the debt issues of Zus Real Estate Company. Is it convenient to discuss it now? I heard you owe more than 300 million in total. If I help you pay it off, wouldn't that solve the problem? Bai Jiu's beautiful eyes widened momentarily, leaning forward, her voluptuous figure almost pressing against the coffee table. You have over 300 million. What do you think? Xiao Xingyan thought to himself. I have not just over 300 million, as long as you have quality and fertile assets for me to invest in, I can bring in as many billions as needed. What are your conditions? Bai Jiu was not as naive as ordinary women. Instead, she was exceptionally astute, directly addressing the core of the issue. Xiao Xingyun said, using this piece of land as core asset, we will establish a new company. I will invest 400 million to compensate for the debt, holding a 40% stake. Regardless of whether this land becomes a sand mining site, a water amusement park, or even a botanical garden, the shareholding ratio remains unchanged. Bai Jiu immediately grasped Xiao Xingyan's point, breathing rapidly as she asked him, establish a new company. Invest 400 million. Do you mean it could potentially become a sand mining site? Do you really have connections? What is the success rate? Last night, after Xiao Xingyun received a call from Lu Cheng, he simply informed Su Qing that there was hope to help her family resolve their debt issues and asked her to tell her family that he would visit them tomorrow to discuss in person. Therefore, Su Qing's parents only knew a rough outline and were unaware of the details, much less Xiao Xingyan's background. Moreover, Su Qing was too naive and was still unclear about how she came to be involved with Xiao Xingyun, living her life in a somewhat muddled state. In one word, she did not know the depths of Xiao Xingyun, but Xiao Xingyun knew her well. Faced with by Ziyu's urgent questioning, Xiao Xingyun did not answer, but instead continued to ask, if I find someone to handle the sand extraction rights based on your previous experience and rules, how much equity should be given to the intermediary, or how much should be given as a one-time payment? Bai Ziyu forced herself to calm down, her ample bosom heaving violently for a moment before she replied, because the sand extraction site belongs to a gray industry, it can be approved or not. Even if our documents are complete, the competent authority can still refuse. So if someone can help secure the sand extraction rights, I can offer them 10 to 20 equity. At least 10, at most 20. That's quite high. Xiao Xingyun was somewhat surprised. There are too many interests entangled in this, it's market price. If the other party wants cash, given the sand content of our land, at least 200 to 300 million should be offered, but no more than 500 million. Xiao Xingyun nodded slightly. He understood Bai Ziyu's meaning. This was just a rough estimate, with the key being the greed of the intermediary. Alright, I understand. After lunch, I want to go to that piece of land to inspect it in person and see if it's worth my investment of 400 million. Sure, that's the prudence expected of an investor. Bai Ziyu was very satisfied and found herself increasingly fond of this prospective son-in-law. She did not ask Xiao Xingyun where he got the money from, since he said, so it should not be a lie. Because at this moment Zus real estate company had no money to scam, and there was nothing in their family worth deceiving him. The only precious treasure in the family was probably already in his hands, so what was there to fear? What else was there to lose? As long as Xiao Xingyun helped resolve this life and death crisis for her family, he could pick anything he wanted from the family, and she wouldn't even frown. Before long, Su Hongwei prepared 4 dishes and a soup, reluctantly calling everyone to eat. It seems Su Hongwei's culinary skills had long been honed, and the food turned out to be quite good. Since they had to drive out in the afternoon, no one drank alcohol. Honey, what were you and Xiao Xiao talking about in the living room just now? We talked about some trivial matters. By the way, after lunch, take Xiao Xiao to that piece of land and let him inspect it in person. Su Hongwei felt that his wife was hiding something from him and muttered unhappily, what is he going there to inspect? What will happen after he inspects it? Does he have the money to buy that piece of land? I spent 16 billion when I bought it back then. Bai Ziyu's voice remained gentle, but her words were not so polite. Yes, you are very impressive. You bet everything and put all your assets into that piece of land. If something goes wrong, the entire company will collapse instantly, and you still have the face to show off. Su Hongwei immediately dared not speak, lowering his head and eating honestly. Bai Ziyu picked up a piece of dompa pork for Xiao Xingyun and said, this is a signature dish of our family. Whenever Xiao Qing comes back, he makes a portion. You should try it and see how it is. Delicious, thank you, auntie. You don't need to serve me, I'll get it myself. Xiao Xingyun said politely. Su Qing sulked and waved her rice bowl in front of Bai Ziyu, pouting. Mom, I'm your biological child. Why don't you serve me a piece? I won't be close to you now. I'm close to Xiao Xiao. Mom is biased. Oh, once you have a son-in-law, you forget about your daughter. Oh, your father and I haven't agreed to this marriage, yet have you already chosen a good son-in-law for me? You're annoying. Su Qing was always a bit shy in front of her parents and felt embarrassed to say too much. In this setting, Xiao Xingyun couldn't interject, and he exchanged a glance with the silently eating Su Hongwei. The two men tacitly continued to eat. After the meal, Xiao Xingyun asked the 2 women in the house to lock the doors and windows. He took Su Hongwei driving a Benz G-Class straight to the piece of sandy land he had acquired. Some creditors lurking nearby continued to stay, while a few drove to follow Xiao Xingyun and Su Hongwei, ensuring they did not lose sight of them. Xiao Xingyun paid no mind to these creditors, as long as there was indeed a large amount of quality river sand beneath the land, he would definitely invest to help the Su family clear their debts. Before long, Xiao Xingyun arrived at the site. Although this piece of land was somewhat remote, it was truly large, and several kilometers away there were already completed riverside view houses. If there wasn't a significant amount of sand beneath this land after building houses, it would indeed have substantial appreciation potential and could become a golden piece of property in the future. However, after carefully inspecting underground, Xiao Xingyun found that the sand content was indeed massive. He could not see the bottom at all and had no idea how it had accumulated. If all this sand were excavated, the profits gained might exceed those from building houses. Additionally, the excavated land could be developed into a water park or something similar. If this area had immense potential in the future, one could be boulder and directly fill in the pits to build houses, which would be easier than building on reclaimed land. Previously, Xiao Xingyun thought that investing 400 million would only yield a small profit. Now it seemed like a golden goose that laid golden eggs. Just collecting profits annually would allow him to win effortlessly. Xiao Xiao, are you capable or not? After looking here for so long, have you made up your mind? Have you figured anything out? Su Hongwei felt that Xiao Xingyun was an amateur. He had previously dug a large sand pit in the center area with an excavator. How could Xiao Xingyun figure anything out by just looking around the surrounding wasteland? He had also had someone assess the quality of the sand, which was indeed suitable for construction, being of premium river sand quality, ranked among the highest priced sands. As long as the sand extraction rights were secured, this place would become a treasure trove, earning money daily. Unfortunately, he had put in immense effort, but couldn't even meet a small leader from the competent authority, let alone talk about approval. There was no hope. Xiao Xingyun, this kid, said he wanted to see the documents, thinking he could help introduce a small leader from the competent authority. But he turned out to be from Sichuan, so far away, and he was just a recent college graduate. How could he know any leaders in Hangqing? Alas, it was a false hope. Wait here, let me make a call first, Xiao Xingyun replied to Su Hongwei, and took out his phone to call Lu Cheng. After 3 rings, Lu Cheng answered the call at just the right time. Is it Xiao Xiao? What can I do for you? Brother Lu, I've arrived in Hangqing, and I have found a solution to the Su family's debt problem. Regarding the sand extraction rights for that piece of land, we can discuss it in person. Oh, Xiao Xiao is quite capable. Over 3 billion in debt has been resolved so quickly. Lucky I have a benefactor willing to help. This small amount of money isn't much. Ha, good, I'll send you an address shortly. Let's chat at a tea house. By the way, what kind of tea does Xiao Xiao like? They'll have the owner prepare it in advance. I like new tea. A green tea. All right, then it will be Longjing. After Lu Cheng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Just after hanging up, Lu Cheng sent a location address on WeChat to a tea house named Qinglian Pavilion. Su Hongwei was already impatiently waiting and urged, Xiao Xiao, who were you on the phone with? You still haven't answered my question. Let's go, we'll take you to a place. Once we get there, you'll understand, Xiao Xingyun said as he got into the Benz G-Class. Su Hongwei was being led around by him, muddled and confused, and got into the car with him. Deep down, he was filled with anger and secretly resolved that if Xiao Xingyun dared to fool him with those useless small figures, he would make him pay. Before long, Xiao Xingyun brought Su Hongwei to the Qinglian Pavilion, a name that sounded like a foot bath and tea house, yet it was extravagantly decorated and impressively large. Xiao Xingyun suspected that not only was there old tea here, but also new tea, the kind that costs 998 or 1288 per brew. After parking the car and just entering the main door, he saw a crowd gathered in the hall, seemingly arguing about something. Xiao Xingyun intended to head straight to the reserved box, but at that moment, he heard Lu Cheng's voice. Lu Cheng angrily said, "You were just trying to scam me. You deliberately bumped into me, causing the porcelain to break. I've seen this trick many times. I've already called the police. Let the officers investigate. I don't believe you don't have a record. I'm not afraid if the police come. The surveillance video shows that you bumped into me, and it was the porcelain in the box that broke." Another middle-aged man, slick and confident, shouted loudly. Lu Cheng continued to argue angrily, "You deliberately bumped into me. Well, I didn't even have time to dodge. Besides, what kind of broken porcelain is this? You want me to compensate you with 28,000. This is a porcelain Qianqiu vase from the Guangxu era of the Qing dynasty with a certification from a reputable institution. The appraisers at the auction house said it is worth 28,000, and you can't pay me a penny less. Porcelain can be faked, so what's the difficulty in forging a certification?" Lu Cheng clearly knew this was a scam, yet he was trapped and had no way to escape the extortion. Xiao Xingyun walked over and saw the broken porcelain on the ground. A glint flashed in his eyes as he realized it was a fake. It lacked energy and any historical significance. This is not porcelain from the Qing dynasty. It is very likely something made just last week. "Lugu, are you alright?" Xiao Xingyun asked with concern. "Xiao Xing is here. I've run into some trouble. Our plans might need to be postponed," Lu Cheng said with a frown and a bad mood. "It's just a small matter. I'll help you resolve it," Xiao Xingyun said calmly and confidently. "Oh, you have a way." Lu Cheng's eyes brightened, a glimmer of hope rising within him. "Let me try first." Xiao Xingyun initially wanted to use his eye-based mental control ability to make the scammer confess, but doing so would be too outlandish and would alert the onlookers. As Xiao Xingyun hesitated, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged woman with a suitcase standing behind the owner of the porcelain, occasionally speaking up for him, claiming that he should be compensated for the broken item. People always say anything when watching a commotion. After all, they don't mind the chaos. But this woman with a suitcase in the tea house was too conspicuous. So Xiao Xingyun used his X-ray vision and nearly laughed out loud. There were actually 2 pieces of porcelain in that suitcase, identical to the broken ones on the ground. No doubt these 2 were in cahoots. After getting compensated, they could change locations and use the same trick again. However, today they encountered Xiao Xingyun, a cheat detector, and it was destined to be their bad luck. "Old brother, do you make money in this line of work?" Xiao Xingyun asked the porcelain owner. "Of course I do. I work in antiques, so naturally I make money." The porcelain owner glared at Xiao Xingyun warily. "Don't be nervous. Actually, we are in the same line of work." Xiao Xingyun smiled. "In the same line." The porcelain owner became even more vigilant, even a bit anxious. Did I just run into a fellow scammer? This group is also scamming. This money is not easy to obtain. Xiao Xingyan's smile turned more playful. Don't misunderstand. I mean, I also work in antiques. By the way, have you heard of the Treasure Pavilion? I've heard of it. Are you the owner of the Treasure Pavilion? The porcelain owner looked shocked. No, my shop is right next to the Treasure Pavilion. Although it's a small shop, I know everything happening in our circle. What are you trying to say? The porcelain owner's tone was no longer as forceful as before. Let me give you some advice. Oh, just let this matter go. No need to nitpick over the authenticity of this porcelain. To be honest, if the police come, you two won't be able to leave, Xiao Xingyun said, deliberately pointing at the middle-aged woman behind the porcelain owner. The porcelain owner stubbornly refused to back down. Are you threatening me? This is a lawful society. He broke my porcelain. Shouldn't he compensate me? Even if the police come, they should reason it outright. Even if it's not the full price, at least half should be compensated. Xiao Xingyan's smile vanished. Are you asking for trouble? You brought trouble to my brother Lu, and I haven't even sought an explanation from you. Want money? How about you? Xiao Xingyun shouted, grabbing the porcelain owner's hair and dragging him to the fragments of the porcelain, pointing at the pieces and saying, you dare to scam with such fake porcelain. You think you're the only one who knows how to appraise porcelain. Let go of me, let go of me. You're hitting me. Quickly call the police. They broke my antique porcelain and are trying to hit me. Is there no law? The porcelain owner was terrified, unable to move as Xiao Xingyun, a towering figure, held his hair. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman with the suitcase was also panicking, shouting at the top of her lungs, hey, everyone come look. They broke something and are hitting people. This is too outrageous. Quickly catch the assailants. However, those who came to drink tea here were all wealthy individuals, and no one was willing to take the risk to intervene, and some even stepped back, continuing to watch the commotion. Xiao Xing, don't hit people. Oh, it's bad for your reputation. Lu Qing looked at Xiao Xingyun taking action, feeling particularly relieved, but he remained rational and offered a reminder. Lugu, I'm not hitting anyone, and I'm just pulling his hair to wake him up. Alright, it certainly looks like he isn't hitting anyone, but the porcelain owner was crying out in pain, worse than being slapped a few times. At that moment, several police officers finally arrived, and Xiao Xingyun took the opportunity to release his grip, acting as if nothing had happened. Su Hongwei stood among the crowd, watching everything unfold. He had no intention of helping Xiao Xingyun, and instead thought this young man was impulsive, easily resorting to violence, not someone he could trust for life. He was considering whether to advise his daughter Su Qing to break up with him. Marrying such an impulsive man would likely lead to unhappiness. What made him frown even more was that the man who invited Xiao Xingyun here for tea was probably that man named Lu, around 50 years old, showing no signs of being an influential figure. His clothes were ordinary, likely just a low-level clerk from some unit, wasting time discussing matters with him. Who called the police? What happened? The officers asked as a routine inquiry. The porcelain owner seemed to find his backbone and loudly proclaimed, someone broke my antique porcelain worth 280, and not only did they refuse to compensate, they also hit me. He is a scammer. The broken item is a fake porcelain, and that woman next to him is his accomplice. There should be evidence in her suitcase. The porcelain owner was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected Xiao Xingyun to identify his accomplice at a glance and know that there was evidence in the suitcase. I didn't. He's lying. The woman with the suitcase panicked and turned to run. The officers immediately moved in and restrained the middle-aged woman. When they opened the suitcase, sure enough, there were two beautifully packaged, identical pieces of porcelain. Everything was the same, even the certification numbers matched. Faced with the ironclad evidence, the officers said nothing, directly apprehending the porcelain owner and handcuffing him with the middle-aged woman. The porcelain owner, regretful and despairing, suddenly grew fierce, shouting, this young man hit me. You must arrest him too. Is that so? The leading officer scrutinized Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun vehemently denied, I didn't hit anyone. Oh, I'm not that kind of person. If you don't believe me, ask the onlookers if I hit anyone. Xiao Xingyun did not lie. He truly did not hit anyone, and he could confidently tell the constable this. The onlookers had strange expressions, and some couldn't help but laugh out loud, echoing, yes, comrade constable, this gentleman indeed did not hit anyone. Although everyone enjoyed watching the commotion, they still held basic moral values. They all despised the con artist who staged accidents. Seeing the con man suffer and face punishment brought joy to the crowd. Thus they were willing to step forward to support Xiao Xingyun. Lu Cheng had just recovered from the shock. He never expected Xiao Xingyun to be so formidable, managing to identify the accomplice of the con artist from the crowd and finding evidence in a suitcase. At this moment, he was finally in the clear without having to pay any compensation, and he felt utterly relieved. When he saw the leading constable questioning whether Xiao Xingyun had hit someone, Lu Cheng immediately stepped forward and said to the constable, these con artists are very arrogant and must be severely punished. I will call Director Zhang later to urge you to expedite this case. You are. Director Lu. It's me, Xiao Zhao. Last time when you and the district officials inspected the Qiantang River's management, I was responsible for the security issues around there and had a handshake and photo with you. Haha, Xiao Zhao, thank you for your hard work. I appreciate your concern regarding today's matter. Lu Cheng kindly shook hands with Xiao Zhao again. Xiao Zhao was extremely excited, chatted for a bit more, and soon led away the two con artists taking the evidence and left the Qinglian Pavilion tea house. As for the porcelain owner's complaint against Xiao Xingyun for hitting someone since he was helping Director Lu, and the onlookers all said there was no hitting, there was no need for further questioning, it was a waste of time. The manager of the tea house finally came out to calm the guests and instructed the waitstaff to clean up the remaining porcelain debris on the floor. Lu Cheng patted Xiao Xingyun's shoulder with great satisfaction and exclaimed, Xiao Xiao, you are impressive. How did you figure out that the middle-aged woman was their accomplice? And how did you know there was evidence in the suitcase? I was just lucky and guessed randomly, Xiao Xingyun humbly replied with a smile. You young man are no simple character. Let's go, we can talk in detail in the private room upstairs. Lu Cheng, feeling grateful, took the initiative to lead the way for Xiao Xingyun. Only then did Xiao Xingyun remember that he was still with someone. Turning around, he saw Su Hongwei with a complex expression awkwardly scratching the ground with his toes. The person he looked down upon, Xiao Xingyun, had actually helped someone deal with the con artists. The Lu man he looked down upon turned out to be a high-ranking official, and the leading constable was all smiles upon seeing him. Uncle Su, this is my brother Lu. You can just call him Brother Lu as well, Xiao Xingyun introduced. After calling out, Su Hongwei felt something was off. You call me uncle, yet I follow you in calling someone brother. What kind of generation is this? Huh? Lu Cheng was in a good mood today, laughing heartily. Let's each speak our minds. Brother Su, let's head upstairs together. Alright, sure. Su Hongwei followed Lu Cheng and Xiao Xingyun upstairs, secretly wiping the sweat from his forehead. His son-in-law's connections seemed quite impressive, managing to call such a person brother. He had underestimated him today. His daughter's taste was indeed good. He had decided on this son-in-law. Soon the three entered the private room, which was quite spacious, consisting of a complete tea room along with a lounge and a bathroom. Xiao Xingyun grew increasingly suspicious about the range of operations of this tea house. The three settled down, and soon three young and beautiful tea artists dressed in white hanfu entered the room to brew tea for them. The tea artists were young and stunning, their thin hanfu wrapping their figures enticingly. Moreover, they all wore translucent veils, adding a sense of mystery and hazy beauty. However, the purpose of their visit today was not to discuss tea art with the tea artists. After the tea was brewed, Lu Cheng waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Only then did Xiao Xingyun formally introduce the identities of both parties. As the middleman, it was essential to establish the identities of each side. Lu Cheng and Su Hongwei then formally shook hands. So it's Director Lu, I've long admired your name. Su Hongwei said sincerely. It was not just a polite remark, but genuine respect, as he had always wanted to meet him, but couldn't get into his office. Lu Cheng smiled modestly and casually asserted his status. You're too courteous, President Su. Since Xiao Xiao introduced you, let's not hold back. If there are matters to discuss, let's proceed accordingly. Yes, we should follow the rules. Su Hongwei was a bit confused, not fully understanding the implication behind the words. Xiao Xingyun almost laughed out loud, realizing this was the reason he was brought here instead of by Jiu. He only needed to serve as a signboard, a mere compliment. He was the true representative for the negotiations. Brother Lu, to be honest, my girlfriend Su Qing is President Zhou's daughter. That is precisely why I intervened in the debt issues of Zhou's real estate company. As he spoke, Xiao Xingyun recounted the situation of registering a new company, providing an advance of 400 million yuan to resolve the debt issue first, and then using that money to acquire a 40% stake. Fearing that Su Hongwei might naively oppose, he emphasized at the end that this matter had been discussed with Bai Jiu, and she had already agreed. Having concluded this, Xiao Xingyun directly asked, Brother Lu, what assistance do you need from us to resolve the sand extraction rights issue? Feel free to bring it up. Lu Cheng took a sip of tea and smiled. Haha, I have a relative in the Li family with whom I count a construction materials company, and I'm worried about where to source sand. As long as your sand mine can allow them to extract some sand when it opens, I would be very pleased. Xiao Xingyun replied, That's fine. If this is a mutually beneficial cooperation, I have no objections. By the way, we plan to open 10 sand extraction production lines. How many can your relative's materials company handle? According to the market, one is sufficient. Taking on more would be overloading. Besides, I have high hopes for Xiao Xingyun. Only through mutual benefit can friendships endure. And my friend Old Li really enjoys listening to your friend Xiao Luo explain jade knowledge. Whenever you bring him to Hangzhou, I'll save some good wine for you all. Haha, Brother Lu, your generosity is commendable. Then let's go with one line. Oh, I look forward to our cooperation. As for visiting, it can be arranged anytime, and I will bring along Fatty Luo. Xiao Xingyun was very satisfied. There was no need for him to exert effort in negotiations, as they offered the lowest price directly. Of course, he also realized that this was partly due to Li Hongliang's consideration. This favor only required helping them connect with Fatty Luo's father. Xiao Xingyun felt the terms offered were very appropriate and aligned with market conditions. 10 sand extraction production lines, and Lu Cheng said his relative only needed one, which meant a tenth of the dry shares. Of course, the method of benefit transfer was to transport 1/10 of the total sand extracted. This was lower than Bai Jiu had anticipated. After all, to gain the sand extraction rights, Bai Jiu was even willing to pay a fifth. More importantly, it was about dry shares and not cash. If any troubles arose later, Lu Cheng would surely help resolve them. This was a sustainable business model. It could also be that Lu Cheng valued the long-term benefits of this sand mine, preferring long-term cooperation instead of a one-off transaction. This suited Xiao Xingyun's intentions perfectly. Hangzhou was too far. He could not be constantly concerned about the sand mine here. His focus was on the Changwang Temple in Shanghai, and he may also go to Panjiayuan in the capital in the future. Jade, gemstones, and antiques were the circles he was familiar with, the world where he could showcase his gifted abilities. Su Hongwei beside him was dumbfounded, having no chance to interject, and couldn't even understand what they were discussing. After discussing matters, the three were supposed to have a meal together and share some drinks to deepen their bond. If they could invite Li Hongliang over to strengthen their ties, that would be even better. However, a phone call from Su Qing disrupted their plans. Su Hongwei, unable to keep calm, changed his expression upon receiving the call and exclaimed, "You all hold Duan Xiuwen steady and do not provoke him. We need to return immediately." So eager to collect debts, it seems you've caught wind of something. Xiao Xingyun's eyes flashed with a cold light, hoping Duan Xiuwen wouldn't go too far, or he would struggle to contain his inner malice. Lu Cheng asked seriously, "You all return and resolve the debt issue. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, you can call me." "All right, thank you, Brother Lu. We'll head back now." Xiao Xingyun, without further pleasantries, hurriedly left with Su. At this moment, the front door of Su Qing's house had already been smashed open. 6 fierce-looking tattooed men barearmed stood in 2 rows blocking the living room entrance, exuding an intimidating aura. Duan Xiuwen, in his 30s of medium build, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and an Armani suit, looked more like a boss of an internet company, refined and elegant rather than a loan shark operating in the gray areas. He sat on the sofa smiling as he watched the panicked Su Qing and Bai Jiu making frantic calls for help without any intention of stopping them. Finished with the call? Then let's sit down and chat. After all, we have time to spare. Weren't you just planning to take us away? Su Qing paused for a moment. Duan Xiuwen chuckled. Since you've called Su Hongwei back, I'm not in a hurry to take anyone. Where we conduct our business is just a matter of place. It's better when a family is together. Bai Jiu had also finished her call and sat down on the opposite sofa, feeling nervous inside, but maintaining a calm exterior. Haha, President Duan said we have 3 days. This is only the 2nd day. Why the rush to come knocking? Even if we ran away, that piece of land wouldn't just disappear. Bai Jiu laughed. I heard your daughter's boyfriend wants to help your family pay off the debt. Duan Xiuwen inquired. Bai Jiu raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Yes, upon hearing this news, shouldn't President Duan be pleased? Why does it seem like you're here to reprimand us? Do you not want us to clear this debt? Duan Xiuwen revealed a hint of ferocity. President, stop pretending. I don't believe someone as wise as you can't guess my true intentions. I don't want to collect this debt. Ooh, I want your piece of land. Bai Jiu openly displayed her disdain. You think you can swallow over 100 acres of riverside land with a debt of 200 million? That's the hard-earned money my husband and I accumulated over half a lifetime. You're being too greedy. We just need some breathing room, and that land could at least double or even triple in value. Aside from my debt, I can also help you repay the debt to the commercial bank. Duan Xiuwen offered a concession. Bai Jiu glanced at the time on her phone, stalling for time. With 2 women in the house, she was truly afraid of being bullied by these men. Thus, even though she despised someone like Duan Xiuwen, she refrained from provoking him with harsh words. Apart from your and the commercial bank's debts, us real estate also owes small material suppliers and construction workers around 30 million. Duan Xiuwen's patience was wearing thin, and he coldly replied, what does that small debt have to do with me? I can help you with the commercial bank's debt. You should be grateful. Bai Jiu, don't push your luck. If you anger me, you know the consequences. Many guests at my establishment enjoy women like you and your daughter. Shameless. Bai Jiu's chest heaved with anger. Having led a life of privilege, when had she ever been treated so disrespectfully? Shameless. Push me too far, and I will show you what true shame is. When your husband and son-in-law return, do you believe I won't take both of you in front of them? You. Bai Jiu and Su Qing were frightened into pale expressions, huddling closely together. I don't believe it. Xiao Xingyun's voice came from the entrance of the living room. Duan Xiuwen stood up, staring at Xiao Xingyun's figure. Haha, you must be Bai Jiu's son-in-law, right? If you don't believe it, let me demonstrate for you. Xiao Xingyun strode in, and not a single tattooed man blocking the entrance made a move to stop him. A dangerous smile crept onto Xiao Xingyun's lips. Duan Xiuwen was slightly taken aback. Something felt off. Why weren't his subordinates stopping this? Demonstrate for me. You must be joking. Xiao Xingyun slapped Duan Xiaowen across the face, sending his gold-rimmed glasses flying. Before he could react, Xiao Xingyun kicked him in the stomach, knocking him back onto the sofa. Then he grabbed Duan Xiaowen by the hair, pressing his face onto the coffee table, and poured half a pot of hot tea over him. Ah, are you crazy? Are you looking for death? Dare to touch me in Hangzhou, you're finished. I'll kill your entire family, you're doomed. It's so hot, stop pouring. I'll be disfigured. Danzi Sameo, you idiots, are you dead? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Come help me. Duan Xiaowen screamed until his throat was hoarse, while the 6 tattooed men standing at the entrance looked as if they hadn't heard anything, remaining frozen in place, lost in their own world. Su Hongwei had just returned with Xiao Xingyun, but he was a bit timid and hesitated about whether to go, and unsure of what to say if he did. Before he could think it through, he heard the sound of Duan Xiaowen screaming like a slaughtered pig from the living room. Su Hongwei rushed over and was nearly scared to faint. Upon entering, he saw Chang Wei, or rather Xiao Xingyun, beating Duan Xiaowen. How dare Xiao Xingyun hit someone, especially Duan Xiaowen? We're all done for. Provoking Duan Xiaowen means our entire family is doomed. Su Hongwei's legs went weak and he collapsed at the entrance of the living room. What were you just showing me? I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. After pouring out the last of the tea, Xiao Xingyun held the teapot, his gaze filled with fury. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Duan Xiaowen was driven mad. When had he ever been so brutally beaten and humiliated? His face contorted with rage. He wanted blood. Smack. The purple clay teapot hit Duan Xiaowen's head, accurately shattering and causing blood to flow down his face and into his mouth. The taste of blood jolted Duan Xiaowen back to reality. He suddenly realized that the one beating him might be someone even more ruthless than himself. Moreover, this person was someone far beyond his reach. I'll stop hitting Xiao. That was my favorite purple clay teapot. I spent several thousand on it when I bought it. Bai Jiu patted her ample chest, as if just recovering from extreme fright. She was distressed about her teapot and feared that Xiao Xingyun might beat Duan Xiaowen to death. Despite her worries and fears, watching Xiao Xingyun fiercely protect her and her daughter by beating Duan Xiaowen was incredibly handsome. Such a man her daughter would not be at a loss following him. Yet looking at the man she had chosen, who sat crumpled at the entrance of the living room, was truly difficult to describe. The matchmaker responsible for her marriage must have been a fraud posing as a god of wealth. Su Qing also regained her initial ability to think and rushed over to grab Xiao Xingyan's arm, urging Yun Ge, you can't hit him anymore. It could lead to a fatal incident. Xiao Xingyan's fierce light gradually faded, but his mind was still filled with a strange and evil voice. Those who offend my might shall be killed without mercy.